them, and they're just perfect for doing bits of detail or adding little extra dimension to your work. So I'm going to add that pink back in, and there's a little bit of pink over on this side too.
Just a little reminder that we'll be announcing the winner in 5-10 minutes. So if you still want to be in with a chance of getting a free membership, a year's free membership for SAA, you need to purchase something off this hour quite soon.
So I've done that little kind of pink highlight. I'm going to use some of the orange in there as well to suggest those stamen. And what I'm hoping is that you can see that I could spend a lot of time on this, but equally, if it's just a little quick project that you're after, you can build this up quite fast too.
Yeah.
And I think that's really important, because we're not always in the mood for spending hours on our work, are we? Sometimes it's nicer to just have a play and to not have to think about it too hard.
Definitely.
And so I'm going to put that little flash of orange in there. And then I do need to give it another very quick dry, if that's
Not
okay,
a problem.
Alex. Yeah, and a bit of a quick blast. It won't be very long.
Okay, not
All
a
right.
problem. Lovely. So now, if you would like to buy membership for the SAA, this is how you do it. So again, I'm going to stress, so you find, we're going to give you the actual item number, and then you go to the actual page, and then here we go, we can see the website, there it is. So scrolly, 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 where is it? There it is, click on that. Marvellous. Then you scroll down, so don't add it to the basket. You can go for, and that's everything that you get when you join. There's loads of goodies. Oh, I'm not sure what that is, but still, maybe that's everybody in the SAA, I don't know. And then you go to the full product details. See that second line down? There's the link for the membership. And then you can scroll down and you'll see that you can join. There's a little join tab. There it is, join now. Marvellous. However, don't join just yet, because you might be the lucky winner of the free membership. Right, just coming back then to our fantastic book by Alison, with lots of different projects. Now, I've flicked through this a couple of times, so let's go more towards the back. So we've got things, experiments with found objects. So there's feathers there. There's a little bit of mesh you can play with. Bubble wrap, love playing with bubble wrap. There's leaves, printmaking with leaves. Dry brushing, what's that? Poppies, and I can't pronounce that. Poppies and another flower. And that's really pretty, look at those. Collage and text, wow. Look at that old-fashioned typewriter, how cool is this? So there's loads and loads of different ways and different projects for you. And seriously, if you're a complete beginner, this is going to literally, the book will hold your hand and take you through. Now, to accompany the book, we've also got the DVD, again, with lots of little hints, tips and tricks, and you can sort of you can follow through with Alison, you can sort of watercolour along. And then, last but not least, you've got your 2 line drawings. Okay, we're going back to our lovely line drawing. This is one of the line drawings that you'll get, which is the dandelion clock. There you go. And you'll also get this one here. Cool. Okay, £19. Oh, by the way, I keep forgetting to mention that you'll find these little ideas in the book as well. Our beautiful paintings. Oh, I love her dress and her pose. That's gorgeous. £19.59. You've got a £9 saving. Item number is 097712. Okay, I think Alison's ready. Alison, you've got about 6-ish minutes.
Okay, marvellous. Thank you very much. I thought I'd end up today talking about how you can put pastel over the top of watercolour. Cool. And it's a technique that I like an awful lot for a lot of my animal portraits that I do, but also because pastel's quite forgiving. And so you can use, it's chalk based, so it looks, today we've got them in pencil format, so it looks like a coloured pencil, but they're kind of chalky and they're very smudgeable. And I thought it'd be quite fun to go back over the top of the watercolour and the Posca pen to add a little bit of detail and a little bit of texture too. Nice. So to give it just a bit of pizzazz, just to finish this hour. Now, the other thing that I'm going to be using today is extremely high tech.
Right.
So I had a canvas delivered this week, and it came with this marvellous polystyrene corners to protect it over the top.
Never throw anything away?
No, never throw anything away, and I didn't want these going into landfill, so of course they go into my box of stuff I'm going to use another day.
Yeah.
And I've actually cut a little bit of it off with just a craft knife. And instead of sticking my finger back in, which has probably got hand sanitizer and all sorts on it today,
Yeah.
I don't really want that to end up in my painting. I'm actually going to use this polystyrene to smudge my pastel pencils. So it's it's low tech and high tech all at the same time.
Yeah.
Right, where am I going to start? Let's start off with, you've got a lovely dark green, forest green in the set, which I'm going to use back in. And because it's in pencil format, it now starts to be extremely controllable. So I can go back in. It gives a bit of a different quality, I think, to my paintings as well. So rather than everything being very, very flat, I love the way that pastel can go over the top of watercolour paper. I think it works really well. And you can certainly use it, now that you've kind of done all the hard part, which is all the sloshy bit, you can go back in and just at the end, you can add all the detail. And
Look at that blend, amazing.
Yes, and I have used all sorts. I've used pipe lagging and all sorts of things before to do this. But actually, this is the one I found which doesn't make that horrible squeaky noise that puts my teeth on edge.
Yeah, me too, I'm the same.
So let's not do that. And then you can blend it together very successfully. So we've got a bit of green on there. Maybe I'll just add a bit of yellow on the top too. We'll get that in with a little bit of green in also. So you can see how it starts to come together nice and quickly.
Definitely. It's amazing how quick it builds up.
And of course I mustn't forget the thing that's holding it up.
Excuse me.
This stem on my poppy, and that's a very similar colour. That's quite a good colour match actually. And I can get that dark green in and down the watercolour paper. And then I can use my little bit of polystyrene to smooth that out.
It looks so realistic.
And it's starting to come together. And then, of course, in the set, you've got carbon black and a titanium white as well. So if there were any bits that you thought, oh, I made a bit of a boo-boo there, you can go back in with the white pencil and you can add some extra highlights across the top. Or equally, you can go back in with the black and add some of those creases in that would have been tricky to be done with a watercolour brush.
Yeah.
And then your little bit of polystyrene can be blending those together and just softening the detail.
Amazing.
And this you can spend as little or as much time as you like on this part of the process. So if this is the bit that you really enjoy, obviously you can kind of go back in and you can be adding lots of detail, or equally just a few final flourishes to bring it all together. I've got just a few. Let's make this pink a little bit more. It's a dull colour in the photograph, but I actually on mine I want it to be a bit punchier.
And if you would like the Derwent 12 pastel pencils with the SAA mixed pastel paper trial pack, it's £30.74, and the item number is 130639.
And so I don't think I'm going to do an awful lot more to this.
Well, no, it's good timing really, because we are coming to the end of the hour.
So there's more that I could do. But the thing is as well, with those line drawings, because I've sort of tested things out by doing it this way, I've still got the line drawing, of course, to repeat the process again and again and again and again. Different combinations of things, different ways of working on stuff. But the line drawing is safe there, and you haven't got to worry about reproducing it all the time.
Love it. Thank you so much, Alison. Oh, it's been an absolute joy working with you again, albeit from a distance.
All from a distance,
I know. Now, Alison and I are going to be back together again at 11 a.m. But very importantly, we need to announce now the winner of for the free AA membership for 1 year. And drumroll, please. The winner is Leslie Nicol. Congratulations. You're going to have a lovely time with all your goodies and all the support as well that SAA do give you. So just to finish off then, I'll give you the details for the book and the DVD. Lots of lovely inspiration. It's getting busier and busier and busier this hour. Beautiful pictures for you to, and ideas and inspiration to give you with this book. Here are some of the pieces of inspiration that we've got that you'll find in there. I mean, she's beautiful. He's amazing, isn't he? And then we've got our lovely ballet dancer's feet here. This is just a you know, a fraction of the different ideas and things that you will find. So as well as the book, you've also got the DVD. You could paint along. You can watch it all the way through first, and then of course you can paint along with our lovely Alison. I mean, that's really coming along nicely, isn't it? Look at that. Look at all those different techniques. That's really moody, isn't it? Very nice. Then you'll also get your line drawings, 2 of those, just as a nice little guide. £19.59, 097 712. Thank you very much, Alison.
It's an absolute pleasure. It's so lovely to be back. You have no idea.
Fantastic. We'll be back at 11 o'clock, but now it is time for the one-day special. And in fact, we've got some gorgeous materials. It is the Summertime Batik ODS. Then we've got Mixed Media Friday with Clarity, and later on, All and Create Family Favourites.
Hi, I'm Hayley. Join me for some amazing Fabric Freedom shows. Fabric Freedom design all their fabrics here in the UK, and they design them with quilters in mind, so they're really good at picking out those unidirectional prints, really nice and small prints so you can work on smaller patchwork projects, and paste prints as well, which is one of their signature fabrics. They do lots more fabrics besides quilting cottons, so tune in to the Fabric Freedom shows here on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Andy from Picture This. I've been a painter all my life. Picture This was actually formed on the back of a throwaway remark from one of my art students. This has developed my drawings into a series of photopolymer stamps, clear stamps for the crafting community and the crafting industry. The stamps are all hand-drawn by me, they're made in the UK, most important to us at Picture This, and we have so much more to bring you. Our shows on Hochanda, we hope to make them informative, amusing obviously, entertaining, but mainly it's about bringing the creative spirit to you. Make sure you tune in and watch the Picture This shows on Hochanda.
Hello, I'm Sue Trangmar and I started Daisy Chain Designs 20 years ago. At Daisy Chain Designs, we're passionate about sewing and quilting. We design projects that hopefully will inspire you to pick up your needle and thread and have a go. We have great fun in designing things from the very start, and then the end product is always very exciting when you actually see it made. So don't miss the Daisy Chain Design shows on Hochanda.
Hochanda News! We're excited to announce that from the 1st of July, our broadcast hours on Freeview will be extended to 10 p.m. each day. We know that many of you have been missing our live shows in the evenings, and we look forward to having you with us once again.
Hello everyone, I've got a minute or two to tell you why you should all be members of Hochanda Freedom. Did you know that with Hochanda Freedom you could be saving on your deliveries every single month? For just a £6.97 monthly fee, you'll benefit from unlimited standard delivery, which means the more you spend with us, the more you save. And do you know the best bit? You can cancel at any time. Becoming a member of Hochanda Freedom, you'll also be able to take advantage of our exclusive Freedom members discounts, where you can save anything up to 20% on an already fantastic Hochanda price. Freedom members will also receive our exclusive members badge and Freedom newsletter, which will keep you updated with all the goings on behind the scenes. Look at all these benefits for £6.97 per month. Over 12,000 of you are already members, and we thank you so much for being part of our family and sharing your crafting passion with us. In fact, I'm going to hand over to you to tell everyone else about your experience with Hochanda Freedom.
I'm a Freedom member, which means I can shop a lot.
It's the discounts and all the special offers you get.
I get special offers, I get special discounts. They tell me when everything's happening. So if there's a special show I want to watch, then it's there. I'm able to just shop when I'd like.
It's just good to have.
Yes, you do save. If you buy like I do, you save.
You see, you could be a member instantly for £6.97 per month with no monthly obligation. So when you want to cancel, you can. Just give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 888 888. So, don't forget you get your unlimited standard delivery, exclusive Freedom discounts, members badge and members newsletter. What are you waiting for? Join Hochanda Freedom today and become a member of the growing Hochanda family.
Good morning. Now, of course, at 8 a.m. is the first look of the day at the one-day special. The one-day special that launches at 6 p.m. every day, and then it lasts until 6 p.m. the next day, or until stocks last. Now, we have got, of course, we are running the Family Favorites event, and the Family Favorites event means that we celebrate family companies here at Hochanda. And we have got Rebecca Reid, of course, in the studio. Hello, Rebecca.
Hello, good morning. How are you?
How are you? Now, of course, you have brought us, an amazing one-day special with a beautiful rainbow quilt in here. This is the one-day special. Now, and can you tell us a little bit about you and how you came with the idea of this one-day special?
Well, my background is in craft magazines. I've worked for them for nearly 30 years. I write, create patterns, design, write technical instructions. I was given a pack of 10 fat quarters in a rainbow selection of these batiks and said, you need to design something to use them. And you know what? The fabrics are so beautiful. They really stand alone. You don't need to do much to them. They speak for themselves because they're all hand dyed and hand printed. The way that the batik works is that they dye the fabric, then they put wax on that. They're then dyed again. The dye doesn't go into that wax, they wash it off. So you get this beautiful all over pattern. So I decided to keep it simple, and also I thought if any of you haven't made a quilt before, done a bit of sewing and want to have a go at a quilt, I've kept it really simple. It just uses the very simple half square triangle technique, just repeated lots of times. And then you can create this amazing rainbow quilt. All you need to buy in the bundle, you get the 10 fat quarters, but you just need the white fabric to go with it. You could use any colour. A really pale grey looks lovely, or a midnight blue, or a black. I've stayed with white because I thought a lot of people might like to make this for a baby's quilt or a children's quilt or a play mat. But all that's in the instructions that come with the one-day special. Everything is in there that will explain what you need to do and how to make it, and it tells you everything you need there.
Right, great, thank you. Now we have to tell you as well about the Family Favorites events. That means that we have got a kind of a prize draw, isn't it? That it kind of is draw a winner every hour. If you make a purchase before 10 minutes to the end of the show, you will qualify, and then we will announce before the end of the show the winner. Now, for this hour, there is the OFA cutting set. So you are getting a rotary cutter, you are getting a cutting mat, and as well as extra blades. So of course that is that giveaway. So if you make a purchase, remember we will give you a reminder when the end of the qualifying time, basically. Let's have a look at exactly what you get in the one-day special. Rainbows. Well, I'm very, very fond of rainbows. And one of the reasons why I am particularly drawn to this one-day special is the fact that they are batiks. Like Rebecca was saying, it's just that kind of a special, kind of unique, because every time it's going to be a little bit different, and every time it's going to be that kind of, the colors are going to shine in a different way. A third of the stock has already gone of these phenomenal, beautiful, vibrant colors that you're getting. 10 fat quarters, so it means that you can create different projects. Of course, you also have got the instructions on how to make that amazing rainbow quilt. But you can do, of course, whatever you want to do. Personally, I love the pattern that you can see it coming here. Look how beautiful it is. And also, as a beginner myself, I kind of think, well, I can do this as well. But also, if you are an expert crafter or a quilter, you can actually think, well, that could be an easy project that kind of brings color, and of course that degradation of color. And look at that.
Now, this is an amazing quilt. Look at that, gorgeous. And one of the things, Rebecca, you were saying is that the patterns are multi-directionals. That, of course, you can, it doesn't matter which way you cut it into, you know, it will look amazing. And that, for a beginner, let me tell you, I have learned that lesson. You know, when you have a monkey that has to be that way and is upside down, that is not a good look, especially for a skirt. But for a quilt, having the, of course, beautiful, you know, the batiks. Now, they are sold batiks as well. So you can see that kind of that speckle here. So the salt, I would imagine, creates that ripple effect in here. Now, of course, you can, I love that you have got some solids, but also some beautiful, you know, the kind of beautiful wax, kind of sort of batiks in there. That unique technology. And also, I love this story, how everything comes back, like the batik is an ancient technique that now you can have it, of course, brand new fabrics, beautiful, vibrant colors. 995-169 is the item number for the one-day special. A third of the stock has already gone at 40%. And now, oh, sorry, that's busy. So please be quick to, of course, you know, check out those baskets. £34.89 is your price, saving £7. Right, and of course, we have got the 5/4 bundles. Now, the 5/4 bundles, now you have got options, and we are going to go through the different options that we have got. Remember, they are actually 5/4, I mean, nicely unfolded, so just going to show you exactly the size of each of them is a proper 5/4. Now, we have got 5 options for you, and the first one, I believe, is the aquas. That here we have got the beautiful aquas, and you can see the turquoises. Always my father has a debate of whether, you know, this is a blue turquoise and this is a green turquoise, or an aqua as well. Then we have got, of course, the deeper colors in there as well. Like, that could be a little, well, apparently it says that this is the blue option, but Rebecca said, oh, all right. Okay, so let's have a look at the website, because, yeah, that kind of... right, so that is called the Batik Blue, because on the website that's how it appears. And then if you go to Batik Aqua, it's the other way around. So what you think is an aqua is actually blue, and what you think is a blue, it's actually aqua. Just to make sure that, you know, yeah. Anyway, so this one is the aqua, but even though it looks like a blue. Anyway, we try to make things easy here. Then we have got the summer, I believe. That's the summer. That beautiful, beautiful colors in it. It could be winter, but no, it's summer. I think so. Or autumn. It could be Indian summer. That's what it is. So it's beautiful colors. Anyway, beautiful yellows. I love how you have got the kind of pattern in here. Look at that. These are soul batiks as well, so you can see the beautiful kind of, I love soul batiks because it adds some interest, some pattern, but mottled. Indeed it is. Our producer on it this morning. Mottled, subtle kind of pattern, rib kind of edge, rib kind of minerals, kind of, you know, kind of that sort of element. And then we have got, I love this collection actually, because you have got the beautiful kind of strawberries patterns in here, but a hint of it. It's kind of very subtle. Now, also I need to mention that, you know, everything will be dispatched from the 9th of July. Right. Now, 9th of June is, you know, don't go back in the... Yeah. And anyway, back to the options that we have got. We have got the purple. Now, again, you are getting some soul batiks, you are getting some wax batiks, and absolutely stunning variations of colors. Those lavenders, those aubergines, those royal purples coming through in here. And also, you know, because of the technique of batik, never they are going to be exactly the same, and that uniqueness adds so much interest to your projects. And finally, we have got, of course, the beautiful greens. Yes, we got it right this time. Then we have got, I love that. Look at this. Can you see the citrusy greens in here, and then the degradation, like intensity, how it builds up within the same fabric. And that is phenomenal when you are working with your fabrics, especially rainbow patterns. Now, of course, then you have got a kind of more bottle green, Christmas green with that beautiful floral designs, but they kind of floral or kind of foliage, but I kind of love the idea of these ones because it's pattern multi-directional, so it doesn't really matter how you cut it. One of the really interesting things, can I open one of them? Because I think, let's open that one. With batiks, and it was Hayley Westwood first told me that, it's very, can you see how there is not that clear right or wrong, you know, front or back way? So this is a kind of, that would be more or less the front, because it has got a little bit more intensity. But when I fold it back, you can see that even the back is a little bit more subtle. It's equally as stunning. So that gives you actually two looks for the same price. So you have got that choice of which side you are using when you are, of course, you know, sewing your project. And also that means that with one fabric, you can do front and back, like kind of you can do the stripes, you know, maybe a piece this way, maybe another piece the other one. So it's not just 5 fat quarters, but it's kind of, I almost think it is that more possibilities. £17.95 is the price, saving £2. Your item number is 043676, and remember, it's an option of green, purples, summer, aquas, and blue. Right. Let's move on to patterns. Now we have got patterns, and look at that. Now I like a big cushion. I like a big cushion because I want something bold and beautiful, that kind of thing. Now this cushion, I have been asked what I would call it. Well, apparently it's a continental cushion by our producer. I would call it, oh, what size you call it this, Rebecca?
Square, so I think of it as a floor cushion. I've made it using the sunshine fabrics, because you could take it outside, outdoors for picnics, but it's big enough for a floor cushion or a massive squishy cushion on your bed.
Yeah, well, I have got one of these ones in, and I have, well, I think it's even bigger than this one. It's just like massive. And I take it, that's the one that I take out to my roof terrace, and that's my, yeah, it's my kind of... And then you have got the beautiful, and that will be so much sunshine in there. It's just like, it's just beautiful, bright. And also, I love the pattern. Could we get inspired from this pattern and make it, maybe make it bigger for a quilt?
Oh, you could. There's quite a simple technique, and it's just half square triangles, and you start in the middle, and then you build it out and out and out, so you could just make it bigger and bigger. And there's enough material in the 5 fat quarter pack to make the front and the back of the cushion.
Ooh, the back.
But if you bought more than one of the 5 fat quarter packs, you could just make it bigger. And you choose any colourway. I chose to do it in the summer colours because it was a sunshiny star, but it would look equally good in the aqua or the blue. Or...
Yes, definitely. I love both sides, and it kind of makes it both sides really equally stunning.
Yeah, well, the front is all the patchwork, and then the back I just joined together all the pieces that were left and made a pretty patchwork back, and there was enough in the whole pack to do it.
Yeah. Now, Rebecca, you will be showing this one. One of the demos is going to be this one.
Yes, I will be.
Yeah.
I'll show you how to make it.
Fabulous. Then another pattern that you have got included in this in this bundle is of course the placemats. Now, these ones, if you wanted to do this one, if you went for the set of 5 fat quarters, I believe you would make 4 of them, and you can see the strips in there as well. And I'm thinking also, if you have got maybe jelly rolls, you could use them for this project as well. Then the bag is a plain one in here, and then finally the bag, the stripy bag as well, which is a nice big bag as well, like carrying, you know, like maybe carrying Kim's makeup bag. Kim is our producer. It's a joke because she is like the person that wears the least amount of makeup. She's gloriously beautiful as she is, so she doesn't need any makeup, unlike many of us. But anyway, that was a joke. Now, look at that. Now, I love it because it's for groceries. It can be for, you know, an overnight bag. It could be the kind of the bag that you have got your knitting projects. It could be, oh, you know, the other thing that would be really good is to have when you are having your, maybe you are gonna be, well, a beach would be a good one, but also I'm thinking if you are you know, you have got your cutting mat and your bits and bobs for quilting, you can have them in here. Now, And remember, that is part of the giveaway, because every hour during the family favorites, you have got, every hour we will run a kind of a giveaway. So whoever it's picked, it has to be, you have to make the purchase before 10 minutes before the end of the show. And one of these lucky customers will be picked out. And then, of course, they will be with their cutting set, the Olfa cutting set, the mat, of course, that rotary cutter, as well as the extra blade. Right, with the patterns, the details are on the screen. 673255 is the item number. £15.97 is the price, making a saving of £2. And Rebecca, let's head back to you.
Okay, so I'm going to demonstrate how to make the cushion for you, but before I do that, I just wanted to have a quick talk about the quilt and the one-day special so you can see how simple that is. As we explained before, in your pack you get the 10 fat quarters, and in that there is enough to make all the coloured, all the whole square. The quilt measures 60 inches square, which is 1.5 meters. And the way that I've done it is that when you've created all the half square triangles, there's enough to make the quilt, but you've also got 16 left over. I wanted to have a square quilt, so that's why I've got it. You could make your quilt bigger and put those in, but what you can do is the 16 left over, if you join those together, they'll make a 20-inch cushion. So not only do you get the quilt, but you can make a cushion as well, or a bag. And that means that, if you've got the quilt and you're going to put it on your bed, you've got a cushion to go there. Or if you're giving it as a gift, you could maybe make a bag to go in it. So all of this information is in the instructions. But when you're making it, just remember you do have those extras to do something else with. So what you do to start with is you take one of your fat quarters. I've just got one here. I'll show you this purple, and this one's my favourite. And how lovely that is. That's one of the violety purples ones, and as you can see, the colours change all over it, so it goes, you get some darker areas, lighter areas, you've got these relief areas which are printed. And first of all, you cut off 2 strips for the binding, because there's enough fabric in the quilt as well to bind the edges. The way that I've done it is I've joined the binding together in rainbow order, so instead of it being a solid binding all the way around the edge of the quilt, you get beautiful strips of rainbow all the way. When you've done that, you then cut your fat quarter into 4 squares. The measurements are in the instructions. You do that with all of them, and then you end up with squares this big. You have 40 of them. You then have to cut 40 of the background fabric. Now, you can use any coloured fabric you want. I've used white because I think it makes the batik sort of stand out. It makes them sing. They speak so well on their own anyway. I wanted to pair it with something that was crisp and clean. Normally what I do with my quilts is when I need a back, I usually buy a sheet, as long as it's a pure cotton sheet. You can piece together, it's lovely if you've got quite a big stash of fabrics, you can piece together bits of the fabrics that you've got that you think will go with it. That's really nice. But if you just want a plain simple back, a flat cotton sheet is ideal. But what I discovered, I bought a double sheet, a really good quality one, but I bought it from a supermarket, so it was quite cheap. But a really good quality Egyptian cotton sheet, and there was enough in that sheet that cost me a tenner to back the quilt, but also for all the white fabric that you're going to need as well. So if you're new to quilting and you want to start and have a go, but you don't want to invest loads of money and see how it goes, or you just think, well, I just want to make this quickly, I've bought all the batiks in the one-day special in the pattern, then, that is an option. Don't buy a cheap quality sheet, don't buy a polycotton when you need a pure cotton so it goes with the fabric. But in a double flat sheet, you'll have enough to do the back and the other one. Obviously, in the instructions, it tells you how much fabric you need to buy if you're going to buy plain fabric. Anyway, that's just a tip for you. So what you do is you cut 40 squares from the batik and 40 from your plain fabric, and then you place them right sides together and sew them together all round, which I've just done just to save a bit of time. So you've got this sort of pocket type effect that's all sewn together. Now we need to turn this into half square triangles. Half square triangle is the quilting term for a square that's made of 2 triangles. And there are various methods of doing this. I've chosen this one for this quilt because it's the most fabric efficient. It works. We're cutting out a lot of half square triangles. I'm going to demonstrate you the cushion later, and that uses a different technique, because what I want, not only for you to make a quilt or a cushion, I want you to learn things, because the skills that you learn, once you've learned how to make half square triangles or blocks in different ways, you can use those for loads of projects. So I'm teaching you 2 techniques of how to do it. So for this one, you cut it diagonally across. Now, if you've got a rotary cutter and a mat, this is the simplest and quickest way. If you haven't, don't worry. Just draw a line with pencil and cut along it with scissors. I'm going to do it like this because it is quicker. And if you don't have this, once you get into quilting, it's kind of the basic equipment that a quilter needs. And I use my cutting mat and ruler and rotary cutter for all sorts, bags, dressmaking and everything. So it's worth having. Right. Make sure they match up on the end because we're going to cut them the other way as well. I'm just going to move that out of the way. It's because we're going to cut it into 4.
Okay.
So measure, mark point to point.
And I have never seen this technique done before, and it's really interesting.
Yeah, it's great the way it works out. No, I've worked out the maths for you, so this will work. But obviously you need a much bigger square than you want your final squares to be. But this works with the maths. So now we've got 4 triangles, and all you do is open up the triangle and then
genius.
Then you've got a half square triangle, and you haven't. The seam is really easy. You're not trying to. You haven't had to cut out 2 triangles and join them together on the diagonal. You've just sewn together around the edge of 4 squares. So when you've done that, you then need to press the half square triangles open. Always press the seam towards the darker fabric because otherwise it will show through the lighter one. Don't use steam. This is really important at this stage. Don't use steam. And the reason for that is you've cut your fabric on the bias, which is the stretchiest part of the fabric. It can stretch and pull out of shape, and it's important that these half square triangles stay nice and square. So just use heat and not steam. When you finish your quilt, you can put your steam on.
Okay.
I was saying that and my steam's turned on. And then the final thing you have to do, these aren't exactly the right size you need yet. The reason for that is it's important that they are exactly precise when you join them together. When you sew them and you open them out and then press them, they can shift around a bit if you haven't got your seam allowance quite right. So it's better that they're slightly bigger and then you trim them. So we're going to trim them into 5.5-inch squares. The most accurate way to do this is to take your rotary cutting ruler and put the 45-degree angle on the seam line and trim along. If you haven't got this, then you'll just have to draw with a pencil and then cut to turn it into a 5.5-inch square. So you can see where I'm cutting here. You are cutting off a bit from the edge, and the reason for that is because then there's more room for accuracy. You know that when you finish this, your square will be exactly 5.5 inches. So I'll just trim the final side. I mean, obviously, you know, to make the quilt, you've got to sew together 40 squares. You will end up with 160. I'm just going to show you all of my others. You'll end up with 160 of these.
Wow.
You then, when you've got all of them, you lay them out in the order that you would like to see them. I'm just looking for my others. I lay them all out on the living room carpet. I can't find it.
Oh, that's a good idea. Or, you know, I know Natasha had a few weeks ago or months ago had the K-facet, you know, grey wool fabric, so you could put them in them as well. Now, it's a good time to remind everybody to check out their baskets because we have got, you know, we have got an update about the one-day special. Half the stock has gone of the one-day special. It's like, good morning for joining us this early, and of course getting your one-day special now, of course, first thing in the morning, so you have got bright and cheerful fabrics coming your way straight away. £34.89 is the price for this amazing bundle of 10 5/4 batik, saving £7, and your item number is 995169 is your item number. And by the way, Rebecca was talking about the binding, and I love the idea. I love the binding that you have done because you can see here, and I'm very fond. It's funny because I had never seen it here at Hochanda done, but I had to do that in one of the projects because I ran out of matching fabric, and I love how it looks into a rainbow.
Yeah, I joined them in rainbow. You can join them in whatever order you want. I mean, you have to think of the binding on your quilt as a frame, like a picture frame. And so quite often you just put a sort of a solid one-colour binding around the edge. But you're framing something that you've done, so why not make it in rainbow? It makes it a bit prettier, gives it a little bit of detail around the edge.
right? It is a phenomenal quilt. It is a beauty. It just makes me smile because I love rainbows so much, and they make me smile. And I think to many people they do make them smile. Look at you can see there perfectly that kind of border there as well. And I love the idea that, you know, the way that Rebecca has shown us how to cut out those squares as well, it is our half square triangles are amazing. It's amazing. Remember to grab your one-day special. Remember that you are also getting the rainbow quilt instructions in there. But before we go back to Rebecca, we are going to just have a little look at the embroidery cottons in here. Now, I'm not gonna lie, this is making me anxious because it's not in a rainbow color. And what I want to do is rearrange them. Look at that. Look how gorgeous. But look how many you are getting here. You are getting 100 skeins of, you know, stranded cotton in total, 8 meters in each. And of course, you have got the full rainbow of colors. Look at the beautiful greens, the bottle green, the Christmas green, the brown, of course the mossy olive green in here, the beautiful crimson, oh, look at that kind of corally red and bright red. Then you have got in here, oh, look at that, that's a wine, that is a Rioja. And then we have got, okay, what is, you know, and then is the beautiful aqua in here. So look at these ones, look at the whites, and look at the, I would say this is a lavender lilac, yeah. A lavender lilac. I would say that's more a lavender and that's more of a lilac because it's a little bit more purple. But then you have got the purple in here. You have got the indigo. Of course, embroidery, hair wraps, the bracelets. You can do so much with this. £10.49 is the price for 100 skeins in total. You're saving £8.50. 740666 is your item number. This is a 7-day savers, which you can find more on the website, of course. Hochanda.com/7-day savers. And of course, we need to mention as well that we have got a family giveaway. Now, family favorites is, of course, the event that we are running this weekend, long weekend. And of course, it means that every hour there is a giveaway. It ends on Monday, so every hour, any customer that makes a purchase during the hour will be eligible to, to win the giveaway for the hour. You need to check out before the end of the show, before 10 to, and of course this hour is that cutting mat, that crochet cutter, as well as the extra blades. And then we have got another beautiful rainbow option here for you. It's a set of 5 beautiful batik fat courses. Now you have got options of colors. The beautiful citrusy yellow with the beautiful warm reds, that's the summer option. Then we have got the aqua option, which is the deeper blues in here, going into that kind of soft blue, sky blue. And then we have got the blue option, which is, funnily enough, ironically, is the one that features the aquas and the turquoises in here. Then we have got the purple option, which has got, of course, that lavender sort of kind of more bluish tones to the purples. And then it goes into the upper aubergines and the royal purples options here. Now, remember, they are all fat quarters, and you're getting whichever option you are going to go for, 5 of them. Maybe you are going for the greens, the refreshing, foresty green that are featured here, maybe the autumn kind of sort of colors coming in with a little bit of yellow, and you can see then a little bit more Christmassy green, and then of course those vibrant kind of apple lime greens coming through as well. No, multi-directional, and remember, batiks, because how they are created, how they are kind of, it's a dye rather than a printing process, so therefore it kind of it's a resist technique, so you have got that both sides are usable. So if you need a project that needs to have a fabric that is beautiful on both sides, this is the one to go for. Right, if you want to go for this selection of 5 fat quarters, remember, is options of colors. Your item number is 043676 is your, and of course you are saving £2, and your the price is £17.95. Right, and then we cover, if you are thinking of inspiration on how to use these fat quarters, we have got patterns for you. And of course the patterns that we have got is It's perfect. They have been designed by Rebecca herself to make use of the 5 fat quarters. However, if you go for the one-day special, it has got 10 fat quarters, so you could adapt it if you wanted. You would have even more access. Actually, I'm thinking about it. If you went for the one-day special, so it's 10 fat quarters, and you went for the set of the 3 patterns, you could do 2 of them.
Yes, you could, yeah. Yes,
so because it needs 5 power. So that is also a different way of thinking about it. Right, so in here you are going to get 3 patterns, which is the Sunshine Star cushion, the French braid placemat, which is absolutely adorable, and you would be able to do, with 5 fat quarters, you would be able to do 4 of them. And then you are getting the stripy bag. Look at that. I love that. And then you can see in here as well, gorgeous. £15.97 is your price. It's making a saving of £2, and your item number is 673255. And this, you could be making these ones. Right, let's head back to Rebecca, and I believe it's the stripy bag that you're going to demonstrate.
Yeah, I'm going to show you how to make the bag. So I've chosen the purple fat quarter pack to make the bag, but you can use any of them, because the way that these are designed is that you need 5 fabrics that tone gradually from light to dark, and the 5 fat quarter packs of the batiks have all been selected to do that. So the first thing I say to you in the instructions is decide which fabric you want to go where. So you've got some fabrics that are for the stripes, the strippy bit down the front, some for the handles. All you need to provide yourself is a small piece of lining fabric. I used one of the batiks in the 10 fat quarter pack, but you can use whatever you like. But other than that, everything you need is in there. So first of all, you have to cut narrow stripes and wide strips, stripe strips. They go on the front and the back of the bag. And the reason that I've designed it in this way is that because I love the batiks, the fabrics sing, they speak for themselves. I didn't want to do too much cutting. I wanted them to show. And because whichever pack you choose, the fabrics blend really well together. So you just cut narrow strips and wide strips. All the measurements are in the instructions, and you join them together. So I've done some already. So it goes wide, narrow, there's a wide. So what you need to do is alternate the wides with the narrows and the colours, and then you end up with like that. The way that I've designed it is, because the front, that's the front of the bag. The back is the same, but the strips will work out in the colour numbers so that they don't have the same touching at the sides. So to join them together, just place 2 of them right sides together like this, because you've already cut them out exactly to size, and then you pin them together, and then you sew them just down the length. You need to use a 1/4 inch seam allowance. That's really important, so otherwise it won't all match up on the end. If you're not sure on your machine where that is, if you're new to it or you haven't used 1/4 inch seam allowances, you can get 1/4 inch feet, which will help you get an exact seam allowance, or the seam allowance is marked on the bed of your machine. So there's one. See, that's so quick, isn't it? And then you take the next one and you pin that on.
I need to tell everybody that the phone lines are really busy. So please, if you have access to the website, head to Hochanda.com to make your order. That's the quickest and easiest way. Or use the app as well, downloadable for all mobile, phones and the gadgets.
Right. So now we've got a narrow, a wide, and then a narrow, and then we're putting another wide on. I just wanted to show you this process so you can see it's simple. If you take a little bit of time and care with cutting your fabric to the right measurements, then when you come to sew it together, it's a lot easier. When you get your batiks, after you've ordered them, take them out of the packet. They'll all be folded up, and open them up and give them a good press, because you'll find, well, obviously they'll be folded, but actually part of the production process is sometimes they can be a bit creased in edges just because of the way that they're hand dyed and felt. But what's wonderful about these fabrics is they're really crisp, and I don't know whether it's the finishing or whether because they've got so much dye in, but they're beautiful to work with because they're a little bit crisper than normal cotton, so they cut very well, but they also press really well. which makes life a lot easier when you're cutting and sewing, because you get a nicer edge, and it also means they don't fray as much. And the other thing with batiks, it's really hard to tell which is the front and back. Almost impossible, because the dye and the print goes all the way through. If you look very, very carefully, you can see that one side is slightly clearer, maybe crisper than another, but that's the beauty of them, is that you don't have to worry too much which is the right and the wrong side. You can if you look very, very carefully, but also because there's an all-over pattern, you can't cut them wrong. You just cut them, so you don't have to think too much about it. Now, when you've finished doing that, press all the seams open. Some people press seams to one side, which I do when I'm making half square triangles, but with strips, I find I get a flatter finish, and they lie flatter if you press them open. Always get into the habit of sewing, pressing, sewing, pressing, sewing, pressing, because it's just one of those things. If you're new to sewing and you want to get that sort of more finished, more perfect look, it's the pressing.
I think that I heard one time, if you are quilting, you shouldn't split the seams if you are going to do a stitch in the ditch. Quilting?
Yeah, it depends what you're doing. So there's some things that it's best to press to one side, because you'll get a flatter finish when you're joining together. So if you want to nest seams, if you're joining one piece to another, yeah. And if you're stitching in the ditch, it's best to press to one side, because the ditch is deeper, so it's easier. Because stitching in the ditch basically means to sew along a seam line. If you've pressed your seams to one side, that ditch is deeper and it's easier to do. But because I'm going to join a piece of fabric across the top and the bottom of this, I find it's easier to press the seams open. But you know, there's no right and wrong way at all. You have to do which you prefer. It's only, I like to do it that way, but it's certainly not the right way. I don't think there is a right way and a wrong way. It's up to you. So this is the top and the bottom of the front of the bag, and I've chosen the darkest fat quarter for this, and I've written the instructions. You can do it whichever way you want. Just have a little look at your pack, read the instructions, see which fabric goes where, and then decide. Because the top and the bottom of the bag is framing these batiks here, I chose the darker colour because I think it makes it stand out a bit more. So you have to sew the top to here and then the bottom. So the best way to do that is you place it right sides together. Now it's important that these seams stay open. Okay. So when you're sewing two pieces of fabric together, one that has seams and the one that doesn't, put the seams on the top, because it's a lot easier to make sure they stay open and flat if you're sewing on top of them rather than underneath. If you're sewing fabric together where it's got seams on both sides, which quite often happens, then you just have to be careful as you're going along that you keep the seam flat. The reason for that is if by accident you sew this seam over, you'll have a twist, which, you know, for a bag isn't too bad because I've put wadding in this bag. But again, it's getting that sort of neat, even, handmade look that you want, not a messy look, which often it is just little things like keeping the seams open and pressing. So look, I've pinned that together all the way along, and now again using the 1/4 inch seam allowance,
okay,
I'm going to sew. When you reach the seams, just go a bit slower and make sure they lay flat, because sometimes
I have had that, yeah.
The foot can pick them up. Yeah. I sometimes just hold them down with a pin, just as I get to them, and then that holds them down. Just make sure, because otherwise it does twist them, and you know, and it's just little things like that that give you the neater finish. Yeah. But you see how much easier it is because the seams are on the top. If I had them underneath, you know, which you have to do if you're joining together two fabrics with seams, you have to keep looking underneath to make sure it's flat. Even if you pressed them, they wrinkle up sometimes. Right, so now we've got all the way to the end. Just reverse stitch. and there's the top of your bag, and then you put the bottom on in exactly the same way.
Okay.
And then that's the front of your bag. The back of the bag is made in exactly the same way.
Yeah, so the bag is here, so we can see here. This one is, of course, at the bag that Rebecca was showing in here, and then the other side as well. So you do the same for the front and the back?
Exactly the same for the front and the back. What's the time? So I've got time. So
yeah. Do you need to reset? Do you want me to?
No. I'm just seeing how much time I've got left to be able to do the next bit. So I'm not going to join the bottom on just yet, because what I want to show you is how to box the corners. It's a nice technique that's really useful. If you're making anything, particularly a bag, or if you're making one of those little storage pots, if you want to have a bit of depth to it, a base to it, there's two ways of doing that. You can cut a separate piece of fabric and a gusset and put a gusset down the sides of the bag and across the bottom. Or if you cut the bag a little bit longer than you want it to be, you can box the corner, and then that creates a base. So from here you can see that the top of my bag is much narrower than the bottom of the bag. And the reason for that is some of this is going to go into the box corner, which sits at the base of it. So it'll end up from the front of the bag, those two strips will look exactly the same width, and part of this fabric will go into the base. So I'm just going to show you how to do that, but on a smaller piece of fabric, rather than remaking a whole front and back. So imagine this is your little bag. There's the front of it, and there's the back of it. I've used two of the batiks that are actually in this purple colourway, because I think sometimes it's quite nice to be able to see them, what they look like in smaller pieces. So I'm just going to press those, because they've been crease satin in my bag. So to box the corner you need to get a ruler and a pen. Depending on how deep you want it, if you want it to be the base of your bag to say be 4 inches deep, then you need to cut the box corner half of that, and you'll see why in a bit. For this bag I think I cut it I just can't remember. I think it was 2.5. It was 2.5 inches. So that means that the base of my bag ended up as 5 inches approximately. So first of all, what you do is you need to sew the bag together down the sides and across the bottom and up the other side. So once you've constructed your front and back, that's what you'll do. You'll just sew it together all the way round. Leave the top open, because obviously you'll be needing the top. You'll finish the top later when you line it. You'll finish it all in one. So I'm just going to sew down the side. But you can use this technique in all sorts of things. It's just a really easy way of giving a little bit of shape. Oh, what am I doing? Just getting confused. Right, so I've sewn down one side, across the bottom, and I'm now just sewing back up the other side. Okay. So in one of the corners, doesn't matter which one, we'll start with this one, draw. I'm going to cut this 2 inches. It's quite a small piece of fabric, so I don't want the base to be too big. You draw, measure 2 inches from the side and join the lines together. I'm using a heat erasable pen, but actually it doesn't really matter because you're going to cut along this line anyway. Measure the same distance from the other, and now you've drawn a square. Ignore the seams, you're measuring from these edges. Then you need to take a pair of scissors. Right. Ooh. And cut this out. So now you've got a little square. Now, wet my fingers. Open these layers out. So that's your bag front, that's your bag back. We're working from the wrong side, obviously. And join them up so that those seams match. You can open them flat or lay them to one side. But the side seam and the bottom seam are now joined together, and you pin them together across there. Make sure that seam is matching, which mine is. If I had a bit more time, I would press these seams open and flat. It makes it easier, but it's the same principle. So can you see, I'll show you here, that you've got, there's the side seam, and there's the base seam. So all I've done is pull them together to join. Now, you sew across here. Again, using the same seam allowance as you did before. Now, if I turn this, then you just clip these corners like this, clip that one and clip that one, because this will help your box corner to lay a little flatter. So just press this seam open. Right, so now I'm going to turn it right sides out and then you can see what happened. Push the corners out. So now on my bag, I've now got, instead of this corner here, so if you were making it, this is perfect for a tote bag. On that corner, I've just got a normal corner like a tote bag. But on this corner that we've boxed, I've got depth. I've got a base. So all you have to do, so if we measure across here now, it will be a little bit more, just a tad over 4 inches. So whatever you cut the size of your square will be what the base is in total. And look, that's a really simple way of giving your bag.
Yeah, I love that. And that's like a kind of a different bag in itself.
It is,
well.
it's completely different, isn't it? So all you have to do is just make the front and the back a little bit longer, because obviously some of the front is going round into the back.
Yeah.
But, you know, quite often, you often see them in, you know, even little cotton tote bags that you get from the supermarket. They'll have a slight box corner. It just gives it a bit more depth. It means that things will stay up, and it's a different bag, isn't it?
Yeah.
But that little technique just gives it a slightly more professional finish.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that, Rebecca. And remember, Rebecca is using, you know, well, we're showing how to do elements from the bag, the stripy bag. And remember that, of course, that is one of the patterns included in this bundle. You're getting the bag, the stripy bag, you are getting pattern. You're getting this pattern for, of course, that gorgeous French braid placemat. And, of course, you are getting the pattern for the sunshine cushion, star cushion, which is absolutely delightful. £15.97 £15.97 is the price for all three of them. However, there is a pick and mix for the pattern, so you can do that as well. So that one means that you can choose whichever two you like. So for instance, if you just wanted the cushion and the bag, you can do that for £11.98. Let's see it on the website exactly how it works. So, and also includes the one-day special rainbow quilt. So for instance, if you just wanted the rainbow quilt and the placemat, or the rainbow quilt and the sunshine star cushion, that's my favorite. Yeah, I would go for those two. Then you can do that, select those ones, and remember they are Rebecca's, her own patterns, and then add them to there, and then of course view basket and check out, and there you have got the selection of those two patterns in there. Right, and that's how it works, the pick and mix. But also maybe you want to add some batik fabric to create those the bag and the cushion and maybe the quilt. Now, of course, you have got the option for the set of 5 quarters batiks. Now you have got 5 color options. So the first one is the green one, the beautiful green, and you can see the different motifs in here. Includes one sold batik, which is absolutely stunning, and then the other works kind of creations of beautiful illustrations, all of them multi-directional, so there is not right or wrong. Then you have got in here the other option, the purples, the beautiful lavenders. In this one you get, like, I think this one is considered as well as sold well, basically 3 of them are kind of more mute, more kind of without pattern, but with pattern, if it makes any sense. And then of course you have got those more bolder patterns in there. Then you have got the summer option with the beautiful yellows and as well as those corally reds in here, with featuring beautiful flowers and strawberries. And I love how Rebecca was describing how batik has got that flow of color, the intensity of some of them. And then of course we then have got the blues options. Actually, no, this is the aqua one. We call it, is the aqua. In the website, this is the aqua. I know it's, you know, it's a little bit ironic naming, but this one is the blue one. Again, with some of them with that sold batik, and then 2 of the traditional wax resist batik. And then finally, we have got the blue one, which are all those beautiful kind of watery, kind of ripply effects of the sold batik. Now, of course, those, in whichever option you go for, you are going to get 5 fat quarters for £17.95, making a saving of £2, and 043676 is your item number. Which one would be my favorite? I think I like this one. So I don't know. I think it's because of the summer. I like summer, but I also like the blues, and I like the greens, and then I like the blues or the purples. I cannot make my mind up. I will go for all of them. Right, and we have got other products, of course, on the show, including those amazing Fiskars scissors. You know, they are these easy squeeze action scissors. Let's say it right. Easy squeezy. Now, I do have got them, and they are one of the most useful, easy to use. You know, they are phenomenal. I have had, it's just one of those ones that if you have got any dexterity issues for scissors, scissors are not very easy to do, easy to handle. These ones are really, really great for that. If you prefer maybe a traditional scissor, but in a large size, then we have got these ones for you. 24 centimeters. That's from top to bottom. I'm sorry, because I'm not saying making much sense of that, but there is a freedom price, £14.99. Again, I do have got the scissors. It's not a happy hour deal, but right, one day special it is. Sorry, it's just because I get very passionate about, you know, scissors and glues, and then people laugh at me because it's like, how many scissors do you have? Well, lots. And you know, those ones were one of the originals that I have, and I love them. Anyway, another thing that I think is extraordinary, beautiful and vibrant and refreshing is having a full rainbow of beautiful fabrics. And having a batik rainbow of colors means that you have got unique fabrics, because batik is not a printed that is replicated time and time again. No, every single time, every little piece is completely unique due to the nature of the process of batik, that dyeing that goes through both sides, which means that you have got 2 different sides to it, slightly subtler in one side and then a little bit stronger in the other, but almost unnoticeable. That's one of the beauties of going for batiks. The other thing I notice about these batiks in particular is that they are not the quality, a beautiful, beautiful soft fabric. Oh, and by the way, of course, now please do check out your baskets now if you are being wondering, because to be eligible to the family favorite is, if you check out right now, you will be eligible for the giveaway. You remember, we'll withdraw the name in about 2 or 3 minutes. Therefore, if you check out right now, please do check out your baskets. Actually, 1 minute. So please check out, and then you will be eligible to be the winner of that. All right. Remember the one day special. This is the rainbow. This is the beautiful rainbow of batiks. Remember that you are also getting the, of course, the gorgeous pattern for the rainbow quilt. Now, if I were you, I would be quick, because we are approaching 60% of the stock of the one day special. And if you want yours, do check out your baskets, because that way you mean that you can, you know that you have secured your one day special, your beautiful pattern. I mean, I don't know if it's me, but I look really, really small. It's like, apparently the camera does not lie. It doesn't, indeed, unless you put filters, and then it lies a lot. Anyway, there you have it, gorgeous, vibrant colors. Now we are about to announce the winner. the winner for the giveaway of this hour. Sandra Powell, congratulations, you are the winner of that OFA cutting mat, as well of the rotary trim cutter, as well as the blades. And that, Sandra, is coming to your way. Congratulations, well done. Right, of course, remember to check out your baskets. Still, you are in time to get the one-day special, and that, you know, with that saving of £7. And join us again at 12 o'clock for Rebecca. Will be doing other demonstrations, hopefully the cushion, because I really, really love that cushion. And of course, that beautiful, beautiful rainbow of batiks. Incredible fabrics, unique fabrics. It's almost like investing. Oh, I need to remind you, if you like rainbows, we do have got, of course, a rainbow of cottons, beautiful embroidery skins in here. Do check out your baskets for those ones, because you do not want to miss out on a £8.50 saving, 100 skins in total. It has 100 meters in total. I'd rather like that style, because this is slightly better. Slightly, I mean, it's not rainbow, but still it's all right. 740666 is your item number. Now, do check out your baskets. Now, Rebecca will be joining us at 12, right?
Yeah, I'm going to show you how to make the cushion, but I've made in a different colourway for the demonstration, so you can see what it looks like in aqua.
Perfect. Fabulous. We will see an aqua cushion. That will be fantastic. Thank you for joining us this early in the morning. Do check out the baskets, of course, if you want the one-day special or any other items. And after the break, Alex is with Clarity Mixed Media. It's exciting, amazing, beautiful stamps. Do stay tuned for that one as well. Mixed Media Friday with Clarity, as I said. Then we have got a really exciting Alan Create Weekender with Tracy Evans, family favorites. And then Alison Seaboard is back.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you. So please join Elizabeth Craft Designs here at Hochanda.
Did you know you can continue watching Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for free, using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection, if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If you're not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember to have your router's password to hand, whether you're using a wired or wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your Internet Web Browser app. Select this to open and then type hochanda.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcast and access to previous shows. So now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV, whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Jenny Mays from Hobby Art. Hobby Art's a family-run company, and we've been designing and manufacturing stamps for over 28 years now. We have an extensive range of clear and rubber stamps, and we're proud that they're all manufactured in Britain. Whatever your style, there's always something that will interest you with Hobby Art stamps. Crafting is my passion, and I love teaching. I love sharing my ideas with other people. This is why I enjoy being part of the Hochanda family, because I have the time to share my ideas, maybe open a door for somebody and give them the confidence to start stamping. So make sure you join me, Jenny Mays, on Hochanda.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. Oakwood Archer is a family-run business, and my son and my daughter work very hard with me to bring the best craft items to you in the UK. We specialise in high-quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Working with Hochanda is fantastic for us. It gives us the opportunity to bring all of these brands and all of these products from all over the world direct to you, the crafter in the UK. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter. So please don't miss Oakwood Archer shows on Hochanda.
Hello, good morning. Well, we launched our Family Favourites event last night, and it's really nice actually, because the whole ethos with Hochanda is that we've got lovely kind of homegrown businesses, and it's so nice to see everybody flourish on Hochanda. Now, certainly one lady who has totally flourished, I mean, she's been going for a long time, but she's been with us as well from the very, very beginning. I remember on launch day, in fact, I'm getting goose pimples thinking about it, is our Barbara, who's joining us live via Skype. Hi, Barbara.
Hi, Ali.
Hello, lovely. I'm good, thank you. Now, I was saying you've been with us from the very start, which we are so super chuffed about. But as you know, we get new viewers all the time. Do you want to tell us a little bit about how Clarity started?
How Clarity started?
Yeah.
Or how Anne started?
Everything.
Wow, I mean, I remember, well, Clarity, we've been going forever. I'm like the dinosaur of the crafting world now, aren't I? And so we've been going for 26, 27 years, I think now.
Yeah.
And yeah, quite a long time. And we joined Hochanda right at the beginning, which was amazing, you know, because it was finally a kind of for me, it was a platform of like-minded people where it was about education and inspiration, and that really hasn't changed. You know, that's at the forefront of our minds always at Hochanda. I love the ability to be able to demonstrate and teach. I mean, what shopping channel offers any craft company that possibility to be able to be given that kind of time to explain your product and get creative and inspire? You know, it's amazing, really. It really is for a shopping channel. When you remember that that's what Hochanda is, it's like a masterclass on a daily basis, really.
Absolutely. And you know what, Barbara? Hopefully, when all the madness of the world we've passed all of that, we'll get back to our craft alongs, because that is like the ultimate education, isn't it?
It is. It's like the quintessence, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then given 2 hours, you know, and I see this as a business person coming into another business, and they give me 2 hours to just to do a live lesson. I mean, that's crazy. You know, I've worked on other shopping channels where you get You get 2 minutes. What can you do in 2 minutes apart from read off the packet?
Yeah. Now, you've brought for us here today some mixed impression stamp sets. We've got the first one here, which is our ocean swirls. Do you want to tell us a little bit about the inspiration behind them, apart from sea?
Right. These are fabulous, and check out the price as well.
Yeah.
So what looking at there on screen at the moment is an A5 texture mat, and then next to it you can see an A6 one, the one at the bottom.
Yeah.
Then it's, yes, exactly. Then above that is cut in half. So you've got layers. So you've got this beautiful ocean swirl design, and it's got these layers. And so many of us, we love that mixed media look, but you don't know how to get it, you know. And these particular stamps, they give it to you instantly. There you go. Look at this piece of artwork now. There is no need to worry about layering. The layering is within the stamps, and then you just plant the stamps on top of one another or next to one another. Really gorgeous. The ocean swirls are spectacular. We've got several other mixed impression sets like this, but these are actually half price, aren't they?
Yes, the majority of them are just better than half price, which is really, really good. So lots of people are getting into mixed media now, aren't they? But and also layering, as you've just said, has become a real thing, you know, a really popular way to do your artwork.
And the thing is, we're always looking for that grungy arty background.
Yeah. And
like the jelly plate, gel press, when that came out, you know, that was one of the first things that I brought out, and years and years ago now, 6 or 7 or 8 years ago even. And I remember people got right into the gel press. It's as popular today as it was then.
Definitely.
And it's a fantastic tool. It's like what's it called? It's like a press. It's like a printing press, but without the press. It's mono printing, but without the press. And I'm going to do a couple of demos actually I think it's the first and the second hour at 9 o'clock and 1 o'clock using the gel press, because I thought we'd take it right back to that. So we're using stencils with the gel press. We're using stamps that give you that fantastic background anyway. It's all about the backgrounds, Alex.
Lovely. Well, let me just give you the details here. It's £19.98. As we said, better than half price, 991,201. Now, you also said, Barbara, you just mentioned about stencils, which we have as our next item. Why do you recommend stencils? What do they give to us, Barbara?
Well, going to the gel press now, for me, see now, the gel press is, like I say, it's like this gelatin, it's like mono printing plate. And when you put stencils on them, they cling, and so you can get the most amazing patterns within as well.
Yeah.
This particular stencil, the Ocean Swirl, see, it's all our stencils, the 7x7, see the little one in the frame, we designed that to fit the gel press.
Perfect.
That's how it started. That was our journey. The reason we started making stencils in addition to our stamps was because I brought the jelly plate into our palette of products, and so we started designing the stencils. And the one with the frame around the outside, that's exactly for the gel press.
Right.
But every time I went to use the bigger gel press, the 8x10, I found that I was cutting out, I would take a pair of scissors and I would cut out the ocean swirls. And I thought, this time round, I tell you what we can do.
Yeah.
We can actually give you what I keep cutting out. So instead of the larger stencil being in a frame, we've just taken the swirl. And it's brilliant, Alex, when you just lay it on the gel press.
Right.
It's just glorious because you've got these little bits. It's fantastic.
Lovely stuff. Shall I show a few quick samples, Barbara? Do you want to have a look at what we've got?
Yes. And you see, when you look at the, yes, there you go. So that's a single piece, and it stands alone.
Yes.
And it's brilliant because you literally, you lay it on your gel press or on your card, you spritz it, and it's just it's just glorious, really.
Absolutely. Got another one here. That's fabulous.
Really.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are gorgeous, aren't they?
Gorgeous.
Yeah, there you go.
Right, so, sorry, Barbara.
No, that's a gel press print. I can see from here.
Excellent. So if you want to go for your lovely swirls of the stencils, it's £11.96, 965153. Thank you once again, Barbara.
Thank you, Alex. I'll see you at 1 o'clock.
Yes, see you at 1 o'clock. Thank you. And again, that was Barbara joining us live via Skype. Now, what I would suggest, we've got so many lovely bargains on this show. So have a look at the website just to get ahead. Also, we've got a lovely prize giveaway on this show. Here you go, one lucky winner. As long as you make a purchase during this live hour from any of the items we've got on this show, you will be in with a chance of winning. Hey, it's our lovely Leonie's via Clarity, gorgeous fresh cut dies there for you. Aren't they stunning? Absolutely stunning. So one lucky winner will get this towards the end of the hour. We'll announce the winner. And now, as I said, please, please, please go get ahead on the website, because I don't want you to miss out on lots of these lovely bargains. But also, of course, we want to see Barbara's fantastic demos. Let's take a look then.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us. Mixed Media Friday. Today I want to introduce you to the latest in our range of mixed impression stamp mats. This is the Ocean Swirls one, which is absolutely gorgeous. And you'll see here, again, you have this beautiful big A5 texture mat, but then you have the next A6 and then half again and half again. So it's all about the layers. And we've got several of these big mixed impressions mats. I mean, this is a fantastic price, you know, half price basically. You buy those, you get that one free. And you'll see here, I just want to establish that they all have the same format. All of our mixed impressions mats have this same layout, because it's all about layering up. But you can see at a glance that they're very, very different. Even though they look the same, you'll see here they are completely different. You see, because the centerpieces also look so different. So I just wanted to make sure that you don't think they all look the same, because every single one of these is completely unique. And what we're looking at today, have a look at the others on the counter, because they're absolutely fantastic. What I wanted to show you today was how this one looks when it's stamped out. For example, if you look here, you can see this looks really, really lovely. There's something about this. And you can, if you look at the background, you can see here, it's very beautiful. Okay, so this is a two-tone one where I've gone in with two colours. And what I wanted to show you today was how to get this kind of effect. So we'll start with the large mat, and I'll just bring in the big mat, which is mounted on a piece of acetate. See, that's the thing with these big stamps, because they're so big, you want them to be flexible. So rather than on a proper acrylic block, what we thought would be better would be to mount them on acetate. Then you've got more give, if you like. And what I'll do is I'll take one of our card blanks. This is just to go straight to task. So I'll take one of our card blanks. This is a 5x5. And then I'll use my brayer, my trusty speedball brayer, and I'm going to use Fall Fiesta. I just want to get a nice orange background like this. It is what it is, it's the background. But I want to explain to you how to do this. The best way is to just put a little bit of the orange directly onto the stamp, and then use the brayer, which this is what a brayer was always intended for, actually, was to disperse or spread ink onto printing plates. So this is the best one for the job as well, because that is what it was intended for. So once I've spread the ink, and always rest your brayer on its cradle like that, so you don't get ink everywhere. And then, for example, I've got choices. The best thing to do, in my opinion, is decide what's the front, decide which piece you want at the front. I like this area here with the ocean swirl on it. And then what I'm going to do is just lay it down like so. Now, if I want it to be on the back of the card as well, then I'll just drop it down, and then I'll have a wrap around. You know, cards that have the image on the back are very attractive too. You know, you can put your handmade by on the back top. That looks good too. So you see, you just do this and burnish the back. So you're taking the paper to the card for a change. You're taking, sorry, the card to the stamp for a change. And then when we turn it over, you can see you've just got an amazing background, really. And then I'll do that, and there we have it. So, you know, and if I wanted to turn it round, then I just turn the card around. It works beautifully. But you can see how beautiful the background is. On this one, I turned it so that I obviously went in like so. So I've got the swirl coming up from the bottom. It's entirely up to you. Bring it in from the side like so too. Okay, so that in a nutshell is how you get your, that's how you get your background. You can also use permanent ink pads. So for example, I could use a permanent black ink pad now. The only thing is, if I use a permanent black ink pad, then it's also going to permanently mark my my brayer. So I'm desperately looking for my dirty old black brayer, which I can't find now. So in the name of art, I'm going to use my orange one. But I just wanted to show you how you can use permanent ink pads. This looks really nice actually. Right, so we'll just do that and then just spread it out a little bit like so. And then when I take my little pieces, you see, you don't have to have a great big, you just pick the piece you want, and this will make a nice centerpiece as well. So just because it's the largest stamp in the box, it doesn't mean that you have to use the whole thing. See, this looks great too. You can make it blacker. You see? Mixed colours, all works beautifully. So once we've done the background, then let's look at the foreground. So what I can do now is take a piece of any coloured paper. I can use our designer paper. In the next demo, I'll show you how to use a gel press to get these fabulous backgrounds. Let's just take a piece that I've already pre-cut, and I've mounted the stamp that comes in the set on here, the smallest one, which is particularly lovely. I like these ones. Look, you see, you can stamp that on there. One of the things about the indexing is it shows you could stamp directly onto here too, which would look rather lovely. I'm going to go onto a piece of coloured card, and the coloured card is our stencil card, our 7x7 stencil card. So I'm just inking up the centerpiece. There you go. I'm going to stamp it into the center. I don't have to stamp it into the center. I can stamp it off to the top, off to the bottom, like you can see here. But you'll see that it looks really nice when it's stamped there. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? And then all we do then is take our, see, that will sit on there nicely, but I want to separate it out a bit. I want to split it. And to do that, I'm just going to take my Sharpie pen, my black permanent marker, and just edge like so. Oh, it nearly slipped. Like that, you see, and then that will sit nicely on there. If it's a bit too dark, then you can take a lighter one. There you go, that might look better. There, like so. And then all I've done then, you see, with this one, you know how I got the black, because I showed you on the small one. You go back on here with black, and then you repeat stamp, and you just get an echo. This is what I like about the permanent inks are faster drying, and that's why you just get an echo rather than full coverage. So if you go back over the top, then you get an echo of the image, which is rather lovely. So you can see how it works. There's one already done that's dry, and then all I'm going to do now, these are lovely toppers. Look what a beautiful image this is. And then all I need to do then is decide which one of these are these Barbara stickers. These are lovely. These would just give they're lovely. They give the card a story or a narrative. You know, they just, yeah, they tie the whole thing together, the art. So if you were doing, for example, a set of notelets, then, you know, some of these, let's have a look, which way around should we go? I like that way. A set of notelets, for example, this would be absolutely smashing, and it would be these that would tie it together. So, for example, here we go. We've got Gently Does It. We've got Just for Today. Life is Good. There you go. And then you can decide where you want to put it on here, like that. I'll take that away. And you can see how quickly and easily you can make really, really nice notelets and greeting cards. This would make a nice set. And I just wanted to show you, this is really lovely. It's a coaster that I did, and I used the same stamp, that one there. It was a happy accident, but I liked it so much, I decided to turn it into a coaster. And if you're wondering what card I used, I've used the stencil card, and I've cut it into quarters, and that is what will give me my coaster size. It fits like a treat. So when we come back in a minute, I'll show you how to make this coloured card with gel press. There you go. I love these stamps.
And I love these stamps too. And again, I found another couple quite similar that look like those gorgeous notelets that Barbara was talking about. I love this one because it's been, I think, stamped into like ultra thick embossing powder. That looks really cool, doesn't it? But look at all the different effects. By the way, I need to name check people. So this one is by Deb. This one is by Elaine. Then look how cool this one is. It's completely different, isn't it? Completely different. This one is, what did it say, by Linda. Again, we'll show lots more now and, of course, later on at 1 o'clock. This one is by Linda again. How cool is that? Let's do one more. And this one is by Elaine. Now, we are 20% of the stock already gone, just in the first sort of 20 minutes or so. And again, we've got a lot of stock for these. So this is all about your layering, and it makes life really, really easy. Sometimes we can get a little bit frightened of mixed media. Don't need to anymore, because the stamps do the hard work for you. Look at all that detail. Isn't it colouring? Isn't it wonderful? I was thinking about colouring it in. Brain ahead of mouth. Anyway, so you've got all of these different stamps for you. You've got the large one, and then you've got the medium one, and then you've got the one that's sliced in half again. They are beautiful. Remember, they are more than half price. Please do get ahead for these. Just £19.98. 991201. Now, to go perfectly with this set of stamps, we have got the Ocean Swell stencils, and here they are. So you've got the one, as Barbara said, that's perfect for the your gel press, and then you've also got those two separate ones here, which are really nice. They're like flourishes, aren't they? Now, we are really busy on these, and again, I've got some fabulous samples. Look at what you can do with them. So this is using the stamps. Actually, you know, I really like that, using the stamps and then using the stencils as well. And then we've got this one here, so it creates, I mean, that is a really nice grungy background. Look how that has come about. But then we can go, actually, you know, quite light and quite elegant with this one. Oh, I'm not name checking again. Hang on a second. This one's by Sheila. This one is by Andy. And this lovely one, again, is by Andy. Let's do a couple. And here we go. This one is by Jane. Oh, isn't that lovely? Again, teaming with some of Barbara's other stamps. And then we've got another one here. Isn't that lovely for just a lovely birthday card? Hang on, is there something? Oh, hey! Oh, wow! That is cool, isn't it? Again, though, that's got the stamps. And then on the front, you've got that stencil, and this is by Sarah. Once more, I'll show a lot more samples as we go through the course of the day. £11.96. Very busy for this one also. I think a lot of you are going for both because they do work in tandem. 965153 is the item number. Oh, I love Chinese lanterns. There's just something so magical about them. So you've got your Chinese lantern, and also you've got the nature stamp. It's a lovely, more than half price set for you. So again, you've got your lovely gorgeous A5, nice large stamp. And then we come on to the Chinese lantern, gorgeous ones. Now, I'm not sure if I've got any samples for this one. Okay, not for this one. But still, you can see how beautiful they are. Again, it's all for the layering, and they are stunning. right, £19.98. You've got a £20 saving. 885750 is your item number. Next then, another really useful set, because we've got our spots and dots, and we've got the grunge. Love the grunge. Isn't it cool? Again, it's another wonderful price, more than half price. I've got some samples just to show you. Here we go. Now this one is created by Barbara Lancaster, and again, look at that effect in the background. Oh, and it's so nice. Look at this, that's fabulous. I wonder if that's micas, I think that is, that have been used on there. And then we can go for a nice inky background. This one is by Andy. That's a lovely inky background, that one. Again, loads of layers. Next one is by Sarah. That's lovely on that colour of card, isn't it? And you've got a couple of tones running through with the colours. And then we can go, even though it's grungy, we can still make it look clean. And that one is by Jane. I love how she's comprised this. Ooh! Now I wonder if this was on, I think it might be alcohol inks. I wonder if I don't know if it's Yupo paper, not quite sure, but I love the effect there. And this one is by Jane Telford. It might even just be acetate, to be honest, but it's really cool. Again, another fabulous deal, better than half price, £19.98, 074989. Now remember, to be in with a chance of winning our lovely family favourites prize draw for this hour, you need to check out your basket. So in order to be in with a chance of winning these fabulous dies, our Leonie's dies, fresh cut though via our lovely Barbara, you need to buy something off this show during this live hour, and then we will announce the winner towards the end of the show. Again, you can give us a call. We still haven't seen everything on the show because we want to show you the demo, so I urge you to get ahead on the website. There's loads more lovely deals for you. And now we're going to head back to Barbara for, I believe it might be part 2.
Next demo. Next up, the gel press. And I wanted to show you how to do those backgrounds for those little centerpieces, the toppers. Let's have a look. So you remember I was looking at these, and we'd done the background with the stamps, and then we stamped onto this lovely colourful background. And I said that I would show you with a gel press how to get these beautiful washes. So it's very easy. You just need to know how. It's just a different technique, isn't it? So here's my 8x10 gel press. There are 2 different sizes. Look, mine's well loved. Do you know what? I wanted to show you something. Happy days, right? There's my dirty black inky brayer that I was looking for, didn't find in the last demo. And this was the one where I went in with a permanent ink pad and I thought, oh, I wrecked it. But, you know, that's what you do when you're on live telly. However, I went to clean it and I used this with the paper towel and it came off like a treat. So the trick is to go in early, as early as you can. And look, it came back like new. Happy days. Top tip. Use blending solution, that'll clean it. Now, my gel press is quite well loved, but it does the job beautifully. And you'll see that I've mounted it on a mega mount, one of our mega mounts. This was an idea that we had a long time ago, because that then converts the whole thing into a stamp too, makes it a lot more useful. There are 2 different sizes. We're going with the 8x10, and then there's a 6x6. Both of them have got mega mounts. They're really good. Actually, I want to show you what they're supposed to look like, just so that you know that you're not getting this velvet thing. Right, let me just show you how beautiful they are when they come to you. Right, hang on a minute, you'll be surprised. But they last ages. I've used this one for years. Look, see, that's what it's supposed to look like. Wibbly wobbly. Yeah, and then you use paint. They're good for paint and ink, all ink, all paint. I haven't found anything yet that doesn't work. Dye-based inks. I'm going to use Distress Oxides today. Actually, I'll take all that plastic paper out of there. I find it works better. It's a great storage solution. You see? Okay, so we'll just pop that to one side, and then we'll get started. Hang on. Okie dokie. Now, if we use our gel press here, you'll see I've put a mat underneath. And what I want to do is use my Distress Oxides. And I haven't got a plan of sorts, but what I'm going to do is just make like a square there and a square there, okay, of this colour. So I'm just using a selection, and I want to, jam side up. And I want to make just a random background really. So I'm trying to make sure that I don't contaminate the ink pads too much. If I put a piece of copy paper, half the problem is that my gel press is so filthy, but you can see the colours coming together. It'll be fine. Right, and then what I'm doing, you see, is I'm just inking up in different areas so that so you get a good blend rather than one great area. So I've used Salty Ocean, Twisted, Citron. This is a nice one. What's this one? Mustard seed. Oh yeah, okay. We'll put mustard seed in that corner there. Put mustard seed over here. And then I've got, what have I got here? Evergreen bough. All right. Evergreen bough it is. I'll put evergreen bough in there. That'll do. I'll put a bit over there as well. Right. And then we've still got a couple of gaps, haven't we? So I'm looking for balance. I think I'm going to use a bit of orange over here. So the right persimmon there, and maybe a bit more in there. So basically, it's not... I've made like a checkerboard with the different colours. And it's just a question of just making a nice blend. Okay. Now, if I was to pull a print, I'm going to use, see, I'm always talking about our stencil card, the 7x7 stencil card. Well, this is the same thing, except it's a number bigger. I think this is like 8.5 by 11. We had it cut exactly to fit this 8x10 gel press. It means that you don't get your fingers covered. There's an overlap. So when you actually pull a print, you've got a little white edge around the ledge. You can either cut it down, or you can... It's up to you. You can cut it or you can leave it. Now I'm going to use water now, and I'm going to hose this down. So let me just, I'm going to use quite a lot of water. Right, here we go. And I'm just spritzing it with water. These are the distress oxides, so they react really well to water. Right, it's quite a lot, isn't it? But I want it to be a wash. It needs to be a complete wash, you see? So, how do I mix this up? Well, I thought I would use the end of a paintbrush. You could use anything, a spoon. Look, just move the colours around like this, okay? And you'll find that they start to blend. So you can take the blue over here, you can move, right, here we go. The thing about mixed media, she said, all right, is that it's all about playtime. And a lot of us work out stuff quite by accident because it wasn't where we were headed, but that's how it came about. So one more spritz of water. Right, now what I want to do is just lay down a piece of this lovely card on top and hope that it spreads out a little bit. Right, so I'm going to pop this on top like so, like that, and then I'm just going to press it down and I'm going to squelch it around, and I'm hoping that this will get really lovely and washy, okay? But the thing about mixed media, she said, is that you can't guarantee the outcome. I think that's why it's so, yeah, it's unpredictable art. I don't know what I'm going to get, but I've got a rough idea. Oh, look. You see? Brilliant. And when that dries, it will dry lighter. So now I'll just pop this on. I particularly like that area there. Right, but you get a really good wash. Let me just put that on the floor to dry. I wonder if we could get another print. Let me see. There might be a bit left. You may get like a ghost print. Let's have a look. Let's just see. I maybe needed a little bit more water, but we'll give it a go. I bet there's more ink on there. See, these are just beautiful backgrounds. That's all. Right, let's have a look. Right, let's have a look if we've got anything there. Yes! Look! You see? Even, actually, that's glorious for a landscape. Cool. I love it. See, now that's going to take a little while to dry. So we'll put that on the floor. Excuse me. Cool, I like that second one a lot. And then what we'll do to clean this, right, then we'll just use water. It's the same stuff, isn't it? But you use the same thing to clean it as you did to, right, and in true Leonie style, rather than keep using more and more paper towels, I'm going to use my There you go. And then we'll just clean this off. I'll do that later, actually. I've only got 10 minutes to entertain you, so I can sort that out afterwards. Right. Yep. So mission accomplished. We know how that works. Sort that out later. Okay. So what we're going to do is have a look at one that I did earlier, just in case that didn't pan out. The thing about mixed media is it's unpredictable, and so you always have to be sure that you've got one in the cupboard, just in case. Now, let's have a look at these glorious colours, and you'll see, yes, let's go to that camera. There was my ghost print dried out earlier, and this is a piece that I've already got, you see, and I've already trimmed it. So, but what's lovely, look, what's really nice is it, let me just go in tight so you can see it. Look, you see, I really like that edge as well. And most mixed media people will enjoy that too. You would be loath to cut that off. You would incorporate that into a piece of artwork. Well, I would. And then once you've got this, you see, you're one step away from there's your toppers. So all you're going to do then is take your beautiful stamp, right, here we go. I could get 3 out of there easily, or 2, and leave enough for a little narrative for one of our stickers. So let's just stamp on top of the Distress Oxide with a black archival, and you'll see how beautifully it comes out. Now, whether or not, actually, do you know what I'm going to do? Let me take a piece of copy paper, because last time I stamped it bang in the centre, didn't I? So this time, let me stamp it off the edge, so you see that you don't have to stamp straight into the middle. Now, for example, I'm going to stamp it so that the top part is off the actual. Now let's see what we get when I stamp the centre there. Oh yeah, look at that. See? That's gorgeous. You could do that random, couldn't you? All the way down, like so and so. Do you know what? I've just had a thought as well. This particular stamp, oh, look. So that stamp there would just sit. I mean, I'm using the indexer, but you can see exactly what you're going to get. And you could stamp that straight onto that panel there, and that would make a fantastic piece of artwork. Just mount it, sorted. So it's all about these layers, it's all about these backgrounds. And when you pull the prints like this, you just have like you just grab yourself a load of Distress Oxides, work out different colours, and then you get these fantastic, these graduated bleeds. And then you've got have a stash of backgrounds. You know, I think it's all about play, and these particular stamps, they lend themselves gloriously to these backgrounds, don't they? You know, I can't get enough of this kind of artwork.
Cool, love that. More things that you haven't seen. So we have also got the grunge and the rusted metal set of stamps. Again, really, really gorgeous layering stamps. That one is going to be really useful, isn't it? Well, they all are, but that one in particular for me would be really useful. So this is your grunge and rusted metal. Very cool. Again, you've got the different size stamps to use. And let's show you some more samples. Very nice. This one is by Andy. And you can see teaming it with the lovely boy that flies into the sky. This is using that one I just talked about. This one is by Linda, just dotted about, and then you've got the bees. And how about this one? Very nice. This one is by Sheila. Lovely stuff, really nice background. And the last one I've got here, this one is by Sarah. Again, I really, really like all of those different tones. Once more, you have got a fabulous half price deal, and just slightly over half price at £19.98. Item number is 426672. Next up then, we have got the woven fabric, and it's your textiles collection. Oh, this one's going to be really useful, isn't it? Check out the detail in this. How gorgeous. Look at this. Again, for your layering. You can see that weave detail actually, can't you? absolutely marvellous. Oh, this one's a nice colourful one. This one is by Julie. Really like that sort of the texture that it gives you. Really nice. This one here is by Julie again. Oh, she's liking the woven fabric. Lovely and colourful. Again, really nice mixed media type. This is by our Sam Crow. Then this next one is by D. Paramore. Again, you can see that texture in the background. £19.98. Again, better than half price. Item number is 905496. Next one that we have, I believe, is by the Seaside. Excellent. So again, have a look at these beautiful, beautiful stamps. This is another one of my favourites. I love that splash of the ocean. Now, this one has already been busy, so you've been shopping ahead for these. Let me get you some samples. Oh, I love this with the jellyfish. See, that works brilliantly. Now, the Under the Sea theme is really quite on trend at the moment, so this is just perfect. And the ocean swirls that we started with. This one is by Elaine. Then let's bring this one by D. Very nice, again with those ocean swirls. And then we'll do one more, and this one is by our lovely Maria. Gorgeous. Again, better than half price. It's £19.98. 083554. Next, we have got greenery. Again, you've already shopped ahead for this, and we are 30% of the stock gone. So you're liking this a lot. Very, very detailed. All of these stamps are absolutely marvellous. What's going on? What have I missed? Yeah, shopping ahead. Here we go. You can see this gorgeous one. See, doesn't that look fabulous, like the gel press? That is by Anne. And then bringing this one in by Julie. Oh, isn't that nice with the leaves? Gorgeous. And there we go. This one is by Elaine. Fabulous. It's like autumn leaves swirling around. Very nice. And then this one is by D. Oh, it's quite dramatic, that one. Another better than half price at £19.98. 124686. And then we have the florals. And here you can see them. Another beautiful one. Lovely botanicals. All of these wonderful for layering up, aren't they? Absolutely stunning. This is a gorgeous one because this one is created by Barbara, and it's really clean and fresh. And then we've got this one by Linda. Oh, that one goes really, really funky. I think she might have used some brushos there. And again, we'll do one more. And this one is by Sarah. Am I holding this the right way? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Lovely. 1998 111 061. Again, a quick reminder, you do need to check out your baskets to be in with a chance of winning these lovely Leone scribbly dies, fresh cut, of course. So you need to purchase something during this live hour, and towards the end of the hour, we will announce the winner. Again, please do shop ahead. It's very busy out there. Have a look at hochanda.com. That's the quickest way to order. And without further ado, let's have a look at Barbara's third demo.
Right, third demo. So we've been looking at those beautiful ocean swirl stamps, and I thought now it would be a good idea to take a look at the stencils, the ocean swirl stencils. So here you can see, just a quick recap, if you missed the first shows, this is what we were looking at, is those glorious stamps. But what I want to do now is talk about the stencils. So the ocean swirls have been around for years. And I've noticed over the years, every time when I go to use it, I cut out, because it comes in a frame. We've always made our stencils in the frame so that they actually, let me explain, so that they sit on the gel press. I'm going to use the 6x6 gel press for this job today, right? And we've made the whole system with the stencils and the mega mount to fit. That's why all our stencils are 7x7. Right, but I often found that I wanted just a piece, and then I'd end up cutting it out of the frame. So I thought, well, I'll tell you what we'll do. If I keep doing that, then why don't we just do it? Why don't we just make them like that? So what we did was we kept 7x7 because it's really, really useful. But then we took a larger stencil and we took the swirls out of the frame, and these are brilliant. So they come with the set, just to explain, and I'll be using them later. But what I want to show you now is what we're going to do now. So this is actually a background using alcohol inks, and there's this is a canvas board, right? So I'll show you how we did that. And then what I did was, that's a background for this piece of beautiful art, which I've done using the gel press. And you can see, if I just come in on a different camera, perhaps you can see that it's very, very glossy. Can you see that? Okay, very beautiful, isn't that? Right, so let's see if I can repeat this. I could certainly show you the techniques, but there are never any guarantees. We said that before with mixed media, didn't we? So I'm using 4 different alcohol inks from Ranger, and I'm using these sponge applicators. And all I'm going to do, first of all, rather than add straight to the gel press, what I'm going to do is put the ink on my craft mat and then spread the ink out on my gel press from there. Otherwise it tends to bleed in underneath the stencil. So I've put a bit of yellow down first, right? This takes a little while, so you know, but it's well worth it. So let's just see if I can do this for you now. So I'm just using different colours. There you go, and I'm just going to add the colours. I need to get complete coverage. I'll tell you why. If you think through, right, what I've done. Oh, hang on, that was the yellow bit. What I'm doing here is actually I'm coating the stencil as well, which is the key, because it's the stencil that I shall be using to create this print. It's the stencil that I'm loading, you see. And also, while we're here, you'll notice on the back of the stencil, I've completely loaded it with a double-sided adhesive of ours, and that helps a lot when you go to mount it on mount board. So that's a handy addition to your stash when you're adding card to mount board. What colour have I got there? Blue. When you're adding card to mount board, it's a good idea to use double-sided adhesive, otherwise it tends to be too, it won't stick. There you go, that's the word I was looking for. Right, so, and what we're going to do, just give me a moment, because if this isn't covered right, then the problem, what will happen is, then you'll get blanks. So, and I'm struggling to see what I've done and what I haven't done, because the stencil was already used. When you've got a new stencil, of course, you can see exactly what you've done and what you haven't done. But it's all right. It's all in the name of art. But these, I'm going back in with the yellow now, with a big applicator, because one, I know it's moving the colours around and it's blending the different colours too. So my blues will go green and so on. But I'm also making sure that I have actually covered everything. What colour's that? Pink? Yeah, that's it. Did I use any red? Yeah, I think I did. No, I didn't even take the lid off. Maybe we should add a little bit of red. Let's just add a little bit of colour here. See, it doesn't matter, it's just random, but it's nice to have different colours, isn't it? So we just add a little bit up there. What have I got? Right. And you can use these applicators many, many times. So don't worry about that. I'm just thinking I've probably got everything now. If I've loaded up, what do you think? Well, give it a go. Oh, Barbara, I just need to make sure, because I know if I don't, that's all right. I reckon now, if I haven't got it now, I haven't got it. So what I've got to do, so now I'm going to pull this off, gently does it. Right, okay, so I've got my stencil and I've got this. Now this is going to be the next demo at 1 o'clock, because I don't think we're going to have time for that today. Well, not this morning, but come back at 1 o'clock and we'll let that dry. And the first thing I'll do is pull a print with that. You could leave that on there, look, for ages. That'll be fine. All right, so I'll put that over there. And what I'm going to do now is take this one and I'm going to, let me come Come and join me a minute. So what I want to do now is put all the lids back on these while I tell you. We're going to use chromo card. Chromo card is a really, really glossy card. It's not Yupo paper. Yupo paper is a different thing. Chromo card is something, it's Chromolux, we sell it, and it's ultra glossy on one side, so it's really lovely coated stock. Right, let me just put all the lids on, because you know what'll happen if I don't. Right, do that, sort that out in a minute. Right, now, so I need a die cutting machine. I need a bit of pressure, and then I'm going to make a sandwich with my plates. So let me just get this right. Okie dokie. So I've got that one there. I've got to make a plate sandwich. So I'll just put that there for a moment. And then, let me think which way round. Right, chromo card. Where have I put that? I had it here. There it is. Chromo card. A5 chromo card. So we're going to use that there like so. We're going to go like that. Then we've got our sandwich ready to go. That's it. Because we're using alcohol ink and it's fast drying, you've got to kind of get a wriggle on and have all your bits in place. And the most important ingredient here is, do you remember what I used to clean the brayer? That's what we need again, is this blending solution. But now we need it in a spritzer. So what I'm going to do, because it's very warm in here, so I think I'm going two ways here. I'm going to spritz this, my stencil, lightly, not much, just to reactivate the ink. It reactivates the ink. We've figured that out because it cleaned our brayer, didn't it? Right, so I just add a little bit on here. Let's have a go. Right, just a little bit on there. That'll do. Right, where should we put that? I'll put that there. Right, and then I'm going to take my chromo card and I'm going to really soak my chromo card. Right, do this near an open window. Right, so that goes on there like so. Then we're going to take our wet alcohol inky stencil, pop that down there as well, smudged a little bit. Right, where's my... That's all right. It's called unpredictable art for a reason. And sometimes it works brilliantly, and then you finish it, and sometimes it doesn't work brilliantly, and then you have to think, what did you do? Did you use too much alcohol ink? Did you use too much blending solution? Did you spritz? Were you too slow? There are lots of different variables, and when we look now, I'll be able to tell you exactly if it went wrong, why it went wrong. Right, let's have a look. Oh no, look at that. There you go. Check that out. Look, beautiful, absolutely beautiful, right? And then, so, look at that. Isn't that beautiful? We've got a little bit of smudge, but who cares? Right, so what we've done is we've literally just taken the stencil and used it. Isn't that nice? Oh, I love it. See, the thing about it is when it does work, you get such a buzz off it. I just, yeah, it's my favourite thing to do. So what I want to show you now is just quickly, all I've done is cut this, right, trimmed off the edges, although again that's actually not necessary because that would make a nice, look, that'd be quite nice, that top and bottom. It's almost like a Pantone, you know, where they show you what colours were used in a print. You know, on this one I think, because this is particularly attractive, it's not always that good, I might cut it and leave those two edges on there. But this one I cut off because I wanted to mount it onto here. And what I wanted to explain was how to do this. This is really, really easy. And all you do literally is take your alcohol ink, squirt it into an area, take your applicator and swoosh it. And then you take the next colour and swoosh it, and you just build up your colours like this. And then when you've done that, you take your blending solution and spritz it, and it bleeds. There you go. And that's how you get that lovely background. And then you can mount this, You see, because we've gone right to the edge with a double-sided adhesive, which is really, really important if you're making a piece of artwork. Now you just need to decide what colours do you want where. Do you want the yellow in the top? Yes, you do, Barbara. And then you just lay that down like so. Rub that like so. And there's your lovely artwork. Right, and it's sealed right to the edge, you see. There you go, isn't that nice? And that will stand proud in any house, I think. I'm happy with that. Isn't that nice? Look, really glossy. Very, very good. Okay, happy days. And so at 1 o'clock, when you come back, actually, when you come back at 1 o'clock, we'll take this piece, this one, and we'll see what we can do with that. How does that sound? Sounds like a plan to me. See you then. Bye-bye now.
Excellent, and I'm on at 1 o'clock as well, so this is cool. I get to see what happens next too. Now, the winner of the fantastic fresh cut dies by R. Leone is Gail Bond. Congratulations. Thank you for making a purchase, and do enjoy. That is what you've won, so congratulations. Right, we don't have too much longer. The whole show has been super busy, but this particular one has been a real sort of star of the show. This one is your Ocean Swirls, and as you can see, you're getting beautiful, beautiful stamps for you to layer up. Wonderful for your mixed media. They really are. Now, shall I do a few samples, or do you want me to move on? Samples? Samples. Righty-ho, because we've only got a minute. Right, so here, this one is by Elaine, and how nice is this in the background? And then you've got our lovely seahorse in the foreground. And then, moving on, oh, this is nice, because there's a white emboss. That's gorgeous. Oh, that one is by, who's that by? That one is by Deb. And then this, oh, isn't that nice? The ships on the high sea, that one is by Carol. Now, I will show you more in the 1 o'clock show, but we're running out of time. It's better than half price. It's £19.98. You can see how much fun you're going to have with these. Item number is 991201. Again, you can call us on the usual number 01733 60 2000, or have a look at hochanda.com. Thank you very much for keeping me company. Make sure you join myself and Barbara. She'll be calling in again via Skype at 1. Next up, we've got All and Create Family Favourites, followed by Alison. Alison Board is back in the studio. Yay, so good to work with her. And then we've got our one-day special Summer Batik.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and we've been established for 7 years, and together with my husband Alfie we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue on Hochanda.
Hi there, I'm Nick from Claritystamp. I've been crafting for as long as I can remember. It started off making things just for myself, but then friends and family asked if they could use them too. It was really important to me to bring something unique to the crafting arena. Something that was different and something that people would enjoy using just as much as I do. I really hope you'll come and join me on Hochanda for my shows with Claritystamp.
Hochanda News! We're excited to announce that from the 1st of July, our broadcast hours on Freeview will be extended to 10 p.m. each day. We know that many of you have been missing our live shows in the evenings, and we look forward to having you with us once again.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door. I'm lucky enough to have been a guest on Hochanda since day one. I like to pack my shows with lots of hints, tips and techniques, and my idea is to give the experience that I've got and I've gained to everyone at home and show as many things as I possibly can. The John Next Door brand is designed to bring high quality, innovative products to the crafting market. The range includes stamps, dies and new products such as the media plates. I'm also looking to expand the brand and bring you lots of new techniques, new ideas and new products into the next few years. I hope you can join me on my crafting journey and learn some tips and techniques from me that I share with you. So don't forget to tune in and watch the John Next Door shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Ali Reeve. I'm from the company Stamps Away. Stamps Away is a family-run company with my husband and I. We create all things crafty, especially with a passion for mixed media. At Stamps Away we create a lot of MDF products because we have laser cutters and router cutters. We also create our own stencils and masks. We try and make everything we can in-house so that you've got all the materials you need to create your projects. If you're watching a show with me on Hochanda, you'll expect to see lots of different techniques, lots of ways of using the products that we produce, and it's all very much mixed media, so pretty much anything goes. So I hope you won't miss the shows on Hochanda with Stamps Away.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dies in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. So on our Hochanda shows we aim to inspire you, to be educational and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration. Be sure to join us for our Sentimentally Yours shows on Hochanda.
The music, oh, what's going on? Anyway, let's, I think it's one of those days, isn't it? Or one of these hours, but maybe it is a full moon. Who knows? But what it is an extraordinary hour to tuning into Hochanda because we have got the most amazing stamp collection from Alan Create, from Tracy Evans. And Tracy Evans is one of the designers that works with Alan Create, with our apps, to develop incredible collections. What I love about both, well, this whole collection is that it's a little bit something for everybody, but in the sense that you have got travel theme, you know, destination, journeys, and it could be a life destination. You have got the camera. I'm so fond of film cameras as well. You have got the Beatles, you have got the bees, you have got the flower, you have got the creative tools there. You have got the pen, you have got brushes, a palette, and those beautiful elegance, you know, with that feminine charm, so synonymous with Tracy Evans. What I love about this collection is the full amount of creative possibilities, the layers that you have got in here. Look at that. I'm gonna take look at that. The Anne Referen, I think, has done. Look, let's show it. Look at that. No, they don't open. They were asking if they open. They do not open. But you can. I want to try it. Don't worry, they are fun. But look at that. Now that has been created with the stamps included in the complete collection. Look at that. Isn't that extraordinary? How Anne has shaped the paper that has been stamped on. But look at that. Creating with the same stamps, creating that cube, that decoration. You know what I would do in here? I would put maybe a little bit of a couple of magnets, so then I could be a pin cushion as well. But look at these gorgeous samples in here. What is incredible about this collection is the versatility, the variety of different focal points. Of course, you have got the signature style of Tracy Evans, which has got that flow, that charm, that gentleness, layered, of course, with that Alan Create, you know, kind of interesting layers upon layers of detail in which nothing is superfluous. Everything has a meaning. Everything can be focal point, or everything can be the background. Is that versatility in both in style and uses that kind of allows you to be your own artist. And look at that, how gorgeous. Now, we have to say that the big, massive thank you to the design team. Well, this one is by Tracy herself, but everybody from the design team brings up their A game when they kind of bring those inspirations. I mean, look at that. I mean, this one is by Anne, but look at that. It's a proper size, isn't it? I absolutely love this. Look at that. There it is. How gorgeous that is. Now, look at that. Isn't it gorgeous? Now, the complete collection is 40 stamps in total, including a A4 stamp set. You have got so much in there, such a sizable stamps, beautiful image, versatile that you can layer, create your own collage should you wish, sentiments in there, be free, dream, capture every moment. And that with that camera can be capturing those moments with the camera, but also capturing it with maybe a memory album in which you explain what has happened, where you have been, the fly, the bee, the pollen, that kind of memories of kind of achieving your goals as well. I think the bee has got that kind of really achieving the impossible, that kind of really is magnificent. Then you have got, of course, the creative elements, but you can combine it all. You can make the bee could carry, of course, maybe a brush or something like that. She could be a painter, the bee, couldn't she? But look at that. Look what you can create in here there. Make your creative mark. Look how gorgeous they are. Look at that, how beautiful it is. Look how you can highlight those elements, those creative. This is a perfect card for a friend that is an artist, for a friend that is a crafter. What about, of course, the synonymous, you know, like with Tracy, I always think those delicate flowers, that kind of flow, that delicate nature, but also charm. Now, the amazing complete collection, 10% of the stock has already gone. £88.93 is your price. I'm saving £10. Now, I'm going to tell you, of course, we are in the family favorite event. So it means that there is a giveaway for each hour. Each hour, one of the customers, so if you make your purchase during the hour, about 10 minutes we stop and, you know, like we will draw a name from the customers. So anybody who has purchased during that hour will be eligible to win this. Look at that. This Alan Create is doing this giveaway, beautiful A4 stamps, and of course you have got these I think it's A6 and as well as the A5. Now, if you want to go for those ones, you know, well, you can. You need to make a purchase and then you will be eligible to enter to the competition, and we will announce the winner at the end of the show. Now, of course, you have got the FlexiBuy option to if you want to go for the complete collection, and you have got 3 interest-free payments of £29.64, and the saving of £10 is there. It's phenomenal collection. And without further ado, let's have the first demo from Tracy, of course, Tracy Evans.
Hello everybody, welcome. I hope everybody's keeping well. For those that don't know who I am, my name is Tracy Evans. I'm part of the All & Create product design team, and I'm here today to showcase some of the stamps that are in the Weekend Wow. So I thought I'd start with the A4 stamp set. Now, my inspiration for this was I wanted some imagery that could be used for male and female, so I thought these work quite beautifully. I'll just bring in the stamp set so you can see how big the stamps are. Just bring those in, and as you can see, they're quite a big stamp set. They're quite a good size, and that means you can use them for projects like mixed media, journal pages, scrapbooking, and for your cards as well. So I'm really pleased with the size of those. That camera is a fantastic size. I really love that. And I love this feather as well. And this is what we're going to be using for this demo. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to begin with a piece of white card. This is Pink Frog Smooth White Card. And I'm going to begin with 2 colours of Distress Oxide ink. I'm starting with old paper and peeled paint. And I just thought these green colours, I always like when I'm creating, I always like to use something a bit different, a different colour scheme or something a little bit different, just so that it makes everything look a little bit different, if you've seen a lot of my videos recently on Facebook Lives. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to begin with old paper, and I'm going to apply the ink direct to the card, direct to paper. And these Distress Oxides are a pigment dye fusion, so you can layer the colours beautifully. And if you use a card that's not too porous, it works fantastically. And I'm just going to spritz that with water. And I'm just going to allow that water to absorb into the ink. The Distress Oxides are reactive with water, so I'm just allowing that water to sit a few moments so that it can absorb into the ink. And it will give us some nice bleached out areas. So I'll just allow that to sit for a few moments, and then we'll just blot that with our kitchen roll. Just blot that. And that gives us some lovely bleached out areas. And what I like about this technique is it's nice and simple, it's nice and quick. Not everything has to be quick, but sometimes it's nice to show some simple, effective ideas that can be used with your stamp sets. Now I'm just going to give that a good dry. Now I'm going to get my stamp set. If you just reach over for the stamp set. And when we look at the stamp set, the actual feather is connected to the camera. There was a reason for that. If I bring in the acetate, I wanted to make sure that I crammed in as much as possible with this stamp set. If you want, you can cut around that and you can have the feather separate. But I wanted to make sure that I could cram in as much as possible to see what I could get away with in cramming into an A4. Now, if you want, I'm just leaving this as is. I'm not cutting mine because then I can use that bit of text as well. But that's just a personal preference. So even though we've got an A4 stamp set, that doesn't mean that we can't use that on a card that's 5 inches by 7 inches. It works beautifully. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some background detail. So if I didn't mention before, the card is 5 inches by 7 inches. And I'm going to use the little A7 stamp set that's also in the Weekend Wow. And this is Think Outside the Box. And I love this. If we just bring up this a little bit closer, you can see that it's got some little numbers here. If you know me, you know that I'm addicted to numbers anyway. It's just one of those things that I love. I love adding to my designs. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take my Versamark ink and I'm going to ink my stamp with Versamark ink. And while I just remember, one thing we need to remember is that we've used Distress Oxides here and there's a lot of moisture still remaining in that card. So use your anti-static bag just to make sure that when we emboss, that embossing just stays where we want it. It doesn't just stick to all the background. So I'm just using an anti-static bag just to make sure that it sticks where we want it to. So I'm applying a good layer of the Versamark ink to my little stamp, just to make sure it's got a good even layer of ink. Now, it doesn't matter at this stage if we don't get a perfect impression, because you want it to look a little bit more random. If you want, you could wipe down with your finger just to get it a little bit more random. But I'm now going to place that on my background, and as you can see, I'm not using an acrylic block. That's because I don't want it necessarily to be too perfect. So if some areas are missing, that's absolutely fine, but I'm using it without an acrylic block. I love these A7 stamps because they're so versatile, and backgrounds I don't think you can go wrong with. I think backgrounds are they're such fun to use with all your other designs as well, and you can actually use them standalone. So I quite like the fact that you can use them standalone as well. This one would look quite nice with some shading, if you added shading to the background in the stamp. So I'm now going to use a white embossing powder, and I'm going to just apply that to that Versamark stamped image. So just give that a little tap, and hopefully you can see that on camera. You can see that we've got that beautiful white embossing, and I think it's quite classy having the green with the white. I quite like the embossing with green and white, but you could experiment and you could use it on craft card as well. So if you experimented with craft card, that'd look quite good as well. So we're just going to heat that embossing. I'm just moving some of my stuff out the way because we've got stuff everywhere. This is what happens when you're creating. You end up taking up every bit of space. So we're just heat embossing. Hopefully you can see that turning on camera. Sometimes it's difficult to get the angle just right, but we're just moving that card around to emboss the design. It's important that you move the card around so that you don't over emboss, you don't overheat the embossing, or else then what will happen is you end up making it go back flat again. You don't end up with a nice embossed area. So just remove some of those stray bits. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to take my stamp, and this time I'm going to use a brown. Let's move these out of the way so we've got a little bit more space. And what I'm going to use is I'm going to use a VersaFine Clair Acorn, because I just think the brown will look quite nice with this. So I'm just going to use the VersaFine Clair, and I'm using that feather stamp, and it's such a beautiful size. It really is a lovely size. So you could use this on its own like I'm doing, or you could use it with a lot of the other elements. For instance, in the Weekend Wow, there's another A6 stamp that it would work beautifully with, the pen and ink stamp. So it would work really nicely with that. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to line this so I can see exactly where I'm placing it. And I'm actually going to stamp over the embossing, just on a slight angle, like so. So I'm just going to place that straight over the embossed element and allow that ink to sit. As I always say with the VersaFine Clair, when you're stamping onto a moist background, which is the inks, even though you've dried those inks, there'll still be some moisture in there. Just make sure you allow that ink to sit. And I'm just lifting the All and Create acrylic blocks, which are very flexible, so it means that I can get this central area here. So I'm just lifting those up, just lifting that acrylic block up to make sure I've got that central area. One more time, and then we should have a nice crisp image, which we do. So we'll just move that out of the way. And what you can see here, it's as if the feather appears behind the embossing. So I'm just going to blot that, just because we're using an ink pad with a good open time. So you need to make sure that you blot that. So blot the image, because as you can see, you get quite a bit of ink off there. So you just need to blot that to make sure that ink is definitely dry. Sometimes we're in too much of a rush and we don't make sure the ink is dry. Now, I quite like how that looks. You could even leave it like that and just add a sentiment if you want to, but I want to take it up a level. So what I've got here is I've got the image cut out a second time. So I'm going to add it like so. I'm going to add this like that, but I don't want it to be in that brown. And also, just to give the feather a bit more life, I'm just going to chop into the feather. Just chop into it because it will give it a little bit more life, just so it looks a bit more lifelike. So cut into that like you would if you were doing a leaf or hair or anything like that. Just cut into it, just so that then you can bend a few of those areas. So then you can bend it. It looks a bit more realistic because you can bend some of the feather area. Now we need to make sure there's some of that green in the background. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the old paper Distress Oxide to my non-stick craft sheet along with the peeled paint. Just add those colours to your non-stick craft sheet and spritz with water, and then mop up that colour with your feather, just so it picks up that green element. because I love the green. But then I'm a green person anyway. I love greens. I just think green goes with anything, because if you think about nature and you think about the garden, there's always green everywhere, and it always sets everything off. So we've just added some of that green element there. So just give that a clean, and my voice is now disappearing, which is really handy when you're doing a video, that your voice just disappears. So we'll just give that a dry, like so. It's a lovely size stamp. This is what I like about this stamp. It's such a lovely size. And in itself, it can be a focal image. And what's good about that is, in that A4 stamp, you've got so many elements that's why I like to try and cram in as much as possible, because it gives you good value for money. And I just really like that. So what I'm going to do is, it's going to be added like this. We're going to add that feather like this, and you can still see, that background element here, which I love. So we're just going to add that now. And this is going to be a nice simple card, because sometimes it's nice to do simple techniques. And did I test the glue? Of course I tested the glue before we went live. But of course, just as you go live, the glue then doesn't flow. There we go. So we're just going to add that feather to our background. Just a touch more glue. And then you can play around with the placement. Sometimes what I do is I take a photograph with my camera just to see if I'm happy with the placement, and then I'll look at it several times to see, yes, is that where I want it? I quite like it. So I'm loving that.
And this is another project you can do using that exact feather stamp. Of course, that one comes with the camera. So then the camera, imagine to using the camera on its own to create a project like this. Layers upon layers of detail, but everything starts with amazing images from Alan Create, and of course, drawn by Tracy Evans, with that feminine flow, that interest, that collage, you know, that everything is in perfect harmony. Yet it has got like a almost like a chaotic harmony, if you know what I mean. If you look at the A4 stamp set that you are getting in the complete collection, you can, if I turn it around, look at the size of these stamps. They are not small stamps. They are just the perfect size. With those sentiments, live life to the full. Journey, discovery, dream, capture every moment, moments, explore. They are words that allow you to create then your own personal collage, your own personal artistic creation. Then you have got, of course, when we still are on the complete collection, and then we have got here the beautiful beetle. And I say beautiful because it has its beauty. Look at that heart in his thorax. Look at the beautiful kind of mathematical, you know, algorithms in there, which adds that interest in there. Look at that beetle. Then you have got the words, you have got that kind of checkboard on the background as well. You have got the family of 3. Then we move on to, of course, the bees here. And look at that. I love flower. I love that bee. I love that bee keep in there that you have got to protect the bees with that hidden message. So important. Look how you can create as well. Look at that beautiful flower in there with the numbers, that kind of gentle collage, that charming layers that kind of allow you to, what I think I was sometimes is going, of course, a journey for the eyes. Look at that. Look at the beautiful creation. Now, if you're thinking, these 3, I want to just go for these ones. Well, this is actually the weekend wow. Now, if you want to go just for these 3 sunsets that we have seen so far, of course, the camera and suitcase, the beautiful beetles, as well as the bee and the flower, that is your weekend wow. The details are on the screen. 899828 is your item number. You're saving £6, and you can flexify it in 2 interest-free payments of £24.99 or one off payment of £49.97, and then you will be able to create something as delightful as this. Or let me show you one. Look, this is such a pretty, of course, stamp onto fabric with a fabric you know, setting sort of ink. And look at that. Look at this. This one by look how gorgeous that project is. Isn't that amazing? And it's all down to the stamps that give you that focal point. That is your weekend wow, and it's the 3 stamps in brand new, of course, today. Also brand new today are the other stamps that we have got here. So we have got a set of 2, and then this is Paint Your Dreams and Paint Ink and ink. And you have got in here, and then you can see, of course, gorgeous elements in here. So this one is the pen and ink, and by the way, you can see that there is an extra D on the pen. Anyway, let's gonna go here on the min there. Sorry, I never say, like, I am the worst speller, but that one I kind of knew. Anyway, you can see there, look at that, make your mark. We thought that it was pendant and ink or something like that. That means color just the lines, and then look, dream in color. I love the way that you can build those kind of collages yourself. And then look at that. Oh, look at that. Hey, she did it. Yeah. You know what? Sometimes, many times I have looked, 1,000 times I would never notice, but this one time, anyway, look at that gorgeous samples. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. And look at that gorgeous. Now, if you look at it, the stamps are this size, and then when you look here, they are the same size, but the way that they kind of have been shaped, they give a dimension, and it kind of looks, oops, nothing has been harmed, nothing is damaged. There we have it. But imagine to create something like this. I love this stance for they inspire you to go outside the box, outside the cards, outside the flat surfaces, and bring in 3-dimensional items, 3-dimensional projects in here. Look at of course, the possibilities of creating backgrounds and, of course, foregrounds. So if you want to go for these 2 stamp sets, A6 in size, you're getting 2 of them. £23.98 is the price, and then of course that 257394 is your item number. And finally, also brand new today is Think Outside the Box and Birthday Blooms, and these ones are extraordinary. I love that flower. I'm going to turn it around because you can see it. Look at that. Now look at that gorgeous. I love the background. This is kind of a script. Look, if friends were flowers, I would pick you. But they're not flowers, so I'm not picking you, basically. Happy birthday. That gorgeous. I love the romance of these ones. I love the flow, the feminine lines in here. I love that you can color them in. I love that then you're also getting that background that Tracy was using in her first demonstration. And those backgrounds are the ones that add interest, that then you can create your own kind of layered collage in which you kind of decide whether the eye goes first. I love how, let me grab that one in here, and you can see the beautiful flower in there in the center. How, just with this beautiful coloring in and splatters of white ink, it adds that kind of interest, that depth, because the lines are already on the stamp. Look how beautiful you can create maybe something completely different, completely romantic and of course vintage in here. Now if you want to go for those 2 on their own, you have got the details, but however, if you want the whole collection or all brand new All and Create by Tracy Evans stamps, the details are on the screen. That's where the £10 saving is. Of course it carries forward with some additional savings, but also you have got a free flexi option, which means that you can spread the cost into 3 interest-free payments of £29.64 or one-off payment if it's up to you. 830113 is your item number. And I just kind of, I love, can I show this one as well? I love the bags. I mean, you can stamp them and do so many things. Right, anyway, moving on to the from and a complete collection of Tracy Evans, we are gonna go for we're gonna show you the plants and here, and Plant Your Dreams and garden tools that we have got in here. Now in here you have got an A4 stamp set, so again by Tracy Evans for All and Create, with those beautiful sentiments and the growing, that kind of, I love the plants and I love the kind of pair, something botanical but a little bit different. And then we are, of course, you can see that the beautiful words in there, the corns, the kind of roots, the leaf, I love seed, plant, garden, bulb, flower, leaf, stem, root, Plan your dreams and see what grows out of them. Sometimes it's a very beautiful thing. And then we have got, of course, look at this gorgeous. I love the use of numbers in here because it has those little kind of is the stamps give you a journey for the eyes. It kind of your eye will travel with the details, and where everything has meaning or can be just a decorative element. And then, of course, you have got the snail, so you can do a family as a real. And then also it means that I was thinking, I look at everything, and it's just really cute because you can then build them up in different sizes. You can then, of course, do them on a string plastic. That would be really cool as well. And then have little snails, that kind of a. Now, this one, of course, this bundle has got a £10 saving as well. At £32.98 is the price. 939-936 is your item number. And of course, from that one, we have got another stamp set from Tracy Evans, and it's Rivet, and Beauty of Nature. Right, I love that ribbon. I mean, if you want a frog, this one is for you. I mean, we can't, unfortunately, it's not one that you can case and it'll turn into prints. I tried before, it didn't happen. But you know, kind of look at that. It's just like a folk effect in there. It has got those lines. The gentleness of Tracy Evans' drawings means that you have got that charm into it. It's not realistic, but it's not either whimsical completely. And then think about coloring it into vibrant colors. And then if we turn it over, we can see exactly the other side, the beauty of nature. The beauty of nature is everywhere. Some people's gardens, in the garden, maybe in the outside, the countryside, and enjoy the simple things inspired by nature. And I love that kind of stamps that kind of adds those details into it. That kind of really tiny little dots, which is perfect for backgrounds. 255-868 is your item number. £25.98 is your price, saving £10. And let's head back to see what Tracy Evans is doing in the next step of her demonstration.
So what we need to do now is we need to add a little bit of a natural element. Because we're talking about a feather, sometimes it's great to add a natural element to your design. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add, this dream sentiment. So I'm just going to get my acrylic block, just reach over because I've only got a small area on my desk, so I've only got so much space. But if we talk about the sentiments in the A4 stamp set, there's some fantastic sentiments. I mean, look at the size of this sentiment here. Enjoy the journey, discover, live life to the full, memories, be free, dream, capture every moment. And even there's a little note inside the scroll. I just love it. I love the detail. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to add my dream sentiment to a piece of calico. Those that follow me on Facebook and they see me do my Facebook lives, they will be sitting there going, here she goes again with a calico. They know that I love my calico element. I love the natural feel of calico, and I love the fact that the sentiments look so clear on that fabric. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to tear that sentiment out. So just tear that out. So now we've got our sentiment. And what I'm thinking is, you see, I'm going to add, and this is what I'm like when I'm creating any focal image. So I'm going to add this here, but what I'm thinking is I'm going to add a framed element here like this. So I'm just deciding if I want a little bit more calico so that it's a bit longer than the actual frame itself. So this is where I'm going. I'm going to add this here, like so. And I just think that adds a lovely little natural feel to the whole design. So I'm then going to adhere this, and I'm just using my PVA glue to adhere. And we have to give it a shake, which then shakes the camera and makes you look really professional. So we're now going to add this natural element here to that. And then what I'm going to do is I've got this frame, and what I'm going to do is just add a touch of alcohol ink. So this is ginger alcohol ink, and I'm just adding a touch of that to my felt pad. And then what I'm going to do is just colour, just make this frame a little bit darker, so then I can add a wax on the top, just so I can see it a little bit more. There's more detail to it, like so. So that just picks up the detail. And then what we can do is we can then add a touch of wax. I can use my Pebbio wax, just add a little bit, and then we can go over the frame, just so that you can see that detail in the frame. And I love these little framed pieces. I just think they look so lovely. And I love adding little different layered elements to the design. I just think it's fun. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to add this here, because I'm loving the fact that you've got this brown in the frame that echoes the brown in the feather. So I really like that. So we're then going to add this to so we'll shake this off camera so that we don't shake the camera. I'm just going to add my adhesive to my frame. And I love that this just gives a 3D element, but not too over the top, if that makes sense. Not too over the top. So it gives a 3D element. It's not too bulky, because this is quite a elongated sort of natural element, and you don't want anything too bulky in that design. I don't think you do anyway. You don't want anything too bulky. And what I'm doing is I'm just looking in my little embellishments. I've got some little embellishments here. Those that know me know I love my little embellishments, and sometimes I just go with the flow. I don't always prep everything within an inch of its life. Sometimes I prep everything, but then I always change my mind and I add a little bit of something else. So what we need to do now is add some white paint. So I'm just going to add some white paint. So I just need a credit card. I've just chucked my stamp on the floor like you do while you're live. So I'm just going to add some of this white paint to my design. Just to add some touches of white, because I just think it will lift the whole design. If we just add a few scratchy lines to the design, it just makes everything pop. You don't want to cover everything up, but if you just put a few little lines here and there, it just lifts everything. See, I love that. I love that. Just feel like it doesn't need too much else. If I get some black card, if you get some black card, and then you can see that when you add that to a black card, it just gives a wonderful natural element to your design. And I just think with your little embellishments, you don't need much else on that card. And what I wanted to show with this card is that everything doesn't have to be overcomplicated without it still looking effective. I wanted to show that you could create something simple. And if I lift that up, you can still see these numbers in the background of the stamp, and you can still see the layered colour, but you've just got a touch of embellishment here that doesn't detract too much from that fantastic feather. So I hope you enjoyed that demo, and I'll be back shortly with a second one. See you soon. Bye.
And of course, Tracy was using the complete collection, or that beautiful feather stamp that is included in the complete collection, as well as the background, which is beautiful as well. Everything, every single element in that collection, 40 stamps, they are absolutely phenomenal. That's the one that Tracy was using as well for her background. All of them are kind of creating combination, even individually, they are stunning. And this is the final finished card that Tracy made. And them. I love the details, and I love, of course, how well it stands, because of course Alan Create makes beautifully crafted stamps and stencils, of course. Now let's have a look, of course, at other stamps that we have got. We have got the circle numbers here and the thistle. Now this, I love the border stamps that of course Alan Create brings us. That kind of border gives you the ability to create beautiful, elegant, vertical cards in there. You have got the Feefo with that ledger background in there with that beautiful words typed in, so you can highlight that or kind of keep it as, you know, subtle in the background. And then another of those backgrounds that is extraordinary. Now, it's extraordinary because you can use it for so many different techniques. You can highlight them, you can bring your rainbow watercolors in here, and then every circle kind of create that wash of color. £15.98 is the price for both of them, saving £4. So if you want yours, but the number you need to take note of is 980438. That is the item number for this amazing bundle, of course, by Tracy Evans herself. Right, then we have got, if you like big butterflies, there is one stamp set that is for you. It is for you because it is big, beautiful, and bold. Of course, this one is not by Tracy Evans, but it is by, I think it's Olga, another of the designers from All & Create. Now, you can see how beautiful all those flowers are. Layers upon layers of flowers into those butterfly wings. You have got that interest. I love how nothing in All & Create stamps is superfluous. Everything has kind of an interest. Everything has been curated to have that detail that you can highlight. Look at the bridge. Did you see the bridge the first time you look at it? I didn't. This is the way that everything has been just placed in the right place. So then when you can highlight the landscape within the wing, can you see there the tree growing? And love how still you have got the pattern from the butterfly's wings, which could be a crackle effect as well. And of course, those light bulbs in there, kind of, and also the number 3. It's just always layers upon layers. And if I turn it over, you can see the dimensions. How big is that? I mean, that's proper, you know, this is about 7 inches, you know, I would say, more or less that sort of size. 567479 is your item number, £24.99. And of course, if you want to do some stamping, you want some smooth card, so it gives you the perfect results for your images. Now, this is super smooth as a white card, and you are getting a collection in which you are getting A4 size, but you are getting 150 sheets, 50 of the 200 GSM, 50 of the 250 GSM, and 50 of the 300 GSM for just $9.99. That having that mix of weights means that you have got some to stamp and then matte and layer, and also the 300 GSM, that would be for construction. If you want to do die cutting with boxes or something like that, the 250 is perfect. So it is one ideal bundle for yourself. You're saving £10, which means that is actually half price. 651925 is your item number. Now, we have got another 7-day savers, which, by the way, we are going to have a look here. It's from All & Create. Beautiful Just Grow stamps. You are getting 5 stamps in here. Let me turn it. I have to say, yours will come completely clean, but this one has been used to demonstrate it. £10.99 is your price. You're saving £7. Right, if you want to go for this one, remember it's a 7-day saver, so it should, you know, it should last until Sunday at 8 a.m. But there is no warranties for that. And with that, I want to remind you as well of the giveaway. Of course, Family Favors is the event that we are in this weekend until Monday, the 29th of June. And of course, every hour we have got a giveaway, exclusive giveaway for somebody who has made a purchase during the hour. And this hour, of course, it will be All & Create stamps, which you can see the beautiful backgrounds. You know what? I absolutely adore that A4 stamp because it's one of those ones that you can use parts of it and have a focal point. Then, well, anyway, that's a good reminder to check out your baskets, because if you check out your baskets right now, you will be still eligible for that giveaway, and we will be announcing the winner before the end of this very live show. And right. And, you know, if you want something brand new, if you want something inspiring, if you want something that it kind of gets your creative juices going, this complete collection by Tracy Evans for All & Create is phenomenal. You have got flowers, you have got, of course, you have got the cameras, you have got the bees, you have got the ability to kind of add those layers. Like Tracy was saying, the inspiration of having something a little bit more masculine, but also something that is incredibly, you know, you can identify as Tracy Evans style, that charm, that delicate, yet the all and create background, which means that you have got a little bit of distress, a little bit of chaos, but a chaos that is in harmony. You know, that sort of elements in which you can create that beautiful composition. Now, it is very busy, approaching a quarter of the stock, and remember, this is not a one-day special. This should last the full weekend. So the stock, of course, is bigger than usual. And approaching a quarter of the stock has already gone, and this is the first live hour. Please do check out your baskets as you make the decision to get it, to make sure that you do not miss out. Love those numbers in the background. Now, so busy we are that there is queues on the phones, and so if you don't have access to the internet, of course, Hochanda.com is the easiest and fastest way to order, or you can go to the app as well. Look, I love that. And you can see how there is almost like a feast for your eyes of elements, and you can see the background here. Now, if you have got somebody who is into their maths or physics, I'm kind of thinking my sister and her husband who love their physics and maths and things like that. You can see that would be perfect for that, wouldn't it? And the beetle, the insect, I don't know, it's just so creative, it's so different. But also you are getting, of course, Tracy Evans, her own signature flowers, the beauty, the delicate nature, the intricate layer, but the way that you can bring them with different colors as well. That's kind of more rusty colors. Suddenly they become vintage flowers. It's just the way that you choose whichever way you want to do. Oh, look at that. Can I show this one as well? Because I love. Now, stamp onto fabric. This is kind of a heavy weight. I would say, what is it? I don't think it's calico. It's more a canvas sort of way. But think about you choosing inks and maybe sprays and things like that that will become permanent onto fabric, and then you can wash it. Then think about doing clean and simple. And that is something extraordinary, because busy stamps or intricate stamps, sometimes they don't lend themselves to create a clean and simple. But look at that. Look how gorgeous that is. It's just a hint of glitter over there. It's just a translucent, iridescent. But then, again, using the weekender, you can do something as extraordinary as this. Look at that. And Anne, you are absolutely amazing. But so is the whole design team. Joe Rice, Janet, everybody, thank you so much for your amazing samples. And this one is just incredible, isn't it? Now, this, of course, the weekend wow is the camera, the bees, and the beetle. So that one is, of course, your weekend wow. So that one, you're getting the 3 first stamp sets that you can see there. Now, you are getting 20 stamps in total. Enjoy the journey, beetle, and the honeybee. With all those elements in themselves, just that, it's just something a bit different from Tracy Evans, but still her signature style is recognizable. Still, it has got all those words that you can stamp onto calico, onto paper, onto card, and then bring them to highlight the sentiment. They are the sort of stamps that allow you to go a little bit further in the exploration of composition. It allows you to suddenly go in like, oh, I like a little bit of maybe decorating a notebook, adding charms maybe that I have collected over the time. I want something about protecting the bees, about maybe your gardening. So here you can have, the seed packets that you can have. You could have those ones in here, and then of course you could have that. It is really gorgeous. Now, if you want to go for the weekend, the details are on the screen. You are saving £6, and you have got a flexi buy option of spreading the cost into interest-free payments of £24.99 is your price, or one-off payment. Details are on the screen. However, I know some of you are interested in getting I just love this. I love it so much. The camera stamp set. They enjoyed the journey on its own. I mean, isn't it just great? It's just beautiful. But you could do the same thing with the suitcase. Remember, you are also getting in this particular stamp set the suitcase. So you can get it on its own. £24.99 is the price. So 991897 is your item number. I was just thinking that just for a few pennies less is a flexi buy payment of the 3 of them that we can go on. So if you if you're thinking, oh, should I go for the weekend wow or for just the camera or enjoy the journey, as Sam said, I will go for the weekend wow, because the first payment is just exactly the price of the A4. So you get, you know, it's a little bit easier, doesn't it, isn't it? And you have got a £6 saving as well. And you're getting more. We always want more, don't we? More of the good stuff. The bad stuff, no, but this, of course, is the best stuff. You know, it's just fabulous. Right, now, of course, a little bit of creativeness is fabulous. Of course, it's with the gorgeous Paint Your Dreams and Pen and Ink. Now, there we have it, Dreaming Color outside the lines. Sorry, I read it wrongly the first time. Look at that. Look, gorgeous. Now, it's funny because I kind of look at it and immediately it takes me to my father's studio. He has got all these knickknacks into his art studio, and he has got as well the you know, kind of course paints, and it has got like, you know, and his kind of paint palette as well. His oils always have open, you know, he's very bad at leaving them open, and of course you know, it's just so. There's something very, as well, textural and about these stamps. Like you can see the flow of the lines, hand-drawn by Tracy. And I love it. It's got like a sketchiness nature to them as well. If you want to go for those two stamp sets, 257394 is your item number, 23 pence and 98 pence. And then we have got the birthday. We have got the beautiful the birthday blooms, and think outside the box. Now in here, I love it. I love that you also get the splatter. I love that splatter, because sometimes, especially some of us, are a little bit, when we want to do splatters, we kind of feel, what if I put it in the wrong place? What if it's not quite right splattered? So having that one single one allows us to put them wherever we wanted. Having that happy birthday in that you know, font, which is synonymous with Tracy, means that you can put sentiments in the outside of your birthday cards and then have that flower sentiment in the inside. I love how the splatter appear as well on that collage outside the box stamp. And of course you can combine it as well here. You can see it, how beautiful this is. And that can be an art journal in there. Look at that. How beautiful is that? Beautiful. And look at the back. Gorgeous. £24.98 is the price for that bundle, 368657. However, the complete collection, this is where most of you are going for, because of course you are getting all the stamps that we have got brand new from Tracy. Let me put those ones back into the place. And then you can see how you can mix them up. I mean, you could have a bunch of flowers that have got hidden of those paint brushes, and the paint brushes become flowers. You can have the, you can put maybe the feathers, like you can use this like a paint pot. Well, it is an ink pot, but you can put flowers in there as well. Now that is the complete collection, of course. It's beautiful, isn't it? I believe we have got some images. Shelley has sent some images. Oh, look at that. Look at that. So of course she's part of the design team, I suppose. And of course you can see how, I love that. That's kind of almost like the night has drawn onto the bees, but the bees still are there doing their job, still working. And of course that protective bees element, fly bee pollen. That gorgeous. And then also from Shelley, that layered collage. And this is really pretty. And also I kind of love how the splatter stamps, they have been inked properly with the stretched oxides, because the nature looks very kind of chalky. And that means that it kind of is a beautiful element of love how also the bottle top in there as well. That kind of gives you that dimension and verticality and a little bit of metallic elements. Now, of course, another bundle that we have got also from Tracy Evans is the beautiful Plant Your Dreams and Garden Tools there. Now we have got, I'll leave it here because you can see it better, can you not? The stamps exactly what you are getting. I love the dimension. I love, you know, like, if you have got a wedding or something, or you are an engagement or something, like, you are such a nice pair, aren't you? I don't know, I think it's a kind of a nice fun. Plan Your Dreams. Also art journaling. Think about kind of incorporating these images into your art journals. Also kind of I love the metaphors around gardening, that you kind of water your plants to let them grow. You kind of feed the right stuff so they grow tall and beautiful. You have got in there, of course, birds of paradise. You have got that beautiful flower. And I love how you have got that, is this Strelitzia? Which is probably the Latin name for the birds of, I don't know, but it's just kind of a gorgeous way of describing it. And of course you have got the thistle over there, and if I turn it this way, you can see it there. Look at that, the thistle, and then if I turn it this way, you can see the garden tools. Every day is a new beginning. And then of course we have gonna go quickly have a look at the frogs in here, the little frogs. Now I love that. Now, ribbit, and beauty of nature. Absolutely stunning. I love that they're very different, and I love how of course, look at the crowns. You have got two different crowns, one for each size. You have got the splatter, and of course you have got those gorgeous kind of beauty of nature stamps there as well with the ivy. £25.98, having a saving of £10. 255868 is your item number. Right, now we have got other items on the website, and then you can see every single item in there that we have got. Now, including, of course, if you want to go for individual items, you can get them individually, but the saving, of course, is you know, well, you can see exactly how the website works. I have permission to tell you that our Kim is lovely and is trying her very hardest to learn how to operate the internet. Just joking, she's fabulous. Anyway, we are going to announce the winner of the giveaway. The giveaway, remember, is part of Family Favorites, which means that it makes sense to tune in every hour of Hochanda to see if you fancied something, and then you will be a part of that giveaway, competition to win and the giveaway. So congratulations to Faye Schrops. There it is. That's the correct spelling, hopefully. Anyway, you have got what you have won, Faye. I hope you will enjoy very much, because it is absolutely fabulous stamps. Now, I will remind you to check out your baskets, because it's a phenomenal weekend wow. But you can have the complete collection, of course, the brand new collection here, launched here at Hochanda by Tracy Evans for All and Create. This is phenomenal amount of stamps, 40 stamps in total, but there are 40 stamps that they offer you that creative possibilities. They offer you collage elements. They offer you, you know, the focal point. They offer you to be able to create a stunning pieces of artwork that you will be proud of. Remember that the quality is not just in the designs, but also in the quality of the photopolymer stamps themselves. Thank you so much for joining me. We will see you later. I think, I don't know, at least afternoon there is another show. We have got Family Favorites, Alison Board next, then Summertime by Take One Day Special, and Mixed Media with Clarity later on. However, Weekend Wow at 2 o'clock with Hayley.
Hi, my name is Blanche Siegmann. I'm the owner of the company La Blanche. The company La Blanche is a crafting company located in Germany. For over 20 years, I'm designing and selling stamps, paper crafting products, and home decoration. As a passionate crafter myself, I make sure all our products are of highest quality and easy to use. We produce a whole range of products. We produce paper products. We have also shrink sleeves for your jars, glasses. We have home decoration products, paints and wall decals. Everything, the whole range of crafting we produce for you. I hope you enjoy watching us at Hochanda and crafting with La Blanche.
Hi, I'm Nikki Hassan. I've been working with Heartfelt Creations for about 9 years now. Heartfelt Creations as a company launched the company back in 1994. They have been in the industry for a very, very long time. They are crafters, so they know what you crafters want, and they listen to us crafters too. Their products range from stamps that coordinate with dies that then coordinate with a paper pad. But then we also have storage folders, we have decorative dies, we have colouring daubers, we have Insta albums. One of the products that really make Heartfelt unique are their flower shaping moulds, where you can make easy, quick, three-dimensional flowers, which are absolutely stunning. So I hope you can join Heartfelt Creations here on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door. I'm lucky enough to have been a guest on Hochanda since day one. The John Next Door brand is designed to bring high quality, innovative products to the crafting market. The range includes stamps, dies and new products such as the media plates. I'm also looking to expand the brand and bring you lots of new techniques, new ideas and new products into the next few years. So don't forget to tune in and watch the John Next Door shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years, Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. On the Hochanda shows, we'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows on Hochanda.
Welcome to Club G45 from Graphic 45, the monthly tutorial kit that allows you to create some of the most beautiful projects by accessing a step-by-step video viewable online. This month's tutorial is the Club G45 Ocean Blue Collector's Box and Mini Album and Matchbook Box Kit. You will get almost everything you need to create both of these projects from scratch, including access to this month's step-by-step video tutorial and accompanying project sheet. Simply order yours by purchasing item number 467894 for £49.99, plus your postage from hochanda.com, or give us a call on 01733 60 2000 for instant access to this month's Club G45 from Graphic 45.
Oh, that's a very calming promo, isn't it? Now, we launched our family, I can't even say it, family favourites event last night, and it's running through until Monday at 6 p.m. And I was saying earlier, it's very much about all of those lovely family homegrown businesses that have come to Hochanda, and it's just lovely because that's what it's all about, isn't it? And without further ado, then let me introduce you to Alison. Hello, Alison.
Morning, everybody.
Morning. It's so nice to have you back in the studios with us. It really is. Now, I asked you earlier, but of course we've got new viewers this hour. Do you want to tell us a little bit about yourself, how you became a member of the SAA, your career? We'd love to know all of that.
Thank you. Yes, so painting and teaching and drawing and being creative wasn't particularly my first choice as a career. I actually trained to be a ballet teacher, and when that didn't quite work out as I had planned, I was lucky enough that my parents had an art materials and stationery business, which was a terrible chore growing up as a child, as you can imagine. And they invited me to join the family business, and then I just sort of switched my subject really, and batted along very happily, and then the SAA kind of found me at a trade show and saw me demonstrating and very kindly invited me into their family.
Excellent.
And that was about 5-6 years ago now, and they've been so super supportive of everything that I've ever done, and that's why I'm here today.
Excellent. And actually, do you want to tell us a little bit about the SAA? Because you can become a member if you want to, can't you?
Oh, definitely. And I'd really, really encourage you to be a member for no other reason than it's the most incredible community of people that haven't been painting very long, or people who are professionals like me, or people who have this wealth of experience, and everybody comes together to share their knowledge and to be encouraging more than anything else.
Yeah.
So if you are having a bad painting day or something's not working out quite right, then that community is there to help you, and I think it's fantastic. I would not be here if it wasn't for the SAA.
Oh, that's so nice. So do think about joining the SAA, and as part of the joining the SAA, there's loads of things for you, but also there's like a joining offer, and this is it. You'll get the free brusho bundle when you join. So you've got those, is it five brusho pots? So you've got your lemon, leaf green, scarlet, violet and Prussian blue. You also get 10 sheets of practice paper, a pack of 5 wax resist sticks, and then a pen spray bottle, which is like a set of 3. Marvellous. So that's that joining offer, which is good to know. You can set yourself up as a member through our website, but you need to click on a link. It's very explanatory, and then you'll go through it and it'll say how to join. So we have got your lovely book. Oh no, wait! Before we get there, we've got a prize draw. I forgot. It's your family favourites prize draw for this hour. What you need to do is purchase an item off this show during the live hour, and this is what you could win this hour. It is the 3 Brusho bite-sized DVDs, and can you remember what's on them, Alison?
I can. So they're all there's 4 projects on each, and they are all themed around a particular subject. So one is all about Venice,
yep.
One is all about garden birds, and the other one is things that you'll find in your garden, so squashes and flowers and those kind of things. And they're really short little projects, so very manageable, and you don't need to spend an awful lot of time working on them. You just pick up a few resources and you can get going.
Excellent. So that could be yours. We'll be announcing the winner at the end of the show. So we have got a lovely little bundle for you. Do you want to start by telling us about what's in your book?
So my book is designed to be a kind of pick up and put down book. It's not a book that you're going to read from cover to cover. It's designed to take you through right from the very start with watercolour, taking you, kind of hand-holding you through what materials that I suggest that you buy, and then what it does is add on various other materials. So you might want to add on coloured pencils in a dry media.
Yeah.
You might want to add on some inks or some brusho, even like that lovely joining offer.
Nice.
Into your paintings. You might want to incorporate found objects like leaves and other things that you might find, unusual things you might find kicking around your house. And then there's sections on collage and text, and each one of the chapters also deals with a different subject matter. So we've got flowers, we've got animals, we've got seed heads, we've got buildings, we've got dancers and musicians, and we've got landscapes as well.
Marvellous. So there's loads in this lovely book. There's also the DVD. So what can we expect on the DVD, Alison?
So the DVD follows the same format as the book, but it is not a duplication of the book at all. It's like a companion to it. So all the things I talk about in the book, you actually get to see me work in practice on the DVD, and it culminates in a big project of a dandelion head.
Nice. Which, speaking of that, of course, you have popped in for us the line drawing, and this is a guide?
Yes, so I'm very well aware that particularly if you're beginning to paint, you might be a little bit wary about the drawing part of it, which does sometimes scare people. So I've popped the line drawing in there so that you can use it as a bit of a shortcut, and then you can get to the good bit, which I think is the painting. And there's also a bit of an unusual project in there as well, in that I encourage the use of greaseproof paper.
Okay.
And so there's a pattern there for the dandelion leaves, which you will end up cutting out of greaseproof paper, and you'll see how I incorporate those into a wash.
Yeah.
And we've got some sort of unusual textures that come out of it.
Excellent. And we've actually got the real artwork here of some of the pictures that are also in the book, and they're beautiful. So we've got this gorgeous puffin. Here he is. Oh, he's lovely. And then we've got she's gorgeous, this dancing lady. I love her dress.
Thank you. Yes,
that's amazing.
Very liquid ink and a straw.
Oh, really?
Yes.
What great technique. It's worked fantastically. And then we've got one over here. So we've got our lovely, it's funny, I started ballet way too late, so no, point work was out for me.
I still teach an adult class every week.
Do you?
Yes,
Right.
I do.
Yeah, but you're like a million miles away from me. That's one long trip, but I might take you up in the offer at some point. Now, so this is a really good deal because for this bundle, and you've got so much information and creativity, £9 saving, you're only paying £19.59. Item number is 097712. Next then, we have got the Waterford paper pad, and this also comes with 10 new line drawings, and you'll get the photos as well. So you were saying earlier with the line drawings, again, they're a nice guide for you.
Yes, yeah, they're just to stop you getting what I call white fright.
Yeah,
so you
the
kind of got
blank
that
space.
great big white piece of paper that you've invested in.
Yeah.
And if you're not sure, particularly with animals, I think, if you've not really done animal portraits before or you're worried about getting things in the right place, then those line drawings can be transferred onto your watercolour paper and you're good to go.
Excellent. And then I'm just flicking through. Here's our lovely eagle. I'll take that one out. And then we've got some beautiful... So it's 5 animals, 5 flowers, isn't it?
5 flowers, yes. And they're all photographs that I have taken.
Ah, no, in fact, speaking of which, I'll just go through these. Speaking of which, you will also get the correlating photographs. Let me just pop these down. So how come you put line drawings and photographs in?
So the line drawing is to get you to the start of your painting, and then the photograph is so that you can really see where all the shadows are, where the colours are, but also it's to give you a bit of scope, because if you fancy doing a different coloured background, or like that sheep is in a field of snow, it might want to be in the summer. You can see the location of them and change it accordingly.
This is Steve, by the way.
It is Steve.
It is Steve.
Make Steve famous.
Yeah, I am. And then, of course, look at the colours in that one. That's beautiful. And then we've got our gorgeous lilies. So there we are. We're back to the beginning. Now, these photographs and line drawings are going to come to you with the Waterford paper pad. This is 300 GSM. What do you like about this watercolour paper pad?
So Saunders Waterford for me is the kind of the epitome of English watercolour paper, and it's made by the St Cuthbert's Mill. I genuinely think it's one of the best, and one of the reasons I love it so much is you can do anything on it, and it doesn't fall apart, and it doesn't kind of sort of shrivel up, and all of those kind of things that you really look for in a quality watercolour paper. And one of the best things about it is that if the front doesn't work, flip it over, you can paint on the back of it.
I like it. So there you go, very forgiving. If you would like to go for that, remember you've got the paper pad, you've got watercolour sheets, I should say, because it's a good weight of GSM, 300 GSM, and you get 10 sheets, 100% cotton, and then you get this, and you get those line drawings, and you get those photos for £19.99, 143601. Next then we've got the Van Gogh, or Van Gogh, whichever you like to say, black watercolour paper pad, 12 sheets, and it's 360 GSM. Now with this pad you also get those 10 line drawings and 10 photographs I've shown you, plus you're getting the white trace down paper. So what do we use trace down paper for?
So trace down is the lovely go-between the line drawings and the watercolour paper surface. And so you can slip it. It's a little bit like carbon paper, but it's wax-free, so it's not going to repel your paint. And you slip it under your line drawings, and then you can trace them through, and you're just good to go.
Excellent. And what do you like about the black watercolour paper?
Well, the thing about the black watercolour paper is that it is quite unusual to be a watercolour painter and work on a black surface, because very often watercolourists work from light to dark.
Yeah.
So you kind of you start with your lightest thing, which is usually your paper, and you're going towards the darkest thing, which are the shadows that you're going to put in.
Yeah.
But the black watercolour paper gives you that bit of a challenge where you've got to reverse that process. So you're starting with the darkest thing and you're adding all your highlights, but the one thing that black watercolour paper does is give you some amazing drama to your work.
Ooh.
So yes, so things start emerging from the black backgrounds, and if you've got something that you think needs a bit of pizzazz, that's why I love the black watercolour paper, and that's what I'm going to be demonstrating on in this hour.
Excellent. So if you want this collection, it's £35.89, 688363 is your item number. And then we have also got the fine grain white paper. So again, just to reiterate, you're going to get the 10 line drawings, the 10 photos. You'll get the watercolour card, which is 12 sheets, 300 GSM, and this time you'll get the trace down, but in black. What do you like about the fine grain?
So it's got that slightly smoother surface, so if you're into detail in a big way, it's got a slightly finer surface than the Saunders Waterford, and then you can actually get all of your shapes to really, really show up on that kind of card.
Excellent. £35.89, 349854. Now on the website at hochanda.com, if you're new to us, that's where you can go. There's so many lovely other products for you to add to your baskets. I know we've got that lovely wax resist that Alison was using in the previous hour. If you want to watch on Rewind, that was 7 o'clock this morning. What else have we got? I know we've got lots of wonderful watercolour paints. They're on a pick and mix, I believe, watercolour pencils. If you just want to go for the line drawings by themselves, you absolutely can. There you go. What else have we got? Let's have a little... Oh, there you go. There's the wax resist. It also comes with the wax solvent. Moving along, we've got that pick and mix of the inks. Oh, and the Posca pens. Those Posca pens have a little bit of a metallic sheen, and Alison was using those a little bit earlier on. Right then, so if you've got any questions for Alison, or do you know what, if you want to show any of your pictures, maybe you're a member of SAA, or, you know, why not? Send your pictures to studio@hochanda.com or via Facebook, and without further ado, I'm going to pass over to Alison. Yay.
Thank you very much. So this morning in the previous hour I was demonstrating how you could work on the white watercolour paper, and we were doing the poppy, which was one of the line drawings and photographs that you get in the set. But I thought for the this show we would work on the black because it's just too exciting apart from anything else. So this is the image that I'm going to be doing. This is peregrine falcon. I was very lucky that a lovely local gentleman to me who rescues birds of prey came to the studio and allowed me to photograph all of his birds.
Wow.
It's just fabulous. And the peregrine falcon was one of those. So I've got, let me just slip the sheet out and put that to one side. So here is the peregrine falcon already sketched out onto the black watercolour paper, but I just very quickly take you through how I did that. So I got my line drawing here and I stuck it down to my watercolour paper with just a little bit of masking tape at the top, and then underneath I slid a piece of the white trace down. And then what you do, you can slide it under there and then you can draw back through with a biro. You can probably see in the camera that I've got a purple biro that went over the top so that I can see where I've been and it comes through really nicely. But I also wanted to show you this, which is my very scrappy bit of white trace down, just to kind of prove that you can use it again and again and again. It's not just one thing that you use and then dispose of.
Yeah.
You can keep this, and actually I tend to lose it before I finish it, or, you know, sort of wafts away. So it's a nice, easy way of transferring. And then you tend to find, as I have here, that when you remove the white trace down, you've got a few scuff marks. So a putty eraser back over the surface cleans it up really nice and quickly. And then you've got nice white lines that you can see. You can use them as a guide to paint to, but you've still got it on that fabulous black paper. So one of the first things I thought I'd do, because it's quite an unusual technique, is to use the brushable wax resist on the black to reserve the blacks, which I know sounds really peculiar. We're so used to a masking technique that we would do on white watercolour paper, so that might be masking fluid or wax resist stick or anything like that. And if you watch the previous show, you'll see me working on the white paper. But I thought it would be quite interesting to see if the wax resist actually works on the black paper and reserves all of that beautiful black watercolour paper for me. So this is the brushable wax resist. This is made by a company called Zest It. And it was originally designed, with the whole range of products, was originally designed to get away from those very chemical smells such as turpentine. Because I don't know about you, but certainly my mum used to get terrible headaches with turpentine. And if you work in a small enclosed space, if you've got just a little room at home, you really don't want to be using anything that gives you a
potent.
Yes, absolutely. That gives you a headache. So this is a renewable source of beeswax and what's called damar varnish, which is a tree resin. And you can see it's this really lovely gloopy, I think is the word of the day, consistency. Now I'm going to brush it on. I've got a brush that I've actually reserved for wax here, but that is also what the solvent is for. You can wash your brushes out really quite successfully afterwards, and they can be used for other things too.
Yep, you can find those details on the web.
So I'm going to look at my photograph and look to see where the blackest parts of my bird are. So that is most definitely the eye. Now I'm going to be a little bit careful here because I don't actually want to reserve the white line, because that is my trace down, and I'm looking to reserve the black of the actual pupil of the bird rather than the outline of it, because I want to do other things with that.
Yeah.
And what's lovely is under these studio lights, the card is absorbing it really quite quickly. And so when I come to paint next to it, or round it, or even if I get a bit carried away and paint over the top of it, the black watercolour paper has absorbed that wax, and it's just going to repel anything that goes up to it. So I know my blacks are really safe. So I've got one there, and then I've got... it's not a nostril, I can't remember what they're called, but these are the parts of the bird that close off as they go into a stoop, so that they have no air rushing into their beaks. And then I definitely need to reserve the end of the beak here, because that's really dark part as well.
Yeah.
So I can brush that on, and I can get some quite subtle variations on that.
Would you recommend quite a fine brush?
It just depends on what you're masking out. I tend to quite like a fine brush, because I can always make a fine brush fatter.
Yeah.
Very difficult to make a fat brush thinner.
Yeah, this is
true.
So
that's what I would go for. And this is just a brush that I've sort of taken from one of my other painting sets, because it's no good anymore, but perfect for wax resist.
Sure.
And then you can use the wax solvent. So let's just take the lid off of that. And what it also does is condition the brush. So we can get all of that. If you think about what wax should do when it dries onto a brush, you'd think it would dry all hard and rigid. But look at that, my brush is absolutely fine again.
Perfect.
So can be used for another day. So I've got my blacks all reserved. And because they're actually in the middle of my bird, I can carry on with the background. Now I do want my bird to have some drama. So I'm actually going to make a combination of two different things in the background, also to sort of prove to you that you don't have to stick to one media in your paintings. And that's kind of what my book is all about. It's about taking, pick and mixing your way through the things that you have and combining them together and getting the best out of them. So I'm going to combine watercolour and the acrylic ink. And I've got the SAA's silver watercolour, which is actually metallic silver, and it's really pretty.
Oh, I think these are on a pick and mix, aren't they?
They are on a pick and mix, yes. 3 different colours. That yellow, by the way, is just the gum that carries the colour. I just need to give it a bit of a mix in a second. And I've got the FW acrylic ink in the Payne's grey, so it's nice and dark. So what I'm hoping, though, will happen is that those two things combined together will give me a lovely diffused look. So the way that I'm going to get that is I'm going to have my spray bottle at the ready. I'm going to grab my little security blanket of a piece of kitchen roll. I'm going to screw that up so that
Take your
it doesn't...
aggression out of it.
Yes. So what I don't want to do is the pattern that's in the kitchen roll, I don't want to transfer that onto the surface. So I'm sort of knocking the pattern out of it, and then I can use it in a second for a rag rolling technique. First thing I want to do, I'm going to take a large-ish brush. It's not overly large, but it's about a sort of size 10. And I'm going to just mix this silver watercolour back up together again. And you get this lovely kind of sheen out of these metallics. They're really beautiful. Ooh. And on that pick and mix, you've got gold and you've got pearl as well. Really unusual in watercolours. Nice. And of course, on the black paper, it's going to show up brilliantly. So let's give my brush a really good wash out, and we'll add a little bit of water into this acrylic ink as well. Lovely, beautiful, strong colours they are. And so we're going to take the spray bottle. Let's just make sure it sprays. It does. And what's lovely about demonstrating on a black card is that you can see exactly where I'm spraying.
Yeah.
On white paper, you can't see it at all.
Yeah.
Now, I'm only actually putting water up and around this section because I don't want any background here on my bird. Otherwise, it will look a bit like a cardboard cutout.
Yes, rather than the rest of his body.
Yes, so I just want a sort of soft vignette, and then I can take my silver paint and I can start to drop it in. And you can see that you get just such a lovely diffusion in the background. Let's put a little bit more on. So I'm not being too precise with it. I'm not being overly careful with it. And one of the things that you just have to get your head around when you start working on black watercolour paper is the fact that it dries very differently.
Right.
It dries much more dramatic than it looks when you first put it on.
Right.
Because you're putting it into the water. And actually under all these lights it's quite tricky to see because it's got a bit of a shine on it. Now into that I'm going to pop some of the Payne's Grey ink, which I know sounds peculiar because we're working on black card, but what I want it to do is break up that background a little bit, and so I've got variation. So it's not just silver and it's not just black card, I've got other things going on in there too. Because that's kind of what we're always after with our paintings. We're after sort of subtleties, changes between the lightest thing and the darkest thing.
It is looking very dramatic.
Well, that's, you know, it's kind of, the subject lends itself as well, doesn't it? And then I can take my scrunched up kitchen roll and I can work back into my painting, rag rolling it across the surface. And then what you get is a lovely kind of broken up texture.
Nice.
Start to see the texture of the watercolour card come through as well. And then I'm hoping when that dries, we'll get that lovely kind of misty, airy quality to it. And then we can start painting our bird. But I do just need to give that a quick dry, if that's okay,
we can do this.
Alex.
We can give you a little bit of a chance to dry. Right,
lovely,
then,
thank you.
We have got for you the lovely book and DVD, and we've got some of the line drawings. But let's have another little flick through the book, shall we? Let's have a little look. Really nice. And you can see this is the watercolour with mixed media. Inspirational projects, of course you can see they are by Alison. And there you go. There's Alison herself, and she'll give you a nice little introduction. You're very much liking getting this book and this fabulous DVD. So you've got lots of hints and tips, the experiments with watercolour. We've got our wonderful flowers, lots of flowers in. Oh, you can use a toothbrush. Who knew, with a nice technique. Oh, look, I used to have a dog just like that. Those colours as well. It's called Truffles. And then we've got the experiments with dry media. Look, this is Riley the dog. You could be able to paint him. He's gorgeous. Oh, yes, actually, I think the owl, you can just see the eye, can't you? I've just realised. I think you'll find he's a nice picture in the book. This is good for my back, this is. Right, what else have we got? Oh, now, we've actually got this one in the studio as well. We're just going to see if we can find this lovely picture. It's like of Alison's car, and it's really dramatic. There we are, right, we're just getting a little focus on it. Have we got it? Have we got it? Have we got it? Yeah, here we go. Here it is. This is the picture that you can see in the book. It's fantastic, isn't it? So this is Alison's car. And then coming back to the book, more techniques. I think this is Alison's other half. You'll notice when we go back to Alison that, is that right? Sorry, I missed that. Is that your other half?
It is my other half, who will be mortified that he's on television, but good.
Will he be watching?
Yes, he will be.
What's his name?
His name's Richard.
Hi, Richard. I'm in trouble now, aren't I? And then carrying on, we've got found objects, which is wonderful. So things like leaves, feathers, and all sorts that you can do with them. So that is the book. It's also coming along with the DVD. Lots again of, so it's not a repeat of the book, Alison was saying, but it's, you can sort of craft along with her, should you wish. And there we go. Now that dandelion clock that you saw, that is one of the line drawings that you'll get in this bundle as well. So Alison showing you how you can use your trace down papers, etc. Now that was just one of the line drawings that you'll get, but you'll also get those dandelion leaves as well. there you go. So it's £19. Let me just show that one. £19.59. Item number is 097712, and you've got that £9 saving. Next then we've got our Waterford paper pad. I don't know why we say paper, because immediately it's cardstock. I mean, it's a fabulous GSM. This particular one is a 300 GSM, and you're getting 10 sheets in here, and it's 100% cotton. I was trying to stifle a sneeze. Oh. Apparently Molly did cut my mic, but I didn't realise, so I've just announced it on air anyway. Anyway, so you're guessing your Waterford paper, watercolour card, 10 papers, sorry, I should say, and 300 GSM. And then you're getting your 10 line drawings. So you've got our wonderful bird, and then we've got our lovely dog. There's our sheepy. This is Steve. And then we go on to wonderful flowers. Gorgeous flowers here, and carrying on, there we go, more flowers. Now to complement this, there is a poppy as well, but Alison was working on it in the previous show, and the eagle, don't forget the eagle, you get that. To complement this, you'll also get the photos, and then you could maybe follow along with the colours that have been used in here. Let's have another flick through. Here's our sheepy, Steve, I love that. He's Alison's nephew's goat. He's real. He's real. Hang on, I've got my fingers stuck. And look at the colours to follow on that one. That is so vivid. And then you've got some beautiful lilies, also more flowers. And then I think probably we are back to the start. So you'll get your 10 photos, your 10 line drawings, and then you'll get your Waterford cardstock. It's £19.99. Item number is 143601. Then, now in the next bundle, you'll get your 10 trace down. No, not trace down. 10 line drawings. Couldn't think of the word. 10 photos. But then you'll also get your black watercolour cardstock. Now this is 12 sheets and 360 GSM. This is what Alison's working with, and you will get the white trace down paper. This is £35.89. Item number is 688363. Then for the final bundle, again, you'll get your 10 line drawings. I feel like I should moonwalk. 10 photos, and then you'll get the watercolour paper pad. This is your fine grain, and it's white obviously, and you've got 12 sheets and it's 300 GSM, plus you'll get the black trace down paper. £35.89 is the price, and it's 349854. Don't forget, you can become a member of SAA very, very easily. You can go onto the website, and then there's a lovely little link for you to click on and you can become a member. However, I also need to mention our lovely prize draw. So one lucky viewer, as long as you've purchased something on this show, so make sure you're checking out your basket, as one lucky viewer will win these lovely bite-sized DVDs all about how to use your brushos. So do give us a call, 01733 60 2000, or again check out on the website at hochanda.com. And once more we'll go back to Alison.
Thank you very much. So I'm hoping that you can see now that where I've dried the background off, you've got this kind of misty, like he's emerging from the gloom kind of look to it. And if I tip the paper up ever so slightly, I'm also hoping that you can see it's got that lovely slight metallic shimmer to it, which just wouldn't show up on the white paper at all. It needs the black paper for the drama. So the next thing I'm going to do, I'm going to paint bird in a fog, effectively. So I am going
bird in a fog.
Bird in a fog. I'm going to block in. It's a technique that we use called blocking in. So I'm going to put colour over the bird in various places, and then we're going to give that a bit of a dry before I go and do the detail. If I start doing the detail now, I will still be here this afternoon with me doing the eye. So if I block it all in now, then that means I've got something to work back on top of when I come to do the detail itself.
Oh, that's great.
So I'm going to be using combinations of the silver watercolour that I have already used and the Payne's Grey FW ink. but also the primrose yellow in the watercolour as well, which is this lovely kind of fresh, very bright, very opaque watercolour. Because watercolours actually come in two different types. They come in transparent, but you can get some colours in opaque. Now the transparent wouldn't necessarily show up on the black paper, but if you're careful and you choose some of the more opaque ones, then you can get them to show up on that dark surface, and it works really well. So I've switched to more of a medium-sized brush now, and on my palette I've got the silver all mixed up. I've got a bit of the grey actually going into it as well, which might become really, really useful. And I've got the primrose yellow too, and I call this a bit of a pick and mix. So I'm going to pick up some of the colour on my brush, and then using my brush kind of more like a pencil than anything else, I'm going to start making some feathery type of shapes over the back of my bird. And this is why I call it bird in a fog, simply because this is the stage of my watercolour painting where I'm not really sure entirely how it's going to kind of all show up, but I've got to get something down, otherwise he's going to look a bit bald. So you're picking up that ink, going back in, it's merging with the silver, which is just perfect, and I haven't had to work very hard at that, which is always a technique that I love. Anything where I don't have to work very hard at my painting is a bonus. And then coming around, I'm looking at my photograph all the time, using it for the reference, but also using it for the direction of the feathers too, which is equally important, because you want those feathers to look like they're wrapped around the eye. So let's get those in. So I'm really sort of sketching with my brush, and that's why it all looks a bit scrappy at the moment, but it does all come together, particularly when you get that eye in. Let's go back, a little bit of silver coming in here and getting some of those brush marks in. I'm also going to start introducing some of the opaque white, which is very handy that it's called opaque white, because it kind of gives you a clue that it's going to show up beautifully on that black watercolour paper.
Yeah.
So we can start to introduce some of that too, because he's got a very fluffy front.
Oh,
so
you just want to tickle under his chin. Might bite your finger off there.
I met him, I'm not so sure. He was pretty miffed at being held when I was photographing him.
Yeah.
So we'll get that in. And you can also see that the more you thin that watercolour out, you can get gradations of it. So you can have it very, very white and crispy, but you can also have it a bit more on the grey side. And everything's very white and it's very kind of sloppy. But I have to say that's the way that I like to work. I like to sort of shove it all on and worry about it later, really. That's kind of my painting style in a nutshell. Because I just think that otherwise I get way too bogged down with stuff. And then I start to faff about with it, and that's when I start to hate it, because it's just become too much of a chore. So I tend to throw colour at it and then just, you know, hope that something comes out of it. A little bit more white up over the top of the beak. So I'm using the tip of my brush. It's a kind of a handy hint, really, and I'm scribbling with it, really, for want of a better term. And so this is the bit that I really wanted to get to before I need to give it another dry. We made sure that we reserved that dark, didn't we, with our brushable wax resist. So now I'm hoping I'm going to use my little finger as a bit of a guide. That look, so I can paint back over the top of that, and it's repelling the colour.
Isn't it cool?
So I haven't got to worry about my eye being painted over and then putting it back in. That wax is reserving that dark for me.
I really like that wax.
And doing all of the hard work.
Yeah.
And look at the eye starting to pop out now.
Already. Oh, it looks wonderful.
Working really well. So I can get that yellow in here. And he is starting, once you start getting those highlights in, then he kind of starts to come together a little bit more. And we'll blend that out a little bit. Now we need to definitely get some of the yellow in up over on his beak. So I'm constantly looking at the photograph, looking at where the brush strokes are going. You probably notice I'm not holding my brush too tightly down against the page. I've got a bit of distance going on, and that way, hopefully, I can't faff too much.
You look so 3D. It looks amazing.
So yeah, it's starting to come together a bit now. Those that sort of bright yellow is helping tremendously. And then because we've got this drama of the black card, I can use that blended out. Yeah, so that's starting to work, and I can get a bit of a silver going on. But again, there we go, our wax resist working for us. So that black is all beautifully reserved. And do I want to do any more to this? I'm not sure that I do at the moment. I think that a few, she says, look at me faffing away. In a whole do as I say, not as I do type of situation. I'm going to give that a very speedy dry. It won't take me very long at all.
Okay.
To give that just a bit of a blast, and then we get to the good bit, we get to the detail, and we get to the bit that I really, really enjoy.
Lovely. All right, I'll be back with you in a moment, Alison. I believe, are we ready with those pictures? Is that what we were doing? Sorry. Yeah, pictures. Right, we've had some viewer pictures. Basically, Alison, you have been inspiring everybody. This one is from Nigel. How cool is this?
That is beautiful.
Wow.
That is absolutely stunning. Look how 3D that is. That's amazing.
And he says he's only been using watercolours for 10 weeks.
No.
See, you're inspiring everybody, Alison.
I wish when I started to paint, mine looked that good after 10 weeks, I tell you.
That's cool. We got another one. This one is from Jane. She's been doing lots of, looks like little postcards and things.
Oh, wow. Look at all of those.
They are amazing. She says she's been doing a little bit of watercolour every day.
Oh, that's very good. Honestly, you come on so fast doing that because you create a new starting point every day.
Yeah.
So rather than going back over and back over and back over the same exercise all the time, you can remember what you did the day before and then kind of move on from that. Thank you for sharing those. Those are
we love it.
fabulous.
We absolutely love you sending pictures in. Thank you so much. Now, if you go to our website, first off, you can see all of the lovely other items that we've got on the show, but it's nice and easy to become a member of the SAA. Here we go. Let's show you how to do it. So yeah, we have to click on it, that's right. So rather than add it to your basket, literally click on the picture, go to full product details that we can see here. Now that second line down, you'll see it's highlighted, click on that, and then it will take you to another page. Oh, by the way, don't forget, if you become a member, so if you scroll down a bit, you'll see there's like a join sign. There you go, join now. But you'll also get, as like a joining offer, you'll get those lovely brushos. Now, I think we've got 5 different colours. We've got the lemon, leaf green, scarlet, violet, and Prussian blue. You're also getting 10 sheets of SAA practice paper, 5-pack of wax resist sticks, and then you've also got the pen spray bottles. Are we getting 3 of those, or have I made that up? Excellent, we are getting 3 of those. So that's how you become an SAA member. Don't forget as well, we've got a lovely prize draw, so you need to be quick because we've only got about 20 minutes left on show. Well, in fact, we will be announcing the, actually you've got 10 minutes left. If you purchase anything off this lovely show, then you will be in with a chance of winning these 3 bite-sized DVDs all about the brush shows. Alison, are you okay to go?
I am, yes.
Wonderful, here she is.
Brilliant, thank you very much indeed. So, giving it a bit of a dry, and can you see now why I sort of said it was bird in a fog?
Yeah,
because
I like it.
particularly when you get the shine on the metallics, he's not really emerging, but by the same token, what I don't ever want to do with my own animal portraits is I don't ever want them to look like a cardboard cutout. I don't want them to look sort of taxidermy and stuffed. So I try to use colours in the background that I also use on the bird, and then that way, hopefully, he sort of becomes all part and parcel of it. You can see him, but I can make him sharper. And there's 2 products I'm going to use to do that. The first is my Posca pens. So as daft as it sounds that these are glittery and metallic, as most people who own Posca already will know, these are just brilliant for bringing out details. So they are water soluble when they're wet, and waterproof when they are dry. Now, of course, they go on a huge quantity of surfaces, but for a mixed media painter like me, they are just perfect because I can draw with them, and if I'm quick with a damp brush, I can then blend out the paint and I can get some softer versions of it. So let me show you what I'm talking about. So let's just make sure that our yellow is working before I start doing this. That's a good idea. Now I can go back in with my Posca pen, and you see I quite like the fact that it's metallic, because particularly on this black card it gives it a little bit of pizzazz. And what's not to like about pizzazz on your peregrine falcon?
Absolutely.
In fact, that's what we could name it, isn't it?
Pizzazz.
Pizzazz. I like a bit of alliteration. So as that's still damp, I can take my brush, just the tip of my brush into it, and I can blend it out. So rather than looking just like a line, it becomes a little bit softer. And then this way we can start to look at all of the detail on good old pizzazz, and we can really kind of make some subtle alterations on it. So hopefully that's starting to come out now. I'm also going to use the yellow to start building up a bit of a highlight in the eye as well. So if I make a very fine dotted line around there, and I take a tiny bit of water to it, I can start to build
look at
up
that shimmer.
And also, if you just noticed, Posca goes over the top of that wax.
Oh yes. How is this possible?
Yes, so because this is a different type of paint,
Yeah.
because it's much more like an acrylic than it is like a watercolour, I can go back over the top, so everything is editable. And we're going to do the same on the beak, so we're going to bring out some of those little details. Let's get something. I'm really enjoying this yellow. And actually, I'm not a particularly yellow person, so that's something I've discovered today. That's what I love about painting. Every day is a bit of a discovery. And I can use my damp brush to blend that out. We just want to get the bottom of his beak in. So we'll get that in. That's rather lovely. Yeah, I'm pleased with that. That's working really well. But I know that the star of the show, particularly where animals and birds are concerned, are my pastel pencils. Now these are the Derwent pastel pencils, so they are like a chalk, so like a chalk stick, but in pencil format, so you're not going to get covered in pastel at all, and it means that they're terribly controllable as well. And over the top of that black watercolour paper, they're not only going to show up really well, but they're going to give us a texture too. So let's pick out, in this set of 12, you've got some extremely useful colours. So I've got, particularly for peregrines, a white and a yellow. Let's go for the black, and let's go for this sort of ochre-y kind of colour too, and pop them to one side. Now the other thing I'm definitely going to need is, if you saw the 7 o'clock show, you know my terribly high-tech bit of kit, which was a canvas that I'd ordered and came with these corner protectors, and I hate throwing things into landfill and I hate things not being useful, but I know that this stuff is brilliant for blending out pastel. So I've cut just a little sliver off of it, and instead of sticking my grubby finger in it, I can be using this to smudge my pastel pencil instead. So I've got those two bits in my hand. Where should we start? Let's start with a bit more of the yellow. I want to build that up a little bit more. Now straight away on this surface, you can see where that yellow is going in. It's suddenly all so much brighter. Yeah. And if I take my little bit of polystyrene, I can blend that out very successfully, so I get that nice diffusion from one to the other. So down here in the photograph, it kind of goes from yellow to a grey, which of course with my little bit of polystyrene I can now achieve, and I've got that kind of lovely fuzzy effect. I also need to do that in here a little bit, so that I'm just adding to that yellow, and then I get to the good bit, which is the white, and I can't wait to get this in. So now we can start describing those feathers. How am I doing for time, Alex?
I would say we've got maybe 5, because I know we need to do a few updates.
Okay.
Well, or 5, no, what would you say, Molly? What did you say? 6.
6, right. Yeah. I will, speedy feathers. So I'm sure you can see now that where the pastel pencil is going over the top of this watercolour paper, you're getting that amazing texture coming through. Oh no, that's not the bit I wanted. I want this bit. And then when you smudge it, I've got that fantastic kind of diffused look, and I can start defining areas of him, which I don't want in the white, I actually want in the black, so that I can go back over the top and I can start to smooth areas out. And of course, because we're on black watercolour paper, this is like a sort of reversal. On white watercolour paper, we'd be using a white paint to tidy things up, but I can use my black pastel pencil to really start to bring his head forward.
Yeah.
And then in and around here, I can be making some quite big strokes really, but because of these pencils, this is so controllable. That's what I love about it. And you've done all the scary bit of all the kind of the chucking the paint at the surface. Now you get the payoff of being able to do all the detail. So we'll work all of that in. Let's use a little bit of this white over the top of the wax, because the pastel pencil goes over the wax too.
Amazing.
So I can build up that highlight.
Wow, he looks so real.
And hopefully he starts to come to life a little bit. That highlight in his eye is the thing that kind of really makes him look beady.
Yes.
And I always like to try and get that highlight in quite quick, because otherwise they do look a bit stuffed, and we don't want that. So into that as well, we'll add, because in the photograph he's got this sort of ochre-y colour to his feathers too. So instead of holding my pencil at the tip like this, I'm holding it over the top so that I get all of the colour strip laying down on the surface.
Nice.
And I can add that in. And because we're doing this in a very impressionistic style, I can get away with not having to do any of this.
This is great.
It's nice and quick. Let's do a bit more of that with the white. It's very tempting, I think, sometimes when you're halfway through a painting to think, oh, this isn't going how I wanted it to, or it doesn't really look how I wanted, but you really do need to see your painting through to its conclusion, because sometimes those last few marks that you make, like the highlight in the eye, make all the difference.
Well, sometimes we say, you know, if you're not happy with a project, leave it overnight and then come back to it.
Oh, definitely. Fresh eyes, there's a lot to be said for it.
Yeah.
And I call it currently working on. I have a big folder of stuff that I go, I'm currently working on that, which means I haven't quite decided whether I like it or don't like it. And
Indeed.
And sometimes pictures can stay in there for years, and then all of a sudden I'll get my mojo back with it and I'll go, oh no, I really want to finish that. So it is important. Right, last few. Have I got just enough time to finish?
Indeed, yes, totally got time.
Beak off.
Totally got time.
Excellent. So let's put a little bit of a highlight down in here over the wax. And I need to do too many things in my hand. A little bit of splending and smudging so that I get that nice softness. A little bit of white, I think, in here. Maybe a little bit of, no. Oh, too many pencils in my hand. That's better. Needed, he was looking a bit too gentle. Needed his beak to be a little bit more pointy. And so those last few strokes going in on the bottom of his beak. And then I can go back in with a nice sharp black line.
Yeah, this is the bit.
Pencil will do to get that edge in.
Yes.
And then you can then see the difference between the top of the beak and the bottom of the beak.
Wow.
And you know what? I think I'm pretty much done. I'm going to call it a day there.
Yeah, that looks beautiful. Thank you so much, Alison.
It's
We're
a
having a look at
pleasure.
him. He's amazing. He looks so realistic. Thank you. Now, guess what? We've had more pictures.
Oh, splendid.
Lots more pictures to show you.
Excellent.
So this first one is from Claire.
I recognise that.
Do you?
I do recognise that, because Claire must have one of those Brush Show Bites DVDs.
Okay.
Because that is the blackbird, the singing blackbird that I do as a demonstration. So thank you so much for following along. That's awesome.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you, Claire. Next one, who's this from?
Ooh.
Who, sorry? Lisbeth? Okay. This is
Wow.
amazing.
That is incredible. Absolutely incredible. Look at the drama in that kind of the tonal values, the light against the dark. That's phenomenal.
This one's a pencil drawing, I'm being told, on black card. It's phenomenal, isn't it?
That's beautiful, yes. And you can use pencil on the black watercolour paper.
Indeed. We've got more. Ooh, this is Sandy. Sandy says, Alison, you've changed her life since she started watching you 3 years ago. Thank you very much.
It's an absolute and utter pleasure. It's my pleasure. Thank you ever so much for being so supportive as well, because it's just as important for us to know that you guys are out there. That's fabulous. Thank you.
And this is also Sandy too. She sent the flowers in.
That's
marvellous.
Beautiful. Oh, that's really stunning.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Honestly, we always appreciate you sending your photos in. We really do. Taking the time as well. Now, we have time to announce the winner of the 3 sets of DVDs for the bite-sized brush shows, and I believe it is Sue Grant. Congratulations. Congratulations, Sue. So those will be winging their way to you, those lovely DVDs. Marvellous. Right, so we're going to have one final recap of what we've got on the show, because I believe we've got some updates for you. So, with our lovely book, you get the Beginner's Guide to the Watercolour with Mixed Media, Inspirational Innovative Techniques. You'll get your fabulous book. There we go, with all of those images and ideas and inspiration. Just looking at the time. So you get your wonderful book, and then you'll also get your DVD. So it's not a replica, is it? It's just
no,
like
companion.
A companion, which is a nice way to put it. And then you'll also get your why can't I think of the line drawings? It's because I wanted to say line drawings. Yeah, they are. Anyway, I've got to put 4:10. I can't talk though. You flipping left home at 1:30, so I've got no excuse. So you're getting your line drawings there, the 2 of those. So you've got the dandelion clock and you've got the dandelion leaves, just as a nice guide. £19.59, £9 saving, 097712. And then we've got the Waterford cardstock. Now this does come with, remember those 10 photographs, and you're getting the 10 line drawings. There, I remembered it then. 10 of those. And of course you can see them when you watch on Rewind. And the cardstock is 300 GSM, and you've got those 10 sheets in total. We are approaching limited stock on these, so please do be quick. £19.99, item number is 143601. Now this particular bundle doesn't come with the trace down, but you can find that on the website separately. Next then, we've got the Van Gogh watercolour card. Now this is 360 GSM, and you're getting 12 sheets in total. This again will come with your 10 line drawings and your 10 photographs, plus you will get the white trace down paper, and that is £35.89. Item number is 688363. And then the last option, you've got the white cards watercolour paper, which is 12 sheets, 300 GSM. This will come with the black trace down, and seeing as we have got a tiny bit of time, I can flick through the 10 line drawings that you'll get. So we've got our lovely bird, we've got the dog, how sweet is this? Hang on a second. Our sheepy, Steve. I love that. That's Steve. That is just Steve. Then we go on to flowers. So you get 5 animals. One of them is also a lovely eagle. Was it? No, you called it a...
Peregrine.
Peregrine, that's the word. Then more flowers. Hang on a second. Keep going, Alex, keep going. And there's also a poppy that you'll get, which you can see Alison working on at the 7 o'clock hour this morning. And then you'll also get your 10 photographs. The flowers, there's, oh look at his little face, it's cute. There's the bird, sheepy, Steve. And the colours to follow on that are amazing. Right, £35.89, and it's 349854. It's been a pleasure, Alison.
Oh no, thank you. It's been so great to be back in the studio and working with you. It's been fabulous.
Come back again soon.
Yes, we'll do. We'll do.
And safe trip home.
Thank you very much.
And happy anniversary.
Thank you.
Right, so thank you very much for keeping us company. Thank you so much for sending in all of your photographs as well. Grab yourself a quick cup of tea and of course a biscuit, and we'll see you in 3 minutes' time. And now we're back with Rebecca and our Paola for the Summertime Batik one-day special. Then our lovely Barbara, I believe she's Skyping in for our Mixed Media Friday. And following that, it's All and Create Family Favourites.
Hi, my name is Maggie and I'm from Impressions Crafts. I've been running my business now for 15 years. It's a small family-run business in the south of Cheshire. We have a large craft shop. We sell all sorts of beading and jewellery supplies. I have a passion for making jewellery. I love working with the Lucite style flower beads, and we make thousands and thousands of angels and have been doing so for the last few years. We've been bringing to Hochanda lots of lovely beading kits, jewellery, for necklaces and bracelets and earrings. And we also bring a wide range of angels and accessories, beading accessories like bookmarks. And we also have our range of laser cut sun catchers and mobiles, all the lovely crafty beads. Hope you can tune into my shows, and looking forward to seeing you on Hochanda.
Hochanda News! We're excited to announce that from the 1st of July, our broadcast hours on Freeview will be extended to 10 p.m. each day. We know that many of you have been missing our live shows in the evenings, and we look forward to having you with us once again.
Hi, I'm Hayley. Join me for some amazing Fabric Freedom shows. Fabric Freedom design all their fabrics here in the UK, and they design them with quilters in mind, so they're really good at picking out those unidirectional prints, really nice and small prints so you can work on smaller patchwork projects, and paste prints as well, which is one of their signature fabrics. They do lots more fabrics besides quilting cottons, so tune in to the Fabric Freedom shows here on Hochanda.
Hochanda prides itself on its ethos towards the family-run boutique companies that offer the variety that we know you love and appreciate. Following such a positive response to our previous family favourite events, we are very excited to welcome and introduce you to many more brand new Hochanda family favourites. Please tune in from Thursday the 25th of June at 6 p.m. to Monday the 29th of June at 6 p.m. to support many of your favourite guests and also our very loyal family-run businesses that have grown and prospered with Hochanda since our launch in August 2015. We will be running fantastic prize draws where winners will be drawn live within each hour during our event, giving you opportunities to win prizes worth at least £25. So join us from 6 p.m. on the 25th of June for your Family Favourites event.
Hi, I'm Jean, and together with my partner Malcolm, we run a small business in the northeast of England called Crafty Individuals. At Crafty Individuals, we're mostly involved in the design and manufacture of a very wide range of red rubber art stamps, but we also have a range of background papers and mini images that are also brilliant to create with. Personally, my background is in art and design and crafting, and most of the designs have been created by myself. We also have a great little team of other artist friends who've helped us along the way and have come up with other designs that completely work alongside our own. So do pull up a pew and join us on the Hochanda shows. We can't wait to see you there.
Hi, I'm Joe from the Mill Shop Online. Welcome to the Mill Shop Online. As you can see, we're a lot of fabric here. We're very passionate about our fabrics. We're one of the largest online sellers in the UK of fabrics for upholstery, soft furnishings, and now the lovely craft market. Whether you're starting out with fabric or you're an experienced sewer, We love to bring projects that every ability can really have a go at. So don't miss the Mill Shop Online shows on Hochanda.
Good afternoon, and look how beautiful, beautiful, the colors, the vibrantness of the colors, the beautiful one-day special, 10 fat courses of batik fabric. Now, batik is an amazing way of coloring, or dyeing the fabric, which means that the fabric is every piece is completely unique. And then imagine receiving 10 beautiful pieces that will have more, you know, that kind of pattern and that be vibrant color, but the variations will be completely and utterly unique. You will be able to create a quilt like that because you are also going to get with the one-day special that rainbow quilt pattern. And the person has designed that quilt pattern, and of course it has made that amazing quilt is Rebecca Reed. Hello, Rebecca.
Good morning. Hi, Paola. How are you?
I'm very well, very excited. I love rainbows, hence, and I love my quilting. I mean, very early journey, early days in my journey into quilting. But I was very, very mesmerized about this. But also, you have got a lot of background with quilting and designing. Can you tell us a little bit more about it?
Yeah, I've worked for craft magazines for, oh gosh, nearly 30 years. I've been technical editor and editor of various craft magazines. So my sort of background is in creating designs, writing instructions, trying to sort of work out what the best way is for people to understand how to make something. So I have spent years playing with fabric, cutting it up, and writing instructions that hopefully make sense.
And that instructions and that all that knowledge of Rebecca will be delivered in, of course, in the instructions for the rainbow quilt in here. Now, now I need to tell you, of course, that we are in the middle of the family favorites, and of course that event at Hochanda means that there is a giveaway every live hour, including in this hour, of course. And look at this giveaway today. It's a layer cake, a 42-piece layer, and it is William Morris layer cake. So you have got 42, I think it's a layer cake, is it 10 inches square? Yeah, it is 10 inches square. So it is a phenomenal size. And if you sew them all together, you can make a quilt that is 57 inches by 67 inches, or thereabouts. Anyway, that's a junk. But let's get back to one point. If you order before the end of the hour, you will be eligible to be part of that giveaway. We will announce the winner of the giveaway about 5 minutes before the end of the show. So please do check out your baskets before 10 minutes before to the hour. But the one-day special, 60% of the stock has already gone. And remember that you are getting fat courses. So let me open the red. Of course, I'm going to go for the red. If I open it, you will see, of course, the fat quarter, size. Now, look at that. Can you see the beautiful nature of that fabric? It is a really nice, beautiful fabric. Sometimes when you have got batiks, it feels a little bit, how can I say it, rough. But this, no, it doesn't feel, it feels kind of, it's a proper batik, but it still has got that softness as well. Can you see that it's kind of almost double-sided? The front and the back is equally as beautiful, and the reason being because when batiks are not printed, it's a dyeing process. And these ones, for instance, these two that I'm opening now, I believe they are wax resist, so therefore kind of the wax resists the pattern, creating that kind of graduation of color, lighter tones and darker tones. Every single inch is kind of almost unique in the sense that it cannot predict exactly where the dye is going to go. You have got the ability, if you have got a project that, for instance, maybe sunglasses case or something like that, that you wanted to make it one, you don't want to put anything inside it, so it needs to be both front and inside and outside beautiful. This fabric is phenomenal for that. Let me show you as well, for instance, the beautiful blue, the refreshing wood. I think this is a sky right now. Now, Caribbean Sea, something like that. Now, this is sold, I think this is like sold, is it called sold batik effect? So it has got that rippling effect of almost oil on water. Look at how beautiful they are. Now, of course,
Even the green, look at the green. I love how you have got that kind of gentleness of the leaves in here. And remember, there are 10 beautiful colors in that fat quarter size, and of course it creates a full rainbow. Now that full rainbow with a little bit of white fabric, with some white fabric, you can create that beautiful quilt. Look at that. Now, can you see the patterns from some of those fabrics? They are multi-directional, which means that no matter how you cut them, you will have a pattern that will fit beautifully on those half-square triangles. Look at that. It's refreshing, it's vibrant, it's of the now as well, because those rainbows, they are uplifting, they give us positivity, they give us that vibrancy that we want to have in our lives. And also I love the way that it can be just displayed as a quilt over the bed, or it can be displayed over a sofa to bring some light into our, you know, like TV evenings. That's the sort of thing that kind of I love about this, is the simplicity, but the power through the colors that you have got in here. And all starts with the phenomenal batik prints. Look at this one. Look at that. How gorgeous is that tone? Can you see the purples and the beautiful lavenders, a little bit of periwinkle coming through. Every square inch is individual and unique. It is beautiful and stunning. And as I was mentioning, it feels quality cotton, it feels quality fabric, because you know what? Rebecca does always bring quality in here. Look at that gorgeous pattern as well. Now, if you want to want the special, remember, 60% of the stock has, oh, now 2/3. Well, this is what happens in the live hours. Please do check out your baskets as soon as you can, because that means also that you will be eligible for your, your giveaway. 995169 is your item number for the one-day special. £34.89 is the price, saving £7. Now, we have got a set of 5 fat quarters with batiks, of course, but I need to say something. There was a slight, misunderstanding on the website. So, if you have ordered already and you have ordered the aqua and you wanted the what we said, the blues, and vice versa, don't worry. The call center will give you a call and make sure that you get the right one. Now, what I'm going to say, which one is which, is the right way. We have confirmed and reconfirmed, so we are going. So, what looks like aqua is going to be aqua. The turquoises, the teal, the aqua, the beautiful kind of Caribbean Sea. Then we go into maybe the Mediterranean, and then we end up in the Maldives with the beautiful skies of Oundle, or the beautiful seaside from Bournemouth. So that is the aquas. Okay. Now then we have got the blues. The blues. Let's open that. Gorgeous. Now, here you have got a mix of wax resist batiks as well as salt resist batiks. So this one is one of the traditional ones. Again, multi-directional. Is this the right way? Is this the right way? It's up to you, whichever way you're using it, and that is a beauty when you are working with it. Can you see that both the front and the back, there's very subtle difference, which means that you actually have got two very similar but yet a slightly different variations of the same fabric, so you can choose whichever way you're putting it. And it's not that sometimes when it's printed you really need to use the right one. Then we have got some sold ones as well here. Shall I open it? Because look at that, gorgeous. Now, this is the sea in the Mediterranean, by, the Cala San Vicente in Spain, in Mallorca, or something like that. The waters, when you see the beautiful, kind of rocks underneath, and a little bit hints of sand at the bottom. That is, of course, the blue option. So you have got even more like the lighter skies as well, with little clouds in there as well. I just love it. And then you have got the summer option. Now, I need to mention that every single item in the show, it's going to have extended delivery, dispatched from the 9th of July, just so we are aware of that. Then we have got the summer, which has got sunshine. We want some sunshine. We have got some sunshine now at the minute. Warmth, but also I'm thinking lemonade. I'm also shall we open this one, because you see, I want to show you that they are not only fat quarters but also these subtle you know, kind of tone on tone effect in here, and you can see that the other side is equally as beautiful. And then this one, I mean, summer wouldn't be summer without the strawberries, wouldn't it? Look at that. Look how gorgeous that is. And of course, having the yellows through here, the warmer tones of the corals and the reds means that the combination, you can paint some red, maybe more red, but also it's a red that it kind of delves a little bit into pink, into watermelon territory, into maybe nectarines and cherries as well. That is, of course, the summer option with those beautiful flowers. And then we have got the purple, deep purples, lavenders, and of course we have got the aubergines in here, sold batiks as well as wax resist batiks, and then finally the greens with that vibrant, zesty greens. And actually, funnily enough, this is one of the most popular option. And then, you know what? I'm going to open this one, and then I'm going to open that one as well. Because, again, I love the nature of these batiks. Look at that. How beautiful is that? But if I turn it around, you can see, I mean, it's so subtle, the difference, but it is there. But you have gone like, if you want the same fabric but a little bit more muted, just turn it over and you may see how that. It's just the ability to then just have fun with the prints, not be worried about, oh, I need to worry about how it goes up and down. It's just absolutely beautiful fabrics in there. And remember, the batik process of dyeing means that every single inch is kind of unique. It's a kind of randomness, and that has got always that particular special meaning, of course, that you know that it's unique. £17 and 95 pence is your price. So, sorry about that. Right, if that's, of course, then you have the choice between blue, aquas, and of course, summer and purples and greens. Now, patterns. We have got a set of 3 patterns, including the Sunshine Star cushion, which features these batiks, the summer batiks. Then we have got, of course, the stripy bag and the French braid placemat, and all 3 of them are in this bundle. So if you go for 673,255, you will get all 3 patterns. £15 and 97 pence is the price, and you're saving £2. Now, if you wanted to go for maybe a pick and mix, so maybe you wanted to go just for the rainbow quilt included in the one-day special, maybe you wanted for the cushion, so matching set, or the bag, maybe the bag and the placemats, you can pick any 2 in the pick and mix, and then your price will be £11 and 98 pence. 826-564, and remember, it's 2 of the patterns. And then, without further ado, let's join Rebecca and see the first demonstration.
So I wanted to talk to you first about the quilt, because that's our one-day special. In the pack you will get the instructions and 10 fat quarters, all in the rainbow colours. I know there are 7 colours in the rainbow. We've got 10, but they blend through from the red all the way to the violet. All you need to buy on top of that is some plain fabric. I've chosen white. I could have made the quilt just from the batiks, and you could do that using the instructions, but then it would have been smaller, and I wanted those batiks to sing and shine on their own, because they're so beautiful in their own right. By pairing them with the plain fabric, it makes them stand out more. I've chosen a white because it's clean, it's fresh. Rainbow makes me think often of baby quilts or for toddlers or children, and that's a really good colour. But you could choose any colour. A pale grey looks very subtle and again makes the colours shine. Or go darker, go for a midnight blue or a black. That's really stunning. What you can do, if you're new to quilting and you think, oh, I don't know whether do I want to invest all that money in buying all the extra fabric, well, you've got everything you need in the one-day special bundle, including enough fabric to bind the quilt, which is the frame of the quilt.
Which is amazing.
So, yeah, and I've done that as a rainbow binding, so it's strips of all the colours sewn together, so it's like a rainbow frame. And then you need, I bought myself a sheet, a double flat sheet, a really good quality cotton sheet from the supermarket, but it was only a tenner, even though it was really good quality. And I cut out the back for that, and then I realised I had enough fabric for the front as well. So that's a really good option. Don't buy a cheap quality one, don't buy polycotton one, it has to be pure cotton. But if you do that, particularly often the Super King sheets are the same price as the double sheets. The bigger the better, and then you've got enough for the back and the front. So that's a little money saving tip for you. So what you do to start with, everything is in the instructions, you don't need to remember any of this or any of the measurements, is you, from each of the fat quarters, you cut a couple of strips of the binding, and then you cut squares, and the squares we're going to turn into those triangles that are on the quilt. And then from the plain fabric, you cut the same number of squares. And then what you do to start with, I've done this in stages, you take one batik square and one plain square, and you sew them together all the way around the edge using a 1/4 inch seam allowance all the way around. And you think, what am I going to do now, because I can't get inside it, it's all together, it's all sewn together. So I've done one here for you. You then place it flat on your cutting mat. If you've got a rotary cutter and a ruler, brilliant, because it's much quicker. You just place the ruler from one corner to the other and you cut along it. Now if you haven't got a rotary cutter and a mat, you can just take a ruler and draw a line in pencil and then cut along it. When you've done that, turn it round and cut it the other way. So if you're doing this with a ruler and a pencil, draw both lines on first, it's easier for matching up. When you've done that, you will end up now with 4 triangles. And the seam's already done, because we did those when we went all the way around the edge. All you have to do is open out each triangle like that and press the seam to one side. Press it towards the darker fabric, because then the fabric won't show through. If you're using a white fabric like I have done, this seam will show through. So just press it open. And now you've got 4 half square triangles. That's a quilting term, and because it's a square that's formed half of triangles, you then have to cut them down, trim them down so that they're exact and precise. And the beauty of this method is that if you've got your seam allowance slightly wrong or you haven't cut it quite right, these are a lot bigger than you, well, about ½ an inch bigger than you need. So you trim them down, again using your rotary cutter, but if you haven't got that, use a ruler. You will then end up with 160, because you get 40 squares from each fabric, 16 squares from each fabric, and there were 10 fabrics. You end up with 160 of these half square triangles. Wow. Now you just need to place them down in the order that you want them. In the instructions there's quite a clear picture, which I'm now looking for. Here we go. On the front cover of the instructions there's quite a clear photo of the layout of the quilt. So you can copy mine exactly, because you can quite clearly see we've got red here that blends into pink and orange and yellow. And the reason that I've mixed some colours in each row is because the fabric is quite mixed. So if we look at this fabric, you know, this is not just one colour. It's got a bit of pink, a bit of purple, a bit of green, a bit of teal. So to echo that kind of ombre feel that you get with the batik, I've mixed the rows slightly. But you can do it however you want. I moved all the furniture to one side and I laid them all on the lounge carpet, shut the door first, the dog didn't come in, and mess them all up. And then I took a quick photo of what order they're in. But you can lay them out however you want. To do this quilt, which is 60 inches square, that's 1.5 meters square, you need 144 triangles, because there are 12 going across and 12 going down, which is great because you've got 16 left over. You could make your quilt bigger and do 10 rows by 16 rows, or it'd work really well as a bed runner. So you could do it maybe 5 rows deep and then make them all longer, and it will go over the end of your bed. It's up to you. Sort of play around with it. Think about the measurements of what you want. But if you want to do it like I've done, you do 12 by 12, so there's 144. You've then got 16 left, and the great thing about that is the 16 make a lovely cushion. They make a 20-inch square cushion, because these are all 5 inches, which is quite a really nice cushion. So if you were making this for a bed or a gift, say for a cot or something, you could put the cushion there. And another idea is, because you've now got this 20-inch panel, or you could have 2 you could make a bag. So if you were giving this as a gift to someone, you could put it into a bag, or you could just have a patchwork bag for yourself. So lay all of your, I've just got the 16 here, obviously I haven't got enough space to lay them all out. Lay them all out with the batik in the top left-hand corner. I know that might seem a bit obvious, but when I'd laid mine all out on the lounge carpet, I looked and thought something wrong, and I had some of them twisted round. And then you can play with them. You could just go random. I mean, you know, I'm just putting them in these in any order. You could just go random.
The rainbows are so beautiful.
It doesn't, you know, it's really odd, but they all go together. Yeah, even though this is orange, yellow and red, because it's the same weight fabric, it's the same technique, it's the same method, they do blend really nicely together. So you could just go random, or you can copy mine, or you can go completely different. When you've done that, the best thing to do now is, even if you've taken a photo, is pile them up into rows. So if you've got lots of rows, I'll just do it with this. Keep this one here, put that one on top, and that one on top, and that one on top. And then cut a piece of paper, put number 1 in it, pin it through. You know that's row 1, and this is the first one. Yep. When you do the next row, do the same thing and label them. And you'll end up, if you do it like mine, with 12 stacks. Then sew each row together, one by one. So take number 1 and number 2, and all you have to do is put them right sides together.
Okay.
Put a couple of pins in. You're not matching any seams here, just use your 1/4 inch seam allowance, sew it together, and then press the seam to one side. Oh, that one didn't quite catch. And then you do that, do one row at a time, the whole row, then do the next row. Keep that label pinned on, otherwise you'll forget which is row 1 and which is 9 and which is 3, and they'll all be mixed up and you have to lay them all back down again. So do keep that label on there. You can see in the, I've taken photos throughout the process to make it easier for you, because sometimes it's, although you're reading all the words, it's simpler to see the process in pictures. And you can see when I was sewing my rows, I've kept my piece of paper pinned on, just because that makes it simpler. When you've sewn all of your rows together, you then sew the rows to each other, one after another, and that is where, at that point, that you will have to match your seams, because you want the row that's below here to match exactly with that row. Then you do have to, and then you will get this lovely line. Now you've made your whole quilt top. Obviously this is going to take time, but the great thing about it is that it's a very repetitive process. So you've got to sew all the way around the edge of 40 squares. So by the time you've done that, your 1/4 inch seam allowance will be perfect. You will be really good at turning corners, sewing in straight lines. Then you've got to cut them, and it's repetitive. It's a great practice quilt. You'll be great at cutting. Then you've got to sew all of these together. So I made the whole thing, quilted everything from start to finish, in 2.5 days. So if you do it, you know, it's not horrendously time consuming, but if you're new to it, you might just want to do it in stages. When you've done that, you then have to quilt it, which basically is just laying down a piece of plain fabric with wadding on top, and then the quilt top that you've put on top. And then you need to bind the edge of your quilt. So I'm going to show you how to do that, because that's something, as well as how do you put a zip in a cushion, is something a lot of people ask me. So I've just got a little small quilt, baby quilt here. There's the backing fabric, which is the sheet. The wadding is between, and there's some lovely blue batik on top. Now remember at the beginning I said that you cut from the batik squares, you cut strips like this, lots of them. I joined mine together in colour order, so I went red, pink, orange, yellow, green, light blue, dark blue, and just because then you get a nice rainbow effect. So I've done a little bit here first of all, but I'm going to show you. When you join 2 strips together, don't join them straight. For 2 reasons. You're going to fold that binding around the edge of your quilt, and if you fold them straight, all the bulk is in one place, and as you look down the quilt it will go flat, and then there'll be a little bump, and then it will go flat. If you join them at right angles, like this, so right sides up, right sides down, so right sides together, place them at exact right angles, matching those edges, and then just pin them together. And we're now going to sew from, I'll draw a line so you can see where I'm going to sew. And we're going to sew from this top left corner to this bottom right corner. If you lift it up slightly, you can see where it joins there. And you can draw that line in, or it's not that long for you to be able to sew. Put a pin in so it stays together. Pop it under your machine. Ooh, this is already joined on. Obviously you won't have joined any of yours on, it's only because I've done a piece in advance just so you can see the process. Join all your strips before you start attaching it to your quilt. Don't do them one at a time. So now we've got our 2 pieces joined. You can now trim the seam allowance right down. Again, that will reduce the bulk. And now you've got them joined together. Just press them with the seam to one side, and then now you've got a nice diagonal join. So when you fold it in half, the bulk of the seam is here and here, not all in one place. And also, I think the other reason you do this is I think it's more attractive. I think you get a nicer blend of colour
like that,
when you're
yeah.
going at a diagonal. It's a more of a gradual finish. So that's how you join the strips. Now I'm going to show you. You place the binding strip right sides together on the top of your quilt. Start in the centre of one side and then leave a long tail, because we're going to join these at the end and you need that tail for joining. So I've done one corner here just to get ahead a bit. We're going to pin it all the way down, and look, it doesn't matter where your next strip joins in, just ignore that, but you just treat it like one strip. When you get to the bottom corner, you're going to sew it with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. So I'm just going to draw that in by eye. You're then going to stop 1/4 inch from the bottom and then stitch a diagonal line down there. So I'm going to sew that because I've got white thread in my machine. You'll be able to see it better once I've sewn it. So sew it together all the way along. Right sides together, remember, with that 1/4 inch seam allowance. When you get to the corner, stop stitching a 1/4 inch before the end. Lift the foot and your needle, and then sew into the corner. So let me show you what that's happened there.
I see, yeah.
So unfortunately we've ended up on a bit of a, because we've got a join, it's harder to see, isn't it? So we've sewn into that corner. Now what happens for the next one is you take your binding strip, which will be much longer than this, you fold it up so it's at right angles, and you've got a nice angle there. You can just finger press that. But what I do is just pop a pin, just to hold it in place, is I pop a pin in there. You won't be sewing there, so you can leave that in place. You won't sew on top of that. Then bring the binding strip back over again, so it's right sides together, and have that as a nice straight edge at the top. And then pin that into place. And now I'm going to sew all the way down. So I'm going to sew that so that you can see what happens to this mitered corner. Start sewing right at the top. Don't start in a bit like you did with when you finish a corner. Start sewing right at the top. And again, sew with the 1/4 inch seam allowance all the way down. It really is worth taking the time to bind it. You've got to think of the binding of your quilt is a bit like a picture frame. You know, you are...
Of course, yeah, that makes sense.
You're framing the edge of your quilt. So when you get down to the corner again, stop 1/4 inch by the end, lift your foot, oh, drop my scissors, and then sew down at a diagonal, and I'll take it out from the machine so you can see that. So this is easier to see now. Look, you can see I've sewn along here and then I've sewn diagonally. And then you do exactly the same thing here. You fold it up, pop a pin in,
and then
you can press it at this stage if you want. You've only got to do 4 corners, so it's not too bad.
And of course, that batiks that you are using, the fabric, is from the one-day special.
Yes, this is these are the one-day special ones. The blue fabric that I've got on the background is from the blue 5 fat quarter set. So I've got a whole mixture, but this fabric and these are from the one-day special. So let me show you what happened in the corner that we did earlier. Take that pin out. Now you can see when I fold this round.
Oh,
look at the mitered corner. It's a perfect join. When you then come to sew it into place, you turn the edges of this under by 1/4 inch. Fold these at the long edges, under by 1/4 inch. And that on this, and then you can either hand sew or machine sew them into place. It's up to you. But you will also get a mitered corner on the back as well. You've got to adjust it a bit.
Oh, I see. Yeah, perfect.
But see that finish there? That gives you the perfect mitered corner.
That is absolutely perfect mitered corner. Thank you for showing us that, Rebecca, because that is so neat. Now, of course, Rebecca was using the one-day special to create the binding, and of course, the quilt in the back has got the one-day special as the main feature, but also on the binding of the quilt. that beautiful batik. Remember, batiks are unique. Every single little bit of the batik is unique because it is almost like the nature takes its course through the beautiful, whether it's wax resist or whether it's salt resist. It kind of is always a little bit unique. What you are getting is a full rainbow, 10 fat quarters. I'm going to open this one because I haven't opened it before. And this one is the one Rebecca was using as well for the binding. If I show it like this is stunning, isn't it? Well, this is the back of it, because if I put it like this, you will be able to see it. It's almost imperceptible what's the front and what's the back, because the dye has drip through it, and you can see that it has got like almost two different subtle front and back. So it means that you have got two sides to choose from with a very, very subtle differences. But you have got a yellow, you have got orange, you have got red, you have got pink, you have got, I would say this one is between pink and purple. Then you have got a beautiful lilac or lavender. Then we're moving into maybe periwinkle and a little bit of a deep purple in there. Deep blue. Gorgeous, like deep waters. And then we have got the sun, the sky, the beautiful blue, celestial blue, and then citrusy, vibrant, fresh, zesty green in there. It's just kind of like really beautiful colors. The colors make me excited because, and I think it will make you excited as well at home. The beauty and the joy of these batiks is that you can combine them however you want to. You don't necessarily have to do the quilt, although you are going to get instructions on how to accomplish this amazing quilt. But so for instance, if you may have got a project in there, you can see that it's kind of like so subtly different. You will have the full rainbow. Maybe you wanted the cooler tones maybe for a project, and you can use them. Of course you can. You're getting all 10 beautiful colors to give you that tone on tone, that beautiful, natural, organic gradation of color, and of course lines that kind of make, blending together into each other. What I love as well about this batik is the softness of the fabric. Sometimes batik, when you open this, because of the nature of that, they have been dry sometimes by the beach and things like that, they become a little bit harsh to work with. This feels nice and soft and smooth. Quality cotton in here that you have got. The softness, it means that you are going to enjoy sewing through it. The other thing that I love is that even the ones that have got wax resist, and I'm going to open a couple of, there is non-directional as well. Can you see it? No matter how you cut them, you are going to cut them in the right way, because it doesn't have a right and a bottom, or a bottom and top, whatever way you want to look at it. It means that if you are doing the technique that I'm so totally going to follow that one, Rebecca's technique of cutting the bigger square and then sewing the edges and then cutting. Now, if you have got that directional fabric, you couldn't really do that unless you're wasting some fabric. With this, it's the perfect technique. You're going to use so much more than every inch of the fabric, because even the tiny squares is going to be an interesting square. Even if, say, this little bit, even, can you see it? Even that is beautiful, because you have got the variation of the blues and aquas coming through it, the beautiful yellows and mustardy kind of oranges, ochres as well. The interest is throughout every single inch of the fabric. And there is something magical about owning pieces of fabric that you know that they are unique. And that's what batik makes, gives you. Because you know that every single area is the result, of course, of the dye mixing with the resist and of kind of making it completely making it unique. And then when you cut it into pieces and you make that quilt, or maybe you make a project like a bag or a cushion, it will have that kind of vibrancy from the colors, but also that uniqueness, because every single area is kind of beautifully done, but of course a result of nature itself. How the dye has penetrated the fibers, and of course resisting with the salt, in like the ones that you are seeing now, it creates that unique, beautiful fabric. Whether it's the blue skies or whether it's the waters of the Caribbean, that blue reminds you, every single color and these fat quarters will bring something, some joy of the color and the pattern. And even this one, the yellow, it's just very subtle, but it is certainly there. The little dots, can you see them? It's Are they suns? Are they flowers? Are they seashells? That kind of also that nondescript sort of elements means that no matter what project it is or what decoration you are going to have, these beautiful fabrics are going to work beautifully. I need to tell you that, well, it's 70% of the stock are gone. So if you want to grab your one day special, remember that you are getting of course, the rainbow quilt pattern by Rebecca that Rebecca has put together. £34.89 is your price. You're saving £7. £995.169 is your item number. Now we do have got more batik options for you. I am very partial fabric, but color, and of course beautiful fat quarters. That means that 5 fat quarters is a lot of different projects you can do. Now we have got 5 options, and now let's reiterate it. If you have ordered previously, we did say that this was blue and this was aqua. No, the correct way is as the name, as the colors imply. This is the aqua. Now, if you have ordered before, our customer service will be contact you to make sure that you get the right one that you wanted. Right, if you wanted the aqua, order the aqua now. Definitely, this is the aqua, the beautiful turquoise green, the turquoise blue, the soft aqua, almost like Tiffany blue, isn't it? It's a little bit more, no, it's those big, you know, there's very posh in Mayfair or St. James, that kind of thing, department stores, that kind of, yeah. That is, well, it has got a fortune sort of thing and masonry, so in the name, if you know, that's exactly that sort of color. Then we have got the blue option in here. And the blue option is a kind of deeper, darker tones in there. I'm going to open this one because I think this is fireworks in the night sky. Think about how gorgeous that will be. Again, multi-directional. Are they indeed fireworks, or are they, you know, maybe they are Posidonia, which is a type of native algae in the sea, Mediterranean Sea. And that is beautiful. It's very protected. It's very important for the oceans because it produces oxygen. So it kind of stars through when the light hits it. Or maybe they are fireflies. Fireflies? So it's the imagination, it's the beauty of batik and wax resist techniques that kind of creates all these patterns. Then we have got the summer option, 2 yellows, those beautiful darker, maybe more citrusy, as well as the kind of maybe a little bit more lemonade, the other one, sunshine and lemonade. Then we have got the corals and the darker pinks as well here. Then we have got the purple option, which features amazing, beautiful kind of checks and diamonds, but again, it has been designed in a way that again is multi-directional, and it doesn't really matter which way it goes, it all works beautifully. That one features as well the lavender here, or yeah, I think it's lavender soul batik, and then finally the greens, the most popular. Well, I think it's partly because it's a very happy color, isn't it, green? It's a peaceful, happy, active color. I always think of green like that, especially these ones. You see them and you kind of suddenly like that burst of colors, and you want to go out and do things, and you go to the park and look at the trees and the forest and look at that beautiful forest green as well. And the pattern with all that detail and that kind of, you can see in here subtle tones of olive green, but also the kind of Christmassy green. And then I love this one because this one is more subtle. This is more towards autumn greens, when you have got kind of hints of yellow and ochres from the leaves and flowers turning maybe into yellows and warmer to oranges as well. I love that. Right, if you want this one, of course, your item number is 043676 is your item number. Remember, is your choice of greens, summers, purples, aquas, blues, or, yeah, I think I mentioned them all. I remember. Right, so £17.95 for, of course, a set of 5 fat quarters. Now, we have got a set of 3 patterns put by Rebecca. Now, either of these patterns can be done with a set of 5 fat quarters. So it could be but you are going to get all 3 patterns. The Sunshine Star cushion, which is an amazing, beautiful, gorgeous pattern for the front. And look at the back as well. So you can use fat quarters for the back, and I love that.
this one I think is 22 inches square.
24.
24. Oh, I was skimming on 2 inches. It's very important. Now, then we have got the cushion, and then we have got the placemats. Now, if you have got, it's the French braid, I think it's called placemats. And these ones, if you have gone for the set of 5 fat quarters, you would be able to do 4 of them. So if you go for the 1 day special plus these patterns, you could be doing 8 of them because you're going to get 10 fat quarters. Or you could do 4 of those ones, and then you could do the stripy bag because you are going to get the pattern as well. And the pattern of the stripy bag can be done as well into reality using just 5 fat quarters. Now, if you want to go for these patterns, your item number is £15 and £97, saving £2. 673255 is your item number. And of course, we want to join back Rebecca, so here she is.
Okay, I was just going to, while you were talking, Paul, I just finished off doing the little corners just so you can see what it looks like and how the motors work. I'm going to just run through quickly how to make the Sunshine Star cushion. Now, I made mine using the summer batik pack. There's enough fabric in the 5 batiks to make the front of the cushion and then the back as well. But because it's 5 fat quarters, you can use any of the packs. So I've cut mine out using the aqua pack because although I've called it Sunshine Star, you can use it with anything. Now, this is exactly the same as the rainbow quilt. It uses those half square triangles, but I've used a slightly different method for this. Because there aren't so many, and also because I wanted to teach you 2 different ways to do it, and just the way that I cut the fabric, because I needed 2 different sizes of half square triangle, this was the most efficient way to do this. So the whole cushion is made up of little half square triangles in the middle and then bigger ones on the outside. So I'm going to show you how to do that. So the outside star and the middle star, I can show you the photo here on the front cover. So this is the outside star, this is the middle star, yeah. And then you've got the inner star here and then circles. So the triangles on the outside and the middle are the same size, and then the ones on the inner star half the size, but you make them using exactly the same method. Place 2 squares right sides together. In the instructions it tells you which colour to use for which. Because each of the 5 fat quarter packs, whether you buy purple, green, summer, blue or aqua, they all grade from light to dark. That's how they've been selected. They're not just random, they do grade from light to dark. So I've said which ones to choose as light and which ones to dark. So it tells you which 2 to put together. Put them right sides together, and then you need to draw a line. I'll use my longer ruler for this. From the top, from one corner to another. So it's different this time. We're going to be drawing lines first. Then you need to sew 1/4 inch either side of this line. I find it easier at this stage to draw those lines in, just because you know you're doing it exactly. When you've done a few of these and you've got used to it, you can just draw the centre line. But I would say, if you haven't done this before, just to start off with, draw the lines either side. Now all you've got to do is you stitch along these lines. So you start at one end and you stitch all the way along. So the centre line, ignore that, you won't be using just yet. It's those outside lines that you're using for sewing. And you don't even need to cut the thread. And then sew back down the other line. So we're still going to get the same half square triangle like we did with the quilt. This is just a different method of doing it. So take the pins out and give it a quick press, because that just sets the seam, because you can see the fabric is a little bit wrinkled because the sewing and the thread has upset the fabric and moved it about. So before you cut it, give it a quick press. You should always get into the habit of when you've sewn a seam, press it. It just sets the seam and settles it, and it'll lie flatter. Now you need to just cut down the middle. Obviously I've lost my line because I'm using a heat erasable pen and I've ironed over it, but that doesn't matter. You just cut down the middle. Then, when you open them up, you've now got a half square triangle, exactly the same as we had with the rainbow quilt, just a different method. Press that seam to one side towards the darker fabric. and then you need to trim it. These need to be 4.5 inches. Okay. So again, in the same way that we did the rainbow quilt ones, just trim either side. I've trimmed that one straight, and then I line up the 4.5 inch edge and I trim that one. You're only trimming a tiny bit off these, it's just to square it up. There's a little bit of extra allowance in the squares, so just because when you're sewing all of these half square triangles together, it's a lot easier if the edges are really crisp and neat, which they won't be when you've sewn it together and opened them up. So that's one of the larger half square triangles. Look how great it looks in that colour. Then what we're going to do is do exactly the same to make the little ones. So again, put a small one, they're called the inner half square triangles on the instructions. Draw a line either through the centre and then 1/4 inch either side of that. I'm just going to sew this one, and then I can show you how that star joins together.
While Rebecca is sewing, I will remind everybody to check out their baskets now, because then, of course, you will be entered into that family favorites giveaway that we run every hour. So if you check out in the next minute or 2 minutes, then you will be eligible to be entered by your giveaway. Let's go back to Rebecca.
Right. So you can see how quick that was, because while Paula was talking, I've just sewn that. So again, cut through the centre and press the seam to one side, and you've now got the little ones, and every time you sew 2 squares together you end up with 2 half square triangles. So again, you need to trim these, because as you can see, you know, they're a bit wiggly now. Yeah. So I'm just going to quickly trim this one, and then I can just show you the layout of this inner triangle square. You can see what it looks like. So these have got to be trimmed down. These are half the size. But you can see that this cushion can work in any of the fabrics. It just depends which colour you like the most. But it looks equally good in aqua as it does in the summer. So I've got some here earlier that I've made. The next thing you need to do is create the inner star. So you have some plain squares. When you see the instructions, or have pictures all of this, so you can see where they go. But it's always worth laying it out first, because then it's a lot easier to see what you're doing. So if you take the photo, put that there, then you can make sure that you get them in the right colour order, which I'm doing here. So you put that one there and that one there. So that's the top row. Then you have that one like that, and that one like that, and then a square, and then you have that one like that. So you can see it's starting to form the pattern. It's always easier to lay them all out like this first, and then you can make sure you've got them in the right order.
Ah, of course.
Oh, it's green, isn't it? Green goes there, and green goes there. And then in the centre of that, there's just a plain square. Okay.
And that's the centre of...
So that's the centre. So what you do next is you sew the whole top row, those 4 together, side by side. Just check as you're doing it that you've got them in the right order. And then sew the bottom row together, all side by side. And then sew those 2 together, and sew those 2 together. And then you sew those to here.
Yes.
And then the top row to that, and the top row to that. And then you do the next border.
Fabulous. So it's a very simple, and of course in the instructions you will have exactly how to do it, and then that's why it's really good to go for the set of 3 instructions. Remember that you're also getting the stripy bag and of course the placemat instructions there as well. And all of these projects, each of these projects you can do with one of the 5 quarter bundles, or you could do 2 of these projects because with the one day special. The one day special features 10 beautiful batik fabrics, the full rainbow with yellows, oranges, reds, pinks and purples, lavenders, blues, and of course sky blue, as well as that beautiful green in there.
This is the one-day special. £34.89 is the price, making a saving of £7. Quality fabric, beautifully dyed with all, you know, ancient technique of batiks. It's when you start reading about the whole history of batiks and knowing how it is one of these traditional ways of adding, you know, kind of beautiful painting. Now, of course, it's me saying it, but we have got an expert here, Rebecca. What do you like so much about batiks?
I like the colours of them. I like the fact that they're natural and organic. They're not just printed and they're not predictable. When you open a piece of the fabric, I just get one of my favourite ones, the red one. It's got so much in it because what they do is they dye the base fabric, then they put wax on and then they dye it again, and the areas with the wax don't dye. So they can take it off and they keep removing the wax and dyeing again, and it's just, you know, you don't get this with normal printed fabric. When you look at it, there's little bits that change here, there and everywhere, and it's also really easy to work with because it is almost double-sided. You can just about tell which is the right side. It's very, very slightly clearer, but not enough to be able to tell. Yeah. And I just like working with fabrics that have this random all-over repeat. They're much easier to work with. But also, they've got a bit of weight to them.
It is.
They're soft. But they've got a bit of weight. I think it's the amount of dye in them.
It is, because the dye has choked through, so it gives it a little bit more of body to it. It's, you know, it's
there's a bit more body.
It has got a little bit more body than a traditional quilting weight. Although it still feels like a quilting weight, but with more body, it's kind of fun. Will it mean that finger pressing would be easier as well?
It's a lot easier to press, and it's a lot easier to sew with because it has a little bit more crispness to it. So when you're sewing two fabrics together, it stays together better. If you're making a bag or a cushion, it's just got a little bit more weight. I mean, it is quilting cotton weight, and you can certainly use it for quilting cotton, but it presses better as well.
Yeah,
I don't know. It's hard to describe. When you get it, you will understand what I mean. You'll love them too.
It is absolutely stunning, and I love the combination of colours as well, because yes, of course you can create a rainbow quilt, which is a phenomenal quilt. It just makes me happy every time that I look at it. It's just, I smile. But also it's kind of, I love the patterns that you can see, like you were explaining how they dyed different levels with the wax resist, so you have got hints of different colours. So for instance here we have got blues coming through, so it means that if you were going to just use these two, would work phenomenally well. But if you want to bring maybe the lighter blue as well, you have got that combination, that trio of beautiful colors. Now, this is absolutely phenomenal. That's the one-day special. But we also have got a phenomenal announcement. And the winner of the giveaway for this hour is Christine Holmes. Now, of course, there it is, your name. Congratulations, Christine, if you're watching this. The William Morris layer cake charm pack is... No, charm pack is, no, it's a layer cake. Sorry, I said it well. What did I say? It's the 10 inches, 42 pieces of those ones. Anyway, moving on from that one, congratulations, Christine, it is yours. Now, there will be another winner in the next hour, of course, at 1 o'clock with Mixed Media with Clarity. But there will be another winner as well at 4 o'clock when we have got a final live look at the one-day special with Rebecca. I think that's going to be with Hayley, that one. Right, of course, I kind of just remind you what you get in the one-day special. You are getting 10 fat quarters of that beautiful batik fabric. Some of that wax resist, some of it sold kind of batik style, which means that is that tone-on-tone subtle effects in there. Whichever way you cut it, whichever way you are using it, is going to give you interest. It's not going to be a, you know, that plain colors that it kind of is a little bit, you know, let's just say it, a little bit boring maybe sometimes. With this, it doesn't matter how you cut it. It doesn't matter because there are subtle prints or the bolder prints, they all blend perfectly together. They have got that quality of the quilting fabric, but of course it has got more body due to the layers of dye that has gone through it. Not being printed like traditional fabrics are means that the color seeps through the other side. So you have got a front and a back, but the back is almost as beautiful as the front, just more subtly, you know, a slightly off color, not off, but kind of more lighter tone, if you wanted to say. This is what you are going to get in the one-day special, not forgetting the rainbow quilt.
patterns. Now this is what you would be able to create if you go for the Wonder Special. The only thing that you will have to add, of course, is the white fabric. And of course, Rebecca told you that kind of idea of how to get white fabric, 100% fabric in an easier way, or a little bit an affordable way as well. Look at that. Now, Rebecca, thank you so much for this hour, for the every hour, and we will be seeing you at final call at 4 p.m.
Yes, and I'm going to talk you through how to make the French braid placemats then.
Right, perfect. Thank you. Now, of course, we will see Rebecca at Rebecca at 4 o'clock, and then of course we will be seeing that hour with Hayley West. Now, in the next hour, we have got, of course, the gorgeous, extraordinary Alex to guide you through Clarity Mixed Media, and Barbara will be Skyping, I believe. So do stay tuned for that. And remember, we are running the family favorites every hour. So to be part of that giveaway or be eligible, you just need to make a purchase during the hour. So do not forget to check out those baskets. And here it is, the statuesque, like the queen that is Alex. Mixed Media Friday with Clarity, then Alan Create, Family Favorites, Weekend Wow, and then Angela Daymond.
Hi, I'm Gina Barrett from Gina B Silkworks. We're a family company specializing in traditional crafts for the modern maker. Most of our products involve textiles and age-old techniques, from button making, lace making, weaving, and other forms of passementerie. Mark and I work hard designing the kits and developing innovative tools to make all of these traditional crafts more accessible to the modern user. We're really pleased to be part of the Hochanda family, and I'm looking forward to being able to take time and demonstrate some of these techniques and share new ideas. I hope you'll be able to tune in to the Gina B Silkworks shows here on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Jenny Mays from Hobby Art. Hobby Art's a family-run company, and we've been designing and manufacturing stamps for over 28 years now. We have an extensive range of clear and rubber stamps, and we're proud that they're all manufactured in Britain. Whatever your style, there's always something that will interest you with Hobby Art stamps. Crafting is my passion, and I love teaching. I love sharing my ideas with other people. This is why I enjoy being part of the Hochanda family, because I have the time to share my ideas, maybe open a door for somebody and give them the confidence to start stamping. So make sure you join me, Jenny Mays, on Hochanda.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. Oakwood Archer is a family-run business, and my son and my daughter work very hard with me to bring the best craft items to you in the UK. We specialise in high-quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Working with Hochanda is fantastic for us. It gives us the opportunity to bring all of these brands and all of these products from all over the world direct to you, the crafter in the UK. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter. So please don't miss Oakwood Archer shows on Hochanda.
Did you know you can watch Hochanda 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player or Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Hochanda channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select settings. Select your network and select setup connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or the bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Hochanda app. Simply press the home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the channel store. At the top of the channel store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter Hochanda into the search bar and this will take you to the Hochanda app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the added channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Now scroll down to the Hochanda app and press the star button on your remote. You can then use the arrow buttons to move Hochanda to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it. You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
What a lovely composition that song is. I really like that. It puts you very mellow, doesn't it? Well, we have launched our lovely family favourites event. We launched that last night and it's going all the way through until Monday at 6 p.m. And it's all about chatting to sort of family-grown businesses, and that's what we like at Hochanda. It's just so nice to see businesses grow, etc., etc. But one business, of course, that has been going for a long time, but we're so super chuffed because our lovely Barbara has been with us at Hochanda since the very beginning. And in August, actually, we will have our 5th birthday. Can you believe it? We are 5. Amazing. So I'm not sure, is Barbara there ready to go? No, not quite yet. All right, well, we'll talk about our family favourites giveaway that we've got this hour, because we've got some lovely fresh cut dies. They're really nice and they're the aperture dies that you can see on screen. So all you need to do is make a purchase during this live hour. It's got to be something off this show, and you could be in with a chance of winning these lovely funky foliage dies, and we will announce the winner towards the end of the hour. I would say we've got a lot of fantastic deals on the show. A lot of them are better than half price, so do get ahead on the website. Yes, now I believe live via Skype we can chat to Barbara. Hello, Barbara.
Hello, love. How
I'm good. What have you been doing in between our shows? You've been busy?
I've been doing.
You've been what, sorry?
Doodling. I do a shack, don't I? Every morning at 10 o'clock.
I love the shack.
Together. And we've been in Hawaii, and so we enjoyed it so much. We've been doodling palm trees and beach huts and bamboo, and so we got carried away, and now we've decided we're going to extend our holiday, and we're staying next week as well.
In Hawaii.
Yes.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. Now, earlier on, and if you would like to catch Barbara's show, we were on together at 9 a.m. You were talking about sort of Clarity, where it all started. But this time, because both of our giveaways have been to do with the fresh cut dies, I thought I'd ask you about sort of the inspiration for those, if that's okay.
Oh, yeah. Well, funny you should say that.
Oh, this is not planned, by the way.
Yeah. It was our anniversary, our wedding anniversary on Wednesday, Dave's and mine, 2 years.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. And, well, you were at the wedding.
I know, what a lovely wedding it was. I got to go on a lovely ride. It was lovely. It was wonderful. Yeah.
but 2 years ago, and when we were designing, I designed my wedding invitation, and I really love paper cuts.
Yeah.
I love paper cuts. And so I wanted to do paper cuts, and then I thought, cool. And then somebody said to me, you do realise you could make a die out of this, don't you?
Right.
And that's how it all started. So then we started looking into it, because I said, well, I always thought that dies were like little flimsy, little bits, leaves and bits and pieces. And then somebody said, no, you just don't put a cutting edge around the outside, and then you get these amazing apertures, like proper paper cuts.
Yeah.
And so that's how it started, Alex. That's exactly how it started. I wanted to emulate proper art paper cuts, really, proper.
Good stuff. Well, happy anniversary to you and Dave. Hopefully I'll get to see Dave again soon as well. And thank you for joining us. And do you know what? I think I'm going to let you go back to Hawaii.
Ah, thank you. Well, I hope that everybody enjoys the gel press demonstrations, because I did get the old jelly plate out. Everybody likes that one. And somebody asked me online, because I was using alcohol ink on the gel press.
Yeah.
Does it hurt the gel press? No, it doesn't. You can use any sort of ink, any kind of paint, any alcohol ink, no problem at all. Not at all.
Good. And thank you for answering that as well. Brilliant stuff. So hopefully I'll see you again soon, Barbara. Thank you for taking the time to join us live via Skype.
Bye-bye now.
Take care. Bye.
I love.
So we have also got on the show, and as I said, do get ahead on the website. We've got some fantastic deals, and it was super busy at the 9 o'clock show. These are mixed impression stamp sets that we have for you. Now this, excuse me, I've got hay fever, it's terrible. The first set we've got is the Ocean Swirls. So you've got your large A5 stamp, then you get the medium one, and then you get the half, and then you get this lovely little one with a sort of raggedy edge. And these are for your layering. Now, layering in mixed media is becoming a real trend. Just as Barbara was saying about, you know, using your gel press, this is the sort of thing that's really coming to the fore now with the layering. Of course, it doesn't just have to be mixed media. It can be all sorts of different projects. But as we're seeing here, some lovely cards that you can make. You can use them in your scrapbooks, canvases, your art journals, all sorts. They're really, now I like this one, this lovely red one is super dramatic, isn't it? But again, look at all that detail that you've got going on with these beautiful samples. They're fabulous. Absolutely beautiful. Now remember, you're saving over 50%. So it's $19.98. I like this sample, taking it in little circles instead. So you can really change it up. Oh, that's nice on your wedding day. And then just coming down to this bottom one. And again, I'll show you lots more samples throughout the course of the show. But they're fab. £19.98. Item number is 991201. Now, to go along perfectly with these gorgeous Ocean Swell stamps, we have got the stencils. You've got 3 stencils. Now, as Barbara mentioned in the 9 o'clock hour, this is absolutely perfect for your gel press plates because it's got that border around it as well. So it's a lovely set of swirls and motion going on. And then moving along, you can see you've got these 2. They're almost like flourishes as well. So these are what we call your skeleton stencils, and they're the Ocean Swirls. They are quite robust, these, so don't worry, you know, if you're really using your inks and things on them. I've got a few samples to show you here. So this is a nice one by Linda. It's kind of looks quite ethereal because it's quite light, isn't it? But what about doodling? That's cool. That one is by Julie, and she's doodled away inside. And then we've got one that's really quite mixed media. There's a bit of texture paste going on in there, and that one is designed by Carol. Now, for these stencils, it is £11.96. Did I hear an update there? Right, 1/3 of the stock has gone on these stencils. Your item number is 965153. Next then, we've got our Chinese lanterns. For this one, I don't have any samples, but do take a look at that gorgeous detail. It's really nice, isn't it? Again, you've got that lovely A5 stamp set, the big one. And wonderful. Look at that with the beautiful leaves that you're seeing. This one's called Nature, I believe. And then we go on to your Chinese lanterns. Stunning. Look at that. Again, it's £19.98, just over half price for you, 885750. 60% of the stock gone here. Moving along then, now I like this one. We have got our grunge and we've got our dots and spots. Now I think this is an extremely useful set. Once more for your layering. I love all those dots and spots. They really, I don't know, they're quite pleasing to the eye. I always really like to use things like this. And then again, you've got your medium, your half, and you get, now this is one of my favourites. I really think this is really useful for creating your backgrounds. And then again, I've got some samples. This one is from Jane. Very nice. You see, that's such a useful stamp in the background. Then you can go really nice and clean and fresh. That is also by Jane. And then again, we've got one here by Sarah, loving those colour tones. Half price again, £19.98. Item number is 074989. Love that sample, it's cute, isn't it? Next, we have got the rusted metal. Oh, don't you just like the sound of that? Something about rusted metal. Oh, I've got a guess what in my ear. Better than half price again, lovely. And you can see all that detail. Again, for your layering. I mean, gosh, there's so much to these stamps, don't you think? They give a really, really detailed background. And then we'll have a look at these half ones. Almost looks like a bird when you know, it's that sort of silhouette there. But you can see what you want to see. And then we've got this lovely example. This one is by Sarah, is it? Yes, it is. That's by Sarah. Nice and grungy. We've got a tag here. And this one is by Sheila. That's fun. I like all that, again, not just the layers with the stamping, but the layers with how she's put it together. And then last one is by Linda. See, just dotting around, that's a really useful stamp, that. Same price again, £19.98. Item number is 42672. Then moving along, this is the woven fabric of your stamps. Same sort of configuration, if you will. See, that's a really good one, and it's a big stamp, don't you think? I think this one's one of my favourites, very usable. And, you know, with the bigger stamp, you don't have to use the full thing. You can just use elements. You don't have to pop it onto a stamping block. You can hold it in your hand and just gently touch the cardstock or the paper and get a little impression. Samples. This one is by Dee, and I like her colours that she's used here, and she's used the stamp in a very delicate way. This again is by Dee, lovely different colourway, and again very delicate. And this last one is by Sam, so you can really see that mixed media set of effect going on. £19.98, better than half price. Item number is 905496. Then we have, by the seaside. And here, again, we've got that same sort of look. Now, this is a really nice one. Look at all those swirls and the swooshes of the sea and the crashing waves. You could even see those maybe as the pebbles. You see what you want to see. You know, that's the beauty of these stamps, is that they're for anybody's imagination. And then coming along, we can see here. So you've kind of got more on one side and slightly less on the other. And then in terms of samples, this one is by Maria. I see pebbles when I look at this particular one. That's pretty, isn't it? And then we've got this one by Dee. Isn't that pretty? And then I really like this one. Look, if you've got any of your under the sea themed items, because that's been very on trend recently, this one would go well, this set. This is from Elaine. £19.98, 085554. You've got that huge £20 saving. Moving along, we've got our nature greenery, and this is beautiful for your, you know, if you've got leaf stamps. Obviously you've got a leaf stamp in here too. You've got that nice A5 background. Could almost be a jungle, couldn't it? It's the sort of like a really dense forest. Or even, do you know what, Webster's saying a mountain valley. It could. And then coming over to the next one, here you're going to see that you're also going to get your leaf that you can stamp out. Some samples. Because what you can see when you look closely is you can see the shape of leaves. Yeah, it is almost like a jungle. And that is by Anne. We've got one that's very dramatic here by Dee. And then I don't think I showed this the last hour. This one, that's beautiful using the leaves. I like that. That is by Anne. Another better than half price at £19.98, 124686. And then last but not least, we have got our florals. Again, another nature one. If you like your nature, then go for this one and the one I've just shown you. This is a good point Kim's just said to me. Because it's better than half price, you could get 2 sets. Yeah, 2 sets for the price of one. And then you've got both nature, and then you're sorted, aren't you? And then here is that last one, and then a few samples. This next one is by Sheila. Love those gorgeous colours. Beautiful. I love this one with the acetate. This is by Sarah. And then we've got one more. Nice and grungy. This one is by Linda. It's totally different, aren't they? £19.98, 111061 is the item number. Now do shop ahead, do get onto the website at hochanda.com, and while you're doing that, have a little look at Barbara's third demonstration, because she's actually, I believe, continuing on from the 9 AM show this morning, so go and have a look at that on Rewind. But here we go, fourth demo from Barbara.
Hi there, welcome back. So you remember that at 9 o'clock I worked with the stencil and the gel press, and I said to you that we would come back and have a look what print we can pull off the gel press. So just to recap quickly, we'd used our stencil like that, hadn't we? And then we dabbed alcohol ink all over it, like alcohol ink like so, and we dabbed, and then we lifted this off, and then in the 9 o'clock show, what we did was we took this and we transferred it, didn't we? We spritzed it with blending solution, ran it through a die cutting machine, and we ended up with a beautiful, look, with this really, this is a quick recap, but you can see we ended up with this lovely print, and yeah, really nice on chromo card. So that was what we did in the earlier show, but of course we still had this left on the we still had this left, didn't we, on the gel press, on the 6x6 gel press. So I thought I'd show you what we can do to pull a print. Let's see if this works. Again, it's always unpredictable art versus predictable art, and what I mean by that is that there is no guarantee that it's going to work, but that's part of the mixed media adventure. So I've got some 7x7 Clarity stencil card at the ready. I've got some paint. You just need acrylic paint, white paint. We've got some on the show. Right, so we're just going to use, I'm going to use the Daler Rowney because I just got a bump tube of it. And I need a brayer. I need a painted brayer and a piece of copy paper, just in case I put too much paint on, I can pull it off again. So if you put too much paint on, it won't work. Oh, hang on, that's wrong. Right, so what we're going to do is I'm going to pop it down here, because if there's, right, let's just add a little bit. So quite a lot I've used there, too much. That would be enough for an 8.5, you know, by 8x10. Way too much. But it's all right, we'll keep going. So what I'll do is I'll pop this on here like so. And so the alcohol ink underneath is obviously dry. Now, as I say, I put way too much, very wasteful. I know, don't say anything. It's because I do the same job. I'm pulling a print later with the larger gel press, and you need more paint, clearly. But what I can do is I can pull a little bit off, you see. So what I'll do is you listen and you can hear it when it starts to pull. It's just going to go like that. Can you hear it? I reckon that's about right now. Okay, and then what I'll do is I'll take my stencil card. You can see it. You see when you start to see the print, and then I'm going to pop that on there. See, now maybe I took too much off and now it won't come off. Maybe it's too hot in the room. There are so many different variables. But the thing is, if you don't try it out, you'll never know. And so I've got one that I did earlier if this doesn't work. But you know the theory anyway, right? They're just going to go like that, burnish, and then you pull, and there is your beautiful print. Look at that. Even better than the other one. Right, so you get the picture, and you've got a beautifully clean gel press. Once you've done that, then it's a question of, let's just tidy all this up, because I know that I've gone and made a right horlicks of that, but that's okay. It's all in the name of art. I'll just put that down there. We'll sort that out later. Right. Let's look at this. So now we've got this lovely print. Isn't that nice? Clean. He's done his job. I tell you what, if you haven't got one of these, you don't know what you're missing. And what we're going to do now is take our 8x8. This is just an 8x8 card. That's all it is. It's just an 8x8 card blank. that you could pop on there, or you could mount it on black. You see, you could put it on black. Looks very dramatic. You could frame it, couldn't you? I've done one. This one isn't even as good, but look, see? And all I did was I trimmed it back a little bit, and then I used one of our, isn't that nice though? And then I used one of our, where are they gone? They're here. Barb stickers. These are really good, you know, for this stuff, because you take a piece of artwork like that, and then the stickers, they really give it the narrative. So you've got one day at a time, seek sweetness and wisdom, love of my life, always do the right thing. There are loads of lovely ones. Lovely, lovely, lovely. The time is now. That looks like something I fancy. The time is now. There you go. And then you just pop it into an area where you think it will sit well. Yeah, what do I think? I think that looks nice there. Right there. Like that. The time is now. And then I'm going to mount that onto a card, and there's a lovely print. Easy. Wasn't that easy? I love it when it works.
Actually, the colours kind of remind me of outer space. I really like those colours. They're really pretty. Oh, it's back on the screen. There you go. Very, very nice indeed. Now, we have got, in fact, we're coming to those lovely stencils in a second. But first off, we've got the stamps, the Ocean Swirls. And you've got some fantastic layering stamps. They really are super, super detailed. Look at all of those elements. That's amazing. You could maybe stamp and emboss that in white, and then go over with some watercolours, and then you've got a really nice resist. You could try that out, as well as using your gel presses. I really like sort of making a really inky background sometimes when you've got something as strong as these gorgeous stamps. Right, I have got some samples for you. This one's really cool because it's really quite grungy. This one is by D. Excellent. And then this next one. So we go from really grungy to, look at this with that nice linen effect. It's really quite clean, isn't it? With that one's by D. And then, of course, making it work with your other stamps. This is by Andy. And then another one that goes, again, really nice and clean. And then he's added in, he or she actually, I'm not sure, has added in their own stamp there. And then we have got, this one's quite fun. This one has been designed by Carol. And look at that, making it really sort of under the sea themed. That works. And then there's another one, that one's by Carol as well, but that really works with those stamps. It's better than half price. It's £19.98 and you've got a £20 saving. We're approaching half the stock gone. Don't miss out on these deals because they're fabulous layering stamps. 991201. So to go in tandem, and these are the stencils that Barbara was using in that lovely demo, we have got the Ocean Swirls. You get 3 stencils, and your first one's got that nice border around, which you can use on your gel press. We can use all of them on your gel press. And then we have also got these lovely 2. And then we've got some really nice samples again. So this is by Elaine. And you can see that's nice because she's done a little stitch detail with a micron pen around there. Completely different. This one is by D. That's nice. It's kind of got a little bit of a shine to it, like that. I love that she's wrapped a bow around it as well. What about popping it in the centre of an aperture? In fact, I think she has embossed this. This one is by Deb. And then, oh, look at this. Now, I think this one was done on a gel press, and that one is by D. And then let's do one more, because we've got a nice bit of torn parchment. Doesn't that look cool? So it's mixing and matching. So we've got our stencil, and then we've also got the stamps in the background, and that one is by D. £11.96 for those 3. 965153 is the item number. Do give us a call, 01733 60 2000, or you can, as ever, check out on the website at hochanda.com. And now we're going to see what Barbara's been up to in this next demo.
Right. So let's have a look at those stamps again and try another little technique. This was quite a journey, and it took me off on a tangent, and I ended up spending a couple of hours just playing, which is brilliant. But what I wanted to do was show you how to do the resist technique with a Versamark and the texture stamp, you see. So you can see here that it actually acts as a resist. Let me show you. It's very simple, but you can make the most beautiful artwork. This one is using the A5 part of the set that we're looking at the moment, that gorgeous set. So for example, let me just pop this in here, and then you can see, if I turn this around, what we're looking at here is this one, which we haven't used yet. We've indulged that one and the huge one. This great big beautiful stamp, that was the background, wasn't it, that we used earlier on. I tell you what I did do, I pulled a print as well. Look, that's quite nice. I pulled a print from there, just one solid print, and then I just added a little drop shadow. That's quite interesting. You can really see what you're getting in that stamp then, and all the different lovely areas. That's pretty cool. But now what I want to do is play with this one. Now this is what we're going to do now, is take this and we're going to ink it up with Versamark on a stencil card. I'm going to talk this through because there's more interesting stuff to tell you. See, what happened was I'd used this with archival ink pads, and then I went in with my Versamark. I bet all of you have got a filthy Versamark like that, haven't you? Most of us seasoned crafters have got one of those. They're supposed to look like that-ish, and they end up looking like that totally. Still works though, still does the trick. And what happened was, when I was inking up, I wanted to get to this. You see, so what you do is you ink up the stamp with this, you turn it over, it's clear, you put your embossing powder on it, and then you heat it with a heat gun, and the thermographic powder creates a gloss, a glossy seal, like so, right? So that was what I wanted. Now, of course, it needed to be clear to do that. But the stamp had other ink on it, and then of course it's not clear. Now this was so interesting because the first time I thought, wow, how did that happen? And I got these colours, right? And it was because this was what was on, I haven't done anything to these, this was what was on the stamp. So for example, this morning when I was working, I put some black on there, didn't I? And what I'm saying is, I'm not sure that it will work perfectly, but what I'm saying is, I went to do this, for example, with the smaller one, if you follow me. Let me just show you. And I used my Versamark, this was cleaner than this when I started out, guys, okay? But I did this. The point I'm making is that the Versamark releases the permanent ink. So let me take, for example, let's just take a piece of copy paper so you understand. And then it may work, it may not work. But the more I did it, the more ink came off. And I ended up with a whole batch of really nice, look, watch. Yeah, you see? See how it starts to lift? So this is supposed to be clear so that I could put powder on it. But it kept coming off, taking the colour, the permanent ink off the stamp. So that's a really good thing to know. If you've got a really tired Versamark, then you can create the most superb artwork. See, now that, for example, is done using exactly what I just showed you in the background, and then with a stamp straight over the top like that, one of our little miniatures, isn't that lovely? And then a verse. But that actually is just me trying to clean the stamp before I could do the Versamark trick. Yeah. So, happy accident or what? So in an endeavour to clean that, I ended up with that. Happy days. That's what I say. So let's see, what we're going to do now is we're going to fast forward, and I'm just going to use my blending mat. Let's use my blending mat there, like so. And I just wanted to get to, fast forward to when we've already done the the embossing. So we've done the Versamark trick, we've put the powder on, we've heated it, and we've ended up with a lovely glossy emboss. And this now is going to provide us with a resist technique. So the next thing we need is some artistry blending tools, and I'm going to go with a couple of little colours, and this is all we're going to do now to create the background. We're going to rub over the top. So you can use your blending tools. Let's start with yellow. Let's start with the light colour. We'll probably go back to yellow as well. It takes a little while, so I may just show you the technique, and then you'll see how it works. So you see, you hold the artwork on the actual blending mat, and what you'll find is that when you do that, let me just find a bit more yellow. When you do that, it glides much better. So you come up on its haunches and you're just doing circular motions like this. There you go. So we've just used a little bit of yellow. I've got a tool for every colour, or I've got a sponge for every colour. I'm just, obviously because we're on live TV, I'm trying to go as fast as I can. But you see the resist? See how it works? And the longer you do this, the darker it gets. That's obvious. And when you cut across different colours, if you cut across yellow with red, clearly you're going to get a lovely. And then we're going with the blue again, and then you'll get how it works. So larger pieces. So what happens is, as you do this, it's like magic really. The colours start to. The pattern, the swirl, the ocean swirl, starts to reveal itself, you see. And then you do that until you've had enough, until you think the background's dark enough and you've done enough. See, I might come in with a little bit more yellow again, just because it wants a little bright corner, I think. Right, there you go, let's just do that. Okay, so when I've done that, lift that out of the way, then all I need to do is take a paper towel and a little bit of water, and I'm just going to spritz the paper towel rather than the artwork. Don't need much. A little bit of spit would do the job, but I don't know if that's appropriate. Right, and then what we're going to do, and you'll see as you wipe over the top, all the ink that's sitting on the embossed art wipes away. Do you see? And it becomes a lot brighter. So you just take a little bit more water, Gray. That's it. And then just dab it, and you'll see if you've missed any, it comes out. Smashing. There you go. And that's how you get that smash and resist technique with the dark colours in the background. You see? Look. Very, very mixed media, very arty. What I've done here is, let's just do a couple of little finishing tricks. You can see, very simple little finishing tricks. First of all, we'll take our black Sharpie pen. Ideally this would be dry, but I'm sure this will work. And then you're just going to dig in and drag, right? So you put a piece of copy paper underneath, and then you dig into the copy paper and drag around the edge. So now we've got our separator. So we could mount that on white and it's going to pop. And then the last thing I want to show you, if you look at the artwork here, you'll see that little white message. Again, we're on the messages. But let me just show you, if I take a message, let's take... To thine own self be true. I like that. To thine own self be true. Let's take this one. So I could pop that on there like so, but to make it jump more, what I want to do is put a black ring round it too. And to do that, I'm going to take a poly bag and I'm just going to lay it on the poly bag, and then I'll take my Sharpie pen again, and this time, because it's on the poly bag, it glides the pen. There you go. We're just giving that message an edge. And then we'll gently lift it off here, like so, because these are restickable. Then I'll take my artwork and I'll decide where I want to put it. See, one of the lovely things about this particular piece, you'll see the straight line in there? It was funny because when they were making the prototypes at work, they said, I think there's a mistake in your artwork, Barbara. I said, what do you mean mistake? They said, there seems to be a line. I said, no. I want the line. I went to great lengths to put the line in there, people. So there we are, you see. You can make really, really different, original, arty, mixed media type cards. And you'll see here with these little toppers, these are made using the other one. What was it? Dots and Spots grunge. Very different look, very different indeed, you see. But the same feel, the same arty feel. So I hope you enjoyed that.
That's a lovely collection there, and you could actually batch make using these techniques really, really quickly. Now, just a quick reminder, remember we've got a prize draw. We're going to announce the winner at the end of the show, and so you just need to make a purchase on this live hour, and you could be in with a chance of winning these lovely fresh cut aperture dies. And they're really pretty, aren't they? They're called the Funky Foliage. Now we're coming along to our mixed impression stamp sets, and these are the Ocean Swirls, and they're a little bit grungy too. Really, really good fun. I'm going to focus on samples because I think it's so important. We've got loads behind here. This first one is by Sheila, and I love, because obviously it's ocean themed, she's got a stamp of one of those lovely sort of old-fashioned like pirate boats it reminds me of, but the swirls all around look really, really great. And then we've got another one by Sheila. Love that as well. That wonderful background. And then we come along to, am I holding this the right way? Yep. This one is by Julie. Fabulous, nice sort of soft, warm colours going through. And then let's do one more. We've got this one by Julie. That's nice because that one's actually quite clean and fresh, isn't it? £20 saving. Half the stock has gone. You like this one. It's £19.98. 991201 is the item number. Then we've got some stencils that will go in perfect harmony with our gorgeous stamps. You've got 3 stencils. One of them's got the border, and then you've got these 2 fantastic flourishes. Let's show more samples so you get the idea. This one is by Sarah. Oh, right, wait. This one's by Sarah Brennan. This one's got a surprise in it. You ready? Ta-da! It's great, isn't it? And she's used the stamps from the set I've just shown you on there. Love that. That one is by Sarah. And then we've got a beautiful one here by Jane. I love that inky background, looks really cool. And this one has a really cool stitched detail, and that is by Andy. And then again, one more. This one is cool because it's monochromatic and it's really quite grungy. And again, that one's by Andy. The 3 stencils are only £11.96, and we're over 40% of the stock gone. I think most of you are kind of going for those 2 in tandem. So 965153 is the item number. Then we've got our Chinese lanterns. I think these were also doing really well. Nice and busy. And you can have a look there. 2/3 of the stock has gone. Again, another wonderful, just over half price deal at £19.98, 885750. And then we have our Dots and Spots, mentioned in the last part of that demonstration. Love that worker that we've got down there. But let's have a look at those samples. This one is by Andy. It's lovely because it's kind of, you know, it's not like a full-on impression. It's just really nice as sort of, I can't think of the word. You'll know the word that I'm thinking of, I'm sure. And then we've got this one is by Barbara Lancaster. Look how that shines. I wonder whether, I said this earlier, I wonder whether she's used mica powders, but that looks really gorgeous. And then let's do this one more time. Did I say that was by Linda? Yeah, I did. And then this one is by Jane. And I was saying, I'm not sure whether it's on acetate there, but it looks really cool, and you've got that funky background. It's £19.98, 074989. Then we have got our rusted metal. I've been told you're really liking this one as well. So you're getting those 2 stamps but let's check out the samples. I think there was one that maybe I didn't show you. You're getting 4 stamps in total for all of these sets. You've got the A5, and then you've kind of got the medium, then you've got the half, and then you've got the one that's sort of like hasn't got like the rectangular border to it. This is by Sarah. Lovely, lovely layers. Again, that's what it's all about with these layers. This one is upside down. This one is by Andy. Fabulous again. I like that you've got the aperture in the middle and then that lovely texture around the edges. And then I love this one. It's clean, it's simple, and yet it has the touch of grunge because of those spots. 1998, a good year. No, I'm only joking. 426672. And then we have got the woven fabric coming up. This one's a good one. Well, they're all good, but I particularly like this one. Samples, let's have a look at Julie. Look at that. You can really create texture, can't you, with it? And then this one is by Julie again. Wow, look at all those colours. That's really vivid. And one more. This one is by Dee, and that one's nice and soft and gentle in the background. Same price again, 1998, 905496. Then we're going by the Seaside. And this is really lovely to use. You can see these, and then we can go to the samples by Anne. Isn't that pretty? Again, in an aperture. I do see these maybe as pebbles on the beach, which it could be. Our Brighton beach is pebbles. And then this one is by Anne. That's lovely as well. So you see the layers going on. There's the one in the background, and then she's stamped all the way around. And I do love this one. I have to show the Under the Sea one. And this one is by Elaine, because it really works sensationally with those background stamps. 1998, 083554. Then we've got our greenery. Again, you've got those 4 fabulous stamps, lots of detail. Oh, I don't think I showed these couple in the last hour. So this one is by Elaine, and it's really nice with those the leaves in the foreground and then that big one in the background. This one, lovely and bright, is by Julie, with the leaves stamped in black. And then this one here, gorgeous. This one is by Anne. 1998 again, 124686. And then very quickly, because we need to fit the demo in, this one is our Nature, the florals. And here, now this one is a really nice, clean design by Barbara. I really like the composition of this. So simple, so effective, really good. But then you can go completely different and make it all really, really bright. Same price again, and your item number is 111061. Lovely jubbly. You can call us on the usual number. Don't forget to make a purchase to be in order to be in with the chance of winning our prize draw. Now let's head over to Barbara for her final video.
Should we get the gel press out again, the big one, and use those beautiful ocean swirl stencils? I think that'd be lovely. Come on, let's have a look. This is my favourite kind of artwork, and it's very unpredictable. These are what I would call one-offs. I can show you the theory, I can show you how it works, I can show you how to arrive at something like this, but there's no guarantee. I can only just show you a couple of tricks, but it's very nice, and I think I'll just give you the sequence of events, and then you can decide how you're going to play it, okay? So maybe get a piece of paper and write this down, because it's all about the sequence. So I'm going to need a brayer. I've got my painted brayer. First of all, I'm going to put down a wall of the turquoise. So the colour that you choose to use. So let's have a look. I'm going to use the turquoise. I'm using Fallow Turquoise by Dale Rowney, but it's up to you. Let me just put a lid on that, and then we'll go. So I'm using my mat, and I'm going to spread it out on my mat. The reason I do that is just in case there's a little bit of slick, it just all blends it all back in nicely. Right, and then I'm going to take that and transfer it to my large gel press, which is sitting on the mega mount. Right, so just pick that off there, and then just transfer it like so. And when we've and when we've done that, right, we don't want it to get too hot, so I've got to be quite quick when I'm doing this. Right, don't want it to dry. Then I'm going to take those fantastic stencils and I'm going to drop them onto, while it's still wet, I'm going to drop these into the picture like so. Now I've got another stencil. This is a big dotty wave stencil, fantastic for this job. And by putting the stencil down on there, what I'm doing is, apart from anything else, I'm squeezing all the air out underneath the ocean swirls, the large ocean swirls. Right, so that's the first thing. And you can see I can pick up a little bit, but what would be much better to get into the cracks, or if you like, the areas. Look, if I go in with a tissue paper, I can pick out loads of the paint. Do you see? So what I'm going to do here is just pick out the paint like so. This is going to be so, well, I say it's going to be so lovely. It can be so lovely, but there are so many variables. You know, the paint dries, this happens. Different things can happen, but it's all about experimenting, you know. It's all about the art. It doesn't work for me every time, believe you me. So I'm getting rid of quite a bit of the background in the dots, aren't I? So when I lift this off now, I've got quite a bit of background already that I've got rid of, but I want to get rid of a bit more. So what I'm doing now, I'm actually getting rid of some block. Look, just because, I don't know, I don't want it too dark, I suppose. See? So we'll get rid of a little bit. That'll do. Now this needs to dry. This needs to dry around the outside before I can put the next layer on, for sure, right? So while that's drying, we can leave that over there for a minute. While that's drying, let me clean away this, because usually when it's dry, it comes away, it's like a plastic sheet, isn't it? But because I need to put white on here in a minute, and I don't want it to go green, I'm just wiping it away. Normally I'd wait a couple of minutes and then it just literally peels off. But let's have a look. This should work now. Okay, let's get rid of that bit. That'll do for the moment, because I've got to stay on this one. Bit of copy paper. Now I think, let's just check. Yes, pretty much a little bit still on there, right? But I reckon this will be lovely. So let's have a look. We've got choices. When I lift this off, you see now the paint underneath the stencils is still wet, isn't it? Can you see this? If I lift it up to the camera, let's lift it up to this camera, and you can see it's still a bit wet. So what I'm going to do now, I've got choices. I've did it a little bit deliberately because I don't want it to all come off. If I pulled the stencil off, okay, and I slapped down the copy paper and then done that, I would have lifted off. So I've lifted off quite a lot already. But if I'd done it very quickly, then I'd have a real impression. You know, like when we did this card, and it was absolutely, when I took the stencil off, there was nothing underneath it. Well, that's what I would get here. But in this case, I want it to be a little grungier, if you like. So if I turn it over like that, you can see the print that I'm trying to get. I can look through the mega mount, and I can see exactly what it is I want and what I'm hoping for. This is what I'm hoping for when I pull the print. Whether I get it or not is entirely dependent on how the white paint behaves. Okay. Whether I've got enough. See, now it comes off like a treat. Look, it's like dust when it's dry. So that's a top tip. Right, so that's all clean now. And is my brayer clean? What do I think? Could be a bit green grey. Could end up being a little bit green. I wonder if I've got another brayer around. Have I got another brayer around? Has the Pope got a balcony? Oh, look, there's that brayer that survived the black ink. We'll use him instead. Right. So now, how about, let me just get my act together, because when I pull a print, I'm going to need a piece of stencil card. So I'm using the large stencil card to fit this gel press. Right, so I've got that ready. to pull the print. Yeah, I've got 3 bits just in case. And then what I'm going to do, right, this is the theory. That's all nice and dry. Yeah? Now, let's take this paint and let's put some on there. Rather put too much on and then have to take it off than the other way around. Right, so now, especially as it gets warmer and warmer, as the day gets hotter. So now I'm going to put this white paint down, and the white paint, well, any colour would do the job, but this paint, as I spread it gently over top, not pressing hard, right, but as I spread it over the top, still got, there's quite a lot on there, grey. Right, so we just spread it over. Let's get a piece of copy paper. Once again, she's used too much, but do you know what? That's okay, right? If I have got too much, oh hello, if I've got too much on here, then what will happen, I'll just pull a print of white and it won't peel, it won't, oh I've got a hair, oh, all adds a bit of interest. If you've got too much paint on here, right, then what will happen is I'll just end up putting a white print. If I take too much off now, then it won't pull the print either. It will get all blistery. Like, I'll show you. This is what will happen. That will happen. It will go white. It won't pull it all off. But that's all right. Look, you get some and some. Looks nice. It's an adventure. So it's somewhere in between. Look, it's already coming off. Look, it's all right. I think we'll pull a print then, shall we? Let's see what happens. So I'm going to lift this off. This is the theory. It's not the masterpiece. Right, I'm not selling it. I'm just showing you how to do it. Right, so there you go. So we pop that down. And then you have a last longing look through the acrylic plate, the mega mount, and you can see what it's supposed to look like, what you wanted versus what you're going to get. And now we rub the back, so you burnish the back. I'm going to blame it on the heat in this room. Okay, but it's all right. That's why I always got one that I did earlier. And you know what the thing is, when it works, there is nothing like it. It feels so good. There's a little bit not, see how it's not coming off? And I don't know if I can, oh, loads of it's not coming off. That's because that's all right though. Oh, I love that bit though. Hey, I love it actually. It's pretty cool, you know. It's pretty cool because then when you start looking at it, see I've got a bit still on there, haven't I? It's cool. Well, why did that happen? That happened because I took too much paint off. I took too much off. There you go. Caution. It's all supposed to look like that, but it doesn't matter. Look, it looks pretty good to me. When I cut that back, and this is what I did here, and then when you cut it back, look at that one. Success. Isn't that nice? It's lovely when it works. But do you know what? Who says this doesn't work? Who knew that I blew the side out? Look, see, same thing. Because then when you mount this on black, see, when I cut this up, it'll be glorious. And then you mount it on black. Look, doesn't that look gorgeous? Actually, it's nice to have a bit of the white then. I did it deliberately. I did this deliberately so that you'd have a lovely little white bleed going off the page. So there you go. That's the theory. That's how it works. And I hope that you have hours of fun with that particular technique.
Good stuff. Love watching that. Now we have to announce the winner because we haven't got long left. The winner of our lovely fresh cut dies are, congratulations to Diane, and hopefully I'm pronouncing your surname correctly, Gleedell. So congratulations, Diane. We will be winging these lovely fresh cut dies to you, and thank you for making a purchase and enjoy your prize. There you go. Right, we've got just enough time then. Should I show you these lovely stamps again? These are your Ocean Swirls. They've been one of your favourites. I think let's just go samples all the way, hey? Because we've got so many to show you. This one is by Jane. Isn't that adorable? So you don't have to think blues or greens for these stamps. I think that's really nice. And there she is. There's a character there sat just having a think. This next one is by Deb, and that one's quite, I like that, it's quite a little bit moody, which is nice. We've got one by Jane Telford, very nice with all of that imagery layered up in the background. This one's fun. It's another Under the Sea one. This one is by Jane, but that works fantastically with all of those creatures from the deep sea. Next we have one from Sarah, which is really lovely, and again you can see really layered there. 1998, you've got a £20 saving. Item number is 991201. And then just to finish off, because they do work hand in hand, these are the stencils, our lovely ocean swell stencils. You do get 3 of them. You've got the one stencil that has the border around it, and then you've got the other 2, which are real flourishes, aren't they? Really beautiful to have a play with. £11.96. Item number is 965153. Now do have a look, if you can, go back and watch 9 AM this morning on Rewind, because Barbara was doing 3 fantastic demos there. They're all completely different, and also it was quite nice because she gave a lovely bit of background to the history of her career and Clarity. We will see you after this short break. Next we have got All and Create. Of course, they're our family favourites. Then we've got Angela Daymond Designs. Oh, they're lovely, they are. And after that we've got our One Day Special Final Call.
Hi, I'm Ali Reeve. I'm from the company Stamps Away. Stamps Away is a family-run company with my husband and I. We create all things crafty, especially with a passion for mixed media. At Stamps Away we create a lot of MDF products because we have laser cutters and router cutters. We also create our own stencils and masks. We try and make everything we can in-house so that you've got all the materials you need to create your projects. If you're watching a show with me on Hochanda, you'll expect to see lots of different techniques, lots of ways of using the products that we produce, and it's all very much mixed media, so pretty much anything goes. So I hope you won't miss the shows on Hochanda with Stamps Away.
Hi, I'm Anna and I'm a founder of Craftbox UK. Craftbox is a box full of craft supplies that we send to our customers monthly. All products are placed in a beautiful, sturdy box, which is ribbon tied, and we hope that by receiving this box you will feel like it's Christmas every month. Make sure you don't miss the Craftbox shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Ali from Ali Stitchy Fingers. I've been sewing most of my life. I absolutely love sewing. I've been with the Hochanda now from the very beginning, really. That's when I started to go there. The Hochanda family are lovely people to work with, and I'm really enjoying my time with them. Designing is a big part of the journey for me as well. I love going out and finding the fabrics to use in the projects and bringing them to you. I love the designing process from start to finish, and then the finished project is just the icing on the cake. So make sure you don't miss out. Come and sew with me on Hochanda.
I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door. I'm lucky enough to have been a guest on Hochanda since day one. I like to pack my shows with lots of hints, tips and techniques, and my idea is to give the experience that I've got and I've gained to everyone at home and show as many things as I possibly can. The John Next Door brand is designed to bring high quality, innovative products to the crafting market. The range includes stamps, dies and new products such as the media plates. I'm also looking to expand the brand and bring you lots of new techniques, new ideas and new products into the next few years. I hope you can join me on my crafting journey and learn some tips and techniques from me that I share with you. So don't forget to tune in and watch the John Next Door shows on Hochanda.
Hochanda News! We're excited to announce that from the 1st of July, our broadcast hours on Freeview will be extended to 10 p.m. each day. We know that many of you have been missing our live shows in the evenings, and we look forward to having you with us once again.
Our family favourite events continues. Another lovely show featuring the fabulous artwork of lovely Tracy Evans and, of course, All and Create. So if you're not aware what we're talking about with regards to our family favourites, it was an event that was kicked off last night, 6 o'clock myself, kicked that off, and it's a wonderful event that to kind of appreciate. We appreciate all of our suppliers here, but some of those smaller companies, some of which have grown quite considerably within their time with Hochanda, which I think is lovely as well. Now, you may well recognise some of the characters from that little opening. Well, Tracy was sat there on that front sofa, and we've got lots of Tracy's products featuring within this hour. We've got some elements as well from Olga, so if you're a fan of Olga's work, then do jump onto the website and have a little look. Now, because it's an event, we need to have something that's worth tuning in for, and that's why every single live hour we have got a prize giveaway for you, which all you need to do is place an order during this hour, and that way you are in the prize draw, but make sure that you're placing that order before around 10 to, about 10 to 3, because what you will find is we've got to close those orders down and pick our winner, but the winner will be announced during this hour, so it could well be you. Now, we've got a lovely stamp set. Should we show everybody what the prize is, or should we do that in a little while? Okay, we're going to do that in just a few moments. I'm going to keep you in suspense a little longer. But what I can tell you about is our weekend wow. And this was launched at 10 o'clock this morning, and a lovely array of stamps. Now, we've got them in groupings, so you can see on your screen there, you've got the weekend wow, where you have got these different stamp sets. So you've got 20 stamps in total with this one. We have got a complete bundle, though, featuring everything that I'm going to be sharing with you. But the first set that we've got on your screen is your set of 3 stamps. Now, within here, you're going to get Enjoy the Journey, you're going to get your beetle and your honeybee as well. Really nice set these are. And I love these. If you're into your journaling, your art journaling, some wonderful words of inspiration there. Maybe you're going to create a little travel journal. Oh, 1967. I wonder if that was a special year for our Tracy. It certainly was for me. And here you can see this is your first set of 3. You've got 20 stamps here, and you've got a £6 saving. Bring that price down to £49.97. But then we have got more for you. Have a little look of these. So this time again, you've got that bumblebee, and you've got that kind of continuity of the beetle featuring in this one. Now, we have changed the details around because this is the way that most of you have been getting hold of these stamps, because we've got a complete bundle where you will get the weekend wow that I just showed you, including these as well. So if you fancy getting hold of your weekend wow alongside all those other stamps, then that is the way to go for these as well. So the next set that we've got for you, this one is a lovely set. These are really pretty. So here you have got a duo, a little duo. They are available individually as the duos, as you can see the details popped up on your screen there. So £32.98, but again, these are part of that larger bundle that so many of you are going for. This time you can see true creation going through this one. Lots of creative words there, lots of creative elements as well. So it's a really nice one if you are looking at creating an art journal. So if you fancy that set, then £32.98. 22 stamps in that one. So if you go over the complete bundle, I think we're up to about 42 stamps so far. But there's another little set that is included in in that complete bundle. And this one, again, you can get by itself if you're wanting to, and I'm going to bring those details up. So if you're wanting to go for these two together, you can see they are just £15.98. And I love that. It's one of my favourite phrases there. If friends were flowers, I would pick you. Nice set, this particular one. Circled numbers and thistle, that one's called, £15.98. But if you loved all of them, then don't worry, you are going to be able to get all of those. And whichever of those, whether it's the little pairings, the little trios, the complete bundle, you will be in that prize draw. Prize draw wise, we've got a fabulous prize for you, and this is it. You're going to get loads of stamps from All and Create, as you can see. So they're going to work beautifully alongside anything that you're placing your order during this hour. All you need to do is place your order during the live hour. Sadly, if you're watching on repeat, you are a little too late, but do make sure you tune into our shows before Monday evening at 6. That's when the event draws to a close. But yeah, if you're watching, make sure you get your order in before, as I say, about 10 to 3, because that's when we will be drawing those phone lines to a close. Put the words in the right order. Now, the details on your screen for that little third set, but shall we bring in the details for the complete bundle? Because this is the way that many of you have been going for these. Gives you the ability to spread the cost as well, and that is the key thing. And you're going to be able to make some amazing finish. So, I mean, we've got some fabulous finish samples. We've got 40 stamps in total if you're going down this route with the complete bundle. But they all kind of cross-pollinate from the different sets. So you can see you've got your beetles featuring throughout these. You've got some of those backgrounds building up the designs, the honeybee, the hive featuring with these as well. And of course, within the journal set, or journey set, should I say, you're going to get the additional elements. The create set, you're going to get lots of gorgeous inspiration there. 40 stamps in total. And of course, there you go. There's that little phrase that I love so much. Your friends were like flowers. So even if you're creating your cards, or maybe you're just taking photographs, maybe building up elements, you are going to be able to have absolutely loads of fun with these. Now, you've got 3 flexi buys on this one, so for just £29.64, you will get everything on its way to you. Freedom members, that is delivered to your door, and you get everything. Now, you've got a second and third payment to go out in a month and 2 months' time, but you could be creating things like this. This is incredible. This is amazing. Look at that. Isn't that fabulous? And all the little, I love this idea, the little jars there with all the little paint brushes in there. Such a lot of work Anne has put into that, but isn't that wonderful? And you can see the little drawers are opening there with some of those additional stamped elements featuring within there. You're going to have loads of fun with this. If you fancy getting hold of it, then the details are on your screen there. But of course, Tracy is the artist behind all of these wonderful stamps. And I think we've got Tracy on the phone lines now. Tracy, are you there?
I am, Hayley. How are you?
I'm very well. All the better for this weekend. Wow, though, what a deal.
I'm standing in front of a fan to try and cool down.
Oh, bless you. Well, it's caused a lot of excitement here. I know we had a fabulous show at 10 o'clock with some wonderful videos, so I know everybody's looking forward to seeing your demonstrations during this hour. And did you have a specific inspiration for this one, or is this kind of a collection of mini inspirations?
I think the main inspiration for this was actually looking at my other designs and having a look at maybe what was sort of missing.
Yeah.
So I wanted some elements that would be usable for male and female, not just female all the time, and also that we could use, you can actually create dimensional pieces, a bit like Anne Redfern's done with her dimensional pieces, so that you could create pieces like that, but also if you want to pare it back and then create your cards and your clean and simple styles, just so that it would mix with all ranges. And I'm trying to appeal to a broader range rather than just card making, just journals, so that you can actually use them in a great ensemble of sort of creations, really.
And I think you've hit the nail on the head there. I mean, so many fabulous finished samples. I mean, I've got here a piece, and I don't mean this in a derogatory way, I think that's the right word. It's very simplistic because it's only using one stamp, but it shows that as a soft crafter, you could be making your own fabric with these, just taking one of those 40 stamps.
That for me is a perfect example, Hayley, because it just shows that whatever your style is, whether you're mixed media, whether you're fabric, it shows that even one element on the stamp design, how versatile they can be. That's the important thing for me, the versatility.
Exactly, and then you can start finding your feet, getting your confidence, building up those designs, using the honeycomb there and, of course, the additional elements, and then start getting really creative within those pages as well.
Exactly, and I think, like you said at the beginning, because there's 40 stamps, it's amazing. I mean, me personally, I never tire of stamps, and I could probably keep going for for years on end just with those stamp designs, creating different samples. And I've proved that actually on some Facebook Lives. I've been doing Facebook Lives for 12 weeks. And I haven't tired of any of the stamps, and I've still got lots more inspiration to do. So I feel inspired by them, so I'm just hoping everybody else does as well.
This is it, and I mean the different range that we've got here from the design team. I mean, this is the key thing. You've given obviously the stamps to the whole design team, but they've all used them in so many different ways. I mean, there's lots of kind of mixed media. Some people, I know mixed media may be a little bit quirky, a little bit too off the wall for people, but something like this, I mean, that is a fabulous card that anybody could create.
Exactly, exactly. And that, I think when you're designing stamps, you need to appeal to a broad audience, because not everybody wants to do mixed media, not everybody wants to make cards. So as a designer, sometimes it can be quite difficult. So you have to have a broad range of designs to hopefully appeal to a broader audience.
And you certainly have done so with this one. I mean, I'm using a lot here with the kind of the bumblebees and obviously the nature elements in here, but the artistic element, and the design team used so many different things that we've got around. I mean, I love this use here of an old embroidery hoop.
I think the design team bring them to life. That's the best thing for me. When the designers use the stamps, they always use them in a different way to the way I use them. I've used an embroidery hoop there on that sample.
Is this one of your demos?
Yes, this is one of my demos. So
Right.
I'll be demoing that. But yes, the design team bring them to life, and for me, that's the best bit.
Absolutely beautiful. And there's just so many different variants, so many different ways. I mean, like you say, you wouldn't tire of using these stamps. That's the key thing. Now, Tracy, I have to say a massive thank you to you for bringing these wonderful designs to us. I'm urging our viewers to jump ahead and have a little look, because we've got other stamp sets for you. We've got some from Olga's as well. And Olga's and your designs work really well together.
I think actually the whole design team, the designers that design the products, all the designs work together beautifully.
Yeah.
So whatever stamp set you go for, they all work together beautifully.
That's it. Now we're going to see you working with our Weekend Wow in just a few moments. So I'm going to say thank you for all those wonderful videos, because I know you've been busy filming those. And I'm going to urge people, do check Tracy out on social media as well, because as she quite rightly says there's lots of Facebook Lives, lots of tutorials that she's doing. And obviously at the moment she's working a lot with these stamps, so you're going to get inspiration that way as well. So Tracy, we will look you up on social media.
Thank you very much, Hayley. Thanks very much.
Not a problem. See you again soon.
See you soon, Hayley. Take care.
Take care. Bye-bye. And as we quite rightly said, there's loads of different videos coming up with Tracy featuring there. So I think we're going to go straight into one now and have a little look how she created that card.
Hello everyone, welcome back. Tracy Evans here. I'm back to showcase some stamps from the Weekend Wow. I hope you're enjoying the Weekend Wow. I have to say I'm really enjoying experimenting with the stamps, and I want to showcase the A4 stamp a little bit more, because I think you've got a lot in that stamp and I don't want to just brush past it with one demo, so I want to showcase another one of the images in the A4 stamp. I just think the stamps, sometimes you can look at stamps and they don't speak for themselves, but there's so much detail on these stamps and they're so versatile. There's so much on that stamp that I just want to do another demonstration to showcase. And this time we're going to use the camera stamp, which I absolutely adore. What we're going to do is we're going to create a background first, a fun background. Now I'm going to give an apology now because I'm going to make a lot of noise. I need to stand up for this, and I'm using a salad spinner. So I do apologise for all the noise I'm about to make. So I'm using a couple of paints. So I'm using fresco paints at the moment, but you can use any paints as long as they're fluid. You don't want them to be too thick. If they're too thick, it won't work. So you need them to be quite fluid. So sort of if you've got some runny paints, then use your runny paints. That's what you need to use. Use those runny paints. Don't use paints that are too thick, because it won't work. So give that, sorry about my arm, give that a spritz with the water. Spritz your paint with a little touch of water. And then close your salad spinner. And now this is where the noise comes, so I do apologise. And then I'm going to do it the other way. So you could do this also with a Lazy Susan as well. So you could do it with a Lazy Susan, but look at the background you get. I absolutely love it. Let's just move this out of the way, just so we can see that. Just a little little bit of fun. So of course Tracy now needs to wipe her hands because she's got paint everywhere. So just move the salad spinner out of the way. And as you can see, you've got a fantastic background. I mean, look at the background that you get for that. I just love how it spirals off everywhere. I just think that's a really fun technique. So luckily I've got one that I did earlier that's a little bit drier, thankfully. So we'll just put this on one side. Not that I've got any sides left in my craft room because there's so much space taken up. So we'll just give that a dry, even though it is probably quite dry. And what we're going to use is we're going to use this camera stamp. Let me show you the idea I was thinking. You know when you look through a camera lens and you sort of, before the shutter, I just thought this all zooming off sort of went really well with the camera. It could be my mind that's just slightly bizarre, but look at the size of that camera. The camera is a really good size. I absolutely love it. And 1967 is my birth date, because then I thought you'd have a piece of me on your artwork every time that you stamped. I like adding these little quirky touches. That's just me. I love quirky touches. So we need another piece of card. So we're just reaching over for another piece of card. And then what I'm going to do is add the paint colours to the background of my card, just so I can stamp the camera so that it coordinates beautifully. So this is going to be a bit of a longer demonstration because there's a few techniques in this. So sometimes you can prep a little bit, but some techniques take a little bit longer than others. So this will take a little bit longer. So what we need to do is get a spare piece of card, because we don't want to waste that paint, because then you've got another background. So just brayer off your excess paint, just so that you don't waste that background. And I actually need about 10 craft rooms, just so that I can spread out a little bit. This is why I make so much mess. I try to tidy up along the way. So we've just tidied our space a little bit, like so. And then we're just going to give that paint layer a dry. But this paint layer coordinates with my background, so that'll work really nicely. So I'm just standing up just to make sure everything's okay with my backgrounds and everything. So excuse me for a second. So I'm just drying that. And as you can see, you've got a beautiful background already without doing much else. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to stamp my camera. Just move these paint pots out the way. And then we can just spread out a little bit. So I'm now going to ink the camera, which has got a little bit of text either side if you want to use that as well. I'm not using it on this occasion, but that gives you an added detail to use. So I'm giving that a good inking because I'm stamping onto a painted surface. And as you know, when you stamp onto a painted surface, it's like a plastic surface. So you need to make sure that you've got a good inking of that stamp. And then just press your stamp onto your painted backdrop. Now, it's important that you allow that ink to sit. I know I repeat myself, but I do that because obviously we might have some new ladies and gentlemen that are just delving into being creative. And if we don't reiterate the basics, then people get frustrated because it's not working for them. So I'm just lifting that acrylic block just to make sure that I get all areas of that stamp. It's quite a big stamp, so I'm just making sure that I get all the areas of that stamp. It wouldn't matter if it was a little bit distressed, to be honest, especially with it being sort of an old-fashioned camera. So it wouldn't matter if it was a little bit distressed. So we'll just lift that once more, and we've got a lovely stamped image. Beautiful stamped image. Just look at that. And it even says retro, bit like me, retro. So I love that. And you'll be pleased to know I've cut one out already. But what you could do is, I've added dimension to this, I've added another layer. But what you could do is you could cut that out and add a photograph behind. So if you were sending a 70th birthday card, or you were sending a 50th or an 18th, you could add a picture behind of the person whose birthday it is. Just a nice little touch. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to bring another level to the project. So I'm just reaching for my non-stick craft sheet, which I've just chucked all over the place. So I'm sorry about that, the doorbell's just rang, like it does when you're live. So I'm just now going to apply my Versamark ink to a non-stick craft sheet. So I'm just applying my ink to a non-stick craft sheet. So just apply an even coat of the Versamark ink, which is a sticky ink pad. So whichever sticky ink pad is your choice, just apply the ink to your non-stick craft sheet. And then what I'm going to do is I've got this Sethapta vintage beeswax. Now, if you don't have the vintage beeswax, use your ultra thick embossing enamels, use your clear embossing powder, anything like that. Maybe use some of those embossing powders where you've gone off the colour and experiment. So what we're going to do is melt that. And what you need to do is you need to repeat this process several times. But luckily I've already got another non-stick craft sheet with a layer on, just so that you don't have to watch me building all those layers. So what you do is you melt this embossing powder, this beeswax, and as you can see it's melting on the non-stick craft sheet. So you melt that, and then while it's hot you add another layer of the beeswax. So you melt all this layer, and then when it's hot you add another layer of beeswax. So we'll bring in the one we've done before. Just move this out the way and bring my stamp in. So as you can see, this has had several layers. So I can remelt this just so that I can get it fluid. So you add lots of layers. So you repeat that process 5 or 6 times, adding layers of the beeswax. So while it's hot, you apply another layer, which I will repeat here and just show you. So I'm just remelting this, and the reason I did this was so that you weren't waiting 15 minutes for me to melt 5 or 6 layers of the embossing powder. Now it's important that you have your melted molten embossing powder nice and fluid before you do the technique. So what we're going to do is we're just melting this, we're just reheating it, because I've added 5 or 6 layers. So don't dip your finger into that because it's really hot. So I'm just adding this layer, and then what I'm going to do is show you what I did. I literally melted each layer until I got 5 or 6 layers, then I added another layer like so, and then I tipped the excess back into the pot, and as you can see each layer sticks. Whoops. Each layer sticks, and what you do is you then just remelt that powder just so that it's nice and molten. And I'm just going to move this on one side while I bring my stamp in for inking, just while we melt that. So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to use my VersaFine Clair, and I'm just going to ink. I'm trying to do 2 things at once. I'm just going to ink my camera stamp with some black VersaFine Clair, and the reason I'm inking the stamp is so that when I stamp it into the molten embossing powder, then the molten embossing powder, it will release from the stamp. That's why I'm adding some ink. So I'm just going to move this stamp out the way just so we can bring this in so you can see what I'm doing. So I'm just melting this until it's nice and molten and melted. So just remember, you would do this, you would repeat that process 5 or 6 times, so you've got a nice fluid amount of powder. So it's nice and fluid. So it needs to be nice and hot. And you can always tell it's hot because it does move. You can tell it's nice and molten. So I'm just melting to make sure I've got some of that area nicely melted. It just takes a little bit of patience, but to be honest, it really is worth it. It really is worth it. So just keep adding that. And the more layers you add, the better it gets. So I think we've got that nice and fluid now, nice and fluid. So what I'm going to do now is take my stamp and just stamp into the hot molten embossing powder. So I'm just going to move that up a little bit so you can see. There's that many things on my desk. Just press into the molten powder and just allow that stamp to sit in there a few moments, and it won't do any harm to the stamp at all. It won't do any harm. So just press it a little bit. And then what we can do is we can just allow that to cool a little bit before we peel it away, because if you feel underneath the non-stick craft sheet, that is quite hot, because obviously we've melted that for quite a long time. So we just need to wait a few moments for that to cool down before we can then peel away. Yes, we've been able to peel away. So I've peeled away the stamp nice and easily, and the reason I've peeled it away nice and easily is because it was molten and I added some ink to the stamp. So as you can see, you've got 1967 and you've got a bit of detail on the camera. So we can wait for this to cool down a little bit and then it'll start to peel away.
And what a good year 1967 was. And I think our birthdays are only a couple of days apart, if I remember from a previous conversation. But here you go. This is the finished card that we're working towards. So that fabulous background created, and of course that wonderful focal point in the centre there. Same background technique was used on this one here with a little embroidery hoop, using obviously the creative elements in there. So it really does show you that you've got lots of scope with regards to working with these stamps. And of course the stamps that Tracy has been working with are part of our Weekend Wow collection. And you can see here the details on your screen. If you go for the complete stamp collection, you are going to get everything from this side, from the A4 stamp plate, right the way over to the background over there. So you're going to get 40 stamps in total. They all work so beautifully well together, but equally so independently. And the set that Tracy has been working with, the Enjoy the Journey set, that is at the bottom of your screen. So if you do just want to go for certain elements, you can do. Basically what we've got is 3 different sets. So you've got the set with the A4 stamp plate in there, you've got a trio there, then you've got a duo sitting in the centre here with your creative star stamps there, and then right the way over to the far side you have got kind of like your little element of florals in here. So it's a nice selection. You've got everything there from nature, your florals, and also your creativity and your journey with this one. So I think it's a really nice set to go for. Now something that many of you have been going for as well is you've jumped onto the website, had a little look at everything, and you've found our 7-day saver. And this again is an all and create stamp set, and you can see the details are going to pop up on your screen any moment. And of course what you've got is a 7-day saver deal, which was launched at 8 o'clock on Sunday morning. Now the price coming up on your screen is only good up until Sunday morning at 8 o'clock, so it will go up to £17.99. The moment you still can get a hold of it at £10.99, and this could be the item that you're adding into your basket this hour to get you into that family favourites prize draw. But if this isn't the one that's going to be jumping into your basket, it might be worth having a little look on the website, because there's lots more to tempt you there. Loads of all and create elements on this show, so you can see the individual stamp sets are available there. You can just scroll through at your leisure, and when you do get to the end, that's where you will be able to find that 7-day saver stamp and all the other 7-day savers that we've got. So whatever you fancy going for, you just click on that little pink button there that says add to basket, and away you go. It's added to your basket, but make sure you're checking your baskets out. Now that complete collection, you've got your 3 flexi buys with those, so make sure that you if you are taking advantage of that, please do pop other goodies into your basket, because you can spread the cost of those as well. And if you have already placed an order with us, you are in that prize draw, and don't forget the prize draw is going to be drawn during this hour. You are in with a chance of winning this. Have a look. This is a fabulous set of stamps. If you've not placed your order yet, then please do so. You've probably got about half an hour or so to get your order in the system, and as I say, it could be as simple as the 7-day saver or anything else that you've seen on the show. And of course we will have a brand new draw at the top of every hour. We are launching those right the way through to Monday at 6 o'clock. Now of course, if you have just joined us, Tracy has just kind of broken away. She's been making her embellishment for this fabulous card, so do go back and watch on rewind, but from this moment on you can watch with us. Check this out.
So what I'm going to do is bring in our background, and what I'm thinking is this will sit here, and that background just looks fantastic. So if we bring in the little stamp set that we've also got in the Weekend Wow, think outside the box 353, if we bring in this stamp set, we can just use a little bit of the detail that's in the stamp. There's some numbers in there, some little numbers, and I just think these little numbers just stamped here, there and everywhere will look quite nice. Just stamping a little bit of detail of the numbers in the background. So while that molten embossing powder is just cooling down a little bit. I'm just adding a little bit of detail to my background, just with the stamp. We don't always have to use the whole area of the stamp. Sometimes we can use just some of the area of the stamp. It doesn't have to be everything. It's nice just to use bits sometimes, just bits of the stamp, just to add a little bit of detail in the background. And look at those numbers there. I just love those numbers. I just think they work beautifully. We'll just have a look at our molten powder, just to see what it's like. You can see now, look at this. It now peels away from your non-stick craft sheet. Just chuck that on the floor. I just chuck everything on the floor. And because it's nice and warm, I can go round now and break some of the area, just so that it doesn't look perfect. So I can break some of this. So while it's still warm, break some of the imagery, just so that it looks a little bit more random. You see, and what we'll do is we'll line this over our camera so that it gives a different texture. Sorry, bring it in camera, Tracy. So just so it adds another texture. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add my camera here, and you can still see those little numbers in the background, which are just, I love those little numbers. So what I'm going to do now is, what I'm thinking is, we can add this little rusty wire here. So I'll just get my stapler, just so that we can add that. But as I said, you could literally cut that out and you could make it a shaker card, or you could add a picture behind. But if you made it a shaker card, that'd be quite fun. So I'm just going to staple my wire to my card, just stapling, just so that we've got that rusty wire element. And I'm going to add this like this, and it just adds another little texture to the design. And now you can see that I've actually made a mistake, because we can't do that yet, can we? Because we haven't added the molten. And this is when you know it's a live demo, because I want to add this first, but add the molten piece first. So let's just bring that in and adhere that first. We don't want to waste that molten piece, like so. And then we add this, add a little bit more glue, because when we staple into it, it will crack. But that's the nature of the beast. So we're just adding this here. And then what we can do is add this over the top. So the idea is that this will then crack slightly. It's still got some flexibility in it because it's still warm. But look at the texture that you're giving to your camera. Just love it. So I've now got another textural element to my camera. It's not flat, it's not boring. It gives it a nice detailed textural element. So I'm now going to adhere that to my card. So just adhere this to our card. Oh, and the adhesive works. The adhesive actually works. Wow. So now I'm going to place this here, like so. And then I can add a little bit of adhesive behind here, because that will dry nice and clear, just to hold that down. I just love the texture that molten enamel adds. I just think it's fab. And now, if you look in the stamp set, you've got a lovely sentiment here. Capture every moment. And I think that's perfect for what we need. So we'll just grab the sentiment, capture every moment. And as you can see, they're a really good size. So we'll just place this back. If I don't place them back, then we get in a mess with the stamps. So we're just going to capture every moment. Move that out the way. Just bring our acrylic block in. I love the texture on that stamp now. And we're going to stamp this. And we're going to stamp this onto calico, because I just love the texture that it gives. I love the texture that the calico gives. So capture every moment. And the nice clear sentiments. So just place that on there. I don't know about you, but you end up with working in about an inch of space. I say this every time. I work in an inch of space and I end up with paint all over me. I don't know what it is about me. But I'm then going to tear this so it gives me a torn edge. A torn edge. But even in a simple card, we've incorporated a few different techniques, which I love. I love that we've incorporated a couple of different techniques. And it's the stamp set that does all the singing. It's the stamp set that does all the work in this project. The stamp set and the backgrounds. Capture every moment. You see, and this is what I love about calico, because you've got all those threads. So just cut this down one moment. Just cut that down a little bit. Chuck everything on the floor like you do. Those that follow my Facebook lives know that I chuck everything on the floor while I'm doing a live, because I'm in the flow of the moment. So what I'm going to do is capture every moment, like so. We're going to add this here. I'm just going to adhere that now. And what I'd say again is, if you're unsure of placement, take a photograph. Take a photograph and see where you think the placement looks the best when you've looked at the photograph a couple of times. I always find that works for me if I'm not sure where to place something. So capture every moment. So you see now what I'm going to do, because I've just realised that I want to add something. The one good thing about doing videos at home is that I can just pop into my cupboard and hope that you don't mind. I can pop into my cupboard and just reach for embellishments, you see. So that's one slight advantage. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add this paper clip over the letter M, because it's an added little embellishment and I just love doing little touches like that. Let's move some of this product out of the way so we can actually see what we're doing. So I'm just going to add a little bit of adhesive to my paper clip, and I'm just going to add that over the letter M. And don't worry about that adhesive, it will dry clear. But can you see I've got the paper clip over the M? So it's just a lovely little touch, a little embellishment touch. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a little, let's just lift this a little bit. I love my embellishments. Just add a little, oh, I just love it. I love that card. I love the fact that the camera just looks so effective. And if we bring in, oh, let's just add some white splatters. I think some white splatters would look really cool. So just add some white splatters just to the background of the card. Just add some delicate white splatters. I do apologise for the ringing. I've got no choice. It actually rings on my device for the front door. So I do apologise, but it's exciting goodies arriving. More craft products. So I'm now going to add a little pop of black. I've got this pop of black of numbers here, which is perfect. But I'm just going to add a little bit of tape. Just to add another pop of black. Sometimes a pop of black just brings some life to your design. If you've got a monochromatic, sometimes it's white that adds to your design. Sometimes it's black that adds to your design. It just depends on what colours you've used. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a little touch of that tape there and one in my other corner. So just, and of course my nails aren't working because we're doing a live video. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to add this, trapping that little bit of thread behind. Oh, I just love it. So if we bring in a black piece of card and move everything out of the way, move the heat tool out of the way, just look how that background works so beautifully with that camera. And if I bring it up a little bit, just so that you can see some of that detail. But if you wanted to change it up a bit and do a clean and simple design, can you imagine a photograph behind that camera lens? But I wanted to go for a mixed media theme to prove that your stamps can be used in many different ways. So I hope you enjoyed that demo, and I'll be back shortly with another. Thank you for watching. Bye.
Thank you, Tracy, and an amazing deal you've got with that complete collection. Many of you going for these. As you can see, £88.93, and you can spread the cost over 3 payments. You're getting all 40 of those wonderful stamps, and of course Tracy has been using those throughout the shows. Check out at 10 o'clock this morning. That's when the whole deal was launched. There's some wonderful demonstrations. I'm going to get into another video in a few moments, but you've been finding other goodies that we've got for you. And again, from Tracy, more designs that will work really, really well alongside what she's brought us with that weekend. Wow, so I'm just going to turn these around so you can see. You've got an A4 stamp plate. You've also got your A5 stamp plate with these. And again, we're going very botanical with these ones. We're taking a trip into the garden. And these are lovely because you've got lots of elements. Oh, it's upside down. Oh, it's fine. You can read upside down, can't you? All relating to the garden there with your fruits, with your little words there of inspiration to do with the garden, which of course are perfect if you are making cards for anybody that has got an allotment or just enjoys spending time out in the garden. I love the little snails on here. I think they look absolutely adorable. And again, garden tools featuring there. So it was a really nice set, a very affordable one at £32.98. But of course, if you pop that into your basket alongside your complete bundle, you're spreading the cost of that one as well. Don't forget, place an order during this hour. You maybe you win an extra set of stamps in a few moments, actually, won't be long. Next set we've got for you, have a look at these. I love this one. Grab it, grab it, grab it. That's what we've got here, ribbit, ribbit, and the beauty of nature. And you can see here, ribbit, ribbit, and leap amphibian. I love this. The frog here, this is the prettiest frog that I've seen. All that Zen doodling in there really gives you an idea of how you can work with that one. And I love the crown and how the crown comes separate, because that crown you'll be able to use on lots of your other characters that you will have in your stamp collection, I'm sure. Again, lots of elements there relating to this piece. I love the bulrushes that you've got there as well. And of course, all the kind of ivy and all the kind of foliage that you've got with this one. Really nice set. And again, it's another affordable one. You're saving £10 on this one. £25.98 being your price. That one could be the one getting you in the prize draw and getting you winning that prize. Or maybe it's this one. This is a nice one because you've got circles, you've got numbers, and you've got a lovely thistle with this one. It's a big stamp, this one's kind of one of the border stamps. So of course this is a nice one if you're working on a taller, a more slender project. And then the circles, always a useful one. I mean, this is a lovely one. Again, very, very affordable, £15.98. Love the layers within here as well, so you can really get to grips with this one and really create some fabulous projects. Maybe just use the head of the thistle, don't have to use it in its entirety. And of course the circles there are a really useful filler one to have as well. So if you've got any little gaps to fill in, that will be a perfect one to go for. 980438 if you're wanting to get hold of that one. Now I've got a couple to share with you which are from Olga as well. So Olga has brought us this wonderful floral wings, which is your butterflies, as you can see here. Beautiful big stamp. 4 stamps there for £24.99. And I love the fact that you kind of got your complete butterfly here, but then down at the bottom you've got the elements there to build up your design. So whichever way you're wanting to work with it, and there's so many elements within there. Love that kind of quirky look with the light bulbs in there, and you've almost got a scene building up in the other with that little bridge. If you fancy that one, then 567 479. And then last but by no means least, our 7-day saver. Lots of you have been adding this one in, and I am not surprised. It's an absolute bargain at that price there, £10.99. You are saving £7 on there. 963 677 if you're wanting to get hold of this. If you do need cardstock, check out on the website. We have got that available for you. But we are going to head into the video with Tracy, another demonstration, and when we come out to the other side, we'll be naming that person who's won. Check this out.
Hello everyone, welcome back. I thought for this demo we'd follow on from the previous demo where we created the background. So I thought this would be a nice follow on to actually use the background, because we created 2 backgrounds in the previous demo. So I thought we'd follow on with that, because sometimes we say that, oh, we're going to use that background, and then you never see us do anything with the background. So I thought I will actually do something with that. So again, the card is 3.5 inches by 8 inches. And it's a mixed media cardstock. So I'm using the beetle stamp once again because I just love it, and I thought it would be a nice follow-on. But this time we're not going to use the whole image, we're going to use part of the image. So this time I'm going to use up to half of the image, just half, because you've got a border stamp doesn't mean that you have to use all that stamp. You don't have to. You can use part of the image. And if you want, you can always use a piece of masking tape and mask that area off. What I'll do for the sake of the video, I'll be very professional and just wipe with my kitchen roll, just wipe any excess that I may have added. So I'm just wiping that off, and then I'm just going to reapply more ink to this area, just to this area of the card, of the stamp, sorry. So reapplying that just to make sure, even in that small area, that I get a good layer of ink. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to hover over my card to decide where I want that piece of stamped image. And I'm happy for it to go here, like so. So I'm just going to add this part of the stamped image, not these here. So just this small part. And I love it when you can break stamps up and you can just use parts of them. I think that's part of the fun of stamping, is that you can just use part of the image. But I always think it's a good idea when we're demonstrating to sometimes show how we use that second print. Not to just say we're going to use it, but actually use it and show what we do with the second print. Because I often save a lot of my prints, even when I'm doing second generation prints, whether I'm brayering paint, I tend to keep a lot of those backgrounds. So I do actually use them. I use them a lot. So that gives us part of our image. If I bring in the previous card from the demo that we did previously, if you look, I used the whole image on that card. I used the whole image on that one. But look how it changes when you just use part of the image, and it shortens everything. It looks totally different. Just move that out of the way. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a little bit of a spotlight. So I'm just going to spotlight that beetle a little bit. So I'm going to use my Vintage Photo Distress Oxide ink once again. And make sure you add a good layer of ink. Now this cut and dry foam is primed really well. If you're using a new piece of cut and dry foam or an ink blending tool, make sure you prime that tool and add a good layer of inking. You really need to build up that ink on your chosen tool. In this case, I'm using cut and dry foam. You may use a blending tool, but whichever tool or implement that you use, you need to make sure that it's really primed with a good layer of ink. The reason you prime it and make sure it's got a good layer of ink is that you get wonderful blending and shading with that ink colour. So what you do is you go over a couple of times just to add that spotlight to your card. So I'm starting from the centre outwards. So I'm blending from the centre of that circular piece and blending outwards just to get a nice shaded element around that outside edge of that circle. And that gives me a beautiful spotlight. I just love the little spotlight that gives. And then what I've got here is I've got a beetle, but this time in a different colour. I've just given it some pops of colour. It doesn't always have to be in browns, it can be in different colours. And I've added some clear embossing powder, and when it was totally cooled down, I cracked it. So I added some cracks to the back. So it just adds another little texture, and that gives me a pop of colour. Just the other one was all vintage. This one isn't all vintage. This one adds a pop of colour. So I really like that. So we'll adhere our bug, and this is going to be a nice simple card, nothing too overcomplicated. But sometimes we've got viewers that don't like cards with too much detail. They like it when it's nice and simple. I'm still going to add layers, but in a simple format. So there's my little beetle. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a piece of white card, just tear that, take a piece of white card, and then bring my stamp set in again. And this time stamp the beetle wording, because what I'm hoping is that will go over the top. Yes, it will. So we'll just add that beetle wording. So ink up the beetle, just that part of the stamp. And again, we're just using parts of the stamp. We're not using the whole image. And that's what I love about stamp sets. The fact that you can always add little touches if you want. It doesn't have to be the whole thing. And I think that's what makes stamps so versatile. The fact that you can add so many layered elements, and the fact that you can break the stamp sets up rather than just using them as a whole. So if I wasn't doing a video, I'd cut this on my cutter so that you get nice straight edges. Let's move that out of the way. Bring our card back in. And then what I'm going to do is just add a little touch of shading around that outside edge of the card, just so it ties in nicely. I don't want to cover it all up because I want some of that to be visible. And what I'm wanting to do is I want to add a paper clip over the top, but I want to vintage that paper clip up a little bit. So let's just move this out the way and use that paper clip and just add some alcohol ink. So this is just alcohol ink, and it's ginger alcohol ink. And I'm just going to dab that paper clip just to tone down that touch of silver. It just tones it down a little bit, so it's not just too bright. You know, for our vintage tone card, we don't want it too bright. So what I'm going to do now is add my sentiment or my text. So add beetle, like so. And I'm always looking for different ideas of how to highlight areas. I'm always looking for different ways. So for me, this paper clip works beautifully. And what I'll do is I'll add a little bit of the adhesive round my paper clip. It takes a few moments for that to dry, and it dries clear, so it's not a problem. And what we want to do is just add this here, like so. And I just think that's a fun way to showcase the text, just a different way. I'm always looking for different ways just to showcase things. And what I've got here is a little, I love these, a little magnifying glass. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add a bit of colour to that magnifying glass, just around the edges, just again to vintage it up a little bit. So I'm just adding alcohol inks just to the metal, because the alcohol inks work perfectly on the metal. And then what I'm going to do, I love these fun elements, and this actually magnifies. So I'm going to place that over the letter G, So just apply my adhesive. Again, this will take a few moments to take. So you do need to give it a few moments for the adhesive to take. Then what I'm going to do is add my white splatters, which is what I love adding. Just a few splatters. Try not to get them on your magnifying glass, because you still want it to magnify that word. But I just think that the magnifying glass and the paper clip just give it a quirky little touch. And what I was thinking was, you can add this to a black mount like so. But if you wanted to add some different elements, why not try drying some leaves out of the garden, drying some leaves from the garden and adding a piece of leaf to your card, just like so. I just think that looks beautiful. That's a dried leaf from the garden. So think outside the box with your stamps. Just think what other elements you could add. So I just think a lovely leaf element looks beautiful on that. And I'm just trying to make it so that when you repeatedly see me demoing all the time, that even if I just bring one little touch that's different to the stamp, it just gives you another little idea, another little quirky touch. So I hope you enjoyed that demo, and I'll be back shortly. Bye for now.
Bye, Tracy. And I have to say, whenever I use the word spotlight, I always think of Tracy, because she's the first person that kind of, I've seen this element before, but didn't realise that's what it was called. So teaching us how to spotlight there, and what an amazing demonstration again. And thank you, everybody, for getting involved. We've had some lovely emails during this hour. Trudy and Chloe are watching, and Trudy was saying just how inspirational Tracy has been. And she was commenting on the salad spinner. What a fabulous technique. I'm certainly going to steal that one. And yeah, sadly, we do not sell salad spinners on our website. We did actually go and have a little look because you never know. And of course, Tracy's demonstration, she was teaching us how to melt down that embossing powder as well and stamp into it, which again, a different style of card created using that. But of course, using the Weekend Wow and that complete bundle that we've been chatting about. Now, the Weekend Wow, just to let you know, was launched at 10 o'clock this morning and it will run right the way through until Sunday evening. But only until then it will go up in price, and it's going to go up by £6, and that's quite a considerable increase when you're looking at the price there on your screen there. Well, it's just shy of £50, isn't it? 2 flexi buys are £24.99. It is part of the complete bundle, which I'll tell you about in a few moments, but there's something I've got to tell you. I've got news. We've got a winner. We've got a winner for this. And now, of course, family favourites, we kick things off with that wonderful prize draw, and the winner this hour is Ruth. And Ruth Wiseman, your name is there on the screen. Congratulations. This is what you've won. You lucky, lucky lady. Now, of course, if you weren't fortunate enough to win during this hour, we will have another prize draw in the next hour. And because of it being a Weekend Wow show, we will have additional shows tomorrow and also on Sunday. So if you want to particularly have a little go for the prizes in the All and Create shows, then yeah, that's the time. Check out the schedule, you'll find them. But of course, our Weekend Wow is part of that complete bundle, which is a series of 3 different sets, including the Weekend Wow and the saving that you've got. You've got an additional £10 saving, though, on top of the different bundle savings. So you're going to get your Weekend Wow with the 3 stamps we spoke of. You're also going to get your little duo there, where you've got your kind of artistic elements there with things like your paint brushes, you've got your palette in there, lots of words of inspiration, creative words, I'd like to call those. And then one of my favourites, the ones with the flowers there. And what Tracy has done is she's put together a fabulous bundle. So whether you're into your traditional style cards, whether you're into just creating little elements and playing around and finding your feet potentially with your mixed media, then you've got something. And you've also got some beautiful things that you are going to be able to create with your more familiar zone, potentially, of your card making. Thank you very much, Tracy, for bringing these wonderful stamps to us. Don't forget, it's a Weekend Wow. Take advantage of that deal where you have the opportunity, and don't forget to check out that 7-day saver. It's another one from our lovely Tracy, and the price of that one's going to go up on Sunday morning, so you need to be quick for that one as well. I will see you a little bit later on. I'm going to be back at 4 o'clock with the 1-day special final call. I'll see you in a bit. Bye. But before that, we've got Angela. Angela's back with Angela Daymond Designs. Then, of course, we've got Summertime Boutiques with that fabulous 1-day special. Now, I'm going to have a go. Pappnoptikum.
Hi, I'm Nikki Hassan. I've been working with Heartfelt Creations for about 9 years now. Heartfelt Creations as a company launched the company back in 1994. They have been in the industry for a very, very long time. They are crafters, so they know what you crafters want, and they listen to us crafters too. Their products range from stamps that coordinate with dies that then coordinate with a paper pad. But then we also have storage folders, we have decorative dies, we have colouring daubers, we have Insta albums. One of the products that really make Heartfelt unique are their flower shaping moulds, where you can make easy, quick, 3-dimensional flowers, which are absolutely stunning. So I hope you can join Heartfelt Creations here on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years, Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. On the Hochanda shows, we'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows on Hochanda.
Hello, I'm Hayley, and you might have seen me presenting here at Hochanda.
Well, I've always been an avid crafter behind the scenes and have been given the opportunity to share some of my favourite products with you in a monthly show called Handmade by Hayley. So I hope you'll join me, let me inspire you, and maybe you will discover a new craft in the process.
Hello everyone, I've got a minute or two to tell you why you should all be members of Hochanda Freedom. Did you know that with Hochanda Freedom you could be saving on your deliveries every month? For just a £6.97 monthly fee, you will benefit from unlimited standard delivery, which means the more you spend with us, the more you save. And you know the best bit? You can cancel any time. Becoming a member of Hochanda Freedom, you will also be able to take advantage of our exclusive Freedom member discounts, where you can save anything up to 20% on an already fantastic Hochanda price. Freedom members will also receive our exclusive members badge and Freedom newsletter, which will keep you updated with all the goings on behind the scenes. Just look at all these benefits for £6.97 per month. Over 10,000 of you are already members, and we thank you so much for being a part of our family and sharing your crafting passion with us. In fact, I'm now going to hand over to you to tell everyone else about your experience with Hochanda Freedom.
It's lovely because you have the special offers, don't you, that give you a nice discount off, sometimes up to 20%.
I don't have to worry about the postage. I can spend a £5 on something that I've seen as and when I've seen it, or I can spend 20 or 30 or 50 pounds, it doesn't matter.
I get special offers, I get special discounts, they tell me when everything's happening, so if there's a special show I want to watch, then it's there.
Yes, you do save. If you buy like I do, you save.
You see? You could be a member instantly for £6.97 per month with no ongoing monthly obligation. So when you want to cancel, you can. Just give us a call or go to our website quoting the item number 88888. So don't forget, you get your unlimited standard delivery, exclusive Freedom discounts, members badge and a members newsletter. What are you waiting for? Join Hochanda Freedom today and become a member of the growing Hochanda family.
Well, hello everybody, a warm welcome. We have got a lovely hour ahead, so kick back and relax with us here at Hochanda. So we've got Angela Designs here, so Angela Daymond Designs. I haven't spoken to Angela in ages. We will be speaking to her on Skype, so I'm looking forward to having a little chinwag with Angela and seeing what she's been up to. Now, because it's a family favourites, we're also going to be, remember, just in case you haven't been aware of the event we're currently running, Family Favourites event, every hour we are going to be giving away a prize. To be in line to win that prize, all you need to do is make any purchase during the live show within the first 15 minutes. So it has to be within the first 15 minutes of the show. Your name goes into a hat, and this is what you could be winning. Say what? This is your Seaside Cantha kit that you are getting. It is a beautiful kit, so you're able to go to the seaside in a safe way there. So there we go. That's a kit. Somebody will be winning it at the end of this hour. I have to say, all the kits now, as the name suggests, really expressing and enjoying the beautiful Cantha stitch. And just the look, the feel, everything about it is fantastic. I think we need to speak to Angela herself. Angela, hello.
Hello, how are you?
I am very well. Angela, it seems like an age since we worked together.
It is. Do you know, I was thinking about how long, and I can't even remember.
I would say, I'd hazard a guess, like years, literally, maybe a year or two since we worked. But it gets like that. Sometimes it's just.
Possibly was.
Yeah, it's sometimes here at Hochanda we find that because we've got two different shifts and we miss certain companies. A presenter might not work with a certain company for a while, even though you guys are coming in. Anyway, enough about that. Tell us all about the kits, because they are absolutely stunning. They really are.
Thank you. Well, I'm so thrilled that you've got some new kits today. That's a brand new and exclusive to Hochanda.
Lovely.
So you've got the Swallow one that's in front of you, which I'm really thrilled about.
This is already selling, by the way. It was selling even before we went live with the show, which is a good indication of how popular something is. Angela, this is beautiful. So, did you design this?
I did, yes. And the inspiration from this came from all the swallows that come in the spring.
Oh.
And, you know, when something sticks in your head, you think, actually, that will make a really nice piece.
You're
And
absolutely
this piece
right.
has got a really traditional border on it as well.
Well, it's funny you mention that because the Cantha stitch with the swallows is beautiful, but I think the expression of the border around as well really sets off the piece. This is absolutely stunning. And we're getting a lot of beautiful thread as part of the kit as well. And Angela, I know in working with you in the past, whenever you come to Hochanda, you work so hard to make sure all the components of anything you offer are absolutely first rate. I'm just going to pick up the threads. Can you tell me a little bit about these? Because they are lovely.
Yeah, now these are hand-dyed threads by a lovely lady called Zoe, so they're exclusive to this kit.
Oh, wow.
So each kit has got 3 50-metre skeins of this hand-dyed thread. And because it's hand-dyed, it's not quite a solid colour. There's just a subtle variation, which really makes it come alive.
That, I mean, look, hand-dyed thread, that is a statement of intent. So when you're putting that into the kit, you're saying all the components of these are absolutely first rate. So we've got our thread. We've also got the fabric we're going to be working off of as well. Just lifting that.
Yeah, and you've also got some cotton muslin as well, and that goes behind the cotton just to hold the stitches and to stop them puckering.
Well, which again, just looks so good. Just showing you here all the elements. So you've got all, look at the size of that.
Yeah, and that's A3, so it's a really nice pattern, because lots of people who have done my Cantha kits from Hochanda and places like that have said, you know, what else can we do? You know, they're desperate for something bigger to get their teeth into, and this is a result of that as well.
You're taking a very traditional stitch, the Cantha stitch, but the designs, as the way you play between the designs and the Cantha stitch, it all works. And I love the fact we have got a Freedom price on here as well, $29.66 if you are a Freedom member, 563-349 your item number. Got to tell you, a quarter of the stock's already gone. I think that's incredible. And look, on a personal note, the Family Favourites event is one of my favourite events because what we do is we showcase all the family boutique-run companies that are part of our Hochanda brand. And I have to say, when I see a company being popular, have a popular hour like we are having right now, it means a lot. I know it means a huge amount to you as well, Angela. So we are busy. Would you mind coming down the counter with me, Angela? Staying on the line?
Of course I will. Yeah, brilliant.
Okay. Now, we're going to have a look at our seahorse. So we're going under the sea. I like the colours in this, and the sort of swirl of the Cantha.
Yeah, and what I want people to realise is it is just a running stitch, and I do a lot of it, so my stitches are small. So I don't want the fact that somebody looking at the screen is looking at the seahorse thinking, I can't do that, the stitches are too small, because it really works with any size of stitch. You know, you just thread your needle and it's just the one stitch and off you go.
I mean, that's lovely. And I've just seen the price, $16.49. And you get to, look, it's the real joy, and I'm sure you'll agree, Angela, it's the joy of doing the piece, because we don't want to rush it. You've got a lovely design that you're going to be bringing to life. But then ultimately, once you have completed it, you can put it in a frame. I've got to stress the frame does not come with the kits. This is just for display purposes. But imagine just picking up a frame and putting your work. That is beautiful.
And of course, you know, any of the Cantha designs you could make into a cushion, you can make into a bag. There's so much you could do with it once you've stitched it.
Oh, I like, hey, beach bag. Putting that on the front of a beach bag, I think that'd be fantastic.
Oh, that's a good idea, yes.
All right, $16.49 your price for your Angela Daymond Cantha Seahorse Kit, 029279 your item number. Right, now we have got our large hair pattern for you. I really like this, Angela. This is really nice. I'm going to jump straight to the completed. Now, got to talk to you about this because this is just the pattern. You're not getting the threads or fabric here, but this is an idea of what you could make. It's beautiful.
Thank you. So I was using this design in my workshops, and so many people who couldn't do workshops with me kept saying, can you do a pattern? Can you do a pattern? So that's how this pattern developed. And this is a pattern really suitable for mixed media. So in with the pattern, you get some freezer paper, and which, if people don't know what freezer paper is, it's often used for applique in patchwork and quilting. And it's got a matte side and a shiny side, and you can iron the shiny side to fabric and it sticks.
Okay.
But there's full instructions of how to do that in there.
Within there. Lovely. There's another finished example here, so I think it's worth showing. Oh, now that's nice. That's just showing you what you can do. You've got so many directions you can take the designs. That's very clever.
Yeah, and that one's machine stitched on the outside and hand stitched on the inside. So really, this is one for people just to grab their creativity and do whatever you want to with it. And also with this, you know, you could work onto canvas with inks, with any mixed media stamps you can use with this pattern.
Beautiful. £12.49. The pattern is yours, and then it's up to you which direction you take your creativity. 565528, your item number. Now we got a Freedom hair for you as well. So this is an embroidery pattern. Tell us a little bit about this, Angela.
It is. So what I did was, when I was playing about with the large hair pattern, I had an idea of doing hexagons because I love English paper piecing and hexagons. So I thought, oh, I could combine the two. And again, so many people said, oh, that would be a lovely pattern. So I decided to publish it just as a pattern for all the people who don't want to draw out all the hexagons.
Oh,
and what I've done is, inside the hair, I've used seed stitch, which gives it a gorgeous texture.
Well, that is beautiful. It absolutely does give a texture to that hair. Angela, I'm blown away by the finished inspirations. They are stunning. So again, it's large size, A3, just showing you what you are going to be getting and your instructions there. Beautiful. If you do want to pop this into your basket, and just a reminder that any purchase, whether it is the patterns or the full kits, any purchase made during the live show, your name goes into a hat, and it could be you walking away with the Seaside Cantha Stitch kit. 164847, your item number, if you do want to go for this. Now, we have our Country Flowers book and the sunflower flowers pattern. So
yeah, so this is my brand new book.
Tell us a little bit about the book, Angela.
So this has got 10 flowers in it, so 10 full-size flowers. And again, you know, like all my other Cantha books, all the patterns are full-size. And in that book, you've got the history of Cantha, you've got all the stitch diagrams in there, and you've got the suggestions for threads, you've got different suggestions of how you can do the petals. It really is just ready to stitch, and again, suitable for any level at all.
So 10 inspirations within the book.
Yeah,
and on
10
top of that,
full-size patterns of flowers within the book.
Angela, I don't know how you're able to bring this here to Hochanda for that price. $14.49. You're not only getting the book. There you are. And that's a lovely picture of you at the end there, Angela.
It is, yes.
Lovely.
That's taken a long time ago.
So that's the book, but you're also getting the pattern for the sunflowers one. We can just see the completed sunflower for $14.49.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yes, it's a complete bundle of the sunflower pattern and the book.
That has to be, for me, and I love all the kits, but and everything on the show, that's an absolute bargain. I'm genuinely surprised by that price. Can I just show you a few of the, these are just some of the flowers, the finished inspirations here. I mean, they are
so that one's
stunning.
a work in progress, that one. Didn't quite get that one finished in time for the show.
Well, that's okay.
I've got 2 wall hangings, and, you know, there's 5 flowers in each one.
Just seeing, oh, look at that. Very pretty. So you're going to have so much joy doing these. I mean, I'm just holding up the designs, and I'm enjoying looking at them. I can imagine what it would be like, and that's just 5. Remember, you're getting 10. I'll just show you these as well. So here now, this is a completed piece. Sorry, Angela, that I went holding up the one you're working on first. So here's a completed piece.
But again, it's just one idea. You could do individual designs on cushions, on bags. You could put them all together in one quilt. There's so many different things you can do with these.
I put these on everything. And they're a really nice size as well to work on.
They are, and yeah. And the reason I started designing with A5 books is because they're small enough to go into a project pouch. So if somebody, you know, is wanting to stitch in the garden or anything like that, they're not having to carry a big heavy book out with them.
Clever. So you thought of everything. I'll show you this finally. If you do want to put it onto, say, a bag. Now, come on. Look at that for a bag. That is absolutely stunning. $14.49 is your price. 632-454, your item number. Now, we got one last thing to share. It's our mini kits. These are nice. So we've got our echinacea, and we've also got the tulip in there as well. 2 beautiful flowers.
Yeah, so again, these are mini kits, so they're slightly smaller. So if you just want something that you can stitch up in an evening or something like that, these are perfect for that.
Yeah. We're just seeing that wonderful tulip. And we have got the echinacea as well, which I'll just show you there. Lovely little kit for $15.99.
And of course, all the threads are in the kits, but once you've stitched it up once, you've still got the pattern and the design if you want to stitch it up again onto something.
Of course, and that is, you're learning it's real education. And canter stitch, and you said it yourself, look, after a while, there is no right or wrong with the canter stitch. I actually remember this from when we worked together, you saying, Angela, that you don't worry if your stitches are a little bit longer as long as you're uniform with it. Is that right?
That's perfect, yes. You just have to be consistent-ish, because none of us are robots, and I really don't want people to be put off by my stitch size, because canter is all about sitting, rocking that needle and thread, and just enjoying the moment of stitching and relaxing. And once the design is on the fabric, you've got no pattern to follow. You can just chat, you can just do whatever you want to.
Angela, it's been an absolute pleasure. You actually taught me something. I was saying to the team, I remembered it from when we did work together. You're the one that taught me the canter stitch. The Japanese version is sashiko.
That's right, yes. So that has to be very formal for it to work, but canter's sort of quite relaxing. It doesn't matter where your stitches fall, you just want to cover the area. But all the kits, all the patterns have got the full size stitch, so really suitable for any level.
You're so knowledgeable. I've really missed hanging out with you, Angela. Thank you so much for chatting to us. Now, I know you've done some demonstrations, so we're going to go to those, but we're looking forward to working. Hopefully you come into the studio when it's all safe to do so.
Yeah, that would be perfect when I can, so I'll look forward to it. All
right, and have you managed to stay safe on lockdown?
I have, yeah. It's been a long time, but I'm lucky. I've got a perfect view. I've got 2 dogs at home, and I've been busy writing another book, so maybe next year that will be out.
Using your time effectively. Fantastic. Angela, absolute pleasure. Please stay safe, take care, and we'll see you soon.
Lovely to talk to you.
You too,
Bye.
Angela. Bye. I genuinely have missed hanging out with Angela. She's such a wealth of knowledge. What we're going to do, we're going to jump onto the website and have a little look. Now, there are a lot of other kits in there. Now, something else that's very popular. This is nice. So this is the hair canter kit. So the one you're getting is the harvest hair, which looks like that. Oh, that's cute, the movement. And look at the price, a fantastic savings. So it is well worth going onto the website during shows and seeing, and especially with the show today. So just look for Angela Daymond and you're able to see all the kits. And we have got that exclusivity here at Hochanda as well. So we're so proud to be able to offer them to you. Do remember that any purchase made this hour, your name goes into a hat, and it could be you winning that fantastic seaside kit as well. Right, we're going to have a look at the Swallows Canter kit. Here's Angela.
So I've got in front of me here the A3 size pattern for the Canter Swallow kit. And as you can see, we've got the 3 swallows, we've got the smaller one to the larger one. And this kit's special because it's got this very traditional Canter border around it. And I'm just really excited about this kit because it gives people who have done Canter before a little bit more to go on. And I know I keep being asked from people, are you going to do a bigger kit? What's your next kit going to be? And this really was inspired by the swallows that I saw around me in the spring. And I'd had this idea for a while, but that's when it first became a kit. So I'm going to show you in this demo how you stitch this outer border here, because it's much quicker and easier and your stitches flow better if you don't go around each of the oval shapes individually, but you do your stitching all the way along and all the way back. I'm just going to move the pattern, and you can see that I've got the design marked out on this fabric. Now on this one, because it's a demo one, I haven't stitched the 3 swallows first, and ordinarily that's what I would do. With Canter, you do the main motifs first, but we're going to focus on this line of stitching here. And I hope you can see that I've actually started here, and along each side you have 7 of these oval shapes, and on the ones at the top and the bottom you've got 3. So as I said, rather than just do one, what we're going to do, and I'm hoping you can see this over the blue lines, because these are water soluble pens, so that's why they're blue. You are going to follow all the way along the outer curve. And then what we're going to do is go all the way back. So I've already, as I say, followed this outer line on all of them. So some it's the top, some it's the bottom, and I've gone all the way to the end. So I'm just going to pick up my work here, and I'm going to go back along this way. So each of these lines is going to be done in the same way. So it's quite gathered because it's on a fat quarter of fabric. So I'm just going to pop some of these in, And again, I'm rocking my needle. If you do rock your needle, what you have to do is be careful that you don't pull your stitches too tight. Now, I've overdone that just to show you what can happen. So if that ever did happen, you just pull it out and just very carefully ease that thread along. So I'm going to carry on this marked line, and on this one, this is going to be the bottom line, and it will curve round and it will take you to the top. So I'll just move that round again. I'm trying to do it so you can just see my stitching. I'm just going to keep going. At this point here, it doesn't really matter if your lines cross, because it's not any of the other techniques. There are certain techniques like shishiko where it really would matter, but Kantha it doesn't. So you can see now I've moved from the bottom of this one to the top of this one. So I'm going to do these two just to show you the idea. And then once you get back to the beginning, you will then start to work on the inner lines. So there are 5 in all. And if you do this, you find your stitches will flow and you will get around this fairly quickly, because you're not going to be keep stopping and starting with your needle. So you can see now I've gone bottom to top, and now I'm back along the bottom again. Let's pop in a few more. And I'll just get back to that point there. So I would do this first. Get those bottom ones in, or the outer ones in. There we go, I'll just stop the needle there. So what I've done is I've gone all the way along here to this point. I'm coming all the way back, and then once I'm back to here, I'd start with these inner ones again. Okay, so top, bring it round to the bottom, and then all the way along. These inner ones doing exactly the same, and then the last part of this is to do this straight line in the center, and you know that will really help you get around this pattern.
I could watch Angela work all day. How fantastic is that kit? And just showing you, it is just a straight stitch. But I say just a straight stitch. When you do incorporate the Kantha stitch with the designs, and this is a brand new design from Angela, and I can tell you 1/3 of the stock has already gone. We're only 19 minutes in, well, 20 minutes into the show, and she has got a second show later on at 7 p.m. So that is an indication of just how busy we are. It's beautiful, and you can imagine, I mean, where would you be hanging this? Because I think it's so inviting in any room. But how well does the Kantha stitch play with those beautiful swallows and then the border in there? It's just a stunning piece. And what you're getting with the kit, just got to point out, these threads are hand dyed, and they're also exclusive to this kit. So it really goes to show the amount of effort that Angela does put into everything that she offers. So you're getting your threads, you're getting your needle in there as well. You're also getting your muslin, and what that allows you to do is add a bit of stability to the work, and of course you're getting your fabric. All of that for $32.95, but there is a Freedom price as well, so do take advantage. If you're a Freedom member, you're going to be saving 10% off the price as a Freedom member, taking it down to $29.66. 563-349 your item number. It's just a special piece. And speaking of special, we've got another beautifully imagined Kantha design for you. So this is nice. This is our seahorse. Just taking a look at the wonderful seahorse. I like, and look at that price, $16.49. So you are getting in the kit your thread, you're also getting your fabric and your needle in there, and of course the instructions and the design to make this beautiful seahorse. I mean, when you think that all that interest, the texture, the illusion of the illusion of the water has been achieved with Kantha. It's incredible. $16.49 is your price, 029279 your item number. Got to tell you, there is a warning with the kits, and it's a very serious warning. It's going to be addictive. You're going to do it, you're going to love it, and then you're going to want to do more. I'm even just watching Angela doing it, I'm thinking, oh, it's the kind of thing I'd love to give a go. Okay, going to have a little look. We've got a large hair. Now, we've seen the first two options were kits. This is a pattern. So you're getting the pattern. You're also getting the freezer paper in there as well. And Angela explains all about the freezer paper and how to use that for your applique in there. Let me just show you something. for $12.49. You've got the pattern. You can do this as many times as you like. Dip into your stash. When I show you this, tell me you wouldn't want to do it. Now, come on. That looks incredible. I absolutely love it. And you can do more. Angela was saying that with these kits, really lend themselves to mixed media as well. But how beautiful is that? It really is a showstopper. If I close that up, so I love the, there's also, it looks like there's, oh, do you know what? I've got to correct myself, because I was going to say, if I just show you this again, doesn't that have the illusion that it's been free motioned? You got that quarter effect. That has been achieved, all of that has been achieved with a Cantha stitch. That is absolutely incredible. Because I found myself looking at it, and I was going to say to you guys, and you can free motion with it, which you could, but don't. Use the Cantha stitch to good effect. And it's also even some sequins being employed there. It is just such a nice piece. $12.49 is your price. This is a finished inspiration. You're getting the pattern, so it's just the pattern, but then dip into your stash. Do whatever you like. $12.49 is your price. 565-528 your item number. Got to show you another pattern as well, which is proving extremely popular. This is your Freedom hair. So let's have a look at our Freedom hair. Oh, I'll tell you what, before I show you this, let me just show you what you are getting. So you get your instructions, you also get your pattern. Look, that is a full A3 pattern that you're getting there with the hexagons, because you're going to be using the hexagons. And the reason why I wanted to show you that is because, and it's good quality as well. Let me just show you this. There you go. Now, come on, take a look at that. The texture, and that's a description that Angela gave, and it's so, I think it lends itself so well to this inspiration, because you do get the illusion of texture. It's so appropriate to the finished inspiration, the hexagons as well. It's just a beautiful piece. You decide the thread, you decide the colours, but ultimately at the end of it you're going to have something that is stunning. Now here we've got the kits, so if you really wanted to stock up on your thread, I misspoke. You're getting the patterns. Thank you, Emily. But if you did want to get some thread, how about 100 skeins? 100 skeins, it's one of our 7-day savers. And let me just pick one of these up. So how much would you pay, it's stranded cotton, for one skein? I can tell you, as part of this kit, each skein is 10 pence, well 10.5 pence. If you do get hold of this 7-day saver, you're getting 100 skeins in total, 8 mil each, for £10.49. I say 8 mil, that'd be 8 meters each, would it? Yeah, 8 meters, not mil. Apologies. So all of those, 100 skeins in total for £10.49. It is an absolute bargain. What I would suggest, if you are going for the patterns, if you do love your embroidered work, if you want to start exploring different stitching, that is a great buy. It really is. 10 pence or 10.5 pence per skein, 8 meters. Okay, we're going to move on. And we've got the book for you as well. I genuinely can't believe the price point on these. And I'm not... Can I say, I'm not playing up to the cameras or trying to dramatise that. Whenever we have a production meeting, we go down, but I can't remember the price of everything. So I didn't think this would be $14.49. When you consider the book, and it is a beautifully produced book, you can feel that. It's really, really nicely done. But let's start just going in and exploring this. I mean, just for the book alone, I think you've done well, but you're also getting the sunflower design in there as well. So what Angela's done is giving you such a rich history of the Cantha stitch. And 30% of the stock's gone. I'm so pleased, because it is just a lovely, lovely book. Just showing you here. Look at all of these. So each one of these designs, there are 10 designs in total, you get to obviously have as a reference. So that is effectively 10 classes. So if you were going to a craft class, learning a design, you've got 10 individual classes in there. And not only that, you're also getting the sunflower in here as well with the pattern. Let me just pop that back. I'm going to show you that we're having a look at the finished sunflower. Let me just show you some of the designs in the book. How beautiful are these? Look at all of those fantastic flowers, and a really nice size. And Angela was saying that she specifically wanted to offer it this size because it's just a great project. It fits in a project book. You can take it on the go. This is one that Angela's working on. but it does show you the rest of the flowers, because remember, you're getting 10 designs. So we just saw half of them. This is the other half. I mean, for $14.49, you're getting 10 patterns, and then on top of that, you're getting the sunflower pattern as well. It's incredible. There we go. 632454, your item number. It has to be one of my picks of the show, because I love all the kits. I genuinely love all the kits. I'm a huge fan of Angela's. What we're going to do, we're going to work with the book right now, so we're going to throw back to Angela for our next demonstration.
Hello, I'm so pleased to be with you from my studio today, and I'm just going to talk about my brand new book, which is the Count the Country Flowers book. And just like my other books, this is full of full-size patterns using the Cantha technique. And if you've never heard about Cantha before, it's a really old technique, and it just uses one stitch, which is a running stitch. And this makes it really suitable for anybody. So if you've not picked up a needle for years and years and years, you will be able to do this. And just like all of the other books, this covers all the history of Cantha. You have got stitch diagrams, and you've got 10 different flowers that you can have a go at. And it's really up to you what you want and how you want to turn your stitching into things. So for example, this is the hollyhocks here, and I've made this into a cushion. So this is the Cantha panel here, and all I've done is really simply put it onto some grey and made it a cushion. Now in the studio, you will have seen two very long wall hangings where I've used all the flowers from this book, and I've got some more examples here. We've got the cosmos, and we've got the poppy, and I've got an anemone, and a Rebecca, or black-eyed Susan. And I've used all of these designs, as I say, in the two long wall hangings. One is finished and one is more work in progress. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how I form the petals for these flowers. And what I've got here is part of the passion flower, which is on the front cover. And when I was looking up different colours, I found a red one, and I think it was called Red Glow, so I really like the design. So what I'm going to show you is how I'm going to form the petals. As I just said, Cantha is originally a thrift craft, so you can really use whatever thread you have at home, be it stranded embroidery cotton, be it perlé thread. You can even use different types of thread. In the book, I've only used the perlé, cotton perlé, but here, if you look, I've got a metallic thread, I've got a rayon thread, and I've got a cotton thread, and the light bounces off them all differently, so you can really use whatever you have at home. One big tip I will give you is if you're using something like a metallic or a rayon thread, is to use a chenille needle in perhaps a size bigger than you would normally use, so that the needle, when it goes through the fibres, is really going to open them up and make sure the thread is going to glide through and not get stuck on the top or knot or fray or anything like that. So in my basket as well, I've also got some other perlé. I've got some cotton, you know, this is a cotton 12, but whatever you want to use, you can use. So back to the book, and you can see here at the back of the book, I've got the full size pattern. So what I've done is on white fabric, I've just got this one here, and I've traced it onto the white cotton, and I've used 2 layers of cotton muslin underneath, or you could use a very fine layer of cotton flannel. You just need something under your top fabric to stop the stitches from puckering. So here now is where I've started to stitch the passion flower, and you can see I'm using red, and what I've done is I've just moved that a moment so you can see, is I've started to go around the outer edge. So I've got my tacking stitches, which is this grid here in the pale grey. That's just to hold all the layers together. If you are an embroiderer, if you're used to using an embroidery hoop, you can also do this as an embroidery hoop, and if you do that, you don't have to put in as many tacking stitches. But how I form the petals is I always start at the centre. So this would be done with, you go all the way around the outside, and then you complete it with a whipped running stitch, and there are full instructions in the book. And then what I've done is I've formed one petal already, and I'm just going to show you how I do this second one. So I'm just going to turn it round, and in order to get your stitches to lie either side of the edge, you're going to start at the tip and just go all the way down. I don't make a line, you just do it by eye, because when you think about it, what two flowers are exactly the same. So because I do a lot of Cantha work, I tend to rock my needle like this, and then I'll pull it through with trying not to get my hands in the way too much. And then I'm just going to do that all the way down to the centre of the flower. There we go, and I'll turn it around again. So that gives me the centre line. It's all getting stuck now. There you are. So that's the centre line for you there. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to come up and work either side of that line. And what I'm trying to do is get my stitches to be non-aligned. So where you've got a space, a gap on one row, on the next row you try to cover that with a stitch. But if that doesn't happen, don't worry, because really Canva is about letting the needle work its magic. It doesn't matter what stitch size it is. You just want to be sitting, relaxing and having fun. So if I just do one more row, you'll be able to see a little bit more clearly how I'm forming this. So I'm just going to make sure I'm in the centre again for you. There we go. And if you are new to stitching and you can't rock your needle like me, please don't let this put you off, because you can do this one stitch at a time, 2 stitches at a time. It really doesn't matter. It's about just sitting, relaxing and stitching. So you can see I've nearly covered this half of the petal, and then I would work on this half, and then I would just keep going around the whole flower. So I hope you've enjoyed this little demo, because it does make a difference. But with petals, it doesn't matter if you go all the way around, but the book explains that fully.
It really is a phenomenal book. Now, half the stock's gone. I'm massively endorsing this book. We're just seeing it here. Anyone who's a regular to Hochanda, and I really understand, I know this is shopping TV and it's kind of my job to show you everything, but I will never, ever endorse something that strongly unless I 100% believe in it. And you can see here, and this is the real joy of being able to offer you family-run boutique businesses, because you can see how passionate Angela is about the Canthus stitch and how much knowledge she has. She's poured it all into this book. You've got 10 individual, I mean, look at that, unique projects. This is a book you will keep as reference and treasure, and on top of that then you're also getting the sunflower pattern in there as well for $14.49. Now let's just think about something, because we've had patterns on the show, okay, different size, but we have had patterns on the show for around about £12 for a pattern. So you are getting the sunflower pattern which you're seeing here and the book for $14.49. I think it's a fantastic buy, I really do. So if you want to pop that into your basket, and remember that your name will then go into a hat, and it could be you walking away with our family favourites prize. Okay, something else I've got to show you, and we're actually going to look at this in our next demonstration. It's been very popular. It's the harvest hare. First thing that strikes me, you get such a sense of movement. The hare bounding along, and the beautiful scene, that harvesting in the background with the hay bales in there. All of this, oh, you can just see that, all of this has been achieved with Canthus stitch. I mean, I was always a fan of Canthus stitch. I haven't done a show featuring Canthus stitch for a while, and now revisiting it, I absolutely love it. I'm fascinated by it. This Canthus stitch works so well for the actual body of the hare, and we showed it as well with the swallows, a brand new design. All of these exclusive to Hochanda as well, so do take advantage. $9.99, you are saving £6.50. That is a monster saving. 490-485 your item number. Tell you what we'll do. We're going to get back to Angela now, and we're going to be taking a look at our harvest hare.
So what I'm going to show you now is how to stitch the harvest hare, because the harvest hare has some of this very soft tulle netting in it, and this is used sort of to make little tutus and things like that, but it's actually really soft. And I've got 2 layers here, so you can see how transparent it is, and this is what we're going to use for the stitching. And within this harvest hare, these 3 circles that are representative of straw bales are going to be in that, and these 2 little bits with the dotted lines as well are. So I'm going to move the pattern, because I'm just going to focus on the tool. And so you can see the marked lines, I've used a blue water soluble pen, and I've done something I don't normally do. I've gone over these lines really quite thickly so you can see what's happening. And I've got one of the hay sort of straw bales here that I've already stitched, and I've got one here that I'm just going to show you what I do. So this stuff, this tool, is going to be folded over, and I use 2 pins and I pin it at the top and at the bottom. You could tack it round if you wanted to. And then I'm going to use that's a bit of spare thread, I'm going to use the sort of straw coloured thread in the pack, and I'm going to come up on the first circle here, and I'm just going to do lines of running stitches going all the way around this till it's all covered. So I'm just going to put in a few, then I'm going to move on to the other one and show you what you then do. So I'm right-handed, so with my left hand I'm holding this down and I'm just moving the needle round like so. And of course, if you get it stuck around a pin, you've just got to move your pin out. Obviously tacking, you wouldn't get it stuck down. So keep working your way around all of these circles, and you have to move it round as well. So keep going round. I'm just going to do the one on this one. Oops, there we go. I rock my needle, but there's nothing wrong with doing this, just forming this one stitch at a time. So hopefully you will be able to see these stitches because they are a very similar colour. So I'm going to finish there. I'm going to bring my needle up to the next one. So that's the first one done, and I would then do the remaining 4 in the same way. So I'm just going to move that needle. I'm going to take the pins out and explain to you what I've done here, because this is the one where I've done all the stitching. So what I'm going to do is I've got a really sharp pair of scissors here, and these scissors are serrated, which means they've got a very sort of jagged edge inside. And this mesh, this net, doesn't actually fray. So I'm coming up and I'm going, what I sort of say in my workshops when I'm teaching, as scary close, because you want to be as close as you can to trim this without actually cutting around your stitches. And you can always go back for a second trim after the first one to get close. So keep going around like this until you've chopped it all off, all the excess off. And as this is double, you do need to make sure that you're going through both layers. I'm nearly there. Sometimes the last bit you have to hold it up and just snip round like that. And get rid of that bit. So you can see that this has formed a sort of extra texture to your running stitches now, and if I just take this off at the top, I could go in, and if I wanted to, neaten this off. Now this is a water soluble pen, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get some water here that I've got and just show you when the water comes off like that, the difference that it makes. Now obviously I wouldn't normally do this until I've stitched all the design, because it could run and I'd lose my other mark lines, but I can always add those in. So I'll just let that work so you can see the lines are coming off, and all of a sudden, you know, you have the lovely texture of your straw bale, and it really is that easy.
Beautiful. Shows like this make me realise why I love working at Hochanda. I mean, such beautiful kits. A lot of you are going for the hair kit. Fantastic saving on that harvest hair. You are saving £6.50. Now, we got the swallows, and just to remind you, if you do want to have your name put into the hat to be eligible to win the Seaside Cantha kit, you've got less than 10 minutes. So you do need to make sure you've checked out your basket. Any purchase on the live show, check out your basket within the next 10 minutes if you haven't already done so. So there is a freedom price on this first kit. It is our swallows, brand new, exclusive to Hochanda. I will show you the kit. Look at that. It is such a beautiful piece. You've got, I mean, swallows as a bird, I really like a swallow. They're so elegant, and Angela has done a phenomenal job in really capturing the agility, the movement, the fluidity of the swallow. And then have a look at that border as well, embracing all that is fantastic about the Cantha stitch. I mean, it is a beautiful, beautiful piece. What you're getting in the kit, can I just draw your attention to the thread? These are hand-dyed thread. So, I mean, that in itself says a lot. It's a real statement of intent that everything in this kit is going to be first rate. You're getting your needle, you're getting your fabric, you're getting your muslin. So all of this allowing you to produce the fantastic kit. And I'll just show you that A3 design that you're getting, and of course, full instructions there as well. So that is our first offering for you. I'm going to be quick here, only because we want to get another demonstration in. 563-349, your item number. Brand new today, exclusive to Hochanda. Right, we've got more for you. We've got the fantastic seahorse. See, I like this. Introducing it, what Angela's done, using colour to great effect here, but setting the whole scene. I mean, how incredible to really give the illusion of the water and the movement with the Cantha stitch, to build up the seaweed there, and then also have that beautiful seahorse as your main feature. All that image, and it is a good size image, just putting my hand into shot. You're getting your pattern, you're getting the kit, you're getting your thread, you're getting your fabric, you're getting your needle, all of that for $16.49. And then the only thing I've got to stress, the frame is just for display purposes live on the show, so the frame doesn't come with it, but obviously once you've completed your beautiful seahorse kit, you can find a frame and display it to good effect. 029279, your item number there. And then we have our hairs. Now, the large hair, very popular. We like the large hair. So this is just a pattern. It's not a kit that you're getting here. This is your large hair pattern. Let me show you. Oh, I've got to tell you though, I say it's just a pattern. You're also going to get some freezer paper, and that is used for some applique. And I will show you two versions. Look at that. I know I spent some time showing this to you before, but what I couldn't believe is the detail in the background that looks like it's been sort of free motion. That is all with Cantha, giving that beautiful quilted effect. And then you've got that wonderful striking large hair, and I love the floral elements within it, the movement. So that's one way to go. Same pattern, just showing you using the freezer paper what you can do, and you really have to get up close. And when you start seeing, see on the underside of the belly, that is all Cantha. It looks like texture, but it's not. It's just Cantha stitch. I think that's very clever. So have some fun with it. That is just the pattern, £12.49, 565-528, your item number. We do have more. I thoroughly suggest going onto a website and seeing everything, but we are going to go to our next demonstration featuring the large hair. Enjoy.
So I'm just going to give you a demonstration now of how I use my large hair pattern with printing blocks. And I'm going to show you with these two wooden printing blocks here. And as you can see, I've already started to do it. So to do this, what I've done is I've traced the hair pattern onto the freezer paper. And again, this comes in the pattern pack. And what I've done is, just to make it easier for you to see, I've just left some of these black marker pen lines on. So you should be able to see that I've got cotton fabric in the middle, which is the hair, and I've got the freezer paper on the outside. And this freezer paper has a shiny side and a matte side. The matte side is the one that you draw onto, and the shiny side is the one underneath, and that's where you can fix it to the fabric. So when you fix it, you need a hot dry iron, and you just press it down, and you need to make sure that these pointy bits sort of in the ears, in the legs like that, they're really stuck down, because it gives a firm temporary adhesive. And I'll peel this off at the very end so you can see what to do. So in here, I've just got some metallic paint and a little sponge, and I'm just going to dab some fabric paint onto the hair, and I'm going to do this quite quickly. And I'm going to just fill this hair with my shapes. And what you should be able to see is, as I print, the fabric is going to be, the stamp, sorry, it's going to be part on the fabric, part on the paper. So I'll just use this one a minute. And I'm going to do this really, really quickly. And obviously at home, you would take far greater care than what I'm going to do now. But I just want to show you what it looks like when you peel it off. And it's purely up to you as to whether you want to totally fill the hair shape with stamps and leave no white areas, whether you want to leave white areas for extra stitching. It really is up to you. And of course, if you wanted to, you could always fuse this hair onto a canvas and stamp onto a canvas. So the pattern really is designed and is really suitable for using it with a variety of mixed media. And of course, if washing your fabric isn't going to matter, then you can use inks if you wanted to. There's lots and lots of things that you can use. That one was a bit pale, but it doesn't matter. I just want to finish this so I can give you a bit of a reveal. And the blue hair that I did this way is actually a sample in the studio. And that was done with blue paint, and that's one where I just cancer stitched all the way around the outside as well as the inside. So I'm just going to finish the ears here. With fabric paint, you need to just follow manufacturer's guidelines to fix it, and most fabric paints are fixed with a hot dry iron. I'm just going to put one more on his nose. There we go. Okay, now if you want to stitch around this, what you will need to do is these areas here that don't have any printing on them, you need to use a pencil just to mark around your template. So I'm just very quickly going to use my pencil and just come in at the edge of the stencil and just mark out where the lines are going to be. So this will help you if you're not that confident with drawing in the hair afterwards. I would normally wait for this to be dry before I take the freezer paper off, but I'm going to just give you a reveal. And I would go all the way around the hair with my pencil, just going over all of these edges. But what I'm going to do, I'm just going to move that out of the way, and I'm going to show you what this will look like without the freezer paper. Because at the moment you can see all of the stamps. You've got part on the fabric, part on the freezer paper. So I'm just going to peel it off so you'll see how the temporary adhesive works. Oh, there we go, and I'm just going to pass that over. So what you should be able to see now is you've got your hair shape and you've got really clean edges here. So for example, you've got part of a stamp, and then where the stamp went onto the freezer paper, you've just got that lovely crisp edge ready to stitch. So I hope you've enjoyed this demo, and I've shown you just another way in which you can use this pattern.
So, and that is the key with the pattern. You're going to get so much value out of it in the different ways you're going to work with your pattern. Just going to show you the hair. This is what the technique that Angela was just sharing with you. But how fantastic. So I would thoroughly advise, if you have got some stamps at home in your craft room, then bring those out, use them to great effect. I mean, it's so stunning. Okay, going to close that up. We are going to, I know we've shown 4 fantastic demonstrations from Angela this hour. Now, Angela has got another show at 7 o'clock. If you've purchased on the show and you just want to watch for the techniques, that's fine, or maybe you want to tune in and see what else we have. But there are going to be 4 unique techniques there and demonstrations that we haven't seen this hour. So 4 brand new videos from Angela coming up at 7. And can I just say, Angela, thank you so much. I thought the demonstrations are great. We will be drawing the name for our Family Favourites prize any moment now. So please make sure, check out your baskets. Like literally, Emily is saying she'll give you about 30 seconds to check out your basket. So anyone who has got something in your basket, your name will still get entered into the hat if you are quick. While you're doing that, just going to show you another hair design from Angela. I said that's the wrong one. Here we go. This is our, look at this. This is your embroidery hair. Oh, yeah, how beautiful is that hair? So it's a nice story as well, and I think it was a really good sign that the 2 patterns with the hairs, the reason Angela has brought you these as a pattern is because so many people were asking Angela, please, she does it for workshops, who couldn't get to a workshop with Angela, was saying, please, could we have the pattern? So these really are here by popular demand, and it's so good of Angela to come up with the pattern and be able to offer them to you. So they are new today. $12.49 is your price if you want to get hold of this fantastic pattern. 164847, your item number. Now, the book and the sunflower pattern. Now, you know I'm a big fan of the book and the sunflower pattern. I can tell you it has been busy. Just showing you the sunflower pattern. So not only getting the pattern. Now, considering we saw the 2 hairs for the patterns, and I do accept that the pattern was a little bit larger than what we're showing you here. So this is more of an A4 design, whereas the hairs were A3. But still, the hair patterns were £12, and I think it was, what, $12.50? $12.49. So keeping that in mind, think about the fact that you're getting the pattern for the sunflower and you are getting this book with 12 projects in there. But not just a project, it's not just the projects, it's the education. And this is when I say that Angela is such a wealth of knowledge. I mean, she's an absolutely lovely lady, but she explains and explores the history of Cantha within this book. The stitch diagrams there as well. Now, 60% of the stock has gone here. Exploring your fabrics going on there, and then you've got all the patterns, techniques, 10 patterns in total in the book, which we're showing you there. All right, I've got to put that away only because we are going to be announcing the winner. We have got our winner, and I can say congratulations to, it is Elaine. Well done to you. Torbet. Elaine, I hope I pronounced that right. It might be Torbay, I don't know, I'm sorry. But Elaine, congratulations to you. So you have won that beautiful Seaside Cantha kit, and it's going to be winging its way to you. And that is the real joy of our Family Favourites event. And these are competitions where, look, you're not competing against hundreds of thousands of other people. You genuinely have a chance. I mean, we all have a chance here. So fingers crossed. All you need to do with any of our Family Favourites events, if you do purchase during a live show, your name goes into a hat, and it could be you walking away with the prize. Just a very quick mention to our little mini kits here. Do remember, we have got another show with Angela at 7 o'clock, and I really hope you can make it there. So just having a look at our two beautiful mini kits. So you've got your echinacea, and you've also got your tulips in there as well. $15.99 is your price, and you are getting the little mini kits. So your thread, your fabric, your needle for both, and of course, most importantly, you're getting that instructions and inspirations there as well. There's the beautiful tulip, which we're seeing. And you've also got the echinacea. Stunning. Okay, unfortunately, time has beaten us. I really hope that you've enjoyed the show. What you're getting here, it is special. It's something that is a little bit different. Tapping into, and why I think Angela is so incredibly talented is she's taken a very traditional stitch, that Cantha stitch, but she's breathed such a fresh life into it with all these beautiful designs. That are a lot of the designs we have on the show are new today, and they are exclusive to Hochanda as well. Angela will be back at 7, and she has 4 demonstrations that you haven't seen. So there will be brand new demonstrations. We're going to be looking at the seahorse in there as well. We've got another one with the large hair, I think, showing you the pliqué for the large hair. And, and there's going to be an elephant one as well. So well worth checking out. As always, you can always go onto our website as well and shop by brand. Just type in Angela Daymond and see all of the stunning kits and patterns that she has on offer. Thank you to Angela. It was lovely to see you, Angela. I hope I work with you soon. And thank you all for your company. So coming up next, we have got our summertime boutique one-day special. It's been incredibly popular. Please stick around. Then we got brand new company coming in to join us, and after that we got Pink Frog Crafts, our one-day special.
Hi, I'm Katrina from Rowendine. We're a small family business that design embroidery kits. Embroidery has always been my passion, and I'd love to show you how to do some of the stitches and some of the kits. We're based in Derbyshire, and I'm really inspired by the landscape and flora of Derbyshire, and I think other people will be too. Our kits are really easy, and I hope they inspire you to have a go at stitching. Since we've been on Hochanda, we've had a great time. Everybody's been really friendly and really good. We've met loads of people all around the country who watch Hochanda and find it really inspiring. Don't forget to join me on my Rowendine shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Pete from Artisan Design. We're a family-run company from the Midlands, and we have been going for around about a year now. We design handcrafted stamps, stencils and designer papers. Personally, I love crafts, and I've loved crafts from childhood, right from when I first won an art competition when I was 5 years old. I love to inspire, and what my aim is to get the crafters to see their own potential. I like them to be in charge of their own creativity. What I hope is that our images provide the kickstart to your mojo and help you create your own works of art. Tune into Hochanda, be part of the artisan design world, and come and join me on this creative path.
Hi, I'm Joe from the Mill Shop Online. Welcome to the Mill Shop Online. As you can see, we're a lot of fabric here. We're very passionate about our fabrics. We're one of the largest online sellers in the UK of fabrics for upholstery, soft furnishings, and now the lovely craft market. Whether you're starting out with fabric or an experienced sewer, we love to bring projects that every ability can really have a go at. So don't miss the Mill Shop Online shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Sarah.
And I'm Vicky. We are the Stamping Sisters
from Stamp Addicts. We started our family-run business in 1992 when we were importing rubber stamps from the USA.
But now we design and manufacture them all here in-house in our shop in Bedfordshire.
We make grey rubber stamps, and we make them as deeply etched as we possibly can so that you can use them in many different ways.
On our shows on Hochanda, we like to give you lots of different techniques to use with the stamps, different ways that they can be used and ideas.
We hope that we can inspire you to get out your stamps and have a play. Look at all the different designs we've got. We've got Christmas, we've got scenic, we've got cute and furry. There's something for everyone.
Make sure you don't miss the Stamp Addict shows
on Hochanda.
Hochanda News! We're excited to announce that from the 1st of July, our broadcast hours on Freeview will be extended to 10 p.m. each day. We know that many of you have been missing our live shows in the evenings, and we look forward to having you with us once again.
Hello there and welcome back. Well, it's 4 o'clock, so it's our last opportunity to have a live look at our one-day special. And a one-day special that will help you create this beautiful quilt behind me. Now, I'm sure you have been watching the show since launch last night at 6 o'clock, and you will know that the deal on your screen is at that price, but only until 6 o'clock this evening. And this is the last live hour that we've got. So if you've got any questions that you're wanting to ask, this is the hour to do it. And of course, our crafting expert for this hour is the lovely Rebecca Reid. And Rebecca, hello again. Looking forward to this hour.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. Back to do the quilts. Really excited.
Yes, and we've got lots as well. Do check out as well, because we have got some fabulous patterns from Rebecca on the hour as well. But as you saw, we opened the show with that little kind of scene there with John Lockwood and all you lovely ladies over out there as well with regards to our guests, because it's family favourites. That's where we are at the moment. We've got a fabulous event kicked off last night at 6 o'clock, and it's running right the way through until Monday at 6 o'clock. And what that means, in every live hour we have a prize draw, and my goodness, we have got a good one this time. Have a look at this prize. We are looking at a quilt top kit. This is incredible, and I know it's incredible because it actually featured as a craft along earlier this year. If you do go onto our website, you'll be able to watch myself and Paola working with this quilt kit in February time, and you could be winning that, and all you need to do is place an order during this hour. Might be that you're only spending around £12, it could be that you're going for the one-day special, but you place an order for anything in this hour and you will be entered into that prize draw. Now, you need to place your order by probably about 4:45 to make sure that you're in that prize draw. But we will be announcing the winner during this hour, so you will get to know. And I have to say, the fabrics within that, absolutely incredible. It's a lovely quilt. I wish I'd known, because I would have brought mine in to share with you, but it's absolutely beautiful. But enough about that prize draw just for the time being. Our one-day special. Have you seen it? It's an amazing deal. We're talking batiks, and if you've not heard about batiks before, I'm sure you will have heard of them, but they are beautifully handcrafted fabrics. Quite often they originate from Indonesia, and they originate in a very unique kind of way because they are all handcrafted. So what you'll have is multiple layers of colour that are laid down, and these beautiful patterns that you can see run right the way through. So when you actually get your batiks, sometimes it's a bit tricky to tell the right side from the wrong side, which is kind of the nature of these fabrics, which I think is one of those things, that the features that I love about it. Sometimes you can see a difference. Sometimes one side will be a little bit more subdued than the other. It's up to you which you work, because both of them work equally well. They don't tend to fray, which is lovely as well if you're a novice sewer, so you make it nice and easy for you to work with the way that they're actually put together. And the story behind the pattern is usually it will start off with a ground covering of colour. So on this occasion we can see lots of kind of teal greens in there, some lovely yellows and some peach tones. So it might have been dyed to start with, and then what happens is the design is either drawn using wax and almost like a little measuring jug that kind of draws that design freehand. Sometimes it's block printed using blocks within the wax, and that is put onto the fabric to seal that first coating of dye that's been placed on there. Then what happens is that wax will cool, it will seal, and it acts as a resist then. So the second, sometimes the third colours are then applied before the wax is kind of washed away, and you are left with that beautiful multi-layer design. And this is something quite unique, so you don't necessarily have that repetitive nature of a regular fabric, a bit like wallpapers where you've got those joins. You won't have that with a batik, because quite often they are created and they are totally random, which I love them, gives them personality. Now your one-day special, you've got 10 beautiful batiks, and you can't fail to have noticed all the colours of the rainbow featuring here, absolutely beautiful. So you've got your gorgeous cool purples going through your blues, into your lovely greens, and then of course into those more kind of acid tones with the yellows. You've got your oranges, and of course those fabulous pinks coming right the way through. So you're getting all of these. Fat quarter, 10 of those fat quarters for just £34.89. You're also getting a pattern, and the pattern will allow you to create a fabulous quilt top. Now you will need to add in some of your own fabrics, because you'll notice from the pattern you've got a lot of white content, which could be a grey, it could be a black, it could be whatever colour you want to put with this, but you choose, you decide. And you're going to need probably about 2.5 metres worth of fabric to add into this to complete the quilt top and also the back. Now your beautiful bright colour tones, that rainbow that you've got there of all those triangles, they are made with your fat quarters from your one-day special. The white fabric, I thought this is an ingenious idea, especially if you are new to quilting. This might be the first time that you're having a go. Well, the white could be brought in by using simply a fabulous, quite a good quality flat sheet from your local supermarket. Just make it a good quality, and that can be having a fabric there to complete the front of your quilt and also provide the packing as well. Now if you've not seen any of Rebecca's demonstrations, and she shows you over the course of the one-day special, shows just how quick and easy it is for you to create those triangles. Technically they're called half square triangles, and what you do find within the quilting kind of vocabulary, there are lots of words that make it sound very more complicated than it actually is, but it's one of the simplest ways that you can create your patches that then come together to create your quilt. We'll warn you though, 80% of the stock has gone. Within your fabrics, you will also have enough for you to create the binding. Can I show you the binding that we've got on this quilt as well? Because this really is a lovely finishing touch, because you've got obviously your rainbow that you've got with your triangles in there. But as you follow that binding, of course, it's going to coordinate perfectly because it's made out of the same fabrics. But you've literally got a rainbow of those fabrics creating that binding going all the way around, really giving it a professional result. So really all you need to add in is your wadding, your white fabric or whichever colour you choose, and then you have created an amazing quilt. Now something I will mention, especially because we're at 80% of the stock, if you're wanting to make the quilt of this size, which is a considerable size to start with, it's 60 inches square, so it's a good size, but what if you want to make it for your bed, then you might want to make it larger. So why not treat yourself to a couple of these sets and take advantage of that saving? Then means that you can kind of slip it into a flexi order, which means you're only paying what you're expecting to pay today for one of those sets, and then you'll pay it again in a month's time. Because if you decide after you've gone for this, right, I'm going to get another set in a month's time, we may or may not have it available on the website, I don't know. But what I do know is if we do have it, it will be £7 more, plus your post and packing. So why not take advantage, take 2 of those, and you've got more than enough for you to create a really large quilt cover. And you can see obviously it's 60 inches square, but if you wanted to do it kind of longer and narrower, then you can do. Say as a bed runner, it's your quilt, you decide how you work with that. Details are on your screen there though, 995 169 if you fancy getting hold of those. Now if you've got your one-day special in your basket, or maybe you've already ordered your one-day special, something that you might like to consider getting hold of is some additional fat quarters that we've got in colour groupings. These will work alongside your one-day special beautifully. And it might be that you've already placed your order, but you want to have a punt at winning that quilt set that we've just shown you. Well, this is the way you could do it. £17.95 will get you one of these different choices that you've got. So you've got your fabulous greens. And incidentally, the ones that we're looking at here do not feature within your one-day special. So you've got completely new designs with these. So you've got your greens. And I love these. When we say greens, I mean, you've got teals in there, you've got some lemon tones in there, really beautiful collection. The purples, oh, now these are nice. Lovely rich tones in there, quite dark, deep purples, but then coming right the way out to very much lighter tones with those, almost bluey purples in there. Now, I do like this one at the top there. I mean, you've got a really mottled look to that one. Next set that we've got is called Summertime. And this is lovely because you've got peach tones in there, cerise in there, some gorgeous oranges. I love this. You've got strawberries featuring in this one. And these are the fabrics that have been used with the patterns that I'll show you in just a few moments as well. So Summertime is that particular choice you've got. Next one is Aqua, and again this is a lovely collection. So with this, is this one blue? I think I was told this one. Apparently last night I was misinformed, so apologies for that. But this one is your blue, which would make sense because it's more blue than aqua really, isn't it? Love that one. Gorgeous. Really pretty designs coming right the way through. Some of them being larger prints, as you can see. And then the last one, I gave you a bit of a clue there, is Aqua. So it's the last one of those 5 options, but a beautiful one as well. And again, you're going to get your 5 batiks within that, whichever your choice is there, £17.95. There's only one thing that I've forgotten to mention to you, and you'll probably spied it on your screen already. Extended delivery with everything, 9th of July, which isn't too long to wait at all, isn't it? I was mentioning those patterns. Shall we have a little look at these, because these are beautiful. Now the patterns that we've got for you are featuring those wonderful fabrics that we're looking at there. So pop those into your memory bank just for a few moments, because these are the 3 patterns that we have available for you. We have got other patterns that are available on the website as well as a pick and mix, but these 3 come to you for just £15.97. Now the gorgeous star cushion that you can see featuring there is just to the side of us, and it's using those wonderful summertime fat quarters that we looked at just a few moments ago. You'll recognise the fabrics in there. You may spot those little dots, as you can see there, but if I turn it around, you'll see one of my favourites within that set, which is the one with all the strawberries on there. I just think it's such a lovely design there. Really nice. So that's going to make you a really good size cushion, but of course you could adapt that if you wanted to. You don't have to make it as large as that, or you might just make it and think, right, that's a nice quilt block, I'm going to make a whole quilt using that. Of course you can do. So that's your Sunshine Star. Next one that we've got for you in the middle is this place setting mat, and I love this one because this has got your French braid technique. This one was using the blues that you saw just a few moments ago within those fat quarter choices. So if you fancy replicating this exactly as it is, then it's the blues of those the summertime batik fat quarters at the bottom. The last one in this bundle is your stripology bag. Or your strippy bag, I should say, not stripology, that's a different thing altogether. But your strippy bag, or your stripy bag, whichever way you want to put it. And this one is featuring those lovely purples that we saw a few moments ago. And this one's nice because it's actually been lined with one of the fabrics from the one day, well, a couple of the fabrics actually, from the one day special. Those gorgeous flowers there. Nice happy colours in there. On the other side we've got more of a plain tone in there, so that's a way that you could actually work with those ones. So that is your Rebecca Reed set of 3, so you can see there £15.98. But as I mentioned, we've got pick and mixes for you. So pick and mix means you decide, you choose which of those patterns are going into your basket, and you can choose any 2 of those. So it could be 2 of the ones that we've just looked at, or maybe you're going to go for the pattern from the one-day special. It's entirely up to you. Now, if you can't decide and you want all 4, the bonus is that you could actually do that quite easily. Just place an order for 2 of them and then go back into your order and add the other 2 in there, and they're only £11.98. This is where, if you're a canny shopper, if you've placed your order already potentially for your one-day special or anything else, then this for £11.98, this could be your opportunity to win that quilt kit that we've been chatting about. That is the beauty. And just to let you know, you'd normally be paying £139 for this quilt. Absolutely beautiful quality. And this, let me just show you this. I mean, it's beautiful. We've got gorgeous purples featuring in here. And it was one of a series of 4 with different colours. And I have to say, the purple was my favourite. My daughter's got this one on her bed. It's absolutely beautiful. And it's lovely fabrics to work with. Really simple to work with as well. Similar technique to the half square triangles that Rebecca has been showing us. But rather than doing them in the format that you've seen with the one-day special, you do them in a slightly different way. Put them together differently. But if you've placed an order already in this hour, then yeah, don't worry, you're in the prize draw. But if you haven't, you have still got time. You're looking at probably about 40 minutes or so before we do close those orders down. But I will let you know, don't worry. So I'm going to head back over to our Rebecca and see what she's up to. So what have you got for us in this hour then, Rebecca?
Well, I'm going, in case you haven't watched any of it yet, you know, if you're new to this, I wanted to talk to you about the quilt, just to show you. It's a big quilt, 60 inches square, that's 150 centimetres. But it's really simple. The reason that I designed it this way is I wanted to make it simple so that if you're new to quilting, you can achieve this. But also, because the batiks are so beautiful in themselves, I mean, they're really rich, vibrant, lovely colours. They don't need a lot of messing with. You don't need a lot of design in there. You need to keep it simple, which is why I've paired it with the bright white fabric, because it helps the batiks to speak all on their own. They're just there. Equally, you could use it with a pale grey, a midnight blue, a black, whatever colour you want. And as Hayley said, I always, well, nearly always buy a flat sheet for the back of my quilts, unless I really want the quilt maybe to, if it's on a bed or if it's not going to be, if it's a wall hanging, you can't see it, I'll use a sheet. Sometimes I use fabrics for my stash just to make a pretty back. And when I cut the backing for the quilt for my double sheet, I realised I had enough for the front, and because I bought a really decent quality you know, Egyptian cotton sheet, but it was only a tenner, and I had enough for the back and the front, so that's a good thing. And also they come in all colours. So I'm just going to run through very quickly to show you how simple it is. You start off by, you've got 10 fat quarters. You cut each one exactly the same way. You cut a couple of strips off first, put them to one side, they're for your binding, because you use that later. And I really wanted to make sure the binding was cut from the same fabric, because it's the frame for the quilt, and I wanted the frame to match in. So you cut those off and put them to one side to use when you finished your quilt. Then you cut what you've got left into 4 squares. You cut all 10, so you've got 40 squares. And don't worry, all of these instructions and measurements and the photos are all in the instructions, so you don't need to remember this. And then you cut your plain fabric into the same squares. So if you do use a sheet, cut the back piece first, because you need that as a whole. And then from what you've got left down the sides and across the bottom, you can cut the squares. But remember, quite often, you know, even a Super King sheet's the same price as a double, so buy the biggest one you can. Then, when you've cut all your squares, you treat them in exactly the same way. You take one of your batik squares, this is my favourite one, that's why I'm showing that for the demo, because it's beautiful sort of teals and purples and pinks, and you put it right sides together with one of your plain squares. It's really simple. Then you sew it together all the way around the edge. I won't do that now because I've already done it for the next one. So just all the way around the edge, which seems a bit odd because you've now got 2 squares sewn together, and what's going to happen now, because you can't turn them inside out. But this is just one method. There are various methods for doing half square triangles, and it always seems really complicated. In the quilting world, they call them HSTs, and you think, oh, what's that? I don't know what that is. Just half a square triangle. This method that I'm using is the most fabric efficient method, and I decided so that we could get the biggest quilt we could out of the 10 fat quarters. That's why I've chosen this one. But there are other methods. If you've used other ones, don't worry, you're not doing it wrong. There's just more than one method. Anyway, you sew it together all the way around, and then you end up with, I'll just put it back together, a square like this with seam, 1/4 inch seam allowance all the way around. Then what you need to do is cut it. Now, if you have got a cutting mat and a ruler and a rotor cutter, that's great. You corner to the opposite corner and cut along it. Then you pick it up, accurate. But for now, don't worry. What you can do instead is just draw with a pencil and a ruler diagonal lines from here to here. Draw them before you cut them, if you're doing it with pencil, because once you pick them up it will be harder, and then from there to there. Once you've done that, separate them out, and we've now got 4 triangles. Take one of the triangles and open it out, and now you've got the basic building block for the whole quilt. This is a half square triangle, because it's a square that's halved with triangles. All you have to do next is press the seam to one side. I would suggest pressing it towards the darker fabric, because if you press it towards the lighter fabric, then that seam will just ghost through to the front. So I would press it towards the darker one. And then you just have to trim it. There's a little bit of allowance in here, which I always like, because it's very important when you piece together your blocks that they're all exactly the same size. So there's an allowance within here so that you can just put your cutter on, or scissors. If you're using a cutter, a cutting ruler, line the 45-degree line up on the seam line, all the way along there. I'll just show you this one. And cut along it. Then turn it round to the opposite side, and we're going to cut these to be 5.5 inches square. Line that up. If you don't have the cutter and the mat, just draw a line with pencil so that it's 5.5 inches and cut along it. But you can see it is a lot quicker to do it this way. And then you trim it again. Because you can see, look here, that the white comes beyond this. You need to trim it so that that point is right in the corner. And by having a little bit extra allowance like this, if you haven't done your 1/4 inch seam exactly perfect, you know, because you haven't done many of them before, that's fine, because this is the time that you can iron out any little errors.
Now, folks, we are very, very busy. We've just brought up some of those additional tools there, as you saw on your screen there. Just needed to let you know we've had phone queues, and we are rapidly approaching limited stock with a one-day special. And bring those details briefly up on your screen again. I don't want anybody to miss out on this. As a sewer, I can see the value within this one, and I don't want you to miss out on it. So 995-169 if you're wanting those. And the rotary cutter set that we brought up briefly on your screen is at the bottom of your screen. So if you fancy investing in that, then why not do that? Pop it into your basket at the same time. Sorry, Rebecca, I just needed to let people know. My
that's
goodness.
fine. But you can see how much quicker it is. But honestly, if you haven't got it and you just want to have a go to start with, you can do it with scissors and a pencil and ruler. So you do this, and if you are new to sewing, you've got to sew together 40 pairs of squares. You will be brilliant at 1/4 inch seam allowances by the time you finish that. You've then got to press and trim 160s of these. Honestly, you will be brilliant at that. So what I like about this method is it's a really good practice, because you know how you do one and then you do another one. By the time you get to 10, it's great. So what I would suggest is, for the first pair, do the whole process of sewing together, cutting, pressing, trimming. Then after that, once you've got it in your head, you can then do in whatever you order. I did it where I sewed all the big squares together, and then I did all the cutting and all the pressing. But it's up to you, but you will be brilliant at it. Now, the way that my quilt worked, because I wanted it to be a square quilt, because in my mind I was thinking, how lovely for a new baby or a toddler on the wall, and therefore I wanted a square quilt so it could maybe be a play mat or go on a cot. But you can, so my quilt is 12 rows and 12 squares, so it's 12 by 12. You can make yours whichever size you want, because you actually have 160 squares once you finish cutting. You only need 144 for the quilt that I made. So you could make your quilt a bit bigger, have it 16 rows high and 10 rows across, or, like Hayley was saying, if you wanted to make it into a bed runner, you probably only need it 5 squares deep, but then you can have it very long. But if you do it the way I did it, where you have 144 squares for the quilt, you've got 16 left over, which makes it perfect for a cushion, because these squares, once finished, will be 5 inches. So you've got a 20-inch cushion. That's lovely. If you're going to put it on a bed, you've now got a matching cushion. Or another thing you could do is you could use it for a bag. You could use 10 squares for both sides of a bag. It'd be great if it was a gift, if you were using it as a play mat to take out with you. But you've got those left over. But it's up to you. Play with them. When you've got your 160, lay them out and see what you think. So the next thing you do is lay them all out. On the front cover of the instructions, which I'll just lay on here so you can see, there is, I took a really clear photo of the quilt. So if you want, you can copy mine exactly. You can see where the reds and the pinks and the oranges and the yellows, if you want that effect, because it's quite clear. The reason that I didn't have them in stripes of all reds and all yellows and all greens was because the way that the batiks are dyed and created, they're very tonal. You've got different colours running into others. So if we look at the orange is yellow and a little bit pink as well. So I made the rows all sort of joined together. So in the orange row you've got a few yellows, and then in the green you've got some yellows as well. So you can copy that, or you can just mix them up, just put them all out and see what it looks like. It's really up to you. But do what I did, lay them all out on your carpet somewhere. Or on your mattress, take your duvet off and put on your mattress.
Mattress toppers are brilliant for that. I can speak personally for that, because you can roll them up afterwards, stick them back in the wardrobe.
Perfect. So that's things like that, that's brilliant. You know, you just need to lay it out. Once I'd laid mine all out, I moved it all around and then moved it all back again. I sort of planned it first on a piece of graph paper, and that didn't really work, so I just did it by eye. Lay them all like this. Obviously you'll have 12 rows by 12 rows, but this is just the 16 that I had left for the cushion. And move them around, and then stand on a chair. Take a quick photo with your phone if you like, if you would just want to remember. Or if not, but this is what I did as well. So when you've got all of your rows, is start on the right hand side and pick them up and put them one very deliberately on top of the other, so that you know that that one on top is the first one, and then just cut a piece of paper, write number 1 and pin it on it. That's row 1. When you get to row 2, do it again. 1, 2, and label that one row 2. When you've done that with all of the rows, you just have to sew them together. So you take your first row, and that, you know, that's number 1, that's number 2. You sew number 1 to number 2, right sides together. Keep the number 1 label on here, because you'll need that when you sew them together. So do all of your rows. Once you've sewn all your rows together, you can sew the rows to each other, and again in order. So that's really simple. The most complicated part really is, well, it's not even really complicated. I mean, I suppose the time consuming is cutting it out. I'm trying to think. It looks more complicated. Or, you know, if you're a bit creative and a bit arty and you just want to have another go, you could turn them round as well. They don't have to be this way.
And that's
you can
a good
turn them
point
round
as well. I mean, with this, now last night, I think, did you say about laying out your quilt as well as your cushion at the same time, or did you take out the elements of the cushion?
Yeah, so if you are going to do a cushion, take out some of them first, because I sort of did. When I got my 60 in the end, I realised I haven't got any reds in it. But when I did it to start with, I only had purples left and none of the other colours. So do take, if you are going to make a cushion from what's left, take out a few of each so that you've got a random mix. But, you know, you could arrange them like this if you wanted. Suddenly you've got a pinwheel.
Yes.
And if you create those in blocks of 4, because there are 12 across, you could have 3 of those. That creates a completely different effect. And again, once you've turned them round, just label each row. But suddenly you've got a different quilt.
You have indeed.
So you can spend ages. Leave it overnight, put it somewhere and leave it overnight and come back the next day and have a think about it.
I like that. Rebecca shared so many tips with us over the show, so don't forget, go back and watch those as well. So 6 o'clock last night was the launch. Myself and Rebecca brought you that show. Then Yanis came in at 8 o'clock with Rebecca again. And then Paola was this morning. I bet Paola loved this set, because of course 8 o'clock this morning she would have brought you the show. And then of course we had a midday show, and I think that was Paola as well. Oh, she's lucky, didn't she, get in twice? And then of course I'm bringing you that final cut, and it is your last opportunity really to see this live. And just to let you know, now it has gone limited in stock, so it's going to go green on your screen, down to the last 10% of our stock now. So if you want to take advantage, please do. You've got 10 fat quarters, and I have to say I'm with Rebecca on the one that she was working with there, because it's got loads of colours in it, this particular one. Lots of pinks and purples, that gorgeous teal in there, really pretty designs. And of course the thing is, it comes with the quilt pattern, but you don't have to make it as a quilt if you don't want to. So that one is one of those options. You've got some that I think work well kind of as blenders as well, because they haven't got anything more than the kind of the pinks and maybe deeper pinks, almost red tones within there, but it's kind of a different play on a plain, so to speak. The little flowers that we saw as well, I mean, these are beautiful designs, big size pieces, and if you imagine laying these out, just how much room they are going to cover, and that's just them by themselves. Start adding in your white or your other colour that you choose, then you really are going to have a huge amount of fabric fabric that you can be able to use perhaps as a quilt, or as I say, fat quarters. There's a lot you can do with a fat quarter. So even if you're not necessarily going to go down the quilt route and you just like the look of the fabrics, then do take advantage of that deal, because you're saving £7 on it and you're getting that pattern included with this as well. And it really is a lovely set to go for. So yeah, if you fancy getting hold of them, please do. If you're a novice sewer as well, batiks are really nice to work with because they don't stretch. They don't, well, obviously when you cut on the bias, any fabric is going to stretch, but they're nice, easy ones for you to work with. They're not overcomplicated. They don't fray. They press beautifully as well. Even with the finger kind of finger pressing we saw Rebecca do, you can see you've got crisp seams with those, and that makes it all so much easier if you are a novice sewer. Now let me take you through these beautiful fabrics that we've got here. Kicking things off with the greens. Now we are looking at a pick and mix with regards to these. I'm just going to bring in some of those finished samples just to show you the results that you're going to get with these. Haven't got a finished sample for the green, but you've got all sorts of colours in there. You've got your purple though. I've got a finished sample for the purple, and these are the patterns that we're going to be sharing with you in a few moments. So if you like the look of the purples and you want to make your bag just as it is here, then do jump ahead and have a little look at the patterns that we're going to be sharing with you. Whether you're going to go for your pick and mix or whether you're going to go for it via the set of 3 at the bottom of your screen is entirely up to you. Next one that we've got is the summertime. Oh, these are beautiful. The summertime fabrics. These are gorgeous. You've got your lovely yellows in there, and the sunshine yellows, the gorgeous oranges coming through, those kind of peachy, try again. That's a cross between peach and pink, and it just kind of came out, so apologies for that. But you could be making this. This is one of those patterns again, whether you're going for the pick and mix or the set of 3, you can choose this particular one, which is a beautiful cushion. As you can see, they're using all of those wonderful summertime fabrics that we've just been looking at. The next one being your blues. That's the one that was used for the placemat. And the placemat teaches you a different technique as well here. This is like a braid effect where you're using those blues, and you can see them featuring within strip formation. So maybe this is one that you might use maybe with some of the bits that are left over from projects, I don't know. And then the next one you've got is that beautiful aqua, and the aqua, gorgeous. Again, you've kind of got some tones in there that you could quite easily use as fillers with these if you wanted to, very easily, almost like a marble effect with them. Absolutely beautiful. Now, whichever of these pick and mixes you're choosing to go for, you're just paying just £17.95. If you want to go for multiples, you could go for repeats of the same ones, or maybe go for a mix of. But they are the same item number, and they could be the item that you place in your basket to qualify you for our prize draw. Because, of course, family events, we have got your prize draw that's available. That just by simply placing an order, you will be able to be in that prize draw, which means that you are in with a chance of winning this fabulous kit. We're looking at was it about £130, I think, wasn't it? Yeah, £139.95. Imagine getting that just for placing an order for something for £17.95. Wow, wouldn't you be having a good day if it's you? Could be you, and we'll find out at the end of the hour. Maybe you're adding these into your basket. These are the Fiskars scissors, as you can see here. These are brilliant. They're spring-loaded as well, so it's nice and easy on your hands when you're cutting with these. £13.49 being your price, 325647 if you fancy those. And if you're getting started, it could be that your one-day special is your first step on your quilting journey, and this is brilliant. I've actually got this set. I've invested in this. You've got a folding rotary, folding mat, should I say, which is brilliant for you to work with. You've got your rotary cutter, and you've got a spare blade in there, and that is a brilliant set to go for, especially for a Freedom member. I got that price. Boom. 058972 if you're wanting to take advantage of that. And as I say, do pop it in alongside your one-day special, and you've almost got your first ever quilt in the making. And if it is your first ever quilt, can't wait to see how you create it and what it all looks like. We're going to head back over to Rebecca now, because of course it's another time for demonstration. So what have you got planned for us this time then, Rebecca?
Well, I'm going to show you, seeing as this is the last show in the one-day special, I'm going to show you what you do last. And once you've made your quilt top, you then lay your backing fabric, whether it's the sheet or it's some pieced together fabric, flat. With your wadding, lay that flat on top. Put your quilt top, smooth it all out so it's nice and even, and pin it together, then tack it together. Then you are ready to quilt it. You can quilt it in whatever way you like. I just quilted along the diagonal lines. And quilting just means sewing through those 3 layers with a sewing machine, or you could do it by hand, but that's all that quilting is. So you can do it whatever pattern you like. But the final thing you need to do is bind your quilt, because you've got raw edges. You've got the back, the wadding and the front, and it's all raw edges, so it's all frayy. And as we said earlier, you cut the binding strips off the fabric because I wanted it to match. So I've got a small sample here that I'm going to show you what to do. It's best to join those strips together on the diagonal for two reasons. You're going to fold that binding round the edge of your quilt, and you'll get a lot of bulk if you join them straight. So your quilt binding will go down, and then there'll be a little bump where you've got the bulk, and then it'll go down again. If you join them diagonally, then you avoid that. So I'm just going to show you very quickly how to do that. Join all of these strips together before you start sewing them onto your quilt. Place one of them right sides up. Take the other one. I join mine together in rainbow order just to make it really colourful, but it's up to you because that's clearly not here. I've got purple and yellow. Place that one right sides down on top. Pin them together. Now all you need to do is you're going to sew from this point down to the bottom point. You can draw a line with a ruler there if that makes it a bit easier for you, but it's only a short distance. This is actually a single binding, just in case you've ever done binding before. There is also a double binding where you fold the fabric in half, but I've only done a single one for this, just in case you hear of the two. The method is the same, it's just it's folded in half. Then what you do, you've sewn the right sides together, you just trim off that seam, quite close, and then turn it over, and then just press the seam either open, ooh, got caught around the ironing, or to one side. And now you've got diagonal binding, so that when you then fold that round your edge of your quilt, this bulk of the seam is here and here. It's not all in one place. Also, I think it blends together better because on the front, here's a little bit I've done on this one. It sort of blends together better because you've only got 1/4 of an inch showing that's just there, and I think that works better. So what I showed you in the last hour was how to miter the corners. This is a mitered corner. It's where you get a nice little diagonal line. It makes it really neat. So I've done all the way round here, and I'm going to just show you the last one. So what you do is you sew together, and then when you reach 1/4 of an inch before the edge, you just go off on a diagonal like that. So you stop 1/4 of an inch, and then sew at a diagonal up to the corner. Can you see that? Then what you do you do this in every corner. There's only 4, so don't worry. You bring the strip up, and you can just press that with your fingers. And I always pin that in place just to keep it. You won't be sewing there, so you can leave that pin while you're sewing, and then bring it back down again, so that that straight edge, that folded edge, is level with that straight edge. And you pin it into place. And then what you do is you sew it all the way down. Now I've got to the final bit, that's because I want to show you the join. So if you were doing the others, you sew all the way round to the next corner, stop and go off on a diagonal. But this is the final edge, so I'm going to sew. Now you need a little bit of room when you join the twos together. So when I started I left a tail, so I'm going to finish with the tail. So I'll just sew this so that you can see what happens with the corner if you didn't watch the last hour.
And this is the thing, it's that last join that's the trickiest one, and I think that the technique that Rebecca's sharing with us shows that you're going to get a lovely neat edge with it, and that's the key thing. And I know lots of people have asked me about
So just sew it a little bit in place. Obviously your quilt's going to be a lot bigger, but actually with the placemats, the French braid placemats, it's exactly the same technique for that. So if you are using that pattern, I've used the same technique in both of them. And actually this is about the size of the placemat as well. So now we've sewn down there, let's take that pin out. When I open this out now, you can see we've got a really neat mitered corner.
Beautiful.
Which, you know, you would be very hard to do if you didn't do it that way. It'd be hard to fold it. When you come to finish it off, all you do is turn this end under by 1/4 of an inch, pin it so it covers the machine stitching, and then you can hand stitch or machine stitch it in place. I would hand stitch it, to be honest, because it's quite hard to sew through here and into here if you haven't done it before. And then you can, at this corner on the back will also, you have to sort of manipulate it a bit, but that will fold into a mitre. So if you're doing anything that you're binding that's got corners, quilts, placemats, if you want to bind around the edge of a bag or something, that's a great technique. But now we've got to join them, and you think, oh, how am I going to join them together? Well, it's quite simple. I've just got to press this one flat because I'd folded it over earlier. So decide where you want the join to be and put a pin in there. That sort of helps. I usually start and finish halfway down one side. It doesn't really matter, just don't do it near a corner because it gets a bit messy, but it's up to you. Then place one of them flat, and we're going to cut it straight, level with that pin. Now take the other one flat and place it on top. Now that little bit you cut out is really important because that little piece is obviously the width of this. So put a pin in so you can see at the top where those overlap. Put that, because that's the width of it, across there. And now you need to cut the other one at that line. So in order to avoid cutting through both layers, which would be quite annoying. Now, just double check when that you do this, that you don't cut it the other way, because I have done that several times. Make sure you cut it so that one is overlapping the other. If you do, don't worry, you can just join another piece on, which I have discovered. Draw a line down there. It just helps so that you're not cutting, and then pick that up and cut that one off. So that's really useful. If you haven't got, well, you will probably will cut it off. It's just this has got to overlap. The top one overlaps the bottom one by the same width as the binding. Okay, take all these pins out. Now you put these right sides together, like this. Again, in that right-angled formation. Think of it like an A. I'll just pin them so you can see. It's harder with the batik, because obviously it's not easy to see which is the right side and which is the wrong side, but you can just look. So you look, there's the right side, so I've pinned that and that's right sides together. So now it's like an A. So just make sure in the same way when we join these, it's like that. Does that make sense?
It does, and I think it's a good tip to say about right sides together, because the amount of times I've done right side and wrong side, and you end up with it twisted and you have to unpick it.
Very regularly. So now you've got to, in the same way that we joined those, you sew from this corner to that corner. If you like, you can draw a line to help you. I'm just going to draw the top and the bottom because I can see them. Now this is where the more you leave loose, the easier it is, because you've got a little bit more give, but you don't want to leave too much, otherwise you've got a lot to sew back on. So it's just getting that right amount. About, I would say 3 or 4 inches either side is about right. So sew that diagonal line. Oh, my pin's stuck. To the moment of truth when it doesn't fit.
We'll
and I go,
oh
away. Yes, and now that didn't work, did it? And I just put it under the table. But no, it won't.
That looks very good to me.
So now you trim that off in the same way as you did it before, and take it and press the seam over to one side. Oh my God, it worked. And then you can pin this back on, and I'm going to sew it just so you can see that that's not difficult. A bit fiddly, yes, but it's not difficult.
One of those ones that I'd say 9 times out of 10 it's right first time when you do that technique. But there might be other techniques that you may have tried in the past that you're guessing and you're kind of hoping that it's going to work. But with the technique that's just been shown.
I always used to join the last 2 pieces on the straight because I couldn't work out how to do that. And so obviously I had this lovely diagonal joining, which is fine if you're using one colour fabric. But when you're using all these different ones, it really shows up that you've got one straight. So look, now I fold that over. That fits perfectly. You've got a nice diagonal join. So the key really is that little offcut.
Yes, don't lose it.
Don't lose the offcut. If you do, just measure it. But that's how you finish your binding.
Lovely. And then a little bit of hand sewing on the reverse.
Yeah, and then you can either slip stitch it on, or you can machine stitch it, whichever you prefer. So I would just turn all the edges under, press them, pin them, and I would hand sew them on.
It's a little bit neater when you do it that way. Sometimes I've done it, and whereas you did right sides together with the binding, if you do it with right side to wrong side, so your binding is on the back of your placemat, then you can kind of top stitch it. You can get away with it the other way around,
Yes,
rather than
yeah.
hand stitching. But yeah, try it out. There's loads of different techniques and different ways. So thank you, Rebecca, for that. Very informative, and I know that'll be very useful to you guys out there as well. And of course, that placemat is one of the 3 patterns. Well, you could choose either the 3 together, which is from this point across, as you can see there, your Sunshine Star cushion, your French braid placemats, and your strippy bag. That is your trio. That's going to be just £15.97 with the item number on your screen there, 673255. But then we have a pick and mix. So we're going to open it up and include the pattern that you're seeing within your one-day special. So perhaps you've not gone down the route of the one-day special. Maybe you've chosen from your pick and mix boutiques. Maybe that's the way that you've decided to go. So the pattern that you would have normally got within your one-day special can now be part of your pick and mix. You're going to choose any 2, or potentially if you're a bit like me and you can't decide and you want them all, then you can choose 2 and then go back in and get another 2, so you end up with all of them. Now, just to let you know, for just £11.98 you could be involved with our prize draw, which you've probably got about 8 minutes or so to get your order in the system. So yeah, you could be winning this, a fabulous quilt kit, and you'd normally be paying £139 for this. There's a lot of fabric in there, and that is going to allow you to create a quilt topper that's going to sit neatly on top of a king-size bed. Yeah, it's a huge quilt kit. It's one that featured as a craft along February time. So with regard to this one, if you do want to get hold, or if you do find that you win this one, and go back and have a little look at the craft along. It was myself and Paola, and she'd only had a sewing machine a couple of weeks when we did that one, and she really enjoyed it as a novice quilter. And of course, that's the idea way of working with your boutiques, because they are perfect for novice quilters, novice sewers, because they've got some features that are perfect for you to get good with and gain your confidence. They're lovely to press, beautiful to cut, and of course minimal fraying with these as well, so nice and easy when you're working with them. And we've got a lovely set of pick and mixes for you. Well, not pick and mix, should I say, options. So you've got your greens. Now some of these, I mean, these are beautiful. Can I open just a couple of these just to show you, because some really pretty. So look at these. Now, of course, the techniques that have been used to colour these, there's loads of different ways. Sometimes salt can be thrown on them to pull out some of the colours. Some of these will probably have some of that feature in them. I'll try and point it out as we go along. This one here, I mean, that's a beautiful, it could be a stencil, it could be a block that's been used to block print the design with the wax. Love that. So those ones are your greens. Next up, we've got your purples, and this is where you can see some of those salt techniques being used. So again, your deeper tones with your purples, going through something that's quite a formulated pattern within there. Again, maybe some of them have been done a little bit freehand, a bit random. This is one that potentially has been used with the salt, because the salt obviously dries on the surface, pulls out some of that ink, and of course makes it a little bit lighter. So this particular boutique hasn't had a wax pattern put onto it, but it's the salt technique that's pulled the colour out and give you that mottled effect with that one. And again, beautiful colours within there. So those ones are your purples. Again, you're going to get 5 of those in there, 5 fat quarters, so really good sizes within there. Last one is your sunshine, summertime, should I say, I think. Do we call it sunshine or summertime? Summertime, or summertime, or summer, should I say. And again, you're going to get all of those designs. Again, this one here, this one's probably been stamped with the design, and then with the wax, and then of course the application of colour. And the kit feature with boutiques is the right and wrong side. There's not a lot in it, so even if you do pick up your fabrics and they're the wrong way around, it really doesn't matter. And that's why I like teaching with boutiques for novice sewers, because it is a case of that you are gaining your confidence. It's one less thing to think about at this stage. That's the beauty. So if you're wanting your summer, that's that one. Next one being your blues. This one's got a lovely bold print on that first one. Look at this. I mean, that is gorgeous. I mean, that's going to look fabulous as a panel, like if you're wanting to use it as a panel, or of course you could chop into it if you're wanting to and use it for your quilt pieces. So that one is one of the blues. You've also got another 4 that are going to work with that one. If you like your darker tones, maybe you're going to be putting some black within these as a filler fabric, then you could do quite easily. You've got lots of black tones that are featuring in there, so those are your blues. And the last one's your aqua. Now all of your aquas are pretty much, they're not block printed, they've not got a design on there, so these are lovely as fillers. These two together I think are a fabulous bundle if you go for both of those, but equally so they work with the others, because that's the beauty of boutiques. batiks. The continuity between batiks is the style of fabric, the weight of the fabric and the weave of the fabric. So that's why any one of those will work with any other. And at £17.95, I can imagine that many of you are going for multiples of these. 043676 if you're wanting to, £17.95. We'll just mention, in case you've joined us, that it is a case of extended delivery on these, but we're only talking about the 9th of July. But it's worth popping these in as well, because these are your universal scissors. From Fiskars again, so a brilliant quality pair of scissors. 24-inch blades as well. And we were chatting last night, myself and Rebecca, if you've never quilted before and you haven't got all the rotary cutter and the rulers, we've got them all available for you. But if you just wanted to have a go, then make sure you have got a good pair of scissors, because you could potentially be creating your quilt using these. Freedom members, you're paying just £14.99 for those, so 766-547 if you're wanting those as well. 7-day savers, it's always worth having a little look at, because we've got some beautiful stranded cotton. These are gorgeous. Getting 100 skeins in total, and on each one of those you've got 8 metres. And don't forget, you're likely to be splitting these for your embroidery as well, so they really are going to go a long way. £10.49, fabulous for your embroidery, brilliant for things like friendship bracelets as well, little tassels, and using them on your craft projects. You'll use them in loads of ways. But of course the price of those will go up on Sunday. So if you're wanting these ones, 740666, and you are getting loads of them, so that is the key thing. I've just picked up a handful of these. They're beautiful quality, so soft, and a whole array of different colours. So you've got pastel tones in there, deep tones in there, earth tones. So if you are into your embroidery, then this is a must-have. Just £10.49, beautiful. So yeah, £8.50 saving, but of course they will go up in price on Sunday. So we bring out a brand new set now. Probably my last opportunity to share the one-day special with you now, because we are drawing to a close with this hour, and you've got 10 beautiful fabrics. Now, as I mentioned to you, they're limited stock. Now, I'm hoping that we will have enough stock left at the end of the hour so as we don't sell out. But don't forget, at 6 o'clock, this will be going up in price. So any stock that we have left will go up in price. Which of these colours are you going to pick out first? I mean, the green, I love this one. That kind of like almost like a leaf effect within there. Again, the designs are drawn on using wax. Then, of course, the multi-layers of dye have been used to really give them that beautiful finish. And they're just such gorgeous fabrics to work with. If you've never worked with batiks, please do treat yourself to this one-day special. You will love working with them. But you've got all of these, all 10 of them, big size pieces for just £34.89. But don't forget, you're getting your pattern as well. And this is the key thing. If you've never quilted before, if you've been a little bit kind of, oh, I'd love to have a go, but I really don't know the first place to start. You've seen Rebecca's demonstration. She's so clear and concise with her instruction. You know with that pattern you can achieve it. And then when you do start putting all of those patches together, then this is the result. I mean, this is outstanding. It's beautiful. Whether you're using it in a bedroom, whether you're using it in a conservatory, even if you're going out onto the patio in those cooler evenings, you want something just to keep yourself that little bit warmer, then this is lovely. And you can see how those colours kind of meander and work from one group into the next. That's how Rebecca's chosen to do hers, but you could change yours completely if you wanted to, because it's your quilt, it's your design, you decide. Now, of course, the white fabric isn't included within your one-day special, but it's really easy for you to be able to add that in quite affordably, because, of course, Rebecca has done that. What she's done is she's used a kind of a quilt fitted sheet. Simple as, double king size, super king size if you can, and of course that will pad it out, and you can use that on the backing as well. Now, we've not got long left, 4 minutes within the hour. Are we announcing our winner? Oh, not yet. Oh, it's going to be the next couple of minutes, so this is your final warning. If you've not placed your order, if you've got things in your basket, check them out now. You will still be in that prize draw, but we're going to be drawing that name out in a few moments. So 995169, it could be the one-day special that you're going for, but you have to be quick to be in this prize draw, and it's the last prize draw for the fabrics that we're talking about with in this hour. So yeah, be as quick as you can. Rebecca, we've got just a couple of minutes left. Are we going back over to Rebecca? We are.
Yes, sure. I've made the placemat in green. So should we just have a look at the fabric so that you can see what they look like? So I think we've run out of time a little bit, but look at the green. So I've done the backing for that. So if you're going to make the placemats, in the bundle of 5 flat quarters, there's enough fabric to make 4 of them. So you can have a whole set of 4. So you could have 4 green, 4 aqua, 4 pink, or you could buy a few of them and mix and match them, make some for gifts for people. And it's ever so simple because a lot of people are really scared of quilting. They're quite happy to make the top of something, but they don't really want to quilt as well. But with this, I've used a method that means that you quilt it at the same time as sewing it. So all you have to do is sew the pieces to the front of this. So you sew your backing fabric onto the wadding, then you sew your piece on. All you've got to do is bind it in the same way as we did before. And so you start off by, you cut some binding strips, and then you cut all the other fabrics into strips. Now, the way that these batik bundles have been selected is that although they're all different colours, they do graduate. So there's a light, very light, medium, dark in all of them. Doesn't matter which order you use them in, actually. I mean, I did use them in order of light, dark, because they all mix and match. So you start off by drawing a line down the centre of your piece of wadding, and you have to do it on the wadding side, which sounds a bit odd, doesn't it, that we're going to be sewing from the side of the wadding, but the reason for that is because we're quilting it at the same time.
So is this what's called quilt as you go?
Well, yeah, that's the method, because you're quilting it at the same time. There we go. So then you take one of the strips, doesn't matter which one. We'll start with this lovely limey green. These strips are 2 inches wide, so what we need to do is cut a square off. That's the only piece that you have to measure, is this one square to start with. Then, so I really love this technique because it's really simple and relaxing, is you put that little square on the bottom. I'll put this into the centre of the mat. So you put the top point of the square on there. In the instructions, there's pictures of all of this, so you haven't got to remember it. You put that point of that square there and pin it on. Then you get another colour strip. You don't have, there's no more cutting now. Doesn't matter which order you do them, although I did do them then in the same order. So once you've put that one on, you take the next strip, line up the edges and line up that and pin it on, and then you sew it into place. So I'm just going to show you that so you can see what happens next.
I love this. These patterns, we're learning so many different techniques. Brilliant.
So again, 1/4 inch seam allowance. If you're new to this and you don't know what your 1/4 inch is on your foot, just draw it on the fabric. You soon will know what the 1/4 inch is. So now we've sewn that on, remove the pins and then press it open.
And then you put your next band in.
And then you take, you're going to use that again in a minute, so you need to cut it off. It needs to be level with the edge of here, but when you use it again, it needs to be straight. So
now, Rebecca, sadly we're down to the last minute of the hour, so we're not going to be able to see the placemats.
That's how it works, though. You just keep going.
This is it. And, of course, Rebecca's put it all in the instructions, so you do not have to worry. Thank you, Rebecca.
That's okay.
It's competition time. It's time for us to announce that winner. And I have to say, congratulations to Paula. Paula, you have won. Oh, of course, it could be Paula, couldn't it? Because Paula spells her name in a similar way. So, congratulations. Oh, my goodness, you lucky, lucky lady. You have won that fabulous, there's a lot of us here very envious of you, so do let us see it when it's all pulled together and you created it. Rebecca, thank you so much again. Hopefully it's not too long before we see you back again, so you back soon?
Yes, in another couple of weeks, but thanks for having me. I've really enjoyed it. I hope you love the batiks.
Well. Now do stay tuned. Of course, if you've not gone for your one-day special yet, you have up until 6 o'clock to take advantage of the deal on your screen. It is limited in stock though, so don't be too long. Make sure you join me at 6 for the launch of the new one. I'll see you in a while. So we've got Yanis coming up with the next hour, and I'd love to be able to pronounce that, but I can't. Then we've got Pink Frog, a one-day special coming up, and then we're over to Angela Daymond Designs.
Hi, I'm Barbara Gray from Claritystamp Limited. We're well known in the industry for designing and manufacturing top quality, award-winning craft products. As with all craft projects, you need a good starting place, a great stamp, a top quality stencil, and in recent times we've developed the groovy parchment art system so that your line art is perfect on parchment. Another exciting development to come from the marriage between parchment and our stamp company is the fabulous designer papers and now the designer parchment. There is nothing like it. Each groovy plate is precision etched, and by simply getting in the groove with a stylus, you can easily transfer great designs onto parchment. Groovy is a modular system. The plates complement each other and work beautifully together. They are packed with elements and allow you to build your own original artwork. Whether you're a novice or a traditional parcher, you will love these plates. And for me personally, having beautiful line art is what motivated me to want to learn traditional parchment skills. So why not get in the groove with us here on Hochanda?
Hochanda prides itself on its ethos towards the family-run boutique companies that offer the variety that we know you love and appreciate. Following such a positive response to our previous family favourite events, we are very excited to welcome and introduce you to many more brand new Hochanda family favourites. Please tune in from Thursday the 25th of June at 6 p.m. to Monday the 29th of June at 6 p.m. to support many of your favourite guests and also our very loyal family-run businesses that have grown and prospered with Hochanda since our launch in August 2015. We will be running fantastic prize draws where winners will be drawn live within each hour during our event, giving you opportunities to win prizes worth at least £25. So join us from 6 p.m. on the 25th of June for your Family Favourites event.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. Oakwood Archer is a family-run business and my son and my daughter work very hard with me to bring the best craft items to you in the UK. We specialise in high-quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Working with Hochanda is fantastic for us. It gives us the opportunity to bring all of these brands and all of these products from all over the world direct to you, the crafter in the UK. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter. So please don't miss Oakwood Archer shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Julie.
And I'm Paula.
And together we are Julie Hickey Designs. We formed our partnership after many years of friendship, after both of us being in the craft industry for well over 20 years.
We have a great partnership. I do all the day-to-day business side and Julie does all the designing.
Our range of stamps and dies are made to the highest quality. Our stamps are the deepest etch that are available and they are made in the UK. And they give you beautiful, clean, crisp impressions every time, and our dies cut like a dream. The thing I love to do most is to share my ideas, hints and tips with you, the Hochanda viewers, so I can inspire you to pick up a stamp and get creating. So be sure to tune in for the Julie Hickey Design shows
on Hochanda.
Well, hello everybody, a warm welcome. We have got such a nice hour ahead for you, something that is very, very different. So, okay, I'll be honest with you. I did have to get help on how to pronounce, but Pappnoptikum, fantastic company, and there is such a great story to it. Ultimately, the company was set up by a group of friends, family, who had a real passion. And that is the key. And this is what we love about our Family Favourites event, is bringing you companies, family-run businesses, little boutique companies that are so passionate about everything that they offer. And what they do, what Pappnoptikum do so well, and it's first time I've presented a show, but I know they've had shows in the past. They take these, and this is the start, and I know that they've got exciting stuff for the future, but effectively, something that was very popular in the past, it was paper dolls. So elements, characters who we can then dress and put into position. So you're seeing a whole kit here, and it looks amazing, absolutely amazing. So we've got our background, which you can see here, and it's a wonderful, it's like, it's vacationing by the river. It takes you back. Look, you've got that Victorian vibe, dapper gents. I love the youngsters in there as well, dressed up in their Sunday best, the boys. But the real key to this kit is that you can go in different directions, because this is how they start. Now, I have to warn you, for those of you who, you know, just bear in mind, they're in their undies here. But all that, actually, I say undies, that could be swimming, Victorian swimmers, maybe. But do you see how then, what you would do, and there's the ladies with their little pussycats. And then, here's where it starts to get interesting, because you can embellish. You can dress them up to it. So when we say paper doll kits, you have that ability to dress up and give them their own personalities. The main structures, these just pop out. So you literally just pop those out, build up your characters there as well. I'll tell you, the best person to talk to about the kits is the lovely Nadine, who I know is on Skype. Nadine, hello.
Hello, Jen. Hello.
Nadine, I absolutely love these, and it's the first time I've had the pleasure of presenting a show with you guys, but I know the real key to it is you're all so passionate about sort of looking back to the past and the paper dolls of yesteryear, really.
Yeah, it is.
So tell us the whole story. How did it all begin?
It's a little bit funny because actually our core business are nostalgic paper advent calendars, and the paper dolls just came to me because I talked to my children, which are 9 and 13 right now, and they asked me the question what kind of toys we had when we were young. And I told them about my paper dolls when I was a child, that I loved to dress them up and play with them. And my children looked at me and said, "What? What's that?" And that's why I thought about to have our own range of paper dolls published. And it took me some time to find illustrator who wanted to create paper dolls from Victorian or steampunk area for us. And
we have got an incredible designer. You've got an incredible.
Sorry?
She's an incredible designer. I know you're a designer.
She is.
Yeah,
she is. And it was really by mistake that we found Natalia, but she's a huge. A huge good I don't know the English word for this. I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry. No, she's very talented.
We really like her to be in the team, and she has so much imagination and draws so lovely designs. And
well, you're seeing it all here. Now, before we do anything else, because we are in the midst of our Family Favourites event, and I know, Nadine, you have been putting it on your social media, the giveaway. We've got a good giveaway this hour. Just showing you. Now, tell us a little bit about this giveaway, because this is original artwork. So tell us about this, Nadine.
Yeah, this is original artwork which Natalia has drawn only for the show. to give as a prize during this this hour of the show.
Yeah.
And it shows the real lady of the household, Miss Smythe, the cat.
Yes.
And because we have lots of fans who collect every kit.
Yeah.
And they said to us that the family needs also a dog. So she some time ago created the dog, the Labrador Chester. And those two she put into a scene and has drawn them to give them as a gift to one of the people who watch the show.
That is a lovely prize. And look, original artwork that you're going to be receiving. So this is a one-off to one lucky viewer. Make any purchase on the show, your name goes into a hat. You do need to make sure that you've checked out before 10 to 6. So do make sure in the first 50 minutes of the show. So we've got Chester the Labrador. Remind me again, Nadine, the cat is?
The cat is Miss Smythe.
It's Miss Smythe. Brilliant names. Looking at the family here, now we've got Mum and Dad and the kids as well, and there's Miss Smythe. So can you have we got names for Mum and Dad?
They have names too. The mother is Lady Victoria.
Yeah.
And the father is Sir William.
These are brilliant names. Lady
Sir
Victoria
William.
and Sir, look, that looks like Sir William, and she definitely looks like Lady Victoria. Considering that these have been created for the kit, the detail and the personality of the characters are incredible, and that's so important, obviously, being the paper dolls. We've also got the kids as well, so tell us a little bit about the kids.
This is Oscar.
Yeah.
He's a 12-year-old boy, and his little sister is called Emily. I think Natalia thinks her about 8 to 9 years old.
Very cute. It's the characters that really set these apart, and the kits. And I know that you guys are so passionate about the paper dolls, but also, now you mentioned this before, that steampunk is a big inspiration as well within what you bring.
Yeah, some of us are active members of the steampunk community here in Germany, and that's why probably we have such a big passion for Victorian era and steampunk themes.
Nice. So where would you be displaying your paper dolls? So I love the fact we've got our backdrop. So this, to me, perfect mantle pleaser, and it really sets the scene. If I just show you, I'm just going to pick this up for a moment, so apologies to Molly, our director. That's how it arrives, so you can see that. That's all how it arrived, and then you'll unfold it, and instantly, like being on the stage, really, the theatre, you've got your setting, and here it's just a snapshot, a beautiful vista by the lake. You could imagine this was Henley-on-Sea, or sorry, Henley-on-Sea. I don't know if Henley-on-Sea, Henley rather. I mean, lovely, lovely scene. But then you've got your characters, and you then go on to dress the characters. Now, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Nadine. I showed the characters in their raw state. Is this their undergarments or their swimming costumes?
No, these are their undergarments.
Oh, okay. Because the chap, being by the river, he could definitely looks like swimming trunks as well, if you want to position him.
Probably they could go into the water with them too.
Mm-hmm. Well, they could do. They need to. Guys need to start. I think we need to bring this back as a thing. I think those. I'd rock a pair of those.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of theme the next will be, which Natalia picks. Maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, she talked about if we could have a theme like countryside, also with horses, and maybe there also will be a lake where the simpletons can swim. I don't know yet.
You are okay. You've hit the nail on the head there, Nadine, because these are collector pieces, and I know a lot of us, we do love to collect and build up the worlds. So effectively, you've got the Steepletons, the family, and you're going to start taking them on different adventures. We've got the Highlands, which is our brand new collection, which we're going to show you a bit later on. But these effectively are snapshots, and in the future, you have got very exciting things to come, because you were saying that you've been surprised how imaginative some of your fans, what they've done is taken the images and then put it onto cards as well, which is something potentially we might see in the future?
Yeah, it is. Our fans or the collectors took us a little bit by surprise because they started to create their own craft projects with the steam buildings and showed us their card projects or scrapbook projects, and this gave us like a oh wow, what's this? It is so crazy. This is so nice. And what can we do that the people have different products?
It's so different.
To bring them into their new craft projects, and that's why we also produced triptych card sets and 3D card sets, which you can mix and match for your projects, and probably you will show them later, I think.
Well, we will, so do stay with us because we have got lots to show on the hour today. Look, we're going to start going down the counter. It's been an absolute pleasure chatting to you. Thank you so much. And I know you do want everyone at home, anyone who purchases, please to share their images on social media as well. How do we follow you on social media? How can we tag you in?
We have a Facebook page called Pappnoptikum, which is maybe a little bit strange for English-speaking ears, I don't know, because Pappnoptikum is a neologism of paper and panopticum, as we see our business a little bit like a cabinet of wonder for special paper products, so it's Pappnoptikum.
Right.
And the family Stimpelten has its own Facebook site. It's in German right now, Familie Stimpelten. And we love to see your craft there, and you can post pictures from it, and people also use it to discuss new themes with us, what they want to see from the steam buildings in the future. And so you can come and tell us whatever you want to tell us for the family steam building.
We will definitely take a look at that. Thank you so much for chatting to us. Take care, and as I say, we will be looking forward to posting on the pages. But Nadine, thank you so much for chatting to us. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thanks.
Take care. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, lovely. Please look out for Pappnoptikum on social media, and also Family Steepletons. I know that there's a real sense of community, and you're going to be joined by other enthusiasts as well. And that is what you are getting here, enthusiasts. So if you do want to tap into a world, build up your own scenes here. You've got the fantastic characters, Lady Victoria, Sir William. You've got the kids in there as well. Of course, you've got the real, well, it's the star of the house, the Pussycat. It's Lady Smythe, is it? Yes, Lady Smythe. Okay, so $11.99 is your price. If you do want to get hold of these, 872926, your item number. That is your first option. What's nice is a lot of you have been jumping ahead to the Highlands, which indicates to me that you've bought on previous shows and now you're building up your collection, because this is exactly what you're going to be doing. These are collector pieces. Right, moving on. This is your travel. We mentioned the steampunk influence with the collection. And Jill, I'm just going to move the characters across. I know we've got different characters, so I'll just show you here, actually. So you can see the outfits. Now, come on, imagine dressing the characters. Look at that. That is stunning. So that's for the ladies. Then we've got here more for the ladies, different outfits. Coming through. Look at all of this, dapper, dapper gents. But we can put a jacket on. We don't have to have the jacket on. You've got the waistcoat in there as well. There are the characters. base coats in there, and you've also got the stand. So everything that you need to create something very, very special indeed. And that is the key. You are creating something that is special. If you want to get hold of this, this is the travel collection, $11.99 your price, 872-926 your item number. As we progress down, now we are going to go to the theatre, something a lot of us we're not able to do at the moment, and we don't know when we can go to theatre, but my goodness, this is a gala performance right now. You can see the family, the whole family together, the Steepletons. Look at this, they look so glamorous. And having that backdrop here, and I love this. This is a really nice little touch, because you've actually got the performance as well coming to life. That is another element, matching the performance behind. This is a lovely, lovely, lovely piece. $11.99 your price, 872-926 your item number there. Now we're going to look at Christmas. So we're seeing summer. We started with summer, then they went on their travels, they've been to the theatre, and now the family Steepleton, they are at home together. But this is the Steepletons, so you know if they're at home for Christmas, they're going to do it in style. You've got lavish, you're tapping into a world. It's like seeing, it's got a bit of the royal family to them. Beautiful, glamorous houses. I've got to pay attention to the tree, or draw your attention rather to the tree. All of these, look, the ornaments come separate. You stick those on the tree, they just slot in. There's a little groove slotting in the ornaments to them as well. That is the attention to detail that you get with these fantastic sets. $11.99 your price there, 872-926 your item number. Now we're going to move on to Magda and Chester. Can I say, I love this Labrador. I'm going to lift this up. So this is at home. Look at this Labrador. Look at him. Hello, there's Chester. Good boy. Someone's getting a belly rub. And then you've got Magda there as well. And so that's a whole kit that we will see more of this hour. 872-926 your item number. Then we have over here the Highlands as well. So just showing you. Now this is brand new. So the Steepletons, they've gone on their travels and now they're in the Highlands. They're rocking the kilts. How cool do they look? I love the cat in there. Come on, this is amazing. First, can we just appreciate the backdrop, because that is stunning. You've got the castle there, the beautiful trees, the rolling hills. As a backdrops go, stunning. But when you start positioning the characters into the mix, I mean, Sir William looks incredibly dapper. Look at Sir William. And then Lady Victoria, glamorous. I love that. And there is a bit of a steampunk inspired essence to the kit. Lady Victoria is rocking that kilt, I have to say. And then you've got the pussycat there as well, not being left out. Come on, how can you not love this set? So, $11.99 your price, 872-926 your item number. You've seen all the kits. Now, there is an option. It's a pick and mix. You're getting to pick any three of the sets. So, you've just seen all the different sets. $32.97 your price. You're saving £3, and you get to choose three. So, imagine, it could be the Highlands. You might want to throw in the theatre, Christmas. You've got Magda and Chester in there as well. We've also got the travels, or our first option for you. So they are a pick and mix. Go onto the website, you'll be able to see everything. Now, we've just shown you the Highlands, so I think that's going to be our first demonstration. I shall hand over to the team. Enjoy.
Today I'm showing you 3 different types of postcards by using the Steamboat in the Highland sets. Yeah, it's very easy. You have these 3 cards with the same backgrounds, and it's a triptychon. It's a 2-folded card, and I'm going to show you how to use this set. First, I'm showing you how to cut out with a craft knife. First, you cut out the outlines. You put the knife over the outlines of the motif and cut out what you see. It is very easy to cut out the motif because the paper is not so thick and the knife is very sharp. The background of for cutting with a knife is very important, because you're scratching your table if you don't use something like that. Now I have cut out all the excess of the first part of my 3D motif. Now I can use a pencil and color the edges. Because of the white edges here, I use the pencil, and for that I don't have the white outlines. I have some darker ones and it works very well. Now I can cut out the next one. You have the whole motif and you have some parts of the motif. And it's the same way. I use a pencil and color the edges of the motif. If I put the motifs together, you can see that the part is next to me, it is over, and the part that's far from me, it's behind. Because of that, you get the 3D effect. The crafting knife is perfect for these little details with white cutouts here in the middle. You can use it to cut out these details. Yeah, I'm showing you how to glue the parts together. You can glue the parts together. For the 3D effect, it is important to use some 3D material. I use a 1mm 3-dimensional foam pads. You have to use the backside and put some 3D foam pads on the paper like this. Not all over, but in the important corners. I glued the 3D foam pads on the important corners of the background. Now I remove all of the background papers and glued the motif together. You remove all the papers on the back side of the 3D foam pads. Now you have the sticky side, and glue it directly on the background of your door. Over all, and if you do it right, you have this 3D effect. If you don't have any small 3D foam pads, you can use a scissor and cut out some smaller ones. Remove the papers from the backside of the foam pads and glue it to your doll. Glue it over the original motif to get the 3D effect. My first paper doll is ready. If you cut out with a scissor, you have to use a sharp scissor, a small one. And first you cut out the parts and then you go to the details. If you have the bigger part, you can cut out the details. It's very easy to use, but it's the thing you prefer. If you think it's easier to cut out with a craft knife, use a craft knife. If you think it's easier with a scissor, use a scissor. If you only have a scissor, you could only use a scissor. For now, I have a 3-dimensional woman and man, Mrs. and Mr. Steamboat, together on my card. If you have cut out all the Steamboat, you have these 3-dimensional paper dolls for your postcard project. And now you can glue it to the postcard. If you want an easy postcard, you use it as it is. 3 parts of a motif looks better than 2 parts. I glue it with paper glue. Like that, only some paper glue on the back side of my paper doll. Not many, but enough. and then I glue it on the background. I glue the cat to the children. First the boy in the background. We have to color here some happy birthday or something like that. And if you open the card, you see the children of the family Stilbotten. And now you can write your text in the card. And yeah, it's an easy way to use the family Stilbotten in the Highlands 3D paper card set. Only cut out the paper dots, glue it together, glue it on the background, and have this beautiful card. Now I'm showing you another way to use the cutouts of the family Stilbotten. And I use a sponge and some distress ink and color the edges with a stamp ink. Because of that, it will be darker. They have more shabby chic or vintage look at the doll. More brown. I use vintage photo. It's the name of the color, and because of that you get more three-dimensional look like. It's another way to soften the white outlines from the cutouts, and also have a more steampunk or vintage effect on my postcard. I use the same sponge for coloring the edges of my postcard. Now I have this old picture and I do the same in the inside of my card. Now I glue the paper scraps behind the doll and distress it with some distress ink in vintage photo. And for the inside I use the same color of cardstock, distress the edges, glue it in the background, and glue the paper dots over it. Now I have this 3D card with some paper scraps in it. It's one way to use. Another way to use this card is to cut out this card part and do a one-folded card and take this for a background. Cut the card, and now I have a regular postcard. Now I can use this part as a three-dimensional part in the front. Do it some smaller. So for now I have a 3D background. I use some ink to darken my area here, and I also use my ink to color the edges with my distress photo ink, and have some nice backgrounds here. And on the inside I use it the same way. I color the edges with some distress ink, only to have this vintage effect. For now I have my beautiful background. I have the little landscape here and glue it with 3D pads on this area. Because of that I have this 3D part of the motif. And I only want to use the cat of the family Stilbotten in the front. To use a cat I use my craft knife and cut out the edges of the cat. At the outlines I take some 3D paper pads, and at the inside and glue my background and the front together. Now I glue the background to my card, the front to my card, and now I have this 3D effect. And Now I remove the paper from the 3D pads. And glue the cat on this background. Now I have this little card with a cat and the castle in the background, and have a regular postcard I can use with this envelope, and take some birthday wishes or some greeting cards, something like that. Now you have 3 cards of the paper set with the family steamputten in the Highlands, and yes, some different types of cards you can do with the set. I hope you have fun, and yeah, happy crafting. You get this craft set with 6 papers with designs you have to cut out, and 3 cards and 3 envelopes. Now we have 3 different cards from this craft set of family steamputten in the Highlands. You have this little card with all of the family, and yeah, it's the easiest way to use this postcard set. You only have to glue all the pieces together and put it on the background, and you have your card. Or you use some paper scraps and some stamp ink and distress the edges, glue the paper dots together and make some different kind of backgrounds. Another way to use the card set is to cut it to a one-folded card and take the background from the cut-off for a 3-dimensional paper card. I only use the cat. You can use all of the family, and you have many possibilities to use the card set. I hope you have fun and yeah, enjoy crafting postcards. Have fun with the family steamputten and some possibilities to use the craft set from family steamputten in the Highlands.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for that demonstration. So just showing you what you can achieve. And we have got these beautiful little postcard inspired inspirations. I've just got a couple that I wanted to share with you. I mean, have a look at this. Isn't that stunning, the detail that you have? And then when you start opening up, using all the elements coming through. Oh, come on. Look at that. That is lovely. And then we've got another one for you. How about this? A little album in there as well. Very, very cute. We got it does open up. I won't I'm not going to open that up right now. I don't want to damage it. But you can see you've got a lovely little album that you can make as well. Okay, so when you consider all the components, we're having a look here. So $11.99, you've got options. So brand new one is the Highland. So these are options for you. So that's your Highland kit, which we're looking at here. All of these elements that we're choosing from. You've still got the backdrop. You've got your envelopes. You've got your card blanks in there as well. That's your backdrop. And if I just show you, I'm just with the new one, you can see all the different, so you've got multiple pages of the characters to obviously bring them to life with the cards. So there we go, that is your Highlands. And as we progress down, we've also got, just having a look here, this is your, this is the Easter? Sorry, no, it's the picnic. That's your picnic. That makes, yeah, there we go, you can see them picnicking. Then we've got our travel coming through. It's a really steampunky. Yeah, I love that. Got a bit of Lady Victoria channeling a bit of Amelia Earhart. I think very nice. Now, coming down here, we're going through all the seasons, so getting a bit chillier. It's Christmas time, but how fab does Sir William and Lady Victoria look? Oh yeah, that is such a beautiful setting for Christmas. Imagine sending these to your cards. Then we've got winter coming up now. Oh, that's cute. Even the cat's dressed. Love it. There's Oscar. So you're getting your card blanks, you're getting your envelopes. If I just pick those up, you can see. You're getting your card blanks in there as well. Your envelopes. Now there, oh look. He's a good boy. It's Chester, dressed up, looking all dapper. The kids now going to the theatre. Pick that up so you can see. Opening up. I mean, they're great. That's your card blank that you're going to be building on. But it doesn't have to be a card. It could be a mini album in there as well. But just, I mean, so much going on. Absolutely stunning. So those are the kits with regard to, the options, I say, with regard to the cards. So if you do want to get hold of these, $11.99 is your price, 812262 your item number. Now, we also have the vintage glitter cards as well, which I'm just going to show you there. Just down here. These are nice. So these are your little glitter postcards. Just showing you there. Now they're lovely. So different designs coming through. Let me just show you different ones. So you're getting multiples of each design. Like that. So 5 designs, 2 of each. And you have got that postcard element, which you can see there. So we've got our postcards going through. We had a little flash of the next one. But having that glitter element as well really does lift it. Oh, I like these a lot. So if you're just looking for a little bit of ephemera, I mean, you can send us a postcard, but very, very nice. Okay, $9.99 your price, 387059 your item number. Right, I'm just going to show you, we have got more as well. We're just going to show you some pictures. So here are some options to pop into your basket. Oh, actually, I apologise. Do you know what? Now, this is from Vali. I hope I pronounced that right. Now, thank you so much. You emailed in and you were saying that last time we featured these, you bought everything and look at what you've made. That is stunning. Absolutely stunning from your summer days. I love it. And that is showcasing what you can do. Look at the scenes. These are amazing. Absolutely amazing. I love this. There's the winter as well going through displayed. I mean, they're beautiful. And can I say thank you so much for taking the time to email in. So Valise was watching. Again, Valise, I really hope I pronounced your name right. Last time we featured these, bought everything and just showing you how good they look at home. But taking the time to email them in, thank you so much for that. All right, we're going to go to our next demonstration. I think you're going to enjoy this. Here we go.
In the paper doll set, there's also a scrapbook. You have these pictures you can cut out and put it in the scrapbook of the family Steenbotten. It is very easy to use because in this paper set you have a little tutorial how to make the scrapbook. The tutorial is very easy. It's a picture tutorial. You have to fold, to cut, to glue the scrapbook. And after that you can glue the papers, the photos in it. First you have to fold it to the middle. I prefer to both sides because it's a little bit easier to glue it and to cut it if it's good fold. Then to the middle again. It is very easy to make this photo album scrapbook, and yeah, you fold it from the outside to the inside and to the middle. If you have all the folding lines, you can cut it in the middle on this black stripe, and the easy way is to fold it to the middle and cut it in half, but only to the end of the black stripe, not at the pointed line. Now you have a little scrapbook album. You only have to glue it together. Open the scrapbook and put some paper glue on it. You can also use double-sided paper tape, but I prefer the liquid glue for paper and scrapbooking. Put the glue on the back side, then fold the scrapbook to the middle and pull it together to get this album sheets. If it's dry, you have a little scrapbook. In the next step, I use some ink from a stamp pad and a sponge to apply the color on the edges and push the brown color all around at the edges to get a vintage look or to get this steampunk look as well. All the sides in this little scrapbook get some color. It is vintage photo from Distress ink, but you can use all different sizes of stamp pads or inks or watercolor or maybe some sharks or something like that. If you don't have an ink applicator, you can use a usual sponge. Now I distress the edges of the little photos all around, and then I glue the photos with the paper glue in this little scrapbook. If you have all the pictures in your scrapbook, you're done. It looks very antique or something like vintage or steampunk. And yeah, it's a family steampunk at the Highlands scrapbook.
That's awesome. Just showing you the little mini booklet, and you are getting that as part of this set. Having a little look, so you can see that there, the steam, oh, there we go. It is the steam charts. And then you've got the postcards in there of the characters, and that is the attention to detail that you're getting with these kits. I love it. So you get to see their little journeys. This is a brand new kit. So the Steepletons have gone to the Highlands, and how fantastic do they look. You've got all the characters in there. So we've got our daughter, there is Oscar, you've also got Sir William, and there is Lady Victoria, and even the Pussycat. So all of them, all these elements that you're going to be building up on, and I actually got them here just to show you. You can see the clothing, and this is how you embellish and add those details to it. So they are taking, it's a play on a very traditional Victorian craft, which is of course the paper doll kits. Look, you could be playing the bagpipes as well. I love that. Okay, so there we go. That's a first option for you. You have the backdrop in there as well. $11.99 your price, but you are getting a wealth of design, and it's the originality and the collectability as well. This is a world, the Steepletons, you're going to follow their journey. Speaking of which, we will go to our next setting. This is the picnic. Oh yes, I like this. So having a look. Oh, this is Easter. I apologise. I said the picnic. This is Easter going through. So obviously they're entering into spring now. Got the baskets. They're having a little picnic. The cat's not getting left behind. But I want to show you something, because you're seeing the scene here, but something I know the team really wanted to showcase is, with a little bit of imagination, what you can make. How about that? How incredible does that look? So it's like a pop-up card there, or just put that to one side, not to be outdone. What about this? Do you see how just a little bit of imagination you can achieve something very, very special indeed? And it just literally folds flat. There we go. So using everything in the kits. So that is our Easter setting. Now the Steepletons are going to be going to the theatre, looking exceptionally dapper. There is so much going on here to take in. So you've got this wonderful backdrop, a beautiful classic theatre. I love the fact that the cat goes everywhere. Look, the cat's so dressed up. You've got the kids dressed up there. Sir William looking very refined and regal. You've got the theatre, the ballet, And then you've got Lady Victoria. Special nights. How about, we've shown you can put these in box frames, you can put them on your mantelpiece, you can dress, you can move them around so you can decide the look, the feel. $11.99 is your price, 872-926 your item number. Now they've gone to the theatre, we've come to, it's getting a little bit chilly outside, it is Christmas time. The backdrop, I mean, that is just a beautiful room. It reminds me of, it's got a bit of the National Trust homes. You see these lavish mansions. That's where you would imagine the Steepletons live. You've got the Christmas tree with all the little embellishments, the characters coming through here. I'm just going to show you one sheet, just to give you an idea. Look at that. So you've got the embellishments for the tree, but isn't that beautiful? The garment that Lady Victoria is going to be wearing. $11.99 your price there. If you want to pop that into your basket, that is your Christmas option. 872-926 your item number. Now we have got Magda and Chester coming through. Two besties. So Magda and Chester, best of friends. There's Magda. And there's our Magda. And there's Chester. How cute. Just showing you here, this is Magda and Chester together, so just taking a little look at this. There's Magda and Chester. Very cute in there. Details on your screen. It is $11.99 your price, 872-926 your item number. And now, our travel. I'm just going to show you something that has to be seen, and we didn't see it earlier on. Look at this album. So using all the components from this set, you are going to be able to create the most epic little album. I mean, come on, that looks incredible. So create an album, put in little, you've got pockets of interest coming through. That's just one way you can take advantage of the kits. Or we can create cards as well. How about this for cards? Isn't that nice? Or how about here? Or maybe something like this. So not just restricted to the original kit. Use your imagination, and that's what really inspired the team to go on and create the cards as well. $11.99 your price here, 872-926 your item number. Then we have our cards and envelopes. So you're getting your card blanks, you're getting your characters, and you're getting your envelopes. Different options for you. So our brand new option is the Highlands. So you can see the whole family, the family Steepleton, all dressed up in the Highlands on their holes. But then you're also going to get the card blanks in there as well. Beautiful card. I mean, that is just a lovely scene. Look at, got this wonderful scene there, but you've also got the interest inside. So you can create something very special indeed. So you're getting multiples of those, and you're getting your envelopes. That is your Highlands. Then we've got the Easter. Same principle. And as we go from the Easter, we then have our travels, which you can see there. Then we have our Christmas going through, and I have got some examples I'm going to be sharing with everyone. And then you've got your winter option. So taking you through all, there's Chester and Magda. And there is the theatre. So just showing what you can be achieving. Now I have got a little finished example here with the cards. So this is the travel. If I open that up, ooh, hoo, 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 how amazing does that look? So that's one way to take advantage with your travel, or maybe you wanted to create something like this. I mean, the finished examples are beautiful, I have to say. So what about, oh, I've dropped, oh, it's upside down. I'm sorry, I'll have to pick those up. But you can see the little pockets, they did have, they had little ephemera in there. But that's very, very pretty. Okay, I've got to pick those up. Or maybe something like this. We opened this one up earlier. Stunning. And maybe you wanted to create, we showed you this, the little album with Chester and Magda. So you've got options, you've got a lot of scope on what you can be achieving. If you do want to place any option into your basket, so they all share the same item number, 812262. We're going to be announcing the winner of our Family Favourites event shortly, so fingers crossed it could be you. Just going to show you a prize. You're winning some original artwork. So that's original artwork from Pappnoptikum. Pappnoptikum. It's one of those names. I apologise. I didn't say that very, very well. Okay, so, and the postcards. Just got to talk about the postcards. Having a look here. So these are beautiful postcards. Now look at that. You're getting 5 designs. 2 of each. We're getting 2 of each design? No, we're getting 3 of each design. Oh, I apologise. It is 5 designs, 2 of each. Just I had 3 here, that's all. I was confusing myself. Lovely. Just going through the options. Oop. Oh, and actually, can I just show you the back as well? Because you've got this beautiful postcard effects in there. And then finally, that one. Beautiful. So those are the postcards. $9.99 your price, 5 designs, 2 of each. 387059 your item number. Now we are going to announce our winner of our Family Favourites event, and I can say congratulations to Lorraine May Wilson. Well done to you. Lorraine, you are our winner of the Family Favourites event, and you have won this original artwork. So congratulations to you. That's awesome. I mean, Pappnoptikum original artwork, I think that is something to hold and treasure, and you never know, in a few years' time, I think that could be a real collector's piece, so well done to you. Okay, so we have got more samples just to share as well. We've got some pictures Nadine emailed in, so just showing you some other beautiful inspirations. I mean, look at that. For a special day. And then, oh, hello, this is nice. So do remember, if you make something special, the kits, if you think about, because the point is you're going to get the kits at home, and if you think, oh, I've got a great idea, something that's original that you haven't seen yet to get the most out of your kits, I know that the team at Pappnoptikum would love to see your inspiration, so please find them on social media, on Facebook. The family Stapletons also have their own Facebook page as well, and they would love to see your inspirations. Do share, you'll be surrounded by other enthusiasts, but that is what you are getting with this show, is something for real enthusiasts, true enthusiasts. So you're getting real collections to tap into and explore your imagination from something that was incredibly popular in the past, but now it's been reimagined for a modern age as well. So it is that paper doll kits where you're able to dress them, you're able to position them, bring the scenes to life, and create something very special. We have got more on the website. You can always jump onto our website and have a look at everything. You can shop by brand as well. So we're just having a look at the website here. Lots and lots to consider. So all the kits that we've shown you. And you've also got essentials as well. So if you're looking to stock up on your core essentials, you can see the 7-day savers are there. And we've got some cracking deals with our 7-day savers. So Fistatic large glue super rolls with the permanent glue dots and the foam tapes. You've also got magnetic sheets, 500 microns, 12 sheets in total. Lots more to explore. We're just going to finish off because time has beaten us, but I just wanted to just show you our brand new option, and a lot of you who might have purchased in the past and thinking on that collectability, this is just another scene to add to the mix, another collection where the Stimpletons have gone to the Highlands. This is very, very nice. So just showing you here. There they are, dressed in their best, exploring the beautiful Highland scenes. The castle is in the background. You've got the loch there. You've got the beautiful heather. Just really embellishing the rolling hills. And the little postcard which we saw in our demonstration with, can I just say, snapshots of the family on their holes. Isn't that incredible? There we go. So can I just say a huge thank you to the whole team. You've brought us something very original here. So Pappnoptikum, brand new. Why say brand new? I think it's their second show here at Hochanda, and I know they've got lots more exciting things in the future. But you can see what you're getting here, something that is, I think, really original, but also it's something that you're going to buy into as a collector piece and find so much joy. So I hope you did enjoy this hour, and we've got plenty more coming up in just a moment. So it's time to launch our brand new one-day special with Pink Frog Crafts. After that, another hour with Angela Daymond, and then we have the return of Pink Frog, our one-day special. So a great lineup here at Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Nikki Hassan. I've been working with Heartfelt Creations for about 9 years now. Heartfelt Creations as a company launched the company back in 1994. They have been in the industry for a very, very long time. They are crafters, so they know what you crafters want, and they listen to us crafters too. Their products range from stamps that coordinate with dies that then coordinate with a paper pad. But then we also have storage folders, we have decorative dies, we have colouring daubers, we have Insta albums. One of the products that really make Heartfelt unique are their flower shaping moulds, where you can make easy, quick, three-dimensional flowers, which are absolutely stunning. So I hope you can join Heartfelt Creations here on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door. I'm lucky enough to have been a guest on Hochanda since day one. I like to pack my shows with lots of hints, tips and techniques, and my idea is to give the experience that I've got and I've gained to everyone at home and show as many things as I possibly can. The John Next Door brand is designed to bring high quality, innovative products to the crafting market. The range includes stamps, dies and new products such as the media plates. I'm also looking to expand the brand and bring you lots of new techniques, new ideas and new products into the next few years. I hope you can join me on my crafting journey and learn some tips and techniques from me that I share with you. So don't forget to tune in and watch the John Next Door shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Ali Reeve. I'm from the company Stamps Away. Stamps Away is a family-run company with my husband and I. We create all things crafty, especially with a passion for mixed media. At Stamps Away we create a lot of MDF products because we have laser cutters and router cutters. We also create our own stencils and masks. We try and make everything we can in-house so that you've got all the materials you need to create your projects. If you're watching a show with me on Hochanda, you'll expect to see lots of different techniques, lots of ways of using the products that we produce, and it's all very much mixed media, so pretty much anything goes. So I hope you won't miss the shows on Hochanda with Stamps Away.
Hochanda News! We're excited to announce that from the 1st of July, our broadcast hours on Freeview will be extended to 10 p.m. each day. We know that many of you have been missing our live shows in the evenings, and we look forward to having you with us once again.
Hello, I'm Barbara.
And I'm Julie.
And together we're Scarlet Rose Crafts. We're a family-run business, been in business for 2 years, and our aim is to bring new and innovative new products to the crafting industry.
We've both been involved in crafting industry for many years, and we're continuing to move forward with our new company now.
The Easy Mat Plate is our flagship product, followed by our innovative Easy Shim product.
Our range includes diamond trail plates, ultra-sized dies, cards and sticky sheets.
We're constantly developing new and unusual products, so watch this space.
On our shows, we hope to inspire you with our products so that you can carry on crafting, because our motto is, because we can.
So don't miss the Scarlet Rose craft shows on Hochanda.
Hello and welcome back. Well, it's 6 o'clock, so it's time for a brand new one-day special, and we have got some fabulous one-day specials for you. We've got 2 different ones for you to take a look at. I'm not on my own, though, because we are here with the Pink Frog one-day specials. Lovely Hazel is here as well. Hiya, Hazel. How you doing?
I'm good, thank you. You?
Yeah, very well. I'm very excited about this one-day special because you can see from the details on your screen that you are getting loads within this one-day special. Now, we've got 150 sheets featuring within this set. I'll take you through everything in a moment, don't you worry. You're also getting a die included with this one for that fabulous chrysanthemum, which is beautiful. But you've also got the ability to get hold of a similar size bundle, but with black cardstock. You've also got a different item number with that one, just in case you know. But don't go going for them separately, because we have got a bumper bundle, and that is the one that I think you'll be going for. But what are you going to get? Well, you're going to get loads of cardstock to start with, but you're going to get inspiration as well, because not only does your one-day special come to you with your cardstock, which we'll talk about in a few moments, you're going to get instructions and guides. These guides will allow you to create all sorts of fabulous things, including the maths of how to create different frames. Now, the quantity of frames that you can create, I can't tell you, because that's down to you, because you'll see with all of these you've got different variations, different depths, different widths, different size apertures, and that's why you could be practically making hundreds of them with the instructions that come with your one-day specials. That is the key thing. But the card itself, now the card is always cut by Pink Frog to the optimum size, so the size that is ready for you to start creating. Now your 15s by 30, you're going to get 50 of those. 50, my goodness, wow, there's loads of those. Your 15 by 42, you're going to get 25 of those. Your 20 by 40, you're going to get 20 of those. Your A3, you're going to get another 20 of those. And then your 12 by 12s, you're going to get another 25 of those. And don't forget, you're going to get that gorgeous Pillars of Light mirror card that you're seeing there. And you're going to get 10 sheets of those. I haven't even mentioned the die. Now, of course, that is your one-day special. The details are on your screen, and we are already busy for it. But, of course, Family Favourites event means that during every live hour, we have a giveaway. And they've got a corker during this hour. You're going to get in the region of 5 kilograms of mirror card. Not little tiny scrappy pieces, big size pieces, but only one person can win this. Now, how do you get involved? You simply place an order. It could be anything that you like during this hour. Could be your one-day special, could be the complete bundle. It could potentially be your happy hour deal as well, because you've got one of those featuring in here as well. And what you are going to be able to get with your happy hour deal is something that is always incredibly popular. You're going to get 3 rolls of your 6mm double-sided tape. Now, what is unique about this is the quantity that you are getting on those spools, because within these, every single one of them, you have got 30 metres. So it's not like your little rolls that you'd normally just get 5 metres on. This is the equivalent of 6 of those in one roll. So in effect, it's almost like you are getting 18 of those rolls that you'd normally be buying. Your quickie glue pens, they come alongside it, and at $14.99, phenomenal value for money. And it's this hour and this hour only. So enough of those for the time being. There's a lot for me to get in that first few minutes, isn't there? But the one-day special, the details are popping back up on your screen. The possibilities are going to be incredible with these, because the cardstock that you've got is your super smooth. Now, what can you use your super smooth for? Well, instantly you can see it's perfect for blending out your colours. Beautiful rainbow effect here. It's wonderful if you want to do kind of faux bleaching techniques with these. In fact, any techniques that you're wanting to create, then this is the perfect cardstock. It's going to be a go-to. And I think this is something that's really important, because when you are working with projects and you want to know that you've got a fabulous base, you need to have something that you can have confidence in, and that's what you are getting with your super smooth. Now, mention to you 2 different options. So that is your white, as you can see there. I'm going to show you your black in just a few moments. And your black, I've just shown you an example just while we get ourselves ready. Absolutely amazing. I mean, look at that. Again, lots of different techniques using lots of different kind of mixes and mediums and all sorts, all those things that you want to throw at it, which you don't have to worry because this is cardstock that is going to be able to cope with it. That is the key thing. Now, the details have changed on your screen, as you will have seen, and what you've got there is £65.99, and you've got a huge quantity. Freedom members, you've got a discounted price with this one, but you have got the ability for getting them all together. That is the key thing with these. But if you are looking for the black by themselves, then we have got the details on your screen there. So same configuration, so all those quantities that I spoke of just a few moments ago. Again, it's a true black, it's a solid black going right the way through, no white core anywhere with these. And again, you're going to get all of those instructions to create your frames. Now have a look at this for a showstopper. My goodness, this is incredible. This again, you are going to get the pillars of light in here. Again, you're going to get that gorgeous chrysanthemum die that you can see having been used here. And of course, you're going to get that wonderful pillars of light bundle in here. And again, you've got your Freedom Flexi on this one because of course you've got your Freedom discount, but then you can spread the cost as well. But I know that lots of you will be going for the complete bundle because you'll know what a fabulous deal it is. So obviously you're going to get double the quantities of all the different cardstock, half of it in the gold, the gold, who mentioned the gold? Half in the white and half in the black. You're also going to get double quantities of the pillars of light. You only need one die set, so that is going to be included alongside it, but look at the price on your screen. You're looking at £84.99 for all of that, and you can spread the cost over 3 payments. This makes it a game changer because look at the price on your screen there. If you're looking at your 3 flexi buys today, you are just going to be spending £28.33. Now, if you were going for the one-day specials or either of those and you're spreading the cost, then the payment on your screen is actually probably a couple of pounds more, not a lot in it, about £4, something like that, from the one-day special that I was looking at with the white cardstock. So for not much more, you are getting a lot more. This is something that is not going to go out of fashion. It's not going to go off. It's not going to be a use-by date. This is something that we all need. There's no two ways about it. It's not like, oh, well, yeah, I might use it, I might not use it. You will use it, and you'll be using it in huge quantities because of the quality. That is the key thing. Now, we're getting busy with regards to this. I'm going to hand over to Hazel in the next few moments because, as we mentioned, you are going to get the instructions that will allow you to create a huge amount of frames. And I know this is something that Hazel wants to share with you, how you're going to be able to create these. But it's not just frames, it's your bags, your boxes. There's loads that you can be able to do with this. But of course, you've got that perfect base to start with. Take those details, get them into your basket, but get those baskets checked out. Hazel, what do you want to show us first?
Okay, so I just want to break it down a little bit because I think it needs to be simplified. So what I've done is I've done these boards, and these show, I'll start off with this one. It all depends on the width of the cardstock. So I've tried to do it simply, and I've given you 3 different sizes to each width. So this width cardstock is 10 centimetres, and I'd get that from the 20 by 40 cardstock. These 3 here, these are 7.5 centimetres, and I'd get that from my 15 by 30 or my 15 by 42 cardstock. And the same on here, we've got 3 different sizes again. This is from the 15 centimetre cardstock. You can use the 15 by 30 or the 15 by 42. So what I wanted to do was put together a pack that gave you everything. So you've got the A3 and the 12 by 12 to back your frames, but you've got, I didn't like waste, so that's why I've done it like this. You get the instruction sheet in there. I've laminated mine because this is just going to be everywhere. We have given the frame sheet away before, but this time I've given you all of the additional sizes down the back there. So just to simplify it, I've just put 7.5 centimetre width and then listed the score line so you can follow the instruction sheet, and if you want to change the size up, then you can use your instruction sheet to do so. So what I'll do first is just show you how easy it is to put a frame together. So you will need a scoreboard, and I'm going to use the centimetre side, and I'm going to grab, for this one I'm just going to pick up the 15 by 30, and so it's the 15 centimetre width. And if I show you on the board which frame I'm going to use this one here. So this is 4 centimetres, this one's 5, and I think that one's 3.5, but just to show you the different shapes and sizes there. This one's quite good at standing up. I'll show you some frames after with that one. So I'm going to pop it on the scoreboard and I'm going to check my sheet. So I'd go down the back, I've got the 15 width and I'm going to score at 2 centimetres, 4.5, 8.5 and 11. And you get yourself in a routine. If you just do a clockwise turn and then you do the 4 to the second cut line. I've already done 2, so we'll do 2 more. We'll just do that again. So that's 2, 4.5, 8.5. Did I do 8.5? Yes, and 11. And then rotate to 4. So from there, we'll just move the board out of the way. We're going to count down to the 3rd line. We're going to bring our scissors in. If you don't feel confident to cut a diagonal line from there, you can use your ruler and mark it out with a pencil and then follow the line. But I'm just going to nip in there and cut that up to the bottom of the score line and then snip that away. That's that one. We might as well do this one while we're here. And snip that away too. Right, so what you're going to need now is some red liner tape. Now for this one, because of the size of my tab, I'm going to use 12mm. I'll use a lot of this, and you will with your frames, if I can find the end. I've got the end, but there we go.
Now, just while Hazel's finding the end of her tape, you'll notice the details are popped up on your screen. Now, we have got a happy hour deal with regards to the 6mm tape, but if you're wanting a multiple array of tape, then this is a way for you to get hold of it, and it's always a popular bundle. In this one, you are getting 30 metres again on each one of those rolls, so 120 metres in total, and then you are getting your 3mm, your 6mm, your 9mm, and your 12mm, so a really nice kind of broad range there. Every single one of them has got 30 metres on there, so again, not the 5 metres that you might have been used to, and if you have bought those in the past, these are the equivalent of 6 of each of those, so you can imagine the bumper bundle size you'd be looking at. $13.99 is going to get all of those on their way to you, but I would add in your happy hour deal as well, because you are going to get them those extra 3 6mm wide tapes, as well as your quickie glue pens, and you can find the details for those on the website.
Okay, so when you've got your red liner tape on, if you turn that over and then fold your score lines towards yourself, and it's just getting yourself in a routine. And then once we've done that, we're going to peel the back from the red liner tape. If you can get the end.
It's good tape, that stuff.
I know. And then if you fold it down on the 2nd line and then bring the bottom up, it naturally finds that fold. And then that's one piece ready, and you've got that lovely mitre corner there. So we're just going to do the same on all 4. And the beauty of this, I mean, I'm just doing this one plain, but there is so much you can do with them.
Well,
you can put your...
I've just picked up one of the multi-frames that we've got in here just while you're putting those frame pieces together. And this shows you, I mean, the outside frame, this looks like a professional shop-bought frame. This is amazing. I love this idea. I think these are some of those picture this and the stamps that we've had on the show before. And what I love this, you've got a smaller frame there, slightly shallower, because of course you can decide, as Hazel was showing you, depending on the depth, dependent on the width, depends on the results that you get. But the cardstock is already cut, so you don't have to do any trimming. You just simply need to put those score lines in place according to the instructions that are included as well.
Okay, so the next thing, if you lay them out like so, and then you won't get confused with back to front, and you'll want to pop some glue on the back piece and then a bit of glue on that top corner, and then that just butts in and you just push together to mitre that corner. The quicker you go round and do it, the more chance you've got of, if you need to adjust at the end, you can. So I'm just going to speedily go round there. And then if you when you first start to make them, you might find you get little gaps in the corner, but that changes. Once you get used to doing them, you get more confident and they come together really quickly.
Now, Hazel, you won't be surprised to know we've been incredibly busy for these. We've got phone queues, you can see at the bottom of your screen.
Wow.
But almost 20% of the stock has gone already. These are both of those one-day specials combined with the chrysanthemum die. I haven't even shown you what that die can do yet. But it is very, very busy. Lots of you taking advantage because it's one of those items that we all continually need in our stash because it is a consumable. When you're making those projects, you need to replenish your stocks here. And you can see here, we've got a huge quantity of cardstock, and that true black, never has a truer word been said. That is a beautiful cardstock for you to be working with. Hazel, that frame's coming together beautifully.
So that's it. Is it as easy and as quick as that? So its finished size is 30 centimetres square, and then in the middle there, 4, 8, so that's 22 centimetres in the middle. But really easy. If you like mixed media, you can then start adding things to your frame. So what I've done, I mean, I hadn't made these this morning. I've just whipped these up in the shop this morning because I needed to. This one, I love it. It's really feely and textile. It's rice papers that I've dry washed some gesso over the top. Then I went in and sanded it down a bit to make it a bit grungy, and then I've sprayed some varnish on it. But can you see the shine there?
Looks fabulous.
It's just really vintage and different, and you wouldn't think that they both started off the same cardstock.
Now, you mentioned with the larger one that ends up being 30 centimetres square. Now, we've got 12 by 12 cardstock within the bundle as well, so that could back it, I'm guessing.
That is exactly what it's there for, yes. So all you would do, let's get one of those out. You'd get your 12 by 12. Now, my ladies will laugh at me because I always go between inches and centimetres, but we need to cut it down because it's going to be a little bit too big. So you would just pop it in, cut it down to 30 centimetres, which is the size of our frame. So you're just basically cutting half a centimetre off of two of the edges. And then, again, I would use my red liner tape for this. Turn it over. Now the back is the square. The front, you've got that nice mitre detail. And then you would put your tape on there, stick your card down, and then you've got that backed. Perfect, ready for whatever artwork you're doing, if you're doing a mixed media piece, but it's just, you can keep it crisp and white, or you can add more. So this one, this has got, what do you call, dictionary paper on. Then I've just added some ink. So I've crumpled it up and made it look, again, made it look aged. And you wouldn't believe me if I told you, this is actually super smooth white. I've left the back look. And now look how it's got black gesso on it, it's got some distress oxides on it, and I've got a few little bits of trinkets on the bottom there. But how effective is that? And for the price, that is 4 sheets of 15 by 30.
That's amazing.
It is indeed.
Well, it looks just like a frame that you'd go out and buy. I mean, I've got this piece here. I mean, this is fabulous. For a piece of home decor, you could be creating these using your inks, using your stamps that you've got within your stash, and then actually selling what you've created. And here you can see this fabulous little zebra there. I love this. I love the stamp with that one as well. Does my bum look big in this? Absolutely adorable. Now, you'll notice there with your little zebra there is rather a sparkly little zebra. So it may be whoever created that needs to stock up on their quickie glue pens. Well, this is the hour to do it. You've got a happy hour deal during this hour where you are going to be able to get hold of 3 of your quickie glue pens and 3 reels of your red liner tape. You've got 90 metres within this, 30 metres in each one of those, and it all comes together for £14.99. That is brilliant, because I'm sure when we've had quickie glue pens before, they've been about £12.99, things like that, or maybe a tenner maybe on the show. So for you to get all of that together, that is an amazing deal. Sorry, Emily, what was that? A quarter of the stock has gone? My goodness, we had a lot of these as well. So for the fact that that much has gone and we're only 20 minutes into the hour, with a happy hour deal, once the stock has gone, that is it for the hour. So please take advantage of this while you've got the chance. And I'm guessing that if we do have a happy hour again, it's not going to be that particular one. So this is probably your last opportunity. And of course, just by purchasing your tape, you could be in that prize draw that we were talking of, because of course it's our family favourites event. Now, the chrysanthemum die, I didn't get to show you this, but look at this. This is amazing. The flowers that have been created on this piece here, phenomenal. At first, when I saw this, I thought these were those kind of, you know, the dried flowers that you can get in the garden that you can put into projects. These look absolutely amazing. Now, they've all been done and created using that chrysanthemum dye. And I mean, the realism that you've got here is amazing. Don't forget, you could be doing this with your white super smooth cardstock because, of course, if you wanted to, you can change the colour of it, ink it up if you wanted to. Use your papers for these as well, your vellums. And, of course, what you've got within this set is a set of dies, 6 dies. So in one pass you could be creating multiple layers that go together to create one of those blooms. So it's not like you have to cut each one of these separately and then come back in. Beauty is as well, you can kind of just decide on a particular size if you wanted to, so you don't have to use them all together. Maximise, use those little tiny scraps of card that you've got, turn them into usable pieces, but the dies are all included. Now the die is available by itself, I think it's something like £23. £20 and 49 pence, I do apologise, but that's included. That's included with this bundle. Amazing. Now, we've got the details on the screen for the complete bundle. To be honest, this is the way most of you have been going for it, and I don't blame you, because you are going to get your one-day special that I introduced to you at the top of the hour. We are talking incredible quality cardstock, 300 GSM, so of course it's perfect for your construction. If your printer will accept 300 GSM cardstock, and obviously the sizing of these, then yes, you will be able to print on it, but I think most of us will be using it construction-wise instead. So think about your bags, think about your boxes, those amazing frames that Hazel's been talking us through, and then of course the decoration, the backdrop. You could be using those pillars of light cardstock that you're getting included. Now we're moving over to the black cardstock, because this is another option that you might want to go for. It has got a different item number, but it is included within the complete bundle that we've been talking about. So you can see up on your screen you've got 300 sheets in total. You've got the die sheet die in there, you've got 2 lots, 20 sheets of that fabulous mirror card in there as well, and it's all coming to you for an amazing deal with a £24 saving. Now you've got the ability to spread the cost over 3 payments, which I think many of you will be doing, because this is the kind of thing that you do not want to be out of stock of. Thing is, once you find a cardstock that you like working with, then you don't need to go anywhere else. You know that when you put your hand in your drawer to pull out that super smooth white, you know it's going to be perfect for stamping. You know you're going to be able to emboss it with your die cutting machines. You're going to be able to die cut it, stamp on it, use all your textures paste, your mediums, your gels, do all your different effects with things like your brushos, using your watercolour paints on these, your acrylic paints on these. You will be able to use it as a go-to every single time and know that you are going to get the results you want. Of course, we've been looking at those frames because you're going to get instructions on how to create the frames, and this could be that you're using some of those pillar of light cardstock to create these kind of beautiful apertures. I think this one is astounding. I mean, when I saw this, it just reminded me of something that you'd see in maybe a little seaside gallery where somebody has created some artwork. The simplicity of the frame showing off the beauty of the artwork. And don't forget, you could be stamping that artwork onto your cardstock before you construct it. That is the beauty of this. And of course, as we heard from Hazel earlier on, why not use it with other things that you've got in your stash? Use things like your paste, your mediums. Get some wonderful results with these. Stencil with them. Have loads of fun. This is nice as well. I mean, creating things using your die cuts. Of course, your cardstock that you've got to create the backs of these are included as well. So straight away you can be using the super smooth on the back, but then of course you could be die cutting from those pieces, creating your centerpieces, and what a gorgeous gift to give to somebody. Isn't that beautiful? Now, it don't have to be the larger frames, as you can see there. We've got smaller frames for you as well, because of course the beauty is you've got your different sizes within here. So you could be making multiples of these, putting just little pieces of art in there that you've created, putting this on the front of a card, because although you've got the stability of the 300 GSM, you haven't got the bulk of the weight, so that could go on the front of a folded card as well. And then of course, using all of your different mats and layers, you're going to create some beautiful pieces time and time again. Very busy for that complete bundle. Nearly a quarter of the stock has gone, so thank you to everybody that's placed your order for these. We're going to head back over to Hazel to see what else she's got planned for us. What are you up to, Hazel?
Okay, so I'm going to make a version of this card here. So this is just, like you say, if you're a card maker, you might want to make smaller things. So this is a 15 centimetre square on a card blank, and I'm going to use the chrysanthemum dies, and I've also got one of the foliage ones as well. So I've just layered them up there, and I'm going to cut those down, pop that through. And what we need to do, we're going to make a card blank, so from the 15 by 30, we're going to pop that on and score it at 15 centimetres. Just going to catch that. There we go. I can hear you now. And then that folded in half, there's our card blank. And then from the 15 by 30, if you cut it down, you'll get 4 panels, which will be 7.5 centimetres. So what I've done is I've gone onto my sheet and I've had a look, and I want to make, if I show you physically, I think it's easier, and that way round. So I'm going to choose this one in the middle here. This is 2 centimetres wide. Okay, so then I just follow the score lines, which are half, excuse me, half, 2, 4 and 5.5, and we're going to rotate that around, and we're going to score 2 to that second line. And then again, well, we'll take that out of the way now. We'll get our scissors. So I like to score it, cut it, put the tape on, and then fold it. And once you're in a routine, and I know I'm making this as a square card, but it's at this point where it doesn't need to be. At this point, you choose your size, and if I need to cut that down a bit, I can cut it down, and then you can make your rectangles. So for this one, I'm going to need 3mm tape. And this is what's good about having the mixed pack of tape, because you've got all the sizes that you're going to need, and you will use every single size making these frames. So pop that on there. I do always put the tape on before I ink, just in case it interferes with sticking the tape on. So I've got my tape in place, and we've got our chrysanthemums cut. They cut beautifully. Look at that. And then this is the leaf flourish. This is probably one of my favourite Britannia dies. I'm just going to poke that out there. We'll ink that one up as well. And all I would have done is I've popped them out, and then I've just added some ink. So if I bring these in, I've used, I think it's Mermaid Lagoon on those, but I'm ready to stick all of those together. So I'm just going to place that to the side. And I did previously cut the leaf flourish out of some shiny board. It doesn't matter what shiny board, it's just that the ink travels over it easier and it lasts longer. So I'm going to use that as a stencil to go onto my frame panel. Now this piece here, obviously the one with the red liner tape, that's the tab, so that's the inside bit, so we need to do that bit and that bit. This piece is going to be behind, so you don't really need to do it. So if we place on and then just ink up, I like to do like little circular motions because there is some free movement in some of the paper pieces there. And then just twist that round to go through. And that puts a really pretty pattern onto there. And then do the same again. It just, I mean, you can, like I said, you can have the plain frames, but I think it's really nice to put the pattern on it. And how better than to use your die, the waste from your die in a different way, so you get a different effect. And I'm sure you could put texture paste through here as well and get a different effect from that as well. So once you've gone over, I think that's enough. I've got 3 more here, look. 1, 2, 3. That's enough to make our frame. So we'll turn that one over. And then just fold those edges. And then we've just got to stick those together. So again, it's the second line down and fold that one up. And it just naturally finds that fold position. That's one. They do come together really quickly. There we go. And
now,
what you'll
just while
find...
you're folding those, Hazel, I need to give the guys at home an update. 70% of the happy hour deal has gone. You're going to get your 3 quickie glue pens. You're going to get your 90 metres of your red liner tape. Hazel's been using this throughout. Now, your 3 reels are all the same width, as you can see there. That's your happy hour deal. We have got a variety bundle available for you as well. Check that out on the website, where you're getting your 4 different sizes, but you won't get your quickie glue pens in that one. So it's definitely worth adding both of them into your basket. And of course, if you're adding those into your basket, either or, both, complete bundle, whatever you're adding in, then you will be able to take advantage of that prize draw, and hopefully your name will be pulled out in probably about 20 minutes or so.
Okay, so I'm just inking up my leaf flourish, just to go in the background. And what I did is I used my stencil, and I've just put some onto the centre that's going to go inside the frame, just to give some difference, so that when we add this down, it just gives it a bit of dimension, ready for our flowers to go on. So we just need to stick our frame together. Now, this is where some people are going to get worried. Now, you can do it one of 2 ways. You can stick it together like I did the other one, and then stick it on there, or you could stick it onto the card. There's only one thing you need to be careful of. Don't put glue all the way to the end on here, because the last piece is going to need to slip underneath it. So we'll do it this way, and you can kind of see and decide which way you think's best. So I'm going to glue the back, but leave a chunk at the end. I'm going to fit that in place. I'm going to push it flat so that I can get it right up to the edge. Okay, and then this one. So that's going to go right in there. In fact, I can go up to the end on this one. It is just the last one. We can pop a little bit of glue on that tip there, and a little bit in there. Slip that in. Just gives you a bit of a guideline as to where you're sticking it. If you're using, I've made these with mirror board before, and you'd need to use red liner tape to do those, so you don't get much time to manoeuvre with your tape. So last one, this should be nice and easy. That's not done. Right. Oh, a little bit on there. So either way is good. It's just what you feel more comfortable with.
Now, Hazel, we've had a question come through to the gallery asking about the chrysanthemum die, and we've got to, I've forgotten the lady's name already. Sally, I do apologise, Sally. Sally's emailed in, and she's saying that she always uses Pink Frog, but with regards to the die cutting and creating the chrysanthemum, what weight cardstock would you suggest is good, best for that?
Okay, so super smooth 300 GSM is perfect. You can go higher, I'd say anything up to 320 GSM, but it's not very often you have a thicker cardstock like that, but cuts through the 300 GSM a dream and gives you really, really nice results.
Fabulous, there you go. So
okay.
If you've gone for the chrysanthemum die via the bundle, then there you go, you're all set to go, Sally. So good question though, thank you.
Yes, thank you. So I'm just going to pop my little mat in the middle there with my flourishes, and then this one here, what I do like to do is just bring in my little mat and just push behind, just to give it a little bit of dimension, so it's not sticking flat to the back of the card. And then we'll just attach that one in there like so. And then for our flowers, now the chrysanthemums are brilliant because you can do so much with them. This one's quite a full chrysanthemum. Can you see I've got quite a lot of layers? Whereas on this one, if I bring this one in, this is quite a flat one. So I've not got so many in there, and it just depends as to what kind of effect you want as to how you build them up. So I'm going to come in and pop. So just cross them, where's that ball tool, and then give it a press in the middle, and you see how it curls up. So you don't have to have them curled, but I think it really does give quite a nice effect. So I'm going down the sizes. Now I've cut 2 sets here. I'm spoiled because I have got 2 sets to save me time. I have to admit to that, but it's I love them. And don't forget, you can do so much more. You don't have to just die cut them. You can emboss them through with your easy emboss mat. You can use the waste as a stencil. There's like 3 different ways you can use them. And you're just going to keep going down now. How many flowers I've got left? Right, I'll do 1 more layer in here, and then I'll do a couple of small ones. Okay, that one. So pretty. And just think how many different colours. You don't have to ink your cardstock. You can. This would look lovely out of red velvet. That's new backing on the brand shop as well. Just layer these up. Okay, and then we'll just pop those into the middle. I like to just have a little look where I'm going first, so I'm going to actually put that one in the middle of there. And then if you press, don't know if I brought my diamonds with me. I'm sure I can find some somewhere. But a little diamante in the middle of there just finishes that off nice. Okay, so then you could use your glue gel to raise this if you wanted to. I'll just use some tacky for now. And then just arrange those in. I think I'll put that one in there. But that just gives you a really nice, and I've not put a sentiment on that one, but it's, you can personalise that to what you want. That one just needs to be on top of there. Oopsie. There we go. And that gives you a really effective little card.
Fabulous. No, it's a card front now. It's a card front. It's not just a frame. It's an actual card. That's fabulous, Hazel. Thank you so much.
Okay.
And I found another variation, similar sort of idea to the way that Hazel was working there. Creating your card, that is the key thing, and using the white super smooth. That's using your 15 by 15, creating some amazing frames that are going to sit on your cards like so. But then, of course, you can change the sizes of those. Now, the super smooth with your one-day special has proved to be incredibly popular. 60% of the stock has gone. Now, when we're showing you these different frames, you've got different dimensions. Some are wider, some are shallower. Just depends on what you're wanting to create, because the beauty is Pink Frog give you the card base for you to get started with. It's your super smooth 300 GSM, and then what you are going to find included within your instructions are the dimensions and the fold lines for you to create your frames however you decide. And of course, the beauty is you could be making your square frames, your rectangular frames, a whole myriad of different sizes. And this is fabulous because you could be creating a real montage for your home decor with these. Of course, you've got your larger cardstock that's going to allow you to create your backs as well if you're wanting to. But of course, the beauty is that what you can do, because of the stability of that 300 GSM, it means that you can use it as a base for you to use things like your mediums, your texture paste, all those different bits and pieces that you're wanting to add in as well. Not just frames though, you're going to get your instructions for things like your memory book, your bags, your albums, pizza boxes. We're going to be covering all of these as the hours progress. And of course, you have got the ability to get hold of your one-day special in the complete bundle as well. Now, your complete bundle, if you're going for that, you're going to get the equivalent in black cardstock as well. And that can really change out those frames when you start looking at the different ways that you can work with them. 2 different frames that we've got here. This one, I mean, this looks amazing with that silhouette there, really showing off that background, as you can see there. But of course, change the colours out and you've got a completely different look. But the same technique with both of them. That's the beauty, and you've got the instructions enabling you to do that. Now, within your bundles, you are going to get all sorts of different sizes of your cardstock. You're getting multiples. Now, you're going to get 15 by 30s, you're going to get your 15 by 42, your 20 by 40, your A3, and you're also going to get your 12 by 12. That's your super smooth with your white. Then, of course, you are going to get your pillars of light of that fabulous mirror board, and you're going to get the chrysanthemum die that we've just seen lovely Hazel working with. Now, the complete bundle that you've got on your screen at the moment is going to include everything that I've just mentioned and more, because you're going to get those sizes all repeated in the true black that we're looking at, and you'll be getting another pack of 10 sheets of that Pillar of Light cardstock in there. You will still get that one chrysanthemum die, but you are getting an incredible bumper bundle. But nearly 30% of the stock of the whole bundle has gone. The details are on your screen, and you will have noticed that you've got flexi buy on this one as well. You've got 3 payments, so you can spread the cost to a very affordable £28.33, but you will get everything sent to you. You will have, wait for this, 600 sheets in your bundle when it arrives. Postman's going to be thrilled with that one when he comes dragging his sack up the pack to you. It really is a bumper bundle, and you can see there 856 is the item number for this one. You're getting 300 sheets across the whole thing, sorry. So, well, I wouldn't be surprised if you go for a couple of them, to be honest. Now, have a look at these. We've got frames. Now, these frames haven't got the backs on them, but they have been created in the same way as Hazel's been shown. Now, I know I'm not going to fit them all on my hand, so let's put them on my arm. Let's see if we can cover the whole of my arm here. You've got square frames, as you can see here. You've got rectangular frames with these. Oh, that's like a letterbox, that one. Then you can see here, you can change the size of them, the depth of them, dependent on the cardstock that you are working with these. You can add backs to these if you wanted to. Make them elongated. Can you imagine making that as almost like a sign to go on your craft door, or putting somebody's name in there and to go on the wardrobe, not the wardrobe, the door of their bedroom. All these different possibilities. And of course the beauty is it is all available to you on 2 flexi buys. What I would suggest you do though is check out things like our happy hour deal, because you can add these in and spread the cost of these as well. Now this is limited in stock now. You're going to get your 3 reels of your 6 mil, this one wasn't it? Yeah, 6 mil red liner tape, and you're going to get your 3 quickie glue pens. Now each one of these reels, if you're not familiar with pink frog red tape, it's not like your regular. Your regular, you'd probably only be getting 5 meters on there. This is the equivalent of 6 of those reels, which means you're actually getting the equivalent of 18 reels within this bundle, and you're getting your quickie glue pen, and you're only paying £14.99. It's no wonder we've been busy for this one, and lots of you going for it in multiples as well. So 750340 is the item number for that one. Now with the one-day special, with that super smooth white card, I need to let you know this is the launch hour. This is the first hour that we've shown this to you, and it is already limited in stock. My goodness, it has been flying out. It's been a popular one-day special, which is not surprising really at all, is it? 222775. If you are wanting yours, the details are on your screen there, £45.99. Flexi buying this one is just £23, but bear in mind that complete bundle, the first flexi buy, was a little over that £23, £28 on that one as well. And you're going to get everything then. You'll have 3 payments granted, but it will mean that you will have a huge array of cardstock ready for you to get crafting with, and making your bags, your boxes, your frames, and all those other fabulous things that you're getting the instructions for. I'm going to hand back to Hazel now to see what she's got planned for us next.
Right then, I want to play with the black this time. Now this is the true black, acid and lignin free, and I'm going to make, so my width is 15, so I'm going to choose one of the 3 excuse me, one of the 3 sizes on my board. So that's 1 centimetre, 4.5, 8, 11.5. Then we're going to rotate, and we're going to go 3.5 to that second line. I've done the other 3 ready to try and save a little bit of time, because I want to try and show you so many techniques. I've been so excited about these frames because I love construction, and I just love the frames. I love being able to be free and choose what size I want to do. 6 mil tape for this one. Place that down. Now it is really important that we put the tape on first for this next technique, because I'm going to be going in with a brayer and some paint, just to give a nice different effect. So I'm going to go over those fold lines, so turn it over, pull them in. Missed it. And the last one. Okay, so I've chosen myself. Look, I'm trying to find my piece of paper now to say which order I did it in. It's fine, I'm going to guess. So I'm going to pop down some, this is just like an opaque chalky paint, and I'm going to get my trusty brayer, just roll that down. Now I love a saying that Julie says, actually. She says fairy fingers, and you really do need fairy fingers for this next bit. Now remember, it's the first 3 panels. I'm going to turn that around. So nice and light. I just want a little bits. And whilst I've got this colour, I'm going to pop that to one side, and I'm going to bring the next piece in. And we'll try and just speedy do them all together. So nice bitty pieces, so it's kind of, I always forget the name of this. There's when you do art and it's not Aztec, Hayley, do you know?
I'm sorry, darling.
I can't think, I can't even explain it.
I couldn't hear you because I'm such
when
a
you
distance
do
away.
funky, like, lines in artwork, is it...
Oh, I don't know.
Ignore me. I know what I mean, and Clayton will be laughing if because we always discuss it when we're together. So, and Paul's probably shouting at the telly what it is, but I can't. It's gone out my head. So I've got my layer of green. So I'm just going to come in. In fact, yeah, go on. I'm going to leave that there. I'm going to put my next colour down.
Oh, okay.
So this one's honey. We're going to do the same sort of thing.
Now, just to give you a time check, Hazel, we've got about 10 minutes left. That means you guys at home, you've probably only got about 5 minutes to get your order in the system. So if you've got anything in your basket, now is the time to be checking your basket out. And of course, when I mention that, that's because of our prize draw. Obviously, you can continue ordering everything. I'll give you some updates in a few moments. But if you're wanting to go for our happy hour, just to let you know, it is now on extended delivery. Andrew's been in touch and we are able to actually get you more of those. But they are on extended delay. We're only talking about a week. So if you're wanting those details, are back up on your screen there, 750-340. Thank you, Hazel.
Okay, so I'm just going over with a final little touch of white. I've left one off because I did do a sample, so I've pulled that one in just to help us along our way. And then that's that one. So I'm just going to wipe that down.
Copes with all that paint well.
I know. It's a very, very good cardstock.
And
it copes with quite a lot, and I do chuck lots at it.
I love the display that you've got behind you, again showing you even more ways of using the card.
Do you know what made me, you know when you said about names?
Yes.
When I was little, and I used to go on holiday, you know, you go into the little knick-knack shops and there's all these displays with all of the names on.
Yes.
There was never, ever anything with Hazel on. Okay.
I used to get that as well. Not with Hazel, but with Hayley.
But, so oh, it was on there. I did my name on the frame.
But you see, that is perfect, because you could be making those to sell, and all you're using
Absolutely.
is cardstock.
Craft fairs and all sorts. Personalise them. I've just got to blast this a bit louder. Sorry.
No problem.
1 minute and it'll be dry.
Wonderful.
We'll get the effect. There we go. Right, so again, pieced together in the same sort of way. We'll take the red liner tape off. Not that you can see it's red anymore because it's underneath the paint. Again, turn over, fold on the second line and pull that up. But how brilliant, I love that effect, it is lovely. Those of you that like to get inky and messy, this is for you. To be able to do all of that and then frame it whatever size you want. I tried to sit at home and count how many frames. In fact, I started off trying to make as many as I could, but I would never ever have been ready for the show. I reckon you could make at least 250 different size frames out of the size cards that we've given you there.
Well, the thing is, that's kind of the length of the cardstock. You determine, I mean, obviously this is using it as it comes out of the box. You're not trimming it down.
Yeah.
But if you're trimming it down, I mean, you think about trimming it down by ½ centimetre each time, you've got to have hundreds of combinations.
Exactly.
Hundreds.
Well, behind me somewhere, there's some A3 ones, some longer ones, where I've used 2 of the 15 by 42 and 2 of the 15 by 30. but then there's all of the sizes in between as well.
Beautiful. And don't forget, you're not just getting the instructions for the frames. We're concentrating on the frames during this launch hour, but of course you will see additional elements that are created with the instructions that come. You could be making a pizza box with this cardstock. Can't help you with the pizza, mind you. But then you could be making bottle bags. There could be handbags that you're making, memory books. There's lots and lots. And they all, I love this, the way the frame comes together. They're just slots together so easily as well. And of course, you've got your card blanks as well included within this one. If you're wanting to score and fold them, that's exactly as you can use. But Hazel, I mean, look at that. That's just waiting for a piece of artwork.
How effective does that look?
That's phenomenal.
I mean, I haven't glued that. I just wanted to put it together because I was worried about time. Have we got time to glue it, or...?
Yes, you have, yeah.
Oh,
yeah, that's not a problem.
Okay.
We might have people that are just tuning in. So, yeah, Hazel's working with a one-day special, and she's already shown us how to create these frames. But it's kind of the way that you're actually putting them together that is key.
Mm-hmm. So, which way should we do it? We'll do it my way, where we just glue the insides as opposed to sticking it to the card. I've just got to be careful because I'm not sure that my paint is perfectly dry, so I'll move that out of the way. So just get that mitered into the corner. There we go. I do find a tacky glue good for the for sticking the frames together because you get a quicker grip. And just remember to push that in tight to get that lovely mitered corner. Now the last one is obviously always trickier because you've got to do two ends at the same time. So we'll pop that one on, and this one. There we go. A little bit. That's it. Now you should have enough time now to pop it on its end and just give that a nice gentle on all corners. Yes. So while that's sitting there, I'm going to bring in the 12mm tape. It really does pay off to have the 12mm to do this one because it's such a big area.
It's a good point, and of course it's using that the wider means that you're not having to put multiple strips.
Exactly.
They're narrower in there, so you're kind of saving yourself as you go. Now, of course, we've had the red liner tape as a happy hour deal, the 6mm, but this one is going to include your 3, your 6, your 9 and your 12, getting 4 different rolls of those, each one having 30 metres on there, so 120 metres in total, and $13.99. It's always a popular item from Pink Frog. That could be the item that you pop into your basket to enter the prize draw, because we're going to be announcing that. Oh, no, it's not. I apologise. We've closed those phone lines and the name has been picked, so I'll be telling you the winner in a few moments. But 825-810, if you are wanting to get hold of your red liner tape, you can still get hold of it.
Okay, and then all that remains, just looking to see if we've got a pokey tool, just to get that off.
Now, just while you're doing that, we've got a winner, Hazel.
Have we?
We have, yeah. The lovely Christine Evans has placed her order during this hour, and it's your name that came out of the hat, and this is what you've won. Well, I say hat, it's a virtual hat. We don't actually have a hat. But you can see here you're going to get that wonderful 5 kilograms of fabulous mirror board coming on its way to you. So congratulations, Christine. A little bit jealous, I have to say, because that's a nice bundle. Now, if you weren't fortunate enough to win during that hour, don't worry. We are going to be drawing a name out of every live hour. We've got a giveaway, so we'll have one in the next time. The next Pink Frog one will be at 8 o'clock, though, and then of course we'll have them during the 8 o'clock show tomorrow morning and the 12 o'clock, and then final call at 4 o'clock. Whole event draws to a close on Monday at 6 o'clock, so make sure you take advantage of getting into those prize draws. Have a look at this frame. It looks amazing. Love it, Hazel.
Thank you.
And that's going to be perfect to go with any home, isn't it? I love it. And of course, you are going to get the instructions allowing you to create those fabulous frames that Hazel's been taking us through, but so much more. And the beauty is, dependent on where those score lines go, dependent on where you cut, depends on the results you get. You can be using them as a frame, home decor, just as Hazel's been showing us, popping them onto your card bases if you prefer, doing frames within frames, using all your different die cuts, using all the fabulous techniques that we use. And I think one of my favourites is this particular particular one here, which you have got a frame within a frame, but of course because you're using that super smooth, it's perfect for you to stamp on before you start constructing. It's also perfect for you to use with all your different mediums, your different paints, all the different things that you've got within your stash. But of course, if you are going for the complete bundle, the details of which are on the screen, you will get your black cardstock as well. And over 40% of the stock of the complete collection has gone. Don't forget, you are going to get that chrysanthemum die within the bundle as well, so you can add your floral embellishments and you will get everything that you're looking at. All the white cardstock, that pillar of light that you're seeing there, and the die is your one-day special, which you can go for if you're wanting to. That is now an extended delivery if you are just going for your white, but if you're going for everything, including the black cardstock, part of that complete bundle, duplicating again more of that pillars of light cardstock with your single die set in there, you are going to be able to get everything for that first payment on its way to you, £28.33. That's delivered to your door if you're a Freedom member. And if you're watching from overseas as well, I don't think our buying team will have done the maths on this one. So if you're a Freedom member watching from America or Europe, then you can get hold of this one as well with the deal that we've got on your screen there. It's a very popular deal. 294856 is the item number for the complete bundle. They are available individually. And of course, as we come out of the show, don't forget your happy hour deal. You still have time to get hold of that if you are quick. Details are popping up at the bottom of your screen, and don't forget you have got your red liner tape in your multiple widths during this hour as well. Hazel, thank you so much. You're going to be back up at 8 o'clock. What can we look forward to at 8?
Yes.
What have we got coming up?
Well, we've got more techniques. I want to show you as many techniques as I can to do on the frames, and more scoring and folding.
Wonderful, I love it. So make sure that you do join Yanis and our lovely Hazel. And don't forget, if you have ordered your one-day special already, then you will be able to get the instructions included for your bags, your boxes, all sorts of wonderful things as well. And of course, you can learn how to put them all together. I'm still astounded by this fabulous dressing mirror here. It's amazing, isn't it? So do make sure you come back and join Hazel at 8 o'clock to learn more about that one-day special. But the complete bundle is the way to go. That's where you're getting everything with that phenomenal saving. And I'll see you the other side of this. So we've got a lovely hour coming up. Looking forward to this one. Some hand stitching with Angela Daymond Designs. Then we're back with Hazel with the one-day special before Yanis welcomes us to the weekend. Now, it's really good to have your company and to let you know that there have been a few little changes here at Hochanda. For a short while, we weren't able to ship over to America, so that meant that you were missing out on all of those wonderful goodies that we're able to bring to you here at Hochanda. Well, good news, we have resumed those orders coming to you overseas. COVID-19 meant that we couldn't fly them out to you, but of course that has changed. But something I do need to let you know is that sadly we've had to increase that post and packing per item. So it's gone up to $12.95, unfortunately. But good news, Freedom membership has remained the same at $19.99. What that means is you can place an order as often as you like during that calendar month. You could even place an order every single day, and there's no minimum and no maximum to those orders either. So it gives you the opportunity to take advantage of all those fabulous deals, those wonderful opportunities that we bring you here at Hochanda, now shipping again to you out in America. So take advantage of that. Make sure you become a Freedom member though. Take advantage of that saving.
Hi, I'm Jenny Mays from Hobby Art. Hobby Art's a family-run company and we've been designing and manufacturing stamps for over 28 years now. We have an extensive range of clear and rubber stamps and we're proud that they're all manufactured in Britain. Whatever your style, there's always something that will interest you with Hobby Art stamps. Crafting is my passion and I love teaching. I love sharing my ideas with other people. This is why I enjoy being part of the Hochanda family, because I have the time to share my ideas, maybe open a door for somebody and give them the confidence to start stamping. So make sure you join me, Jenny Mays, on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved, they listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. On the Hochanda shows, we'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Nikki Hassan. I've been working with Heartfelt Creations for about 9 years now. Heartfelt Creations as a company launched the company back in 1994. They have been in the industry for a very, very long time. They are crafters, so they know what you crafters want, and they listen to us crafters too. Their products range from stamps that coordinate with dies that then coordinate with a paper pad. But then we also have storage folders, we have decorative dies, we have colouring daubers, we have Insta albums. One of the products that really make Heartfelt unique are their flower shaping moulds, where you can make easy, quick, three-dimensional flowers, which are absolutely stunning. So I hope you can join Heartfelt Creations here on Hochanda.
Hi, I'm Hayley. Join me for some amazing Fabric Freedom shows. Fabric Freedom design all their fabrics here in the UK, and they design them with quilters in mind, so they're really good at picking out those unidirectional prints, really nice and small prints so you can work on smaller patchwork projects, and paste prints as well, which is one of their signature fabrics. They do lots more fabrics besides quilting cottons, so tune in to the Fabric Freedom shows here on Hochanda.
Hello there and welcome back. Gentle ease into the next hour, and it is going to be a gentle hour. It's going to be a beautiful hour because we've got some beautiful hand stitching for you to work with these fabulous projects. Now, you may well have caught the show earlier on. Angela was here earlier with Yanis. I think it was about 3 o'clock this afternoon, and they had an amazing hour, wonderful time, and some fabulous demonstrations, which again, we're going to be seeing some new demonstrations during this hour. So I do urge you to kind of sit back, relax and enjoy, and do jump onto the website, have a little look at some of those kits, because we've got some amazing deals, including things like your Freedom members, discounted prices as well. So it's definitely worth getting involved with. And some really pretty kits, and straight away, as soon as you look at these, you will recognise Angela from her work, because it's quite a unique look. Gorgeous Cancer Stitch, which Angela is going to be taking you through, so do not worry, you'll be able to learn how to create this, but it is just so effective. And I love this. Now, we've got some brand new kits for you, including the swallows, which we've got on the screen here. And what Angela does is she ensures that you have got everything that you need for you to create the most beautiful piece of artwork. You can then decide how you're going to finish it, because you might want to bind it, just as Angela has with this piece, or you may want to put it into a frame. You may want to make it into a panel on a quilt that you're going to be stitching at. It's your choice, your decision, but what you are going to create with this kit is the most amazing finished piece, as you can see here. Now, 40% of the stock has gone of this one. Details are on your screen. Now, of course, our Family Favourites event, you are going to be automatically entered into that prize draw for anything that you place your order of during this hour. So we will be drawing the name out of a hat, probably about 10 to 8. Shall I show you what you're in the chance of winning? This lovely kit here. Now, this is lovely because you're going to be able to create a wonderful project, as you can see here. And it's the seaside, so you can see all the different elements there relating to the seaside, all featuring within that panel there, which you can be able to create if you win. And all you need to do is place an order for anything in this hour. The event runs right the way through until Monday, so every single live hour that we have up until Monday evening, you can do exactly the same. Place an order for anything during the live hour and find yourself entered into that prize hour. Now, of course, lovely Angela has put this kit together, and I'm so pleased to be speaking to Angela again, because it's such a long time since I've worked with her. Hello, Angela. Good evening. How are you doing?
I'm fine, Hayley. How are you?
I'm very well, and I have to say, you've done it again. You've brought us some beautiful kits.
Oh, thank you. I just love Cantha, and I think people that have done it know how relaxing it is to do.
Well, this is the thing. Now, for anybody that's just joined us and not familiar with Cantha, we've got some fabulous finished projects here, but can you explain to us what Cantha is all about?
So Cantha is a very old technique. It's 500 years old. And what Cantha uses is just one stitch, which is a running stitch.
Beautiful.
And it was originally a thrift craft, so you can stitch it onto anything. So all of this Cantha kits and all the designs in the Cantha book are just use one stitch, the running stitch.
And it's lovely because you can see obviously the focal point there done in colour, but as we look closer there you can almost see it's almost like ripples coming out from the original design there, almost quilting everything together.
It is, and you know that sort of patternation, that texture is really representation of Cantha work, and you see it a lot on old Cantha pieces as well.
Beautiful. Now, where does it originate from? Is it Indian originally?
It is, yes, and it's the first time it was mentioned in literature was about 500 years ago. So it's a technique that's really been going for such a long time, and my designs are sort of very much modern interpretations of it, but essentially it's still the same because it's still really relaxing to do.
Well, this is the key thing, and this is the thing that I love, is that you're keeping that kind of historical stitching going with these kits. And I have to say, the quality of the elements within here, not only the threads that you're working with and the fabrics, but the actual layout. I mean, this is cardstock that you've printed on here, the layout of that frame, and you can see all the beautiful swallows there. And of course,
easier for people to...
Well, this is it, and you pride yourself on your instructions as well, so everything that you need to know is included.
It is, because anybody can do this, from a beginner stitcher to somebody who's more experienced, because stitch size really doesn't matter, and there are not many techniques where you can say that, but as long as you're consistent-ish, you can give it a go.
I love that ish on the end of it. That covers a multitude of sins, doesn't it? But it releases
it does, but it's so true.
Exactly, and it releases the tension that it is a case of that you can just relax with this, just enjoy it. That's what it's meant to be. It's not about getting perfection with every single one of those stitches.
It's true, because the more relaxed you are and the more you do, your stitches will become small, but I don't want people to be put off thinking, oh, my stitches will never be as small as Angela's, because if they did the hours that I did, your stitches will become small. And Cantha is so portable as well, because you don't need to carry heavy machines around with you, and you really don't need many resources for it.
Now I'm going to ask you a little personal question now. Can I hear the pitter-patter of little feet around you?
You can, yes, they're the dogs.
Oh, what dogs have you got?
I've got a poodle and I've got a short-haired collie.
Oh, fabulous. We can just hear, you can just hear the patter of their feet and kind of the little disc on their collars kind of going.
Yeah, that's right, yes, yeah. And the collie's desperately wanting attention, and she's trying to put her nose under my elbow, sort of, so my shoulder might do this.
Show us, let's see her, Can we see her?
I think they've just gone to the other side of the room now.
They've missed their moment.
Which is typical. They have.
That's a worry. But I'm glad that they're involved as well. I love it. Can't help but get involved when there's a little dog around, so thank you for that. Now, we've got some demonstrations coming up during this hour. What sorts of things are we going to see in the demonstrations?
You're going to see some demonstrations about one of the techniques I use in my Indian Cantha book, which is a detached chain stitch. We're going to look at some of the patterns, and one of my new freedom hair patterns, which I'm really pleased about because it's an embroidery pattern, I'm going to show people a really quick way to transfer all those hexagons onto the fabric.
Oh, I can't wait to learn that. I shall be sitting down watching eagerly myself. So I suppose we better get a move on if we've got all those demos to get in with. But thank you for filming those, and hopefully it's not going to be too long before you see you back here at Hochanda, because I always loved your demonstrations in the studio.
Oh, thank you. I really hope so as well.
Lovely. Well, for the time being, I shall wish you well, and thank you again. And we will catch up with you soon, I am sure. And yeah, I mean, there you go, as Angela goes away. Bye, Angela. See you soon.
Thank you, Hayley. See you soon.
Oh, bless. And there you go. Of course, Angela is one of our family favourites here. We regularly see her here at Hochanda, and she brings her wonderful influence with traditional stitching, and that's the key thing. Now, you see the price on your screen there, £29.66. That's as a Freedom member discounted price. If you're not a Freedom member, then you can get hold of it at £32.95, and you will have everything. You'll have your stitch guide, you'll have your template in there, you'll have your fabrics, as you can see in there, all the different layers that are detailed, and your absolutely beautiful threads that you will have in here. And these are gorgeous. You can see that these are hand dyed to perfection for you to get the right results with these. That's something that Angela does pride herself on. And everything comes to you so beautifully packaged as well. That's the key thing with these, as I remember. Now, details are on your screen if you're fancying this kit. I do urge you to jump ahead and have a little look on the website as well, because we've got all sorts of additional beautiful things. But make sure that you are checking out your baskets, because if you don't check out your basket, then you won't be in that prize draw. And this could be the item that you pop into your basket to get you in that draw. Now, perhaps you're more of a floral stitcher. Well, don't worry, we've got something for you as well. Well, Angela does. And this is lovely, because within here you're going to learn how to create a multitude of different flowers. I love the phrases that we've got here. It's your country flowers book and your sunflowers. What lovely designs. I mean, look at this with the sunflowers there. As you get right in and see the detail of this, this is where the beauty of the Cantha stitch comes to its forefront. I mean, it's just a beautiful stitch. Now, this has been a popular set. Now, with this one, you're not going to get any fabrics, you're not going to get any threads, but you are going to get the book that will enable you to create not only that wonderful piece that you can see there, but also to learn how to create these gorgeous flowers. And you can see here they've been put together on a little runner, but they could be individual elements if you're wanting to. So some really pretty flowers, whether it's the simplicity of a simple flower head there, or maybe you're going to be adding, it almost looks like Zen doodling with stitches, these, beautiful. And again, putting them together in their different configurations to create your beautiful pieces throughout. Absolutely gorgeous. Oh, sorry, I'm ahead of you there. Isn't that gorgeous there? Absolutely beautiful. But of course, that's putting them all together in that bundle there. The book itself, I mean, have a look at the thickness of this book is £14.49 for both of these. Phenomenal. So this is your Country Flowers book. So in here you're going to be able to learn how to create what we've got there. Where am I? A little bit of history featuring there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 9 flowers, 9 different flowers there you've got within here that you're going to be able to learn. So taking inspiration from nature there, learning a little bit about Cantha as you go, and then learning about how those stitches come together. So if you've never stitched Cantha style before, you will learn with one of the masters there, the lovely Angela, taking you through it step by step, and maybe taking inspiration that you might look at your own photos and perhaps turn those into Cantha stitch patterns as well. So all these wonderful flowers you're going to be able to learn how to create. You've got your templates there as well. And that is just one half of what you're getting in here, because you are also going to learn how to create your fabulous piece with your sunflowers. Again, you'll have your template, so that will show you where everything needs to go. And again, you've got your stitch guide in there. So really lovely set of 2 patterns there. I say 2 patterns, as I say, you've got 10 different flowers and a lot of knowledge in there as well. Absolutely beautiful. Well, that's a nice idea, putting it on a little bag as well. I like that idea. Isn't that pretty? Like little irises. Gorgeous. So yeah, why not pop that one into your basket, and maybe pop it in alongside the swallows we saw, or maybe you're going to be going for one of the hair designs. There's a lot of history with the hair within the Cantha designs as well. From what I can remember, I'm casting my mind back to the last time that I worked with Angela, and it has been quite a while. But this one, it will give you that large hair. Now we have got the hair featuring on other projects as well, so this is a nice one for you to perhaps go for and then think about some of the others as well. And this is a nice size project, so if you don't want to work on anything too small, perhaps dexterity is an issue and you want to work on something a little larger, then what a lovely design. I love all that floral content within that outline. Beautiful. And again, a really good size piece, all hand quilted as well. Absolutely beautiful. And I love that. Can you see the little bit of beads there? Just make the difference, don't they? That little bit of sparkle there, beautiful. Now with this one, again, it's a pattern and a template, so again, you're going to choose your own fabrics. Might be that you're going down the applique route. Oops, the daisy. It's only a matter of time before I knock something over. Might be that you're going down the applique route. I love that as well, isn't that clever? And again, all hand stitch. These are meant to be something that you take relaxation from. You sit, you ponder, you follow those instructions and you create something absolutely amazing. You're going to get your freezer paper in here as well, which is going to help you with your applique. And of course, £12.49, a fabulous pattern there that you're going to be able to create using your own elements. Now this is beautiful. This is a set where you've got those little kind of, it's like a honeycomb backdrop with this one, and this is one of the ones featuring within the demonstration. So you can see you've got your freedom hair, again your template featuring within here, your full instructions, and again everything printed in such high quality that this is going to last and last and last if you're looking after it. Rapidly approaching half the stock has gone of this one, and again you can see there, putting your stitches in place, what a beautiful effect. Absolutely gorgeous. You're going to love these. 164847 if you're wanting to go for that one. Now the next one, this is a nice one. It's featuring a seahorse. Very popular seahorses are as well. And this is lovely. Now this is one of the ones that you could be winning if you place a prize draw, place an order and go in our prize draw, because of course you've kind of got that sea theme going with that prize draw. And this one is your seahorse, £16.49. Now this one is a kit, so you are going to get your pattern, your layout, your template, that is included within there, as you can see there. Your stitch guide will be here, and you're also going to get your threads. I mean, look at those for an array of threads, some beautiful colours in there. Your fabric, your needle, everything is included, so the moment this arrives you can get stitching straight away. And at £16.49, I think you'll agree you can be able to create a beautiful piece, as you can see there. 029279 if you're wanting to pop that one into your basket. But what about a smaller project? Maybe something to keep in your bag, maybe something that you're going to be stitching in your lunch hour at work. Well, these might be nice ones to think about, because with this one you're going to get two kits. So you're looking at your echinacea and your tulip, and these are your mini camphor stitches. Now when I say they're mini dependent on the size of fabric that you're using. Now it does come with fabric already, but of course you can replicate this as time goes on. So you could be doing it on a larger piece to make it into a cushion cover, or it could be something, again, a feature panel within a quilt. But what a beautiful flower. Absolutely beautiful. Echinacea, I know it's a popular one in the world of aromatherapy. Tulips, again, the tulips, you could be changing out those colours, couldn't you? Making them to yellow. I mean, on this occasion, your threads with your red and green are included, so perhaps that's your starting point. But again, these are fabulous to give as gifts. You've got two of these kits for £15.99. So you're looking at £8 a kit, really, aren't you, with those, which are phenomenal value for money. And then, of course, you could be popping a little frame in with those. They don't come with the frame. That is your personal choice when you come to that point, but you are going to get your fabric in there, you're going to get your threads, and of course your template and your instructions. 540759 if you're wanting to get hold of these. Lots more for you to consider, because Angela brings us so much. And have a little look at this particular set. This is lovely. Now this one is limited stock. When I say limited, it's going to be the next person that places an order for this is going to get hold of it. £9.99. One person. Who's going to be that one person to take advantage? The hair again featuring there. 490485 if you're wanting to get hold of those. Now talking of hair, of course we had that larger hair pattern. There's a couple of those different ones featuring the hair, and that is the first demonstration that we're going to have a look at with our lovely Angela. Over to you.
So this is one of my brand new patterns that's exclusive to Hochanda today, and this is the large hair pattern, and this one is really suitable for those of you who like to use mixed media, who like to use paints, inks or things like that. So you've got the shape of the hair. This is actually an A3 pattern. So you've got this here on some nice thick paper, so it's easy to trace. You've also got some instructions inside the sheet on what you can do with it, but you can use your own creativity and do whatever you want to. You've also got a piece of paper, some instructions on how to use freezer paper, because in this pattern there's half a litre of freezer paper. And this is used a lot in the patchwork and quilting world for applique, but if you've never sort of used it before, it's called freezer paper because it is designed for food storage. But what it has is it's got a matte side that's suitable for drawing onto, and it's also got a shiny side that you probably can't see on camera. But this shiny side means that when you put this onto your fabric, it sticks to your fabric and it won't come off, meaning that you can paint and stamp onto it. But when you peel it away, it leaves no residue whatsoever. So I'm just going to now show you very quickly how I created the hair with the landscape inside it that you've got in the studio. So what I've got here is the A3 hair pattern, and I'm hoping that you can just about see the lines here underneath the freezer paper. And remember, the matte side of the freezer paper is the side that you're going to draw on. And you're just going to use a pencil or other marking tool and literally just trace all the way around the hair. And your drawn line is going to be the line that you cut out on. Now if I just move the freezer paper and the pattern out of the way a moment, you can see one that I did at the weekend in my studio. So I just had this idea of trying to do a rainbow hair, because we've seen rainbows in all sorts of places over the last few weeks. So hopefully you can see here that I cut around the shape on the freezer paper and then I applied paint. And then once the paint's dry, you peel the freezer paper off. So if I just lift up this freezer paper and just peel it off, you can see that you've got your hair outline, but in this instance we've got rainbow colours. but I'm just going to show you how I did the landscape. So I'm just going to move that out of the way. And of course, the pattern, with the pattern, the hair faces to the right. If you wanted to do one where the hair faced to the left, you just turn your pattern over, trace the hair onto the back, and then trace the reverse image. But for every hair sort of that faces one way, if you can see here, I've got another hair that we've cut out that makes a different mask. So what I'm going to do with this one is I'm going to show you how to print around this one later. So just like the one in the studio, I'm just going to turn this hair very quickly into a landscape. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use another piece of freezer paper, which you can slice off the side, just to decide where the horizon line is. So you could have it up here, so the sky is just in his head and ears. You could bring it down a little bit like that, which is what I'm going to do. So I'm very quickly just going to use a brush and some fabric paint. And what you want really, I'm just going to dab some paint off, because what you want to do is come away from the freezer paper like that and just brush the paint all over it. And in an ideal world, this piece here would be secured down with the iron. And I'm just going to see if I can do this really quickly for you. Now, once you've got that horizon line done, you can get rid of that piece. I'll put mine over there and just come into this again. Now, this piece here where the two ears meet, you just have to be very careful that it's not going to unpeel. And what I try and do is just stroke the paint in from each side of the freezer paper like this. And of course you can blend with this, so you can add different shades into this, you can put some white into this, you can be as creative as you want to, but for me I'm trying to do it quite speedily. So you've got your sky in, and then going back to your piece of freezer paper here, you're going to map this horizon line again. At home, I recommend that you wait until this blue paint is dry. So I'm just going to roughly put that on there, and I can feel that the paint is wet. And I'm going to bring my paint in and use my other brush. And again, it works best if there isn't much paint loaded on your brush. I'm going to come in, I'm going to try and do the horizon line again. So obviously you would take far greater care with me at home than I have at home. So I'm going to move that out of the way and then just really quickly fill in the legs. And when you secure your freezer paper with all of these edges, you do need to make sure that they're all down. So rather than ironing it, it's a press. So freezer paper on the fabric and just press it. So just do this last leg. And I say, recommending that you wait until this is dry. I'm just going to come just up into the horizon line. There we go. But what I'm going to do is just peel this off for you really carefully. So hopefully you can see. There we go. Oops. There we go. I'm in danger of something touching. And I've got my husband behind the scenes, so I'm just going to hand this over to him. There we go. So really quickly, you can see how you can make your own landscape within a hair using this pattern.
Isn't that fabulous? Now, I stand corrected. I thought it had been appliqued in place, but it hasn't. It's been painted. And what a clever idea. And so effective. Now, of course, you've got your large hair pattern, as you can see the details on your screen there, 565 5AM28 if you're wanting to get hold of that, £12.49. But we've got some news, got a bit of a sellout for you. You know, I told you about that one item that we've got available. Well, somebody snapped it up, and I'm not surprised. So you can see there, if you did take advantage of this one, thank you. What a saving, £6.50. Technically sold out, so if it's in your basket, please check your basket out. But keep a note of that item number. Do check out our brand section, because as time goes on, we may well restock that one and have it available, but sadly not for today. But what a beautiful piece there as well. And we've got some wonderful pieces here, so if you did miss out on that kit, don't worry, we've got plenty more to tempt you. Starting with this wonderful swallows kit, and this is lovely because sometimes you've got kits, sometimes you've got patterns. Depends on the affordability and depends on whether you want everything within your pattern, your project, should I say. With this one, you've got the most incredible finished design, and I love this because cantha stitch is something that is so beautiful. as you heard from Angela there, she knows her stuff. She'll be teaching you about this stitch and kind of all the history of it as well as time goes on. Do check out Angela's book. She's got some fabulous books that she shares with us here, and we've got some on the show as well, and you will learn a lot about that cantha stitch. And it's a beautiful hand stitch that the idea is you relax and you enjoy, and that's where a kit comes into play, because you haven't got to worry about where you're going to get the elements from. So you're going to get your fabrics, so you'll see everything that Angela uses is included within here. So you've got your 2 fabrics, as you can see there. You're going to get your needle. You're also going to get your threads as well, hand-dyed threads, and these you're going to get 50 metres of your thread within there, so plenty for you to stitch with. You're going to get your guide and your instructions. So this is assuming that you've never stitched before. You will get this each time you go for one of the kits, because Angela wants to make sure that you do know all the different stitches. And when you look here, it's only a kind of a glossary of 6 stitches. You might not necessarily use all of those in each of the projects, but it just shows once you've got those, and some of these you'll know already, things like your running stitch and your back stitch. I'm sure you'll have experienced those before. Now you are going to get obviously your template. Now your template will help you with the guidelines of where those elements go, and of course you have got more instructions within there for the particular project that you've invested in. And this is going to result in a beautiful piece. Now on this one it's been quilted, it's been bound, but of course you can decide. It could go into a wall hanging if you wanted to, could simply go into a frame, you decide. But what you do know, if you're a Freedom member, you've got a discounted price on this one, bringing that price down from £32.95, as you can see on your screen there. Using that item number 563349 to less than £30. So take advantage of that while you have the opportunity. Now the flowers, I love this. I love little kits like this, or should I say booklets like this, because you may already have threads in your stash at home, you may already have your fabrics, but what you need is some inspiration. Well, that is definitely what you've got here. You have got, I think it was 9 different projects or different flowers that you're going to be able to learn about within the book, but you've also got your sunflowers featuring here as well, and that is a larger piece with the template, with the pattern. It is now in fact limited stock, but you will be able to learn how to create your different styles of flowers with the book that comes with this one. And they're beautiful flowers that you could be creating in any colour, because of course you are going to bring in your own threads with these. And the beauty is when you're stitching them, you could be stitching them here into little pieces, as you can see. All these wonderful flowers featuring within that particular book. So whether it's the irises that you're going to be creating, whether it's the fabulous delphiniums within there, whether you're going to be creating, well, whichever flower you go for, to be honest, you can create it as a little panel there. And then what you can go on and do is, just as Angela has done, is turn it into a lovely little wall hanging, which is quilted and then bound with binding, as you can see here. Absolutely beautiful throughout as well. You're going to learn how to create all of these. £14.49, but it is limited in stock, so do not miss out on this particular one. 632454. And don't forget, do go back to 3 o'clock and see the show that Yanis brought to you alongside Angela earlier on. This is a nice set there because it's featuring the hair, and you will see the hair appear in many of the projects that Angela shares with us. So this could be the first one that you've gone with, or it might be one that's going to work alongside others that you've already stitched. Talking of already stitched, we've had some photos sent in, which I'll share with you in a few moments, so thank you for sending those photos. This one, again, you've not got your fabrics in here, but what you have got is the tuition with this. You have got some elements though, because you've got your A3 pattern sheet, of course, as you can see there, and you have also got your freezer paper, and this is the one that we saw Angela working with just a few moments ago, where she used those wonderful fabric paints. And what a clever idea, using your freezer paper as a template. I think that's a clever idea, and that will give you an idea of what you could be creating. But of course, on top of this, you could be adding whatever stitches you like. That is your backdrop there, and of course the cantha stitch decorates it to perfection. Just £12.49 for this particular one. 565825, sorry, 528, wrong way round. If you're wanting these, do pop them into your baskets, but there's lots more to consider in this hour. Jumping onto the website, you'll be able to see all the different items, including this little booklet that we've got here. So here you're going to be able to create your mini elephant. Really pretty design, and that book there, this book is brilliant. If you've not seen, I wish I'd got one here to show you. There is so much content within this book, and history and knowledge. You're going to love it. Really gives you a really good feeling of the origin of cantha. Again, you can see here 439667. 3/4 of the stock has gone. £15.99 is the price on this one, and this is the one that we're going to go into the next demonstration with Angela, so you can learn more from this.
Many of you will have heard me talk about cantha before, and how it's a 500-year-old technique and how it originated in India. and it's the original thrift craft, because it doesn't matter what you stitch into, as long as you can get your needle through it and your thread through it and you let the needle do its magic, it will work. And because it originated in India, this is what inspired this little book, the Book of Indian Inspirations. And today we've actually put this with the mini Indian elephant kit as well, so you get the kit and you get the book. But what I'm going to demonstrate is how you do a technique called detached chain stitch, and that's one thing that I've used in this book with the Tree of Life. So the technique I'm going to show you now is one I used in my book of the Book of Indian Inspirations, and it's called the detached chain stitch, or it's also known as single chain stitch. And if I just open the book, you can see, if I just manage to get the light off it, that this is the technique I used for this Tree of Life here. And if you do have the book, you can see if I just turn over, you've got the full stitch instructions as well. So I'm just going to move the book out of the way and bring in my basket of threads here. Because in this basket I've got a variety of 8 perlé, 12 perlé. I don't know if the camera can pick up on these metallic shiny threads, because when you think of a tree and you think of the light bouncing off it, you can use all sorts of things. They've even got a lovely variegated skein of thread here as well. So I've moved those out of the way again, and I'm just going to pick up my stitching here. And what I've got is I've just started to do the outline, which you can see in running stitch, and then I've started to do my detached chain stitches here, and this is what I'm just going to show you. And I've just noticed that my needle has become unthreaded, so I'm going to hopefully very quickly manage to thread this on camera. There we go. That was very lucky I managed to do that. So if you are an embroiderer, you might have heard of this stitch before, and it's very similar to one that's sometimes called the lazy daisy stitch, but we're forming it one stitch at a time. So I've started to do this, and I'm hoping the camera can pick up here. I've used some metallic threads as well as some cotton threads, and I've actually got a perlé 12 in my needle, and I've got my thread coming out of my work on the top. So it comes out onto the front of your work, and then you're going to loop it round, and you're going to put your needle back into the same place where your thread came out of. So I'm going to pull it through like so, and I'm going to sort of hold on to that thread so it forms a loop. And then I'm going to come up sort of about 1 centimetre or so away from where I came down, and I'm going to pull that needle through, and what's going to happen is that thread will catch in the loop, and then you're going to go down right next to the thread. So essentially you are just creating a little stitch to hold down that loop like that. Now if you are experienced, or what you can do is again come out to the front, because the stitch is formed always with the thread on top of your work. You're going to go down again, and this time I'm going to tilt my needle. So again, this is about, could be centimetre, half a centimetre, and I'm going to pull it through. I'm going to hold the thread until it forms the loop, and I'm going to come down again like so. And then I'm going to come out again to my next one. Again, use the needle, come down where your thread comes out, tilt it so you come out about half centimetre or so, pull it through, catch that stitch, and down you go like so. And you're going to repeat this all the way over the tree, and you can really mix your thread, use metallics, different colours, different thicknesses of threads, and go all the way round. So this was the little tip, little demo on how you do that single chain stitch or detached chain stitch for the Tree of Life design.
Thank you, Angela. And it's such a portable craft. You notice there, Angela just had minimal elements there, so you could quite easily just bundle that up, pop it into a bag, and away you go. So thank you again, Angela, for that. Very informative. Now, of course, the hair. You see the hair featuring with many of the different items that we've been chatting about, and that is the next pattern that we're looking at here. So the details are on your screen there are for your embroidery pattern for your hair. Now, this one is featuring the little hexagons in the backdrop here, 164847. It's been a popular item. Now, I think I need to give you some details of an item that's sold out. Is that right, Rianne? Yeah? And is it the details at the bottom of the screen? Ah, here you go. Now, this is the one that we just saw Angela working with just a few moments ago. Technically, it's sold out, so lots of you have been adding those into your basket during the demo time there. £15.99, 439,667. If you did want to get hold of this one, you need to keep a note of that item number. Sadly, you missed out today, but it may well be back, so check out our brand section in the future. But what we have got is this nice little set with the little kind of hair in the hexagon there as well. Nice little design with this one. So I'm going to pop those details back up on the screen for you before we move on and show you the other goodies that we've got. So 164847, if you fancy getting hold of this one, you've got your layout, as you can see there, which is going to show you how you create all your different elements, and of course you've got your instructions, and your freedom hair, when you've finished, comes together looking as beautiful as this. And of course you're choosing your fabric, you're choosing your threads, and you kind of create that design yourself depending on the colours that you use. But how affordable is that? £12.49. 164847 if you're wanting that. Now we're going to move off. We're kind of going from overground and we're going into the sea with this particular one. Got a demonstration coming up in a little while for this one, but let me just give you the details before we move on to the last item on the counter. But this is a lovely set here. Again, we're talking camphor throughout all of these. So again, minimal knowledge with regards to stitching. You don't need a huge amount of knowledge and experience because the stitches are simple, and that's the beauty of this. It's kind of the beauty of the simplicity. With this one, you're going to use a variety of stitches, and you can see here your glossary here is showing everything from your running stitch all your way through your whip stitch there, and I think there's really clear signs there to show you. I mean, you can see here everything is laid out. Such a clever lady, teaches us so well. Again, you've got all your different elements that you've got featuring within here, and you can see here it has got your contents because you are making an actual project. So you're going to have your fabric. So your fabric is there, as you can see. You're going to have your needle included, and of course all those gorgeous threads there, absolutely beautiful. Your layout, your template, that is there for you to use multiple times should you so wish, because of course you're going to trace the design onto your fabric, and so look after that, keep it. You're going to get your full instructions with this as well, so it's going to show you exactly what you need to do. But as I mentioned, if you are adding this one into your basket, we are going to see a demonstration on it in a few moments, but £16.49 will get you everything that you need, bar the frame, because that is something that's very personal to you in your home decor. So 029279 if you fancy getting hold of those. Now, if you fancy a couple of smaller projects to get your teeth into, then this might be the set for you. And again, florals, we love our florals, don't we? And once you've learnt how to create these pieces, then I think you'll go on and you'll be using your own fabrics, your own threads, and kind of taking the inspiration from the pattern and the template that you're getting. Now, you're getting both of these as independent kits, so you're going to get your gorgeous echinacea flower, as you can see there, and then your mini tulips. And then what you're going to do is within the kit, you're going to have your template, your fabric, your threads, your needle, everything that you need to get started. And this makes a beautiful kind of gift for somebody, whether you're making it and giving it to somebody, because I mean, there you go, you could present that in a frame. It looks absolutely beautiful, doesn't it? And of course, if you did want to put them side by side, then they're going to look fabulous together. Or you could give them as a gift to somebody. It's entirely up to you. But what you do know is you've got everything that you need in there to get started. Now, of course, the seahorse is the demonstration I promised you. That's the one that we're going to look at next. And I'm sure we'll be bringing those details back up should you want to take advantage. Check this out.
So I'm really excited to be bringing you my brand new seahorse kit today. And this is exclusive to Hochanda at the moment. And I've got one next to me here, and there's also one in the studio. And those of you who are very eagle-eyed might have spotted that the tummy is very slightly different on this one to the one in the studio. And that's all detailed in the instructions. And what it means is that if you are a very novice stitcher, a very beginner, you've got one option. If you're an experienced stitcher looking for something just that little bit harder, you've got something else. So this is the full-size pattern that you get, and I've transferred it onto my fabric, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how I stitch the fin, because the fin is done using two colours, and these colours are blended together, so that's what I'm going to show you. So I'm just going to show you now how I blend two colours of threads together, because in the new seahorse kit you've got these two separate shades of orange, which is what predominantly the design is stitched in. And the back fin of the design is stitched using one row of the darker orange and one row of the lighter orange. And I do this using two strands of thread, one in each colour, and using two needles as well. So you can see here, I've got my marked out design, if I just move that lighter orange. And I've started to stitch half of this fin. And with camphor, as I said, it's about letting your needle work its magic, and stitch size is irrelevant, But if you have done as much cantha as I have, my stitches naturally are very small now, and I cannot get them bigger because I do so much of it. So if you like the technique and you do a lot, it's only practice to get your stitches this small. So when I blend, I always start in the centre. So I stitch one line and then I stitch upwards and then I stitch downwards, which is what I'm going to show you now. So I have got, if I just get my needles sorted out, because they were left all neat in the right position and now they've tangled themselves again. There we go. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in this first row. And as I've talked before with cantha, it doesn't matter if you pick up one stitch, sort of like so, or you can rock your needle and pick up several stitches like this. It doesn't matter. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come nearly to the end here. I'm going to put in one more, and then when I do my next thread, I'm going to leave this on the top. So I've done one row in the pale orange, and I'm just going to put the needle up there, and I'm going to move the thread over there. It's really important you don't put the thread on the back of your work, because otherwise it's going to knot and tangle. You need to know where it is. So that was the first row with the pale orange. Now I'm going to use the dark orange, and again I'm just going to follow my stitches. And I'm sometimes asked, how far apart should your stitches be? And they need to be at least a thread's width apart. This is hand dyed cotton, so if I just lay it there, you might be able to see that, you know, I can get that thread between my stitches. I'm going to come up again with this one, and then just before I do that last stitch, I'm going to again put my needle on the side. So with this one here, I'm going to go down to the back, and that's a tiny stitch this time. And then because I'm right-handed, I'm going to turn my work to come back the other way. So I'm going to put this thread down, and I'm going to move the dark orange thread down, and I'm going to come up ready to stitch. And again, there's a tiny one at the top now, following the contour of the wing, not the wing, the back fin. And now I'm going to use this pale thread to go all the way to the other side. There we go. Pull it through, and I've got one more stitch, and before you put that last stitch to the back, again leave that needle, move it out of the way, and with this one, the dark orange, finish the stitch on that side, move it up to the next row. So